More than 9 million soldiers, sailors, and airmen were killed in the First World War. A further 5 million civilians are estimated to have perished under occupation, bombardment, hunger, and disease. The mass murder of Armenians in 1915, and the influenza epidemic that began while the war was still being fought, were two of its destructive byproducts. The flight of Serbs from Serbia at the end of 1915 was another cruel episode in which civilians perished in large numbers. So too was the Allied naval blockade of Germany, as a result of which more than 750,000 German civilians died. Two very different wars were fought between 1914 and 1918. The first was a war of soldiers, sailors, and airmen, of merchant seamen, and civilian populations under occupation, where individual suffering and distress were on a massive scale, particularly in the front-line trenches. The second was a war of war cabinets and sovereigns, of propagandists and idealists, replete with political and territorial ambitions and ideals, determining the future of empires, nations, and peoples as sharply as the battlefield. There were times, particularly in 1917 and 1918, when the war of armies and the war of ideologies combined, leading to revolution and capitulation, and to the emergence of new national and political forces. The war changed the map and destiny of Europe as much as it seared its skin and scarred its soul. As a schoolboy in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, I was very conscious of the First World War, although it had ended 27 years earlier. The school porter, Janitor Johnson, a former Royal Marine, was a veteran of the naval attack on Zeebrugge in 1918, and was said to have been recommended for an award for valor there. The headmaster, Geoffrey Bell, had won the Military Cross on the Western Front, but had pacifist instincts which he made known to the boys. One of my first history masters, A.P. White, had also fought in the trenches. He would march up and down the classroom with a broom over his shoulder, singing military songs. When I began work on this book, his letters from the trenches were published, revealing great suffering and sensitivity. My father's elder brother, my Uncle Irving, had fought on the Somme. His experiences had scarred him, and we boys in the family were warned not to question him. He died as I was writing this book, at the age of 93. During my national service in 1954 and 1955, the First World War was an ever-present memory. The infantry regiment with which I trained, the Wiltshires, had lost a battalion at Rutl in the Ypres salient, when 1,000 men were all but wiped out, and the few survivors were taken prisoner in October 1914. Another battalion had been all but wiped out in a few minutes on the slopes of Chunuk Bair, on the Gallipoli Peninsula in 1915. A third battalion had been trapped by German naval gunfire on the Salonika front in 1917. During my academic researches, whatever subject I was working on, whether the British Empire in India at the turn of the century, or the establishment of Soviet rule in the Ukraine in the 1920s, the First World War continued to impinge on my researches. My supervisor on Indian history, C.C. Davies, had been wounded on the Western Front and was still troubled by his wound. My work on historical geography in the early 1960s took me to Arnold Toynbee's flat in London. On his mantelpiece were photographs of half a dozen young men in uniform. I asked him who they were. He told me they were his closest friends at university before 1914. All had been killed in the trenches. Over several decades, my travels took me to many of the war zones and places associated with the war. In 1953, encouraged by one of my history masters, Arlen Palmer, I travelled through several of the regions whose war memorials introduced me to the differing perspectives on the war, and also to Vienna, where the Hofburg and the Bauhausplatz recalled both the aging emperor and his foreign ministers, to Ljubljana, which, as Laibach, had been one of the cities whose Slav population sought independence from Austria, and whose soldiers chafed at their role in maintaining the Habsburg Empire, and to Venice, threatened in 1917 by the imminent arrival of the Austrian army. In June 1957, in Sarajevo, I stood on the spot where Gavrilo Princip had fired the fatal shot in June 1914. Even under the Yugoslav communist regime, Princip was hailed as one of the forerunners of national independence. A concrete paving stone was set with 2 footsteps commemorating the act which plunged Europe into its 4-year conflict. In Belgrade that year I looked across the river to where the Austrians had bombarded the Serb capital on the first day of war. A decade later I went with my father to the Western Front. We stayed at Arras, to the east of which the military cemeteries are the last relics of the battles of 1917 and 1918, and at Ypres, where we listened each evening at 8 o'clock to the last post, sounded at the Menin Gate by 2 members of the Ypres Fire Brigade. While the buglers played under the vast archway of the Menin Gate, all traffic was stopped. The cost of their work was paid for in part by a legacy from Rudyard Kipling, whose only son was killed at Loos. On the walls and columns of the monumental gate are carved the names of 54,896 British soldiers killed in the salient between October 1914 and mid-August 1917, who have no known grave. On the stonework are the shrapnel marks of the fighting there in the Second World War. The last of the stonemasons were still at work, engraving the names of 1914 to 1918, when the German armies arrived as conquerors in May 1940. The stonemasons were repatriated to Britain. From the Menin Gate, my father and I walked through the salient, trench maps in hand, reading at each battle site the accounts given in General Edmund's multi-volume official history, the letters and recollections of soldiers, and the poetry. We stood in silence, as all visitors do, at the Team Co. Memorial at Passchendaele, on which are carved the names of a further 34,888 soldiers killed in the salient between mid-August 1917 and the end of the war in November 1918, of whom no trace was found sufficient to identify them for burial. In the cemetery, in front of the memorial, are more than 11,000 individual named graves. Not even the well-mown grass, the carefully tended flower beds, and the 50-year-old trees could lessen the shocking impact of so many names and graves. Not far away, at Menin, which was held by the Germans for all but 1 month of the war, we visited the military cemetery where 48,049 German soldiers are buried. 15 years after my visit to the site of the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo, where the First World War could be said to have started, I made the journey to the woodland clearing near Retonde in France to see a replica of the railway carriage, in which the Germans signed the armistice in November 1918. It was in the same carriage that Hitler insisted on receiving the French surrender in June 1940. Many links between the 2 wars are a reminder that only 21 years lay between them. Many of those who fought in the trenches in the First World War were leaders in the Second World War, like Hitler, Churchill, and de Gaulle, or like Rommel, Zhukov, Montgomery, and Gamelin became commanders in the Second. Others, like Ho Chi Minh, who volunteered to serve with the French as a Vietnamese orderly in the First World War, and Harold Macmillan, who fought and was wounded on the Western Front, rose to prominence after the Second World War. In 1957, I visited the battle zones on the Russo-Turkish border, and the towns where hundreds of thousands of Armenians were massacred in the first year of the war. 10 years later, I was in the military cemetery in Gaza, where the headstones, set specially low because of the possibility of earthquake, record the deaths of the thousands of soldiers who perished in one of the fiercest Anglo-Turkish clashes. I have stood on the spot just outside Jerusalem, where 2 British soldiers, up early one morning in search of eggs, saw approaching them a group of dignitaries, including priests, imams, and rabbis, and were offered, instead of food, the surrender of the Holy City. Starting in 1969, I travelled for 3 consecutive years to the Gallipoli Peninsula, reading aloud from Aspinall Oglander's 2-volume official war history, and from other works at many of the landing beaches, gullies, and hilltops of the peninsula. The contrast between its modern beauty and stillness, and the knowledge of the fighting and suffering there in 1915 has never ceased to haunt me. During my work on Winston Churchill, I also read aloud, in the courtyards of the farms where he wrote them, the daily letters from Churchill to his wife from the trenches of the Western Front, in which he recognized the endurance of those who could not return, as he could after 6 months, to the comfort of civilian life in London. 8 years before the outbreak of war in 1914, in a private letter to his wife from German army manoeuvres at Würzburg, to which he had been invited by the Kaiser, Churchill wrote, "Much as war attracts me and fascinates my mind with its tremendous situations, I feel more deeply every year, and can measure the feeling here in the midst of arms, what vile and wicked folly and barbarism it all is." In 1991, a few months after the fall of the Iron Curtain, I was in the newly independent Ukraine, where I wandered through the former Austrian barracks in the former border town of Brody, through which the Russian army marched with such confidence in 1914 during its initial triumph, and out of which it was driven within the year. Despite the decision of Lenin and the Bolsheviks to pull out of the war in March 1918, fighting on the Eastern Front continued, mostly in the form of a civil war, and then as a Russo-Polish war, for 2 years longer than in the West. Along the road from Brody to Lvov, I passed the great bronze cavalry horse and rider who pointed then, before all things communist were pulled down, with such triumph towards Warsaw. This striking pair commemorated the Bolshevik attempt to overrun Poland in 1920. Like the efforts of their Russian compatriots 6 years earlier to retain Poland, they had fought and died in vain. In Warsaw, I have stood several times over the years at the Unknown Soldiers Memorial. It commemorates not an unknown soldier of the 1914 to 1918 war, as at Westminster Abbey or beneath the Arc de Triomphe, but an unknown victim of the Russo-Polish War of 1920. During 4 decades, many soldiers have spoken to me about their experiences on all fronts. As a young soldier myself, in 1954 and 1955, I visited old people's homes where the often shattered survivors of the trenches were living and dying. In the course of my historical researches, which began in 1960, I met many old soldiers, sailors, and airmen from all the belligerent armies. Their recollections and the letters and documents that they had kept were a window on the past. So, too, was the personal encouragement of one of the historians of the First World War, Sir John Wheeler Bennet, and 3 of my senior colleagues when I went to Merton College, Oxford, as a junior research fellow in 1962. Alistair Hardy, Hugo Dyson, and Michael Polanyi, each of whom had seen the noblest and the ugliest sides of that distant war. Hardy and Dyson as soldiers on the Western Front, Polanyi as a medical officer in the Austro-Hungarian army. During my Churchill work, I met the 80-year-old General Savary, who had served at Gallipoli, and who invited me to run my finger along the hollow in his skull caused by a Turkish bullet. He had gone on to serve in Mesopotamia and Siberia. An airman, Richard Bell Davies, who had also fought at Gallipoli, where he won the Victoria Cross, produced from his wallet a piece of wartime toilet paper on which was printed a portrait of the German Kaiser with the words, "Wipe your bottom on me." 2 other soldiers who had served on the Western Front from the first weeks influenced me by their friendship and by their writings. One was the French painter Paul Mays, DCM MM with bar, Croix de Guerre, who came to live in England after the First World War, and who escaped from France as the German army entered Paris in June 1940. He had served on the Western Front as a reconnaissance expert for 4 years, a witness to each of the main British offensives. The second soldier was the British politician Major General Sir Edward Louis Spears, MC, who entered Parliament after the First World War, and in June 1940 brought General de Gaulle to England. Both Mays and Spears were able, in their books and in their conversation about the First World War, to give a portrait, in words, of the actions and moods of Flanders, the hopes of the soldiers, and the perils of the 4-year journey from the declaration of war in 1914 to the armistice in 1918. On the 3rd of September 1976, a day still vivid in my memory, I lunched with Anthony Eden, then Earl of Avon, at his home in Wiltshire. He talked about episodes of the Second World War, the outbreak of which had taken place exactly 37 years earlier, and in which his 20-year-old son, Simon, a pilot officer in the Royal Air Force, had been killed in action in Burma in June 1945. We spoke of the British decision to go to the aid of Greece in 1941, and the dangers of a Russian collapse, or even a separate Nazi-Soviet peace in 1942. There were many echoes in our talk of the First World War, including Britain's decision in 1915 to help Serbia, through the same port city of Salonika that Greece was helped in part in 1941, and the impact of the Russian withdrawal from the war in 1917. One of Eden's most vivid memories was of being told, while he was in the trenches of the Western Front, that his brother Nicholas had been killed in action at the Battle of Jutland in 1916. Nicholas Eden, in charge of a gun turret on the Indefatigable, was just 16 when he died. Harold Macmillan also helped me in my Churchill work, in correspondence and in talks at his home and mine. But it was not until I was writing this book that I learned that his spidery handwriting, limp handshake, and the somewhat ungainly shuffle of his walk were each the result of wounds sustained in action in 1916. My travels taught me that there was no area of Europe free from the memories and monuments of the First World War. Cities such as Warsaw and Lille, Brussels and Belgrade knew the full rigors of occupation in 2 world wars. From Prague to Budapest, Berlin and Vienna, Constantinople and Athens, Paris and Rome, London and New York, Cape Town and Bombay, troops had left for the war zones, and those who returned, after the shock and prolongation of battle, found cities, in Europe at least, where privation and grief had replaced the earlier brief enthusiasms. In each city, monuments recorded the loss. While traveling, I studied the wording and the iconography of war memorials everywhere. These testified to every form of destruction, from the graves of individual soldiers and civilians to the monuments recording the death of more than 500,000 horses in the war zones, and a further 15,000 drowned on their way to war. These memorials form a stark, often beautiful, sometimes grotesque reminder of the destruction. Their unveiling and dedication, such as that in 1936 of the Canadian Memorial on Vimy Ridge, prolonged the impact of retrospection. Even after the Second World War, it was the sight of the bemedaled veterans of the First World War that made the greatest impact at Armistice Day parades. In Boulogne, in 1974, I watched the parade of old soldiers of both world wars, led by a stooped survivor of the Battle of the Marne of 60 years earlier, who was given pride of place at the head of the procession. The battles formed the framework and daily reporting of the war, but mutinies, strikes, and revolution echoed the footsteps of the fighting men, as did the work of millions in factories and labor battalions. Mustard gas was an extra hazard for the fighting men. Submarines sent thousands of merchant seamen, soldiers, and civilians to unmarked graves. Aerial bombardment added a civilian dimension of terror. Hunger and privation were the lot of millions of citizens behind the lines. My own researches led to several books in which the First World War had an important place, among them Sir Horace Rumbold's Portrait of a Diplomat, which covered the outbreak of the war from the perspective of a British diplomat in Berlin. The third and fourth volumes of the Churchill biography, in which the Dardanelles, the Western Front, and the Munitions War each had its place, and the Atlas of the First World War, covering every front and aspect of war-making. The impact of the war on Jewish and Arab aspirations in the Middle East was the subject of 3 chapters in Exile and Return, the Struggle for a Jewish Homeland. The impact of the war on the peace treaties and the interwar years was a feature of the letters and documents that I published in 1964 in Britain and Germany Between the Wars. Also, in 1964, shortly after I had given an Oxford typing agency the manuscript of my book, The European Powers, 1900 to 1945, the head of the agency, Mrs. Warwicker, asked to see me. In the book I had ascribed to Austria some of the responsibility for the coming of war in 1914. This had puzzled and distressed her. She had been born and educated in Vienna. As a Jewess, she had been forced to leave Austria in 1938, but she knew for a fact that Austria was innocent of any responsibility for the events of 1914. The blame should be put, and ought to have been put by me, upon the Serbs and Russians. This episode made a strong impact on me, as did Mrs. Warwicker's description of the desperate hunger in Vienna after the war, and the unfairness, as she saw it, of the post-war settlement that dismantled the Habsburg Empire. For some, it was a war to punish and chastise. For others, it became the war to end wars. Its name, the Great War, indicated its hitherto unprecedented scale. It was followed, however, by a second, even more destructive war, and by other, lesser wars throughout the world. In January 1994, there were an estimated 32 wars being waged somewhere on Earth. The First World War continues to have its place in the discussion of these modern conflicts. On the 26th of December, 1993, while I was writing this book, a British television journalist, commenting on the lack of any Christmas truce in Bosnia, reported, against the background of a deep trench, "Around Vitae, the trench system is a reminder of the First World War, complete with mud." The trench, as shown, was not particularly muddy or waterlogged, nor was it under shell fire. But the imagery of the First World War has remained for 80 years, and through several generations. A relatively short period of time, a war that lasted for 4 years and 3 months, has inspired, puzzled, and disturbed the whole century that followed. Some of the political changes that the First World War created were as destructive as the war itself, both of life and of liberty, and were to perpetuate tyranny for more than half a century. Some of the frontier changes of the First World War, intended to put right long-standing wrongs, are still a cause of dispute and conflict today. In 1923, in the introduction to his book, The Irish Guards in the Great War, Rudyard Kipling wrote, "The only wonder to the compiler of these records is that any sure fact whatever should be retrieved out of the whirlpools of war." Since the first shots were fired 80 years ago, authors have pursued their researches into both the main and the obscure episodes of the war, and into the puzzles. This book is an attempt to convey my own researches, readings, feelings, and perspectives on an event that, like the Holocaust in later years, left a searing mark on the Western world. It is also an attempt to tell, within the framework of commanders, strategies, and vast numbers, the story of individuals. If each of the 9 million military dead of the First World War were to have an individual page, the record of their deeds and suffering, their wartime hopes, their pre-war lives and loves, would fill 20,000 books the size of this one. Individual suffering is not something that is easily conveyed in a general history, yet all historians try to do it. On the 3rd of December 1993, I was struck by 3 short sentences in a review by Meir Ronan of 2 books on the First World War. The review appeared in the Jerusalem Post, where Ronan wrote, "Millions died or suffered in the mud of Flanders between 1914 to 1918. Who remembers them? Even those with names on their graves are by now unknown soldiers." No single book can redress that balance, though several fine books have tried to do so, among them most recently those in Britain by Lynn MacDonald and in France by Stéphanie Adouin-Rousseau. One of the books being reviewed by Meir Ronan. The other was a biography of the poet Isaac Rosenberg, killed in action on April Fool's Day in 1918. In this book, I have tried to give the suffering of individuals its integral part in the narrative of the wider war. Martin Gilbert, Merton College, Oxford, 20th of June, 1994. 1. Prelude to War. War between the great powers was much talked about in the first decade of the 20th century by politicians, writers, novelists, and philosophers. Yet the nature of a European war, as opposed to a colonial venture, was little understood. What was known were the many swift forays by superior forces against distant, feeble foes, the victory of machine guns against spears, of massive naval guns against antique cannon. However frightening those conflicts could be for those who took part in them, the general public at home had little sense of anything terrible. Why should war in Europe be feared? Shortly before the outbreak of war in 1914, a French colonel who had been a teenager when Germany invaded France in 1870 was listening to a group of young officers drinking to the prospect of war and laughing about the possibility of conflict. He brought their laughter to an abrupt end with the question, "And do you think that war is always gai, toujours drôle?" His name was Henri Philippe Pétain. 2 years later, at Verdun, he was to witness one of the worst military slaughters of the 20th century. The French soldiers whose laughter Pétain brought to an abrupt end were heirs to a tradition of Franco-German enmity that had culminated more than 40 years earlier, on the 11th of May, 1871. For on that day, in the Swan Hotel at Frankfurt-on-Main, the German Chancellor, Otto von Bismarck, signed the agreement transferring all of Alsace and much of Lorraine to Germany. That day, in the German-occupied city of Metz, guns fired in celebration of the triumph. In the classrooms of the French Jesuit College of Saint-Clement, wrote the British historian Basil Littleheart in 1931, "The message of the guns needed no interpreter. The boys jumped to their feet. The superintendent, rising more soberly, cried, 'Mes enfants!' and then, unable to say more, lowered his head and joined his hands as if in prayer." The memory of that terrible moment was not effaced from the minds of the students. One of those students was the 19-year-old Ferdinand Foch, who resented the fact that defeat had come before he could be sent into battle. Not everyone in the newly united Germany was satisfied by the victory over France. Other German ambitions were stirred as the empire gained industrial strength. Aspirations for colonial expansion, for naval power at least as great as that of Britain, for influence over the Muslims of Asia, for a dominant part in the councils of Europe, intensified the German sense of inferiority. Germany, united only in 1870, had come too late, it seemed, into the race for power and influence, for empire and respect. The need for a further war, and for the overwhelming military strength essential to win it, was the conclusion of the book Germany and the Next War, published by a retired German cavalry officer, Friedrich von Bernhardi, in 1912. Bernhardi had ridden as a conqueror through Paris in 1870. In his book he stressed the need for Germany either to make war or to lose the struggle for world power. The natural law upon which all the laws of nature rest, he wrote, was the law of the struggle for existence. War was a biological necessity. German soldiers 40 years younger than he were soon to test this confident theory on the battlefield and to die testing it. The War of 1870 had been the last war of the 19th century between the European powers. 3,000 soldiers had been killed on each side at the Battle of Sedan. In the civil strife that followed in France, more than 25,000 communards had been executed in Paris by Frenchmen. Wars and their aftermath were known by this example to be costly in human lives, and unpredictable, even vicious in their outcome. After 1870, the German, French, Belgian, and British empires each had its saga of war, defeat, and slaughter overseas. Napoleon III's son, the Prince Imperial, was among the hundreds of British soldiers killed in 1879 by Zulus at and after the Battle of Isandlwana. In 1894, Lieutenant Colonel Joffre led a French column through the Sahara in the conquest of Timbuktu. At the turn of the century, a German colonel, Erich von Falkenhayn, won a reputation for ruthlessness during the international expedition to crush the Boxer Rebellion in China, the occasion during which the Kaiser William II likened the German troops to the Huns, thus coining a phrase that was eventually to be used against them. just as the Huns 1,000 years ago under the leadership of Attila gained a reputation by virtue of which they live in the historical tradition, he said, so may the name of Germany become known in such a manner in China that no Chinese will ever dare again look askance at a German. These often distant, but always bloody wars offered a warning to those who cared to listen. In 1896, the British poet and classicist A.E. Housman expressed the cruelty of war in his poem, A Shropshire Lad. On the idle hill of summer, sleepy with the flow of streams, far I hear the steady drummer drumming like a noise in dreams. Far and near and low and louder, on the roads of earth go by, dear to friends and food for powder, soldiers marching, all to die. East and west on fields forgotten, bleach the bones of comrades slain. Lovely lads, and dead and rotten, none that go return again. Far the calling bugles hollow, high the screaming fife replies, gay the files of scarlet follow, woman bore me, I will rise. Housman's warning sentiments were echoed 5 years later in the British House of Commons by Winston Churchill, then a 26-year-old Conservative Member of Parliament. Having experienced fighting in India, in the Sudan, and in the Boer War, Churchill found himself, when back in London, listening to calls for an army capable of fighting a European foe. I have frequently been astonished to hear with what composure and how glibly members and even ministers talk of a European war, he declared on the 13th of May, 1901, 3 months after entering Parliament, and he went on to make the point that, whereas in the past wars had been fought by small, regular armies of professional soldiers, in the future, when mighty populations are impelled on each other, a European war could only end in the ruin of the vanquished and the scarcely less fatal commercial dislocation and exhaustion of the conquerors. Democracy, Churchill warned, would be more vindictive than the courts and cabinets of old. The wars of peoples will be more terrible than those of kings. 10 years later, on the 9th of August 1911, as German war fever was being whipped up against Britain and France over Germany's claim for a port on the Atlantic coast of Morocco, the German Social Democrat leader August Bebel warned the Reichstag that a European war could lead to revolution. He was laughed at as an alarmist. One parliamentarian calling out, "After every war things are better." The rivalries from which wars sprang could not be assuaged by the logic of anti-war sentiment. The opening decade of the 20th century saw many such rivalries and resentments among those nations for whom peace, trade, industry, and the spread of national prosperity seemed the true necessities, challenges, and opportunities. In France, the loss of the territories annexed by Germany in 1871 rankled for 4 decades. The advice of the French patriot Léon Gambetta, "Think of it always, speak of it never," rang in French ears. The black cloth which covered the statue of Strasbourg in the Place de la Concorde was a constant visual reminder of the loss of the 2 eastern provinces. Karl Baedeker's Guide for Paris, published in Leipzig in 1900, commented on the draped statue. The Strasbourg is usually heavy with crape and mourning garlands in reference to the lost Alsace. For her part, Germany had many territorial ambitions, particularly beyond her eastern border. Despising Russia, the Germans hoped to annex the western Polish provinces of the Russian Empire, and also to extend German influence over central Poland into Lithuania and along the Baltic coast. It was as if the empire of William II would redress the balance of power first disrupted by Peter the Great 200 years earlier, and 40 years after his death, by Catherine the Great. The Russia of Nicholas II was not without ambitions of her own, particularly in the Balkans. As the Slav champion of a Slav state, Serbia, which was continually struggling to enlarge her borders and to reach the sea, Russia also saw herself as a champion of the Slav races under Austrian rule. Across the Russian border with Austria-Hungary lived 3 Slav minorities to whom Russia appeared as a champion: Ukrainians, Ruthenes, and Poles. Ruled by Franz Joseph since 1848, Austria-Hungary sought to maintain its own large imperial structure by balancing its many minorities. In 1867, in an attempt to balance the conflicting claims of German and Magyar, Franz Joseph was made Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary. In the Austrian half of this dual monarchy, a complex parliamentary system had been devised, the aim of which was to give every minority some place in the legislature. Yet even the Habsburg desire to change nothing and to disturb nothing clashed with the desire to curb the one irritant to Austrian rule in the south, the ever-growing, or so it seemed, Serbian state. In Britain, novelists and newspaper writers, as well as admirals and parliamentarians, reflected British fears of German naval supremacy, heightened in the early summer of 1914 by news of the imminent widening of the Kiel Canal, which would enable German ships to move safely and swiftly from the Baltic Sea to the North Sea. Anti-German feeling was a regular feature of the popular press. There were also repeated calls for the Liberal government to bring in military conscription, so as not to be dependent in the event of war on the small professional army. The Liberal cabinet resisted these calls. The European alliance systems reflected the fears of all states. The 2 central powers, Germany and Austria-Hungary, were linked by formal as well as sentimental bonds. So, too, since 1892 were France and Russia, with both of whom Britain had reached agreements to reduce conflicts. Britain and France, though not allied by treaty, had signed an Entente Cordiale in 1904 to settle their overseas disputes in Egypt and Morocco, and since 1906 had been in consultation over military matters. These agreements and habits of consultation created what were known as the Triple Entente, Britain, France, and Russia, giving the Central Powers a fear of encirclement. The German Kaiser, William II, was particularly sensitive to this. His dream was to make Germany respected, feared, and admired. A grandson of Queen Victoria, he resented the apparent ascendancy in the world of her son Edward VII and her grandson George V, the King-Emperors, ruling the Indian subcontinent with its hundreds of millions of subject peoples. At his palace at Potsdam, William was surrounded by the memory and ceremonial of his ancestor, Frederick William I, founder of the Prussian army. To this day, commented Karl Baedeker in 1912, numerous soldiers, especially the picked men of the regiments of guards, form the most characteristic features in the streets of the town. Also at Potsdam was a bronze equestrian statue of William I, unveiled by William II in 1900, with the goddess of victory seated in front of the pedestal. The goddess, who in Roman times had been the Caesar's presiding divinity, was embellished by reliefs of the prince as a young orderly officer at Bar-sur-Aube in 1814, during the war against Napoleon, and of the triumphal German entry into Paris in 1871. It was ironic that Potsdam, the symbol of German military might and imperial display, first mentioned in the 10th century, was, in Baedeker's words, of ancient Slavonic origin. No Slav would then claim Potsdam, although in 1945 the Russians were to meet the Western allies there as victors, occupiers, and peacemakers. But the map of post-1900 Europe, with its clearly drawn borders, many of them unchanged since 1815, others unchanged since 1871, masked strong forces of discontent, many of ethnic origin. Serbia, landlocked since she first won independence several decades earlier as the first Slav state of modern times, wanted an outlet on the Adriatic, but was blocked by Austria, which in 1908 had annexed the former Turkish province of Bosnia-Herzegovina. This annexation was not only in defiance of the 1878 Treaty of Berlin, to which Britain had been a signatory, but completed Austrian control of more than 300 miles of Adriatic coastline. Bosnia could also serve as a military base, when need or opportunity arose for an Austrian attack on Serbia. Each minority inside Austria-Hungary wanted either to link up with a neighboring state, such as Serbia, Italy, and Romania, or, in the case of Czechs and Slovaks, Slovenes and Croats, to carve out some form of autonomy, even statehood of its own. The Poles, under German, Austro-Hungarian, and Russian rule, had never given up their hopes of independence, which Napoleon had stimulated, but which successive Kaisers, Tsars, and Emperors had suppressed for a century. The danger to Austria-Hungary of the ambitions of the Slavs was explained on the 14th of December 1912, in a letter from the Austrian Chief of Staff, Baron Conrad von Hotzendorf, to the heir apparent of the Habsburg Empire, the Emperor's nephew, Archduke Franz Ferdinand. The unification of the South Slav race, Conrad told Franz Ferdinand, is one of the powerful national movements which can neither be ignored nor kept down. The question can only be whether that unification will take place within the boundaries of the monarchy, that is, at the expense of Serbia's independence, or under Serbia's leadership at the expense of the monarchy. Were Serbia to be the leader of Slav unification, Conrad warned, it would be at the cost to Austria of all its South Slav provinces, and thus of almost its entire coastline. The loss of territory and prestige involved in Serbia's ascendancy would relegate the monarchy to the status of a small power. The conflicting fears and desires of many states and peoples did not create a European war, but they served as a set of multiple fuses waiting to be ignited, should war begin between two states. War, if it came, would be an irresistible opportunity to fulfill long-harbored desires, or to avenge long-nurtured hatreds. Germany, so strong industrially, so confident militarily, resented the close alliance between her western and eastern neighbors, France and Russia. As a counterweight, she clung to her southern neighbor, Austria-Hungary, a partner in need, however cumbersome and divided that partner might be. Germany had also drawn Italy into her orbit in 1882, creating a triple alliance. The Kaiser's visit to Sultan Abdul Hamid in Constantinople in 1898, and his flamboyant pilgrimage to Jerusalem, where the dignitaries of all three monotheistic faiths erected festive arches for him to ride under, indicated to the Ottoman Turkish Empire and to the whole Muslim world that they could look to Germany as a friend. By 1914, 3 impressive stone buildings stood on the crest of the Mount of Olives overlooking the Dead Sea. The Russian Church of the Ascension, symbol of St. Petersburg's interest in the Orient since 1888, the private home of an Englishman, Sir John Grey Hill, purchased that spring by the Zionists for a Jewish university, symbol of nascent national aspirations, and the Augusta Victoria Sanatorium, built in 1909, named after the Kaiser's wife, and a monument to the confident assertion of German interests and ambitions. In 1907, Britain had signed an agreement with Russia. Although the main aim of this agreement was to settle long-standing Anglo-Russian disputes in far-off Persia and Afghanistan, it seemed to Germany further proof of encirclement. As a sign of her own eastern ambitions, Germany had been pushing forward since 1899, with a railway from Berlin to Baghdad and beyond, using Constantinople as the crossing point from Europe to Asia. The ferry that took travellers, goods, and railway wagons from the Sirkechi station on the European shore of the Bosphorus to the Haydar Pasha station on the Asian shore was a symbol of German enterprise. Plans were being made by the Germans to extend the railway through Turkey in Asia as far south as the ports of Gaza on the eastern Mediterranean, Aqaba on the Red Sea, and Basra on the Persian Gulf. A branch line running eastward from Baghdad was intended to reach as far as the Persian oil fields, a direct challenge to the influence that Britain and Russia had established in that very region only 7 years before. In 1906, in an attempt to counter a possible German railway terminus at Aqaba on the Red Sea, Britain, then the occupying power in Egypt, annexed to her Egyptian territories the eastern wastes of the Sinai Desert from Turkey. This would enable British guns to be rushed from Egypt to the tiny bay of Taba, from which they could bombard the rail terminal and port facilities at Aqaba, if these were used by Germany against British interests. German fears of encirclement were based upon the gradual drawing together, in agreements and conversations, of France, Russia, and Britain. In January 1909, a former chief of the German General Staff, Alfred von Schlieffen, who had retired 4 years earlier, published an article on the war of the future in which he warned about Britain, France, Russia, and even Italy. An endeavor is afoot to bring all these powers together for a concentrated attack on the Central Powers. At the given moment, the drawbridges are to be let down, the doors are to be opened, and the million-strong armies let loose, ravaging and destroying across the Vosges, the Meuse, the Niemen, the Bug, and even the Isonzo and the Tyrolean Alps. The danger seems gigantic. Reading this article aloud to his commanding generals, the Kaiser commented, "Bravo." In 1911, 5 years after the British ensured their ability to destroy at least one of the terminals of the German-dominated Berlin-Baghdad railway, Britain and France acted together to prevent Germany establishing a port at Agadir, on the Atlantic coast of Morocco. A German gunboat having reached the port, the British threatened hostilities if it did not leave. The threat was effective, but the rancor which it left was equally strong. Public perceptions were not necessarily in line with the facts. British traders could make as much use of the Berlin-Baghdad railway as German traders, and there were 8 French directors on the railway board, in addition to the 11 German. But the idea of nearly 2,000 miles of German enterprise striding across Europe, Anatolia, and the Arab provinces of the Ottoman Empire was galling, even threatening to Britain, with her own imperial interests in the Persian Gulf and Indian Ocean. Along the route of the railway, only Serbia, through which a mere 175 miles ran, was not within the German sphere of influences and alliances. For Germany, the British and French empires were a source of jealous indignation, even though Germany's own overseas empire included large regions of Africa and wide expanses of the Pacific Ocean. in none of which there was particularly active settlement or exploitation. For Germany, imperial possessions were symbols of power, rather than a significant development of national enterprise and prosperity. Another cause of Anglo-German friction, exacerbated by determined nationalists on both sides of the North Sea, was the Kaiser's desire to match Britain in naval strength, even though Germany's overseas possessions did not require a navy on the British scale. In 1912, a German naval law, the fourth in 12 years, added 15,000 officers and men to an already substantial naval force. Britain's First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill, suggested a mutual pause in naval expansion, but this was rejected by Germany. His argument that a powerful fleet was a necessity for Britain but a luxury for Germany, while essentially true given Britain's Indian and other widespread imperial responsibilities, offended the Germans, who saw themselves as in every way on a par with Britain, yet expected to take a place of inferiority. For their part, the British, fearing an ever-increasing German naval threat in the North Sea, welcomed Russia's naval expansion. On the 12th of May 1914, the British cabinet noted with approval that the large contemplated increase in the Baltic fleet of Russia must necessarily ease our position vis-à-vis Germany in home waters. Serbia's victory in the First Balkan War against Turkey in 1912 was a setback to Germany. The military and territorial success of this small Slav state threatened not only Austria's predominance in the Balkans, but also Germany's desire to be the predominant European power in Turkey. The loss of Turkish territory in Europe to Serbia was a victory for Russian sentiment. The Russians, as champions of the Slavs, and as rulers of the Polish and Baltic provinces adjacent to Germany, stimulated German animosity. The racial concept of Teuton against Slav was a force for conflict. Nor did it seem that this conflict was necessarily unwelcome. On the 8th of December 1912, in a discussion with the Chief of Staff, Count von Moltke, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral von Müller, and the Secretary of State for the Navy, Admiral von Tirpitz, the Kaiser told them, as Müller recorded in his diary, Austria had to act vigorously against the foreign Slavs, Serbs, because she would otherwise lose her power over the Serbs in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. If Russia were to support the Serbs, war would be inevitable for us. The German fleet, the Kaiser added, would have to face war against Britain. During this meeting, Moltke suggested that the popularity of a war against Russia, as outlined by the Kaiser, should be better prepared. The Kaiser agreed that the newspapers must begin to enlighten the German people as to Germany's great national interests if war were to break out following an Austro-Serbian conflict. According to the instructions passed on by Admiral Müller to the Chancellor, Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg, who had not attended the meeting, the people must not be in the position of asking themselves, only at the outbreak of a great European war, what are the interests that Germany would be fighting for. The people ought rather to be accustomed to the idea of such a war beforehand. The question of the readiness of the public mind to accept war was one that Moltke understood and was concerned about. At the beginning of 1913, he went so far, as did Bethmann-Hollweg, to warn their Austrian opposite numbers not to make war with Serbia, despite the Serbian desire to occupy Albania. Moltke was convinced, he told General Konrad von Hotzendorf, the Austrian Chief of Staff, on the 10th of February 1913, that a European war is bound to come sooner or later, in which the issue will be one of a struggle between Germandom and Slavdom, and that to prepare themselves for the contingency is the duty of all states which are the champions of Germanic ideas and culture. Such a war, however, Moltke warned, necessitates the readiness of the people to make sacrifices and popular enthusiasm. That time had not yet come. In June 1913, Churchill repeated in a private conversation with the German naval attaché in London, Captain E. von Müller, the suggestion of a pause in naval expansion on both sides. Müller, who disliked the British and did not want the Foreign Office in Berlin, or the Kaiser to follow up Churchill's conciliatory suggestion, asked Admiral Tirpitz what he should do. Tirpitz advised him to report the conversation with Churchill as briefly as possible, and in such a way as to give the impression that Churchill was only seeking to delay German naval expansion because he feared that Britain would not be able to maintain her existing naval superiority. Thus, Churchill's initiative was twisted in such a way as to prejudice the Kaiser against it. Almost a year later, the German Foreign Secretary, Gottlieb von Jagow, complained to the German ambassador in London. Most disagreeable is the tendentious reporting of your naval attaché. Can you not keep him a bit more on leash? This everlasting baiting and calumniation of English policy is extraordinarily disturbing, especially since it is always used in high places in argument against me, that is, by the Kaiser. Germany's growing strength was everywhere apparent. In the spring of 1913, her standing army, which a year earlier had been increased to 544,000 men, was increased further to 661,000. That October, the German Chancellor introduced the army increases with the words, "One thing remains beyond doubt. If it should ever come to a European conflagration which set Slaventum against Germanentum, it is then for us a disadvantage that the position in the balance of forces which was hitherto occupied by European Turkey is now filled in part by Slav states." In the immediate aftermath of the Balkan Wars, it was not Germany but her neighbour and ally, Austria, that defended the needs of Germanentum against Slaventum. As a result of Austrian pressure, Turkey agreed to the creation of an independent Albania, effectively cutting Serbia off from access to the Adriatic Sea. At the same time, Greece, ruled by a king who was married to the Kaiser's sister, denied Serbia access to the Aegean Sea by annexing the coastal region of Thrace from Turkey. Nations felt aggrieved, unsatisfied, endangered, or confident. Newspapers stimulated the sense of danger and deprivation. Government beat the drums of racism, patriotism, and military prowess. While the desert and swamps of distant continents seemed to offer prospects of expansion, the competition of rival powers made even a railway across a desert seem a provocation. No single rivalry or disputed place or region caused the war, yet all rivalries and disputes combined to create and whip up the moods and opportunities that made war first thinkable, then possible, and finally desirable. I am fed up with war, and the clamour for war, and the perennial armaments, Bettman Hollweg told a friend in a moment of vexed truth in June 1913. It is high time that the great nations calmed down again and occupied themselves with peaceful pursuits, or there will be an explosion which no one desires, and which will be the detriment of all. Territorial greed and successful conquests played their part in the continuing concept of a desirable war. After her victory over Turkey in 1912, Italy had annexed Turkey's vast North African province of Libya. A year later, Bulgaria having likewise defeated the Turks, acquired an outlet on the Aegean Sea with access to the Mediterranean. Landlocked Serbia, convinced that the Austrian dominance of Bosnia and the Dalmatian coast was a deliberate attempt to deny her access to the Adriatic Sea, occupied Albania in the Second Balkan War in less than 2 years. Serbia thus acquired, momentarily, a considerable coastline in the Adriatic. October 1913 marked the 100th anniversary of one of Germany's greatest military victories, the defeat of Napoleon at Leipzig by Prussia, Austria, Russia, and Sweden in the Battle of the Nations. To commemorate this triumph, the Kaiser unveiled a monument to the victory in a ceremony designed to stress Germany's traditional and historic military prowess. Among those at the ceremony was the Austrian Chief of Staff, General Conrad, to whom the Kaiser expressed his support for any Austrian action to force Serbia out of Albania. "I am with you there," the Kaiser confided. The other powers were not prepared. "Within a few days you must be in Belgrade. I was always a partisan of peace, but this has its limits. I have read much about war and know what it means, but finally a situation arises in which a great power can no longer just look on, but must draw the sword." Serbia's occupation of Albania was a short-lived triumph. On the 18th of October 1913, the Austrian government sent an ultimatum to Belgrade, demanding the evacuation of Albania by Serbian forces within 8 days. The Serbs complied. That day, a British diplomat, Herr Crowe, noted with truth and a certain prescience, "Austria has broken loose from the concert of powers in order to seek a solution single-handed of a question hitherto treated as concerning all powers." On the following day, the German acting foreign minister, Dr. Alfred Zimmermann, told the British ambassador in Berlin, Sir Edward Goschen, he had been surprised that the Emperor of Austria endorsed a policy which, under certain circumstances, might lead to serious consequences. But he had done so, and that made it clearer still that restraining advice at Vienna on the part of Germany was out of the question. In these final 14 words lay the seeds of a European war. After the Austrian ultimatum was sent, the Kaiser sent a telegram of congratulations both to the Emperor Franz Joseph and to Franz Joseph's heir apparent, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. "This German approval," commented Herr Crowe at the end of October 1913, "confirms the impression that Germany, pretending to us that she altogether disapproved and regretted the Austrian attitude, has throughout encouraged her ally." It was noted in Austria that no Russian newspaper suggested that Russia should take any action on behalf of Serbia that might lead to a Russian conflict with Austria. Austria-Hungary had all the outward trappings of permanence and confidence. "It is not difficult to think without Austria," Bismarck had said in 1888. "A state like Austria does not disappear." On the 2nd of December 1913, High Mass was celebrated in Vienna to mark the 65th anniversary of the Emperor Franz Joseph's succession to the throne. No previous European sovereign had held royal authority for so long. But he could neither curb the national aspirations of his people nor prevent outsiders from encouraging them. Of all the major powers, Russia was most active in stirring the pot. On the 19th of January 1914, the Austrian governor of Galicia reported to the Ministry of the Interior in Vienna, "Recently, the agitation of the Russophile party has become more lively. The continuing Russification of Galicia, aided by orthodoxy, requires greater attention on the part of administrative officers if they are to be able to combat it. In the early months of 1914, in the constant search for sources of fuel oil essential to keep the most modern warships in action, Britain stole a march on Germany by negotiating a predominant share in the Persian oil fields, towards which German railway builders had set their sights and compasses. Yet, at the same time, as head of Britain's navy, Winston Churchill, who had twice proposed a pause in Anglo-German naval construction, suggested to his senior cabinet colleagues that he open secret negotiations with his German opposite number, Admiral Tirpitz. His aim, Churchill explained, was to end the unwholesome concentration of fleets in home waters. The Foreign Secretary, Sir Edward Grey, rejected this suggestion, arguing that if news of the talks leaked out, the wildest reports will be circulated, and we shall be involved in constant explanations to ambassadors at the Foreign Office, and in denials in the press of the things that will be attributed to us. Grey's position of seniority prevailed. Despite this rejection of Anglo-German discussions, war seemed unlikely in the spring and summer of 1914. Disputes between sovereign states could be submitted for settlement to the International Tribunal at The Hague, a tribunal set up in 1900 that was a symbol of the determination of the civilized world not to allow itself to become embroiled in mutually destructive conflicts. Socialists throughout Europe denounced the very concept of war and urged the working class everywhere to refuse to be a part of the capitalist war enthusiasms. Bankers and financiers, like the landed aristocracy with whom they were in competition, felt themselves part of a wider international grouping which, whether by trade in the one case or intermarriage in the other, had nothing to gain by war and much to lose. Agreements had been reached that transformed rivalry into cooperation. On the 13th of August, 1913, Britain and Germany had secretly negotiated the creation of potential spheres of influence in Portugal's African possessions. The agreement, for eventual Anglo-German control of Angola and Mozambique, was initialed on the 20th of October 1913, 2 days after Austria's Albanian ultimatum to Serbia. There seemed no reason why a Balkan crisis, even one initiated by a European power close to Germany, should inhibit Anglo-German relations. At the level of political thought, a British writer, Norman Angell, in his book The Great Illusion, argued that even a victorious warring power would suffer extraordinary economic and financial loss as a result of war. His warning, first published in 1909, was translated into French, German, Italian, and Russian, achieving more than 10 English-language printings by 1913. Angell stressed that the great industrial nations, Britain, the United States, Germany, and France, were losing the psychological impulse to war, just as we have lost the psychological impulse to kill our neighbors on account of religious differences. How could it be otherwise, he asked. How can modern life, with its overpowering proportion of industrial activities and its infinitesimal proportion of military, keep alive the instincts associated with war as against those developed by peace? Even the Prussian Junker becomes less of an energumen as he becomes more of a scientist. Angell was far from alone in pointing out that the powers whose rivalries made their public opinion so warlike were themselves tied closely together by links of free trade and industrial interdependence. In June 1914, it was a company owned jointly by British and German investors that gained exclusive rights for oil exploration in Mesopotamia. Ships of all the European nations carried in their holds the produce of each other's fields and factories. German, French, British, and Russian cars and lorries, which in the event of war would have to transport troops and supplies, functioned thanks to the Bosch Magneto, made exclusively in Germany, and imported by the manufacturers of vehicles in every European country. If war came, and supplies of the Magneto were cut off, this small but crucial part would have to be reinvented, and then manufactured from scratch. Acetone, the solvent used in the manufacture of cordite, the explosive component of shells, was another example of the interdependence of the European states. It was produced almost entirely by the distillation of wood. Germany and Austria were two of the main timber-exporting countries, the other two being Canada and the United States. 1 ton of acetone required at least 80 tons of birch, beech, or maple. All Britain's forests would not be able to supply the minimum of 100 tons needed each year in the event of war. Imported wood was an essential component of war-making capacity. Within 6 months of the outbreak of war, Britain's need for a synthetic acetone had become urgent, giving science a central part to play, though it took until February 1916 before the synthetic process was in place. One area of total German monopoly was the manufacture of binoculars. In August 1915, Britain was obliged to use a Swiss intermediary in order to acquire 32,000 pairs of German binoculars for the Western Front. Not only the interdependence of trade and the growth of travel and tourism since the turn of the century, but the fact that almost every European head of state was related by marriage to every other, created bonds that seemed unbreakable. The German Kaiser and his cousin by marriage, the Russian Tsar, were in regular and friendly correspondence, addressing each other in English as Willie and Nicky. The letters they exchanged breathed neither fire nor brimstone. Yet the continual building up of armies and fleets, the development of the new science of aerial warfare, and the national rivalries of the European powers contained ominous overtones that could not be masked by friendly correspondence, free trade, or common sense. In the early months of 1914, the Russians were angered when the Kaiser sent a senior German officer, General Liman von Sanders, to Turkey as military advisor to the Ottoman army. On the 12th of May, 1914, at Carlsbad, the German Chief of Staff, Count Moltke, told his Austrian opposite number, Baron Conrad, that any delay in war with Russia meant a lessening of our chances. We could not compete with Russia in masses. Traveling 8 days later by car from Potsdam to Berlin, Moltke told the German Secretary of State, Gottlieb von Jagow, that he was afraid that Russia would in 2 or 3 years have built up her maximum war armaments, and that no other way was left to Germany but to wage preventive war in order to beat the enemy while we still have some chance of winning. Moltke's advice to Jagow during their drive was that the Secretary of State should orientate our policy at the early provocation of war. On May 29th, Colonel House, President Wilson's emissary, wrote to the President from Berlin. The situation is extraordinary. It is militarism run stark mad. Unless someone acting for you can bring about a different understanding, there is some day to be an awful cataclysm. No one in Europe could bring about that understanding, House warned. There is too much hatred, too many jealousies. Whenever England consents, France and Russia will close in on Germany and Austria. England does not want Germany wholly crushed, for she would then have to reckon alone with her ancient enemy, Russia. But if Germany insists upon an ever-increasing navy, then England will have no choice. Reaching London, House told the British Foreign Secretary how, in Berlin, the air seemed full of the clash of arms, of readiness to strike. Even as Colonel House wrote and spoke these words of foreboding, Britain and Germany were negotiating the Baghdad Railway Agreement to share economic opportunities and avoid territorial conflicts in Asia Minor. But the economic benefits of peace were not the only benefits being argued about that summer. Early in June, the German Chancellor, Bethmann Hollweg, told the Bavarian minister in Berlin, Count Hugo von Lerchenfeld, that there were circles in Germany which expected war to lead to an improvement in the domestic situation in Germany, in a conservative direction. Bethmann Hollweg thought, however, that on the contrary, a world war with its incalculable consequences would strengthen the tremendous power of social democracy, because they preached peace and would topple many a throne. On June 11th, at Canwood House, in one of the leafier suburbs of North London, an orchestra brought specially from Vienna played to the guests at a spectacular dinner and ball. The host was the Grand Duke Michael, a great-great-grandson of Catherine the Great, and the Tsar's second cousin. His guests were the aristocrats and nobility of Europe, headed by King George V and Queen Mary. The guests, and the musicians entertaining them, had no reason to feel anything but a sense of ease and well-being. Yet at any given moment of calm and contentment, terrible disturbances were lurking. For the Slavs within Austria-Hungary, as well as for the Serbs in their independent kingdom, Tsarist Russia, ruled by the Grand Duke's cousin, was an ever-beckoning patron. In May 1914, a leading Czech member of the Austrian parliament, Dr. Karel Kramer, had sent a Russian friend his thoughts on a Slav confederation ruled from St. Petersburg, that would be brought into being after a war between Russia and Austria, once the Habsburg system had collapsed in war. A sense of instability hung over the whole vast Austro-Hungarian structure. The head of the dual monarchy, Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary, Franz Joseph, was 83 years old. His nephew and heir, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, was said to dislike the Hungarian predominance in his kingdom intensely, so much so that he had plans to subdivide the whole empire in such a way that the Hungarian half would cease to be a Hungarian preserve, giving Serbs and Croats much greater autonomy. During the spring of 1914, the Archduke was contemplating, on paper at least, a future People's Parliament for Hungary that would have curbed the Hungarian influence considerably by increasing the power of the various non-Hungarian minorities within Hungary, including two Slav groups, the Slovaks and the Croats. On the 12th of June, 1914, the Kaiser went for the weekend to Konopishte, near Prague, to stay with Franz Ferdinand. It was a time of relaxation and hunting. The main topic for serious conversation was the Kaiser's newfound liking for the Hungarian Prime Minister, Count Tisza, whose influence Franz Ferdinand disliked. The Kaiser and the heir apparent also discussed the visit that same weekend by the Russian Tsar to the Romanian royal family at Constanta on the Black Sea. It would seem that the Archduke also asked the Kaiser, but very much in passing, if Germany would still be willing, as the Kaiser had intimated during the Albanian crisis 8 months earlier, to give Austria-Hungary her support in destroying the Serbian hornet's nest, from which, Austria was convinced, anti-Austrian feeling was being stirred up in Bosnia-Herzegovina. The Kaiser replied that Austria should do something before the situation worsened. He doubted that Austria need fear Russian intervention on behalf of Serbia, as the Russian army was not yet ready for war. Austrian action against Serbia, so it seemed, would have Germany's full support. The Kaiser left Knopischt for his palace at Potsdam. 9 days later he was at Kiel for the annual Elbe Regatta, Kiel Week, a time of races, dances, and enjoyment. Although the newly opened Kiel Canal represented a German naval threat to Britain, a squadron of British warships was present as honoured guests, its 4 battleships and 3 cruisers being moored alongside the German Imperial High Seas Fleet. Officers and men of both navies exchanged enthusiastic compliments as they went on board each other's ships to enjoy the pageantry. Together they stood bareheaded at the funeral of a British pilot killed in an air accident during the festivities. On board his racing yacht, Meteor V, the Kaiser was at the centre of the splendour of the regatta. On June 26th, wearing his uniform as a British admiral of the fleet, he went on board the battleship King George V. Technically, he was the senior Royal Navy officer present. There was a ludicrous incident during his visit. The councillor at the British Embassy in Berlin, Sir Horace Rumbold, had especially put on a morning coat and top hat. The Admiral of the Fleet decided that the diplomat was improperly dressed. Pointing to the top hat, he declared, "If I see that again, I will smash it in. One doesn't wear tall hats on board ships." On the evening of June 27th, the commander of the British squadron gave a reception on board King George V for the German officers. Rumbold recalled a few weeks later how then, as throughout the regatta, "I could not fail to be impressed by the great cordiality which existed between the German and our sailors." On the following day, June 28th, there was a yacht race, watched eagerly by German and British spectators alike. The Kaiser himself was racing on his yacht Meteor. While he was in the Kiel Bay, a telegram was brought out to him by launch, put in a cigarette case and thrown on board the yacht. The Kaiser read it. The Archduke Franz Ferdinand, his host at Knopischt 2 weeks earlier, the heir to the Habsburgs, had been assassinated in the Bosnian capital, Sarajevo, together with his wife. The race was cancelled. Kiel Week itself brought to an end, and the Kaiser hurried back to his palace at Potsdam. 2. Wild with Joy. 28th of June to the 4th of August, 1914. The assassination of the heir to the Habsburgs took place on the anniversary of the defeat of the Serbs by the Turks at the Battle of Kosovo in 1389, a humiliating collective memory for all Serbs. There was something particularly tactless in holding a state visit in Sarajevo on the 28th of June, 1914, that day of solemn memories, which was also Serbia's National Day. Among those who gathered to watch the Archduke and his wife drive through the city to the governor's residence was a 19-year-old Bosnian Serb, Gavrilo Princip, who had a pistol. He was one of 6 young conspirators present in the streets that day who dreamed of the moment when Bosnia would be free of the Austrian yoke and an integral part of Serbia. That morning, one of Princip's accomplices had thrown a bomb at the archducal car. The bomb bounced off the side and exploded against the next car, injuring 2 officers on the Archduke's staff. Having ensured that the injured men were taken to hospital and that the would-be assassin had been caught, the Archduke insisted on continuing with his visit to the city hall. Once there, he remarked with some anger, "So you welcome your guests here with bombs?" He was then formally welcomed to the city by the mayor. After the ceremony, he asked to be driven to the hospital to visit the 2 injured officers. During this unscheduled part of the journey, the driver, Franz Urban, took a wrong turn into a narrow street, in which he could not turn the car round. He therefore slowed down in order to reverse. Gavrilo Princip, disappointed that his colleagues had ruined their chance of assassinating the Archduke, or even more disappointed that the chance had not fallen to him, was standing, by chance, on the pavement, only 10 yards from where the car slowed down. Suddenly he saw his lost target coming towards him. Stepping forward, he fired 2 shots. At first, it seemed that no one was hurt, and Urban drove swiftly towards the correct road. But both his passengers had been shot. The Archduke, who had escaped death that morning and been angry at the lack of security provided for him, bled to death during the drive. His wife died with him. Princip and 2 of his accomplices had been trained in Serbia by members of the Black Hand terrorist organization, a fiercely nationalist organization which the Serb government itself was even then trying to suppress. The conspirators had been encouraged in their task by the leader of the Black Hand, Colonel Dmitrievich, also known as Apis, a sworn enemy of Austria. Having been given their weapons in Belgrade, the conspirators had been smuggled back across the Austrian border into Bosnia in May. Their aim was to strike a physical blow at Austrian rule. In 1878, the Turks had been driven from Bosnia after ruling there for many centuries, but the subsequent annexation of the province by Austria was a blow to Serb national aspirations. That Franz Ferdinand had come to Bosnia to direct the maneuvers of 2 Austrian army corps stationed in the province, troops who could one day be the spearhead of an Austrian attack on Serbia, was a particular incitement to them. The maneuvers had taken place on the 2 days preceding the visit to Sarajevo. Unknown to the conspirators, the victim of their bullets was not unsympathetic to the national aspirations of the nationalities of the empire, including the Serbs. In court and political circles he had the reputation of wishing to change the dualism of Austria-Hungary into the trialism of Austria, Hungary, and the South Slavs, giving the Slavs of the empire the same separate powers and autonomies as had been enjoyed by the Hungarians since 1867. This sympathy to Slav national aspirations and the Archduke's marriage outside the circle of royalty and high aristocracy had already alienated him from his uncle, the Emperor, whose first comment on his nephew's assassination was said to have been, "A higher power has re-established the order which I, alas, could not preserve." For him, apparently, it was not the assassin but God who had averted the possible repercussions of his nephew's marriage outside the royal circle. Franz Josef's remark about the higher power was told by the man who heard it, Count Parr, to his deputy, Colonel Margutti, who wrote up the account 10 years later. Franz Josef's most recent biographer writes, "The harsh comment, with its echo of old worries over the intrusion of a morganatic marriage in what the emperor regarded as a divinely ordained line of dynastic descent, seems so artificially stilted as to be apocryphal. On the other hand, the news broke on a Sunday, at a time when the unfathomable workings of Providence may have been close to the surface of his shocked mind." 14 years earlier, to the day, Franz Ferdinand had been forced by his uncle to take an oath barring any children he might have from the throne. The emperor had always feared that this oath would be abandoned once Franz Ferdinand succeeded him. That danger was now averted. The new heir to the throne, the 5th of his reign, was his great-nephew, the Archduke Charles. "For me, it is a great relief from worry," he commented. In the aftermath of the assassination, the Emperor's personal sense of relief was unknown to the public and could have no effect on the repercussions. Indignation at the deed and fear of a wider Serb conspiracy led to anti-Serb riots in Vienna and Brunn. From Budapest, the British Consul General reported, "A wave of blind hatred for Serbia and everything Serbian is sweeping over the country." The Austrian Foreign Minister, Count Berchtold, and the Chief of the Austrian General Staff, Baron Konrad von Hotzendorf, both saw the assassination as an opportunity to reduce the power of Serbia. They were unclear in their own minds as to whether they should annex some part or all of Serbia, or defeat her in war in order to demand not territory, but a large financial indemnity. Franz Josef was not enamored of action, fearing that an Austrian attack on Serbia might draw in other powers, in particular Russia, which would be forced by pan-Slav sentiment to come to Serbia's assistance. Equally hesitant was the Hungarian Prime Minister, Count Tisza. On July 1st, Conrad noted, Tisza was against war with Serbia. He was anxious, fearing that Russia might strike at us and Germany leave us in the lurch. Having returned from Kiel to Berlin, the Kaiser was in a bellicose mood. The Serbs must be disposed of, and that right soon, he noted in the margin of a telegram from his ambassador in Vienna on June 30th. Against his ambassador's remark that only a mild punishment might be imposed on Serbia, the Kaiser wrote, "I hope not." Yet these comments envisaged nothing more than a swift Austrian victory over Serbia, with no wider repercussions. That day, as the British naval squadron sailed from Kiel, the British admiral signalled to the German fleet, "Friends in past and friends forever." Also, on June 30th, Sir Arthur Nicholson, the senior civil servant at the British Foreign Office, wrote to the British ambassador in St. Petersburg, "The tragedy which has just taken place in Sarajevo will not, I trust, lead to further complications." On July 3rd, it was announced from Berlin that the Berlin-Baghdad Railway would be continued southward to Basra, giving Germany an outlet on the Persian Gulf, and overland access to the Indian Ocean. That summer, however, Britain was within a few months of concluding an agreement with Germany, so that the railway would not be a cause of conflict between them. The German attitude towards Austria was crucial. On July 4th, the German ambassador to London, Prince Lichnowsky, having just returned from Berlin, told the former British Secretary of State for War, Lord Haldane, that he was very worried about the state of opinion in Germany. The general feeling in Berlin, Lichnowsky reported, was that Serbia could not be allowed to go on intriguing and agitating against Austria, and that Germany must support Austria in any action she proposed to take. That same day, the German ambassador in Vienna, Count Tczersky, told a senior Austrian official that Germany would support Austria-Hungary through thick and thin, and, he added, the earlier Austria attacks, the better. It would have been better to attack yesterday than today, and better to attack today than tomorrow. To this advice the Kaiser added, on July 5th, an essential dimension of active German support, telling the Austrian ambassador to Germany, Count Sorgieni, that Russia was in no way prepared for war, and that the Austrians would regret it if, having recognized the necessity of war against Serbia, we did not make use of the present moment, which is all in our favor. The Kaiser added, should war between Austria-Hungary and Russia prove unavoidable, Germany would be at Austria's side. Later that day, while still at Potsdam, the Kaiser told the German Chancellor, Bethmann Hollweg, and the Prussian War Minister, General Falkenhayn, that he did not believe that there was any prospect of great warlike developments. The Tsar would not side with the Archduke's murderers, and Russia and France were not ready for war. For this reason, the Kaiser explained, there was no need to make special dispositions. He then returned to Kiel, and on the morning of July 6th departed in the imperial yacht Hohenzollern for his annual 3-week summer cruise in Norwegian waters. More than a week had passed since the murder of the Archduke. Anger in Vienna, apprehension in Belgrade, and relaxation in Berlin were the order of the day. With the Kaiser's departure on his cruise, the shock of Europe's latest episode began to subside. In Vienna, however, the secret debates on how to deal with Serbia continued. On July 7th, the 8 members of the Austro-Hungarian cabinet met to discuss the Kaiser's offer of German help. Berchtold, who presided, proposed an immediate attack on Serbia, without even a declaration of war. The overriding mood of the meeting was for war, and for the reduction of Serbia in size, making her dependent on Austria. Only Count Tisza protested to the Emperor, writing to him on the following day that an Austrian attack on Serbia would, in human possibility, provoke the World War, a war that Tisza believed would bring not only Russia, but also Romania against Austria-Hungary, exposing the empire to a very unfavorable prospect. The Germans ignored Tisza's worries. When the German ambassador in Vienna, Count Tchersky, went to see Berchtold, he emphasized the German desire for action against Serbia. He told me, Berchtold informed Tisza, that he had received a telegram from Berlin, according to which his imperial master instructed him to declare here, with all emphasis, that in Berlin an action against Serbia is expected, and that it would not be understood in Germany if we allowed the opportunity to pass without striking a blow. Fears of Russia continued to influence the Germans. On July 7th, Bettmann Hollweg had commented, "The future lies with Russia. She grows, and lies on us like a nightmare." On the following day he informed Prince Lichnowsky that not only the extremists in Berlin, but even level-headed politicians are worried at the increases in Russian strength and the imminence of Russian attack. On July 8th, 10 days after the Archduke Franz Ferdinand's assassination, a senior British general, Sir Horace Smith-Dorrien, told his old-school association dinner that they should all fit themselves for the coming struggle. He was, he later recalled, good-naturedly chaffed by my particular friends, and asked what had made me so gloomy that evening. At the Uppingham School speech 3 days later, one of those present, as a guest, Vera Brittain, whose father, Edward, and friend, Roland Leighton, were both at the school, later recalled the breathless silence which followed the headmaster's slow, religious emphasis on the words, "If a man cannot be useful to his country, he is better dead." On July 9th, 11 days after the assassination, Edward Grey asked the German ambassador in London, Prince Lichnowsky, to call on him at the Foreign Office. He then told the ambassador that Britain had been endeavoring to persuade the Russian government, even at the present juncture, to adopt a calm view and a conciliatory attitude towards Austria, should the Vienna cabinet feel obliged, in consequence of the Sarajevo murder, to take up a stern attitude towards Serbia. However, there were measures, Grey warned, on which Austria might embark, such as to arouse Slav feeling, which might make it impossible for the Russians to remain passive. What these measures might be, Grey did not indicate. That very day, his principal diplomatic adviser, Sir Arthur Nicholson, wrote with a certain confidence to the British ambassador in Vienna, "I have my doubts as to whether Austria will take any action of a serious character, and I expect the storm will blow over." This optimistic view might have been confirmed on July 13th had Nicholson known of a secret Austrian report which reached Vienna that day from Sarajevo, stating that there was no evidence to implicate the Serbian government in the assassination. The Austrian desire to punish Serbia was still strong, however, sustained by the feeling that Germany would support punitive action. When Berchtold finally convinced Franz Josef that Austria could chastise Serbia without any other powers taking Serbia's side, the old man reluctantly agreed to an Austrian ultimatum. Berchtold's successful persuasion was the first step towards war. Nicholson's confidence had been misplaced. In Vienna, the secret and public debate continued. Should action be taken against Serbia? Nicholson's optimistic comment had been written in answer to the warning by one of his subordinates that the unwisdom of a blindly anti-Serbian policy is not at all appreciated in Austria, and that is the real point in a rather threatening situation. The young official was right. His name was Robert Vansittart. 20 years later he was himself to be head of the Foreign Office and a strenuous opponent of the appeasement of Germany. No Austrian ultimatum had been sent to Serbia, and a sense of crisis had begun to wane. On July 16th, in a talk in London on the international situation and the dangers of a grand military bonfire, Norman Angell told a largely socialist audience, "The younger generation are, I believe, increasingly determined not to be the victims of that supreme futility." Even as Norman Angell was putting his faith in the younger generation, the hesitations in Vienna among the older generation were ending. On July 14th, the Austrian Council of Ministers had decided to deliver an ultimatum in a week's time. In London 2 days later, the German ambassador, Prince Lichnowsky, commented with some acerbity in a letter to the German Chancellor that the Austrian authorities had only themselves to blame for the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, for having sent him into an alley of bomb-throwers at Sarajevo. Even the Serbian foreign minister had sent a message to the Austrian finance minister in Vienna, who had responsibilities for Bosnia-Herzegovina, that the visit was unwise. But all this was now in the past, under seal of secrecy. The senior authorities in Berlin were informed of the date on which the Austrian ultimatum to Serbia would be delivered, and made no protest. The German army hierarchy was ready for war. On July 17th, the Deputy Chief of the General Staff, General Waldesy, wrote to the Foreign Secretary, von Jagov, from Berlin, "I shall remain here ready to jump. We are all prepared at the General Staff." Jagov, like the Kaiser, was confident that Russia would not intervene. On July 18th he informed Lichnowsky in London, "The more resolute Austria shows herself, and the more energetically we support her, the sooner will Russia stop her outcry. To be sure, they will make a great to-do in St. Petersburg, but when all is said and done, Russia is at present not ready for war." The terms of the Austrian ultimatum were finalized in Vienna on July 19th. Linking the Belgrade government with the assassination, they consisted of a total of 15 demands, among them Serbian government condemnation of anti-Austrian propaganda, a joint Austro-Serbian commission to investigate the murder, a Serbian army order condemning the Serbian military involvement with the murders, and a firm promise of no further Serbian intrigue in Bosnia. Serbia would also have to give an undertaking to punish anyone who circulated anti-Austrian propaganda, either in schools or in the various nationalist societies. In addition, Austrian officials would participate in the judicial process and in the process of punishment of those connected with the plot. It was clear to all those at the meeting of the Austrian Council of Ministers on July 19th, including General Konrad von Hotzendorf, that Serbia would reject these terms, and that some form of punitive Austrian military action would follow. Konrad was the keenest for war, and determined that Austria would make territorial gains on the Bosnian border as a result of it. On July 21st, Franz Josef agreed to the terms of the ultimatum, influenced by the fact that some groups inside Serbia had been involved in the plot, and by fears of the threat of Serbian expansion. On the following day, the Russian foreign minister, Sergei Sazonov, warned Austria against taking drastic action. This Russian warning came too late, and lacked any threat of Russian military action. The Austrian ultimatum had not yet been delivered. On July 23rd, the British Chancellor of the Exchequer, David Lloyd George, told the House of Commons that civilization would have no difficulty in regulating disputes that arose between nations by means of some sane and well-ordered arbitrament. Relations with Germany were better than they had been for some years, he said. The next budget ought to show an economy on armaments. That evening of July 23rd, the Austrian ultimatum was delivered in Belgrade. An answer was demanded within 48 hours. Reading the Austrian ultimatum to Serbia, Gray called it, on July 24th, the most formidable document that was ever addressed from one state to another. That day, the Russian Council of Ministers agreed in strictest secrecy to mobilize 13 army corps eventually destined to be in action against Austria, while publicly announcing that Russia cannot remain indifferent. On the following day, in a development overshadowed by the Austro-Serbian crisis, but dangerous for Britain, the first German warship sailed through the newly widened Kiel Canal, marking the first day of Germany's capability to send her ships safely and swiftly from the Baltic Sea to the North Sea. It was clear that the repercussions for continental Europe of the Austrian ultimatum could be severe. There were those in Britain, however, who saw themselves detached from Europe. The Prime Minister, H. Asquith, told King George V that Europe was within measurable distance of a real Armageddon, but that as far as Britain was concerned, happily there seems to be no reason why we should be anything more than spectators. Britain's First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill, wrote to his wife that Europe was trembling on the verge of a general war, and that the Austrian ultimatum was the most insolent document of its kind ever devised. From Berlin, the British charge d'affaires, Sir Horace Rumbold, wrote to his wife, "In 2 hours from now the time limit expires, and the Austrians will probably be in Belgrade by Monday. The Lord knows what will happen then, and I tell you, between ourselves, that we shall be lucky if we get out of this without the long-dreaded European war, a general bust-up, in fact." Serbia was reluctant to agree to Austria's wide-ranging demands, but even more reluctant also to provoke an attack from her powerful neighbor. The demands of defense and survival were hard to reconcile. The Emperor Franz Josef had ordered partial Austrian mobilization that day, yet the process was not to start for 3 days, and was so cumbersome that it would take 16 days to complete. At 3 o'clock on the afternoon of July 25th, Serbia mobilized. 3 hours later she replied to the ultimatum, agreeing, as demanded by Austria, that anti-Austrian propagandists would be punished, and that subversive movements would be suppressed. All those connected with the Archduke's assassination would, as also demanded, be brought to justice. As to Austria's insistence on participation in the judicial process inside Serbia, the most drastic point of the 10, Serbia asked only that this demand be submitted to the International Tribunal at The Hague. Half an hour after the Serbian reply to Austria, which was judged by all outside observers to be conciliatory, even humiliating, the Austrian ambassador, Baron Giesel, left Belgrade. In an immediate act of self-preservation, the Serbian government, fearing an immediate attack on the capital, which lay across the Danube from Austria, withdrew southward to the provincial town of Niš. One unexpected problem for Serbia, which attracted international attention and some amusement, was that the Serbian Army Chief of Staff, General Putnik, returning by train from a Bohemian spa where he was taking the waters, was detained in Budapest by the police. Franz Josef, indignant that the general should have been arrested by the Hungarians, ordered him to be given a special train for the journey back to Serbia, with an apology. Austria and Serbia were not yet at war. Lack of preparedness was a problem. On July 26th, Conrad had explained to Berchtold that a full-scale Austrian invasion of Serbia would be impossible for a number of weeks. In Russia, whose preparedness was, if anything, even more backward than that of Austria, the Tsar, while stressing that Russia could not be indifferent to the fate of Serbia, proposed on July 27th the opening of negotiations with Vienna on the basis of Serbia's reply to the ultimatum. The Austrians rejected this. A British attempt that same day to convene a four-power conference of Britain, Germany, France, and Italy for the purpose of discovering an issue which would prevent complications was rejected by Germany on the grounds that such a conference was not practicable. That day, the British War Office instructed General Smith-Dorrien to guard all vulnerable points in southern Britain. The prospect of a general European war forced those who had hitherto unchallenged or untested ideological point of view to work out where they stood in the actual evolution of the crisis. On July 27th, the one working-class member of Britain's Liberal government, John Burns, wrote in his diary, "Why four great powers should fight over Serbia no fellow can understand. War must be averted by all the means in our power. He held it to be my especial duty to dissociate myself and the principles I hold, and the trusteeship for the working classes which I carry, from such a universal crime as the contemplated war will be." Burns expressed his feelings at a cabinet meeting that day. When the meeting was over, Lloyd George informed a leading Liberal journalist that there could be no question of our taking part in any war in the first instance. He knew of no minister who would be in favour of it. The meeting did agree, however, that the First and Second Fleets, which by chance were concentrated at Portland in the English Channel, at the end of a practice mobilization that had been agreed upon 6 months earlier, should not be dispersed to their home ports. Realizing that Britain might be drawn into a war by the alliance systems, Churchill obtained Asquith's approval that afternoon to set up special armed guards on ammunition and oil depots, and informed all naval commanders, "European political situation makes war between Triple Alliance and Triple Entente powers by no means impossible. This is not the warning telegram, but be prepared to shadow possible hostile men of war." The German High Command was pressing Austria to take military action against Serbia, but to do so quickly in order to eliminate the danger of pressure to the contrary, the danger of the crisis being resolved before Austrian forces could occupy Belgrade. In Berlin, there was still a feeling that a wider conflict could be averted. "We are not at war yet," the Kaiser told a friend on July 27th, "and if I can, I shall prevent it." In a telegram from Berlin on the following day, the Austrian ambassador informed Count Berchtold, "We are urgently advised to act at once and present the world a fait accompli. Serbia would be chastised before war could spread. So keen was the German High Command to see Austria attack before the world could react that they urged Austria not to wait even until the completion of her mobilization, which still needed almost 2 weeks. In the 5 days following the Austrian ultimatum, Britain took a lead among the European states in pressing Austria not to attack Serbia. She also evolved a formula designed to bring Austria and Russia together. But the Austrian ambassador in Berlin, in passing on the British proposals for mediation to Vienna, stressed that the German government in no way identifies itself with them, but on the contrary is decidedly opposed to their consideration and only communicates them in order to satisfy the English. On July 28th, the British ambassador in Vienna warned London that postponement or prevention of war with Serbia would undoubtedly be a great disappointment in this country, which has gone wild with joy at the prospect of war. Then came a bizarre episode, which remained secret until after the war. The Kaiser, reading that morning for the first time the full text of the Austrian ultimatum and the Serbian reply, could see no reason at all for Austria to declare war, writing in the margin of the Serbian reply, "A great moral victory for Vienna, but with it every reason for war is removed, and Giesel ought to remain quietly in Belgrade. On the strength of this, I should never have ordered mobilization." He went on to suggest that, as a visible satisfaction d'honneur for Austria, the Austrian army should temporarily occupy Belgrade as a pledge. Then negotiations to end the brief military conflict could begin. "I am convinced," the Kaiser wrote to Yagov, "that on the whole the wishes of the Danube monarchy have been acceded to. The few reservations that Serbia makes in regard to individual points can, in my opinion, be well cleared up by negotiations. But it contains the announcement, urbi et urbi, of a capitulation of the most humiliating kind, and with it every reason for war is removed." It was too late for such conciliatory counsel. At noon that day, scarcely an hour after the Kaiser penned these unbellicose words, Austria declared war on Serbia, confident of German support if the war widened. The first military conflict of the First World War had begun. Only 2 nations were as yet combatants, Austria and Serbia. Russia and Germany, for all their preparations, were not inexorably bound to come to blows. Would the war widen? Winston Churchill, on whom the responsibility for Britain's naval war would rest, wrote to his wife on learning of the Austrian declaration of war, "I wondered whether those stupid kings and emperors could not assemble together and revivify kingship by saving the nations from hell. But we all drift on in a kind of dull, cataleptic trance, as if it was somebody else's operation." These were not mere late-night musings without a practical aspect. On the morning of July 29th, Churchill proposed to the British cabinet that the European sovereigns should be brought together for the sake of peace. But despite the Kaiser's belated satisfaction with the Serbian reply, the European sovereigns lacked the will to try to halt the march to war, as each War Office and Admiralty worked to ensure that its preparations should be as advanced as possible. That day, as the German fleet began to mobilize, the British fleet was sent to its war stations in the North Sea, putting in place the means whereby Britain could prevent a German naval assault on Britain, or, if war came, could protect British troops should they be sent across the Channel to France. In Berlin, there was a glimmer of hope for British neutrality on July 29th, when the Kaiser's brother, Prince Henry, who had been yachting in Britain at the Cowes Regatta, reported King George as saying to him, "We shall try all we can to keep out of this, and shall remain neutral." One of the Kaiser's biographers has commented, although Henry had already shown he was an inaccurate reporter of his English relatives' remarks, probably through a failure to understand linguistic subtleties, the Kaiser gave more attention to this message than to any other reports from London or the assessments of his Naval Intelligence Department. When Admiral Tirpitz expressed his doubts that Britain would remain neutral, the Kaiser replied, "I have the word of a king, and that is good enough for me." With Serbia's border forts under the shadow and imminent bombardment of Austrian guns, on the morning of July 29th, Russia publicly called a proportion of its vast population to arms. There was no Russian declaration of war on Austria that day, but partial mobilization of a total force of almost 6 million men. Russian soldiers and artillery were on the move, setting off towards army camps and fortifications along the border with Austria. The Russian War Minister, General Sukhomlinov, had wanted full mobilization, but this had been rejected by the Tsar. At least one sovereign still hoped war might be averted. But as the focus intensified upon armies and fleets, authority everywhere was shifted towards war ministers and general staffs. In Berlin, Horace Rumbold found himself on July 29th outside the Crown Prince's palace at the very moment when the Crown Prince arrived in his car. The crowd cheered wildly. There was an indescribable feeling of excitement in the air. It was evident that some great event was about to happen. The olive-grey motor cars of the great General Staff were dashing about in all directions. Both Russia and France were pressing Britain to commit herself to the Franco-Russian alliance, to state publicly that a German attack on France would bring Britain in as France's ally and defender. But Grey refused any such commitment, even though the argument put forward by Sazonov, his Russian opposite number, related not to military action but to deterrence. Sazonov argued that if Britain took her stand firmly with France and Russia, there would be no war. If she failed to take a stand, rivers of blood would flow, and Britain too would be dragged into the conflict. The Italian government added its voice in this same sense. But the British government had no intention of committing itself. On July 29th, Grey told the French ambassador in London, "If Germany became involved and France became involved, we had not made up our minds what we should do. It was a case that we should have to consider." Germany now tried to isolate Britain from the conflict, suggesting in a secret message on July 29th that if Britain were to remain neutral, Germany would take no territory from France except her colonies. This offer was rejected by Grey. When he revealed it later, there was indignation in Britain at what was seen as German cynicism. In the Russian capital, St. Petersburg, rumors were circulating that Austria's designs might extend considerably beyond a punitive occupation of Serbian territory. Serbia's very independence might be in danger. The Russian partial mobilization of July 29th coincided with the first bombardment of Belgrade by Austrian river monitors. Russian opinion was incensed against Austria. In panic at the prospect of war with Germany, the Tsar appealed directly to the Kaiser, with whom he had been in friendly correspondence for more than 20 years, to try and avoid such a calamity as a European war the Tsar telegraphed in English, "I beg you, in the name of our old friendship, to do what you can to stop your allies from going too far." This telegram, signed Nicky, crossed with one, also in English, from the Kaiser to the Tsar, signed Willy. "I am exerting my utmost influence to induce the Austrians to deal straightly to arrive at a satisfactory understanding with you." On the late afternoon of July 29th, encouraged by the Kaiser's telegram, the Tsar sent his military chiefs a telegram cancelling general mobilization and authorizing only partial mobilization. He now proposed to the Kaiser that the Austro-Serbian problem be handed over to the International Court at The Hague. Late that evening, the Kaiser proposed to the Tsar that Russia remain a spectator of the Austro-Serbian conflict, without involving Europe in the most horrible war she ever witnessed. The Kaiser went on to offer to help promote an understanding between Russia and Austria. Excited by this, the Tsar tried to countermand the partial mobilization he had just ordered, but his foreign minister, Sazonov, and the chief of the Russian General Staff, Yanushkevich, persuaded him that this could not be done. The wheels were already in motion all over the empire. After midnight, the Tsar telegraphed again to the Kaiser, "We need your strong pressure on Austria to come to an understanding with us." Austria had no intention of submitting her dispute with Serbia to The Hague, nor was the Kaiser able to dissuade his own general staff from responding to the Russian partial mobilization by similar German measures. When news of the German partial mobilization reached St. Petersburg, Sazonov and Yanushkevich prevailed upon the Tsar to sign the order for full mobilization. Without it, Russia's exposed Polish provinces could be at risk. It was at 4 in the afternoon of July 30th that the Tsar signed the order for full Russian mobilization. Russian popular sentiment applauded the fullest possible solidarity with the beleaguered fellow Slavs of Serbia. Any Russian hope of using mobilization not to make war on Austria, but to deter war by the threat of mobilization, was in vain. Were Austria to mobilize on her Russian front, she could confront Russia's 6 million conscripts with 3 million of her own. From Berlin, the German Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg telegraphed to Berchtold in Vienna on the morning of July 31st, urging the Austrians not to mobilize against Russia. But also from Berlin that same morning, the chief of the German General Staff, General Moltke, advised his opposite number in Vienna, General Conrad, to mobilize at once. Commented Berchtold, "Who rules in Berlin, Moltke or Bethmann?" Confident that German support would be forthcoming if Russia declared war, Austria mobilized. That afternoon, Germany sent Russia an ultimatum to cease every war measure against us and Austria-Hungary within 12 hours. Russia rejected this demand. Confident of a swift victory against the lumbering, clumsy Russian war machine, Germany prepared to declare war on Russia. First, however, she asked France to state categorically that she would remain neutral in the event of war between Germany and Russia. France refused. Since 1894, France had been allied to Russia. She immediately called her own men to the colors. Nearly 3 million French soldiers were on their way to the railway stations and crowding into their barracks. A precise total of 4,278 trains had been allocated for this massive preparatory maneuver. Yet despite the order to mobilize, France hesitated to declare war on Germany. There is still hope, although the clouds are blacker and blacker, Churchill wrote to his wife on July 31st, and he then gave her a survey of the most recent developments known to the British cabinet. Germany is realizing, I think, how great are the forces against her, and is trying tardily to restrain her idiot ally. We are working to soothe Russia. Diplomacy and the hesitations of individuals were proving powerless to avert the drift to catastrophe. During July 31st, the French ambassador in Berlin, Jules Cambon, and the Belgian minister, Baron Bayens, appealed to their United States colleague, James W. Gerard, to do something to avert war. Gerard had no instructions from Washington, but he wrote at once to Bettman Hollweg, "Your Excellency, is there nothing that my country can do, nothing that I can do toward stopping this dreadful war? I am sure that the President would approve any act of mine looking towards peace." He received no reply. In France, the response to the call for mobilization was overwhelming in its enthusiasm. For 10 years, the French Socialist Party had preached workers' solidarity across national borders. Its newspaper, L'Humanité, and its leader, Jean Jaurès, had striven to create a joint Franco-German socialist policy against war. In vain did Jaurès now appeal for the unity of European working-class interests, for a concerted working-class demand that all war measures and mobilization stop. On July 31st, as patriotic fervor mounted among all classes, he was assassinated by a fanatical nationalist. Jaurès had not been alone in seeing the dangers of war fever. In Berlin, on July 31st, a leading German industrialist, Walter Rathenau, published an article in the Berliner Tageblatt protesting at Germans' blind loyalty towards Austria. "Without the protection of this loyalty," he wrote, "Austria could not have ventured on the step she has taken. A question, such as the participation of Austrian officials in investigating the Serbian plot, is no reason for an international war." Rathenau was not to be assassinated for another 7 years, but his article that day sowed the seeds of the accusation of treason that was to be hurled at him when the war was over, a war to which, once started, he gave all his industrial expertise and personal energies. Those Germans who saw opportunities opening out as a result of a victorious war over Russia were in a dilemma. If France were to gather her full military strength and declare war on her while the German armies were advancing against Russia in the east, then Germany could be terribly mauled in the west, perhaps even overrun. To avert this, a plan had been devised long before, which every German general knew in detail, to defeat France first, and to do so swiftly, before turning the full German military force against Russia. This plan was the brainchild of Alfred von Schlieffen, chief of the German General Staff from 1891 to 1905, who had spent 12 years perfecting it so that it could not fail. Completed in 1905, the Schlieffen Plan envisaged a German attack through Belgium and Holland into northern France, bypassing the long French fortified frontier and descending upon Paris in a great sweep from the north. Even after his retirement, Schlieffen had continued to improve his plan, the last revision being in December 1912, shortly before his death. His successor as chief of the General Staff, General Moltke, shortened the line of the sweep by eliminating Holland, which Hitler reinstated in 1940. But as the possibility of war with Russia became imminent, the modified Schlieffen Plan emerged as the essential means of avoiding a two-front war and winning a double victory. Paris would be occupied, and victory over France achieved within 6 weeks. Then Germany could march against Russia. It was a careful, precise, and comforting calculation. On July 31st, Britain asked both France and Germany if they would respect Belgian neutrality, to the maintenance of which Britain was committed by treaty. France gave a pledge to do so. Germany made no reply. No European capital was free from anxiety and activity. All the Austrian personnel who were available for mobilization left at once. Betty Cunliffe Owen recalled of August 1st in Constantinople, where her husband was British military attaché. "I was intensely sorry for the Marquise Pallavicini, the ambassadress. Being an Englishwoman, her heart must have been torn in two. Both her sons were in the Austrian army. She started immediately for Vienna, naturally anxious to see them before they left for the front. That day the first secretary at the German embassy, Count Kanitz, remarked to Betty Cunliffe Owen's husband, 'Mon cher, England's whole interest for years has been the Irish question and women's suffrage. Of what use, then, troubling about other people's quarrels? You have got to set your own house in order first.' In Munich, at a public meeting in the Odeonsplatz on August 1st, an exuberant crowd greeted the news of the coming of war. Among those photographed at that moment of public enthusiasm was the Austrian-born Adolf Hitler, then earning a precarious living selling his own watercolors. A French painter, Paul Maz, in Paris on August 1st, heard everywhere that day the shouts of "À Berlin." At the Place de la Concorde he watched a French cavalry regiment march very smartly across the square, the officers wearing white gloves. The tramp of the horses mingled with the shouts of the crowd throwing flowers to the men. Throughout the day soldiers passed through Paris on their way to the railway stations. When artillery passed, the guns were festooned with flowers, and women jumped on the limbers to kiss the men. That day, the head of the Russian military mission in Paris, Count Ignatiev, telegraphed to St. Petersburg that the French Ministry of War was seriously suggesting that Russia invade Germany and advance on Berlin. Such a request, commented General Golovin, was equivalent to asking Russia to commit suicide in the full sense of the word. That day the Tsar sent yet another appeal to the Kaiser to try to prevent a Russo-German war. "Our long-proved friendship must succeed, with God's help, in avoiding bloodshed," he telegraphed. The Kaiser, however, whose earlier encouragement to Austria had been a factor advancing the crisis, now determined to honor his promise to help Austria, should she be attacked by Russia. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon he ordered the mobilization of all German forces. Then, within minutes, he grasped at a straw in the wind that suggested a wider war could be avoided. A telegram from Lichnowsky in London, suggesting that Britain might be willing to remain neutral and to guarantee French neutrality in a Russo-German war, provided Germany did not attack France in the West. So now we need only wage war against Russia. We simply advance with the whole army in the East, was the Kaiser's enthusiastic, wishful comment to Helmut von Moltke, the Chief of Staff of the German armies. Moltke quickly pointed out that no change could be made in the plan to attack France. All was already on the move. A German division, moving westward from Trier, was about to seize the Luxembourg railways, as part of the Schlieffen Plan and an essential preliminary to war in the East, to prevent a two-front war. The Kaiser, unconvinced, ordered a telegram sent to Trier, halting all military operations. Then, at 11 o'clock that night, reversing his stand, he told Moltke that the hoped-for guarantees of British and French neutrality were illusory, and that the war in the West would go ahead. The troops at Trier were ordered to march. 300 million people today lie under the spell of fear and fate, a London evening newspaper declared on August 1st, and went on to ask, is there no one to break the spell, no gleam of light on this cold, dark scene? Unknown to the newspaper, Britain's King George V, a cousin of both the Tsar and the Kaiser, had telegraphed to the Tsar that day. I cannot help thinking that some misunderstanding has produced this deadlock. I am most anxious not to miss any possibility of avoiding the terrible calamity which at present threatens the whole world. George V wanted the Tsar to leave still open grounds for negotiation and peace. Sir Edward Grey was hopeful that this royal initiative might have some effect. If only a little respite in time can be gained before any great power begins war, he telegraphed to the British ambassador in Berlin, it might be possible to secure peace. Grey's telegram to Berlin and George V's to St. Petersburg reached their recipients on the evening of August 1st. They came, as did the Tsar's telegram to the Kaiser, too late. That evening the German ambassador to Russia, Count Portales, went to the Russian Foreign Ministry in St. Petersburg, where he handed Sazonov the German declaration of war. "This is a criminal act of yours," Sazonov told the ambassador. "The curses of the nations will be upon you." "We are defending our honor," the ambassador replied. "Your honor was not involved," Sazonov declared. "You could have prevented the war by one word. You didn't want to." The ambassador burst into tears and had to be helped from the room by the foreign minister. Germany had declared war on Russia. Wives and mothers with children accompanied the reservists from point to point, deferring the hour of parting, and one saw cruel scenes. The British military attaché in St. Petersburg, Colonel Knox, later recalled, but the women cried silently, and there were no hysterics. The men generally were grave and quiet, but parties cheered one another as they met in the streets. In defiance of Germany and of all things German, the name St. Petersburg, honoring Peter the Great's founding of the city in 1702, was changed to the Russian Petrograd, Peter's town. On the night of August 1st, the Russian foreign minister dined with the British ambassador, Sir George Buchanan, whose daughter, Mariel, later recalled, 4 times that evening Monsieur Sazonov was called away. The bell of the telephone pealed incessantly. The square outside was a dense crowd of people singing the national anthem. Till late on in the night, crowds besieged the doors of the embassy, cheering for the British fleet, and always asking the same question: would England help? Would England join them? That night, as the first step in the long-prepared strategic moves against France, German troops entered Luxembourg. It was a small-scale operation, scarcely a skirmish. Its objective was to occupy a rail and telegraph junction. A scramble for war supplies began. In France, 50 monoplanes that were being built for the Turkish government were seized by the French authorities. In Britain, 2 battleships being built for Turkey were likewise seized. One of them was under Turkish orders to join the German high seas fleet as soon as it was ready to sail. In Danzig, the German authorities prepared to requisition 2 light cruisers being built for Russia. "It has been and still is exciting to the uttermost degree," Horace Rumbold wrote, from the British Embassy in Berlin on the morning of August 2nd, "but it is too awful to think what the next few months have in store." On August 2nd, German military patrols crossed the French frontier for the first time since 1871, and there were several skirmishes. At Joncheray, near the German-Swiss border, a French soldier, Corporal André Peugeot, was killed, the first French victim of a war that was to claim more than 1 million French lives. That day, full British naval mobilization was put into effect, and orders given to shadow 2 German warships on their way through the Mediterranean to Turkey. A secret assurance was also given by Britain to France that if the German fleet went into the North Sea or English Channel to attack French shipping, the British fleet would give the French vessels all the assistance in its power. It was not on a naval victory over France in the North Sea or the Channel, however, but on a rapid overland march through Belgium that the German war plans depended. It was in order to achieve this goal that at 7 o'clock in the evening of August 2nd, Germany delivered a 12-hour ultimatum to Belgium. German troops must be given free passage through Belgium. The Belgians refused. By the Treaty of London in 1839, Britain, Austria, Prussia, France, and Russia had agreed that Belgium should form an independent and perpetually neutral state. That treaty was still in force. Were the Belgian government to accept the propositions conveyed to it, Brussels informed Berlin, it would be sacrificing the nation's honor and betraying its engagements to Europe. On August 3rd, Germany declared war on France. As a first step to victory, her troops crossed into Belgium. That day, Bethmann Hollweg told the Reichstag, "The wrong, I speak openly, that we are committing we will endeavor to make good as soon as our military goal is reached." When France was conquered, Belgium would be set free. In France, an outpouring of patriotic fervor affected all classes. Alsace and Lorraine would be restored. The humiliations of 1870 and 1871 would be reversed. That day, in Munich, the Austrian citizen Adolf Hitler petitioned the King of Bavaria for permission to enlist in a Bavarian regiment. On the following day, his petition was approved. Hitherto, Britain had stood aside. Among its cabinet ministers, there was no clear majority for war against Germany, even if Germany attacked France. Britain had no treaty of alliance with France, only the Entente Cordiale signed in 1904 to settle long-standing quarrels in Egypt and Morocco. The question of Belgium raised a complication. Belgian neutrality was guaranteed by Britain under a treaty signed in 1839. An ultimatum was sent from London to Berlin. There must be no attack on Belgium. Germany was unlikely to oblige. Her whole two-front war plan was already in action. At a meeting of the Prussian cabinet in Berlin on August 3rd, Bethmann Hollweg told his colleagues that the participation of Britain was now inevitable. To the alarm of those present, Admiral Tirpitz cried out, "All is then lost." In Britain, too, there were those who had premonitions of the terrors that were to come. In the village of Rudston, a 16-year-old schoolgirl, Winifred Holtby, never forgot an episode that took place as the prospect of war drew nearer. Above the counter of the small, crowded newspaper shop, large moths flopped clumsily round the swinging paraffin lamp. An old drunken woman wearing a man's cap planted herself in a chair beneath it. "War's bloody hell," she remarked, in mild conversational tones. "I'm telling you God's truth. 2 of my lads went to South Africa. Bloody hell, that's what it is." The German High Command's confidence in Germany's military prowess was such that on August 3rd, even before the march through Belgium began, German troops in the east crossed the Russian border and occupied 3 towns in Russian Poland, Benzin, Kalisz, and Częstochow. The British government had demanded that the German army did not cross into Belgium. This was not a bluff. The ultimatum sent from London to Berlin was due to expire at 11 o'clock on the night of August 4th. Mines were being laid in the English Channel to prevent the sudden incursion of German warships. Among the steamships held up as a result of this mine-laying was one coming from South Africa. Its passengers included a 44-year-old Indian lawyer, M.K. Gandhi, who, despite the view of many Indian nationalists that Indians should have nothing to do with their master's conflict, was to advocate that Indians living in Britain should take their share in the war. 7 hours before the British ultimatum to Germany expired, German troops entered Belgium. At 11 o'clock that night, Britain declared war on Germany. In Berlin, a crowd quickly gathered outside the British embassy, smashing windows and hurling both stones and abuse. On the following morning, in apologizing for the attack, an emissary of the Kaiser remarked that it would nevertheless show the British ambassador how deeply the people felt the action of England in ranging herself against Germany and forgetting how we had fought shoulder to shoulder at Waterloo. The emissary added that the Kaiser had been proud of being a British field marshal and admiral of the fleet, but now he would divest himself of these honors. The ambassador and his staff prepared to leave Berlin. Horace Rumbold later recalled how, in a final gesture of contempt, the embassy's 3 German servants, having been given a month's wages in advance, took off their liveries, spat and trampled on them, and refused to help carry the trunks down to the taxicabs. A century of diplomatic courtesy, deference, and propriety was at an end. Britain and Germany were to devote to war even greater energies than they had hitherto devoted to trade and industry, imperial expansion, culture, and the evolution of a fairer society. Sir Edward Grey, who had labored to prevent Austria from attacking Serbia, and whose government had refused to make any formal commitment to France, now defended war with Germany on a much wider plane than the violation of Belgian neutrality, telling the American ambassador in London, "The issue for us is that if Germany wins, she will dominate France. The independence of Belgium, Holland, Denmark, and perhaps of Norway and Sweden will be a mere shadow. Their separate existence as nations will be a fiction. All their harbors will be at Germany's disposal. She will dominate the whole of Western Europe, and this will make our position quite impossible. We could not exist as a first-class state under such circumstances." That August, Italy, Portugal, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey remained neutral, watching from the sidelines, but with an eye to future participation if advantage could be gained. Elsewhere in Europe, other nations remained firmly and permanently outside the circle of conflict. Holland, Switzerland, Spain, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden took no part in the coming of war, or in its prosecution, nor were they drawn into it as belligerents, though for some it was to prove a lucrative source of revenue and trade. The opening shots of rifle, machine gun, and artillery marked a new era for the arms trade, as well as for comradeship, bravery, suffering, and torment. 5 empires were at war by midnight on the 4th of August, 1914. The Austro-Hungarian Empire against Serbia, the German Empire against France, Britain, and Russia, the Russian Empire against Germany and Austria-Hungary, and the British and French empires against Germany. If the war was to be over by Christmas, as many believed, or at the latest by Easter 1915, tens of thousands of soldiers might be killed or wounded before the guns fell silent. Every army believed that it could crush its opponents within a few months. German troops were as confident that they would soon be marching in triumph along the Champs-Élysées in Paris as French troops were that they would parade along the Unter den Linden in Berlin. Of the morning of August 5th in Constantinople, Betty Cunliffe Owen recalled, "The Germans left with the light of victory already in their eyes, one of the most truculent being Count Kanitz himself, who promised to send a postcard from Paris in a few weeks. But those few weeks found him a prisoner in Malta." As German diplomats left Constantinople expecting victory, German pacifists were meeting with their European counterparts in the serenity of the South German town of Konstanz for the founding meeting of the World Alliance for Promoting Friendship Through the Churches. On August 4th, the delegates, among them British, French, and German churchmen, for whom war was an abomination, were obliged, within hours of reaching their lakeside meeting point, to abandon their discussions and hurry home. 3. The opening struggle. August to September 1914. Several million soldiers, forming the vanguard of many armies, were gathering in their barracks or on the move on the morning of the 4th of August 1914. In the east, the Russian troops who had been sent to the frontier of East Prussia were intent on advancing towards Berlin. On the border of Alsace-Lorraine, French troops crossed into Germany with full confidence that they could recover the lost provinces and, in revenge for past defeats and humiliation, reach the Rhine. Further north, on the Belgian-German border, it was a German advance that gathered momentum, threatening to sweep across Belgium into northern France. In 1870 it was a Prussian army with Bavarian, Saxon, and Württemberg regiments at their side who had fought their way to Paris. In 1914, for the first time since German unification, it was a German army that sought to emulate its Prussian-led predecessor. Britain, having declared war on Germany on August 4th, had no troops on continental Europe. A British expeditionary force under the command of Sir John French had yet to be assembled, armed, and sent across the Channel to take its place in the front line, but the decision to dispatch it had not been made. Aware of British reluctance to become embroiled in Europe, Sir Edward Grey assured Parliament that day that there was no British commitment to send troops at all. The German Admiralty was confident that it could prevent any British troops reaching the Channel ports of France or the North Sea ports of Belgium. But when the German admirals informed the Chief of the German General Staff, General Moltke, that they could take effective action as soon as British troops were crossing the water, Moltke rejected such action with the words, "This is not necessary, and it will even be of advantage if the armies of the West can settle with the 160,000 English at the same time as the French and Belgians." There was a further sign of the confidence of the German war machine when, in Aachen on August 4th, the Kaiser issued an order of the day calling on his First Army to exterminate the treacherous England, walk over General French's contemptibly small army. From the first night of the German advance into Belgium, Belgian franc-tireurs, or free shooters, sniped as best they could from ditches and outbuildings at the German soldiers occupying with such confidence and apparent ease the villages of eastern Belgium. This persistent sniping roused the fury of the occupying troops, who felt that having beaten an army back in open combat, they ought not then to be harassed further. The Quartermaster-General of the German Second Army, General Erich Ludendorff, later recalled how, on the very first night of the war, he was awakened from his sleep by brisk firing, some of which was directed on our house. This was in the small Belgian town of Hervé. The British historian John Terraine comments, "Hervé, intact on the 4th of August, did not long remain so. A German journalist touring the town a few days later found it razed to the ground. Of about 500 houses in the town, he reported, only 19 remain. Corpses are lying all over the place. Everywhere there is a smell of burning. The church is a broken heap of ruins." Hervé had been held collectively responsible for the nighttime sniper shootings. The Germans insisted that the Belgians were using civilians for this task in order to cause havoc behind the front line. The Belgians replied that properly constituted army detachments, or soldiers who were stragglers, or civil guardsmen were responsible. This, they said, was a legitimate act of war against an invader. International law was on the side of the franc-tireurs. The Fifth Hague Convention of 1907 not only forbade belligerents to move troops across neutral territory, as the Germans were doing in Belgium, but stated that resistance to such movements could not be regarded as itself a hostile act. After the first few savage German reprisals, the Belgian government forbade all local resistance. Unable to protect its citizens by an appeal to international law, it tried to do so by keeping them out of harm's way. The Germans, frustrated by the intensity of the Belgian military opposition, quickly came to regard reprisals against Belgian civilians as at least a way of preventing any disruption behind the lines. That they regarded Belgian military resistance as vexatious but futile was clear from an outburst by the first secretary of the German legation in Brussels, Baron von Sturm, who told his American opposite number, Hugh Gibson, on August 5th, "Oh, the poor fools! Why don't they get out of the way of the steamroller? We don't want to hurt them, but if they stand in our way, they will be ground into the dirt." A German attack that day on the first serious military obstacle, the Belgian fortress of Liege, with its 35,000 garrison troops, failed to capture any of the city's 12 forts. There was even a moment of panic among the attackers, but it was halted on them the following day by Ludendorff's energetic leadership. Taking charge of 1,500 men, he penetrated between the forts and entered the city. A day later, on August 7th, the central citadel surrendered, but the forts remained, and it was necessary for the German troops to overcome them, one by one, or be defeated by this obstacle to their advance and to their plans. Hitherto, amid the vast armies of conscripts filled by national systems of compulsory military service, the British alone had a purely professional army, small, highly trained, but lacking the numerical capacity of the European armies. On August 6th, the British cabinet discussed whether this army, altogether only 6 divisions, should be sent to France at all. The Prime Minister, Asquith, and the Foreign Secretary, Grey, both expressed concern about the vulnerability of Britain herself if the troops were sent to Europe. Grey, in particular, thought that the expeditionary force should remain in Britain. At a meeting of the War Council that evening, Lord Kitchener, who shocked his colleagues by suggesting that the war might prove to be a long one, insisted that 2 of the 6 divisions should be kept in Britain for home defence. It was agreed that the remaining 4 should go to France. The British contribution to the European struggle, even at its greatest extent, could only be a small one. 50,000 men under arms at the outbreak of the war, compared with more than 3 million Austro-Hungarians, 4 million Frenchmen, 4.5 million Germans, and nearly 6 million Russians. One offer of troops was turned down by the British government. On the outbreak of war, the Irish nationalist leader John Redmond offered to form an Irish army to fight as an entirely Irish force alongside the English, Welsh, and Scottish troops. Not wanting to disturb the smooth working of his existing plans, Kitchener rejected this, ignoring the strength of Irish national feeling that might have been channeled into such a force, and, as some Irishmen believed, away from rebellion and terrorism. In the event, 160,000 Irishmen volunteered, and 49,000 were killed in the ranks of the British Army. But some Irish patriots were outraged by the rejection of Redmond's offer. One of them, Hubert Gough, himself a senior general in the British Expeditionary Force, wrote in the retrospect of 40 years, "Kitchener's refusal added a bloody page to Irish history." On August 7th, in an attempt to increase the number of British soldiers under arms, Kitchener called publicly for 100,000 volunteers. The crowd of applicants was so large and so persistent, the Times reported of one recruiting office in London that day, that mounted police were necessary to hold them in check, and the gates were only opened to admit 6 at a time. According to the newspaper, there was no cheering and little excitement, but there was an undercurrent of enthusiasm, and the disappointment of those who failed to pass one or other of the tests was obvious. In peacetime, the average recruitment for the regular army had been less than 100 a day. Volunteers now came forward at a rate of more than 1,500 a day. In London, within 4 days of the start of the campaign, men were being sworn in at the rate of 100 an hour, and a special marquee was erected on Horse Guards Parade to cope with the surge in numbers. Anti-war sentiment, which until the very outbreak of war had been strong in Liberal and Labour Party circles and in the trade union movement, was also dissolving. On August 6th, the day before Kitchener's appeal, the Journal of the Independent Labour Party, the Labour leader, in an attempt to stimulate anti-war feeling, exhorted its readers, "Workers of Great Britain, down with war. You have no quarrel with the workers of Europe. They have no quarrel with you. The quarrel is between the ruling classes of Europe. Don't make their quarrels yours." On August 7th, however, the hitherto anti-war editor of the Manchester Guardian, C.P. Scott, a leading and influential Liberal, in explaining why he would not attend a public meeting protesting against British participation in the war, wrote to the organizers, "I am strongly of opinion that the war ought not to have taken place, and that we ought not to have become parties to it. But, once in it, the whole future of our nation is at stake, and we have no choice but to do the utmost we can to secure success." A similar attitude of doing one's utmost was evident among all the belligerents. On August 7th in Vienna, the 25-year-old Austrian philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein, who had just returned from teaching at Cambridge, volunteered as a gunner in the Austrian army, despite a double hernia that entitled him to exemption. At first he only succeeded in going to Galicia with a military repair workshop, his sister Hermione later recalled, but he never ceased to worm his way towards the front line. There were, she said, many comic misunderstandings which stemmed from the fact that the military authorities, with whom he was always dealing, always assumed that he was looking for an easier post, while he, on the contrary, was after a more dangerous one. In every belligerent country, the authorities arrested and imprisoned those whom they regarded as dangerous enemy aliens. On August 8th, the West Galician town of Neumarkt, 40 miles from the Russian border, the Austrian police arrested a Russian exile who had been living there for some years, Vladimir Lenin, fearing that he might be a Russian spy. The leader of the Austrian Social Democrats, Victor Adler, who was in favor with the authorities because his party had declared its support for the war, hastened to assure Vienna that if Lenin were released, he would be certain to conduct a vigorous propaganda campaign against the Tsar and against the Allies. Lenin was released and given permission to travel to neutral Switzerland. In Germany, Walter Rathenau, the industrialist who had been so despondent in the week before war was declared, went on August 8th to see the head of the General War Department in Berlin, Colonel Scheuch, to offer his support to the war effort. Pointing out that Germany only had a limited number of months' supply of indispensable war materials, Rathenau proposed to save Germany from strangulation, and within a few days was put in charge of a specially created War Raw Materials Department. Metals, chemicals, jute, wool, rubber, and cotton were among the raw materials that the department could commandeer inside Germany, requisition in occupied territory, purchase abroad, or manufacture itself by new and, if necessary, synthetic methods. Rathenau's task was to help keep Germany at war, Yet, as a civilian and a Jew, he met continual hostility from the army commanders, whose fighting abilities he was engaged in helping. Rathenau realized that the raw material needs of the German army might not be capable of endless fulfillment in a long war. The prospect of a long war was alarming even to the Kaiser, who on August 10th summoned the American ambassador Gerard, who later recalled, "The Kaiser talked rather despondently about the war. I tried to cheer him up by saying the German troops would soon enter Paris, but he answered, 'The British changed the whole situation. An obstinate nation. They will keep up the war. It cannot end soon.'" Pacifist sentiment did not die with the opening of the cannonades. Socialists who were opposed to war in July remained so in August. In Russia in particular, the Menshevik and Bolshevik factions of the Russian Social Democrat Party were both opposed to the war, and in the Russian parliament the Duma voted against war credits. Despite an assurance on August 10th from the French ambassador in Petrograd, Maurice Pelliolog, that the collective soul of Holy Russia has never manifested itself so forcibly since 1812. The Entente powers were worried about the spread of anti-war feeling in Russia. On August 11th, the Belgian government prevailed upon its newly appointed Minister of State, the socialist Emil van der Velde, to send a telegram to the Russian Social Democrat deputies in the Duma, urging them to support the war effort. As chairman of the International Socialist Bureau, van der Velde was much respected in Russia. That June he had been in St. Petersburg trying to reconcile the different Russian socialist factions. His pro-war telegram was published in the Russian press. Typewritten copies were circulated in the factories. Far from stimulating patriotic fervor, the van der Velde telegram served only to divide the socialist ranks still further, stimulating Lenin, once he had reached Switzerland, to publish and smuggle into Russia his Theses on the War, urging Russia's workers to oppose the war. So shocked was Lenin when he read in the Swiss newspapers that the German socialist deputies in the Reichstag had come out in support of the war that he at first disbelieved the reports, believing that they were a fabrication put out by the German General Staff to fool the German working class into acceptance of the war. Bowing to the inevitable force of patriotism in Germany, he now set his sights upon the distant Russian proletariat. As war began, Austria called upon the national aspirations of its Polish minority to serve the imperial war effort. On August 6th, a small force of Polish riflemen from the Austrian province of Galicia crossed the Russian frontier and advanced towards the town of Kielce. The cavalrymen among them carried their saddles on their heads, hoping to capture horses from the Russians. As this liberation army drew near to Kielce, it was welcomed by Polish women carrying flowers, but the townsfolk, fearing Russian retribution, remained in their homes. After a brief encounter with a Russian patrol, they returned, chastened, to Galicia. Anti-war feeling inside Russia, which Lenin hoped to stimulate from afar in the cause of revolution, was also welcomed and stimulated by the Austrians and Germans. Internal unrest of any sort would help them in the struggle against the vast Russian forces. That same August 6th, the Austrian government decided to give money to the Union for the liberation of the Ukraine, to encourage anti-Russian and separatist agitation. Armenian and Georgian socialists were also encouraged to see the defeat of the Tsar as the way forward to independence. A racial as well as a political element emerged rapidly in the first weeks of war. On August 11th, in a mass meeting at the town hall in Berlin, Professor von Harnack, head of the Royal Library, spoke of the threat to Western civilization from the civilization of the horde, that is gathered and kept together by despots, the Mongolian Muscovite civilization. This civilization could not endure the light of the 18th century, still less the light of the 19th century, and now in the 20th century it breaks loose and threatens us. This unorganized Asiatic mass, like the desert with its sands, wants to gather up our fields of grain. Among those living in Berlin was the recently appointed director of the Institute of Physics, Albert Einstein. Europe, in her insanity, has started something almost unbelievable, he wrote to a friend on August 19th. In such times one realizes to what a sad species of animal one belongs. I quietly pursue my peaceful studies and contemplations and feel only pity and disgust. Far from the European conflict, but closely tied up with it, a German officer, Lieutenant Colonel Kress, sought an interview on August 10th with the Turkish Minister of War, Enver Pasha. Kress told Enver that 2 German warships, the battle-cruiser Goeben and the light cruiser Breslau, which had evaded all British naval efforts to catch them, were at the entrance to the Dardanelles and wished permission to enter. Knowing that this would constitute a hostile act to Britain and draw Turkey into the war orbit of Germany, Enver gave his permission. Kress then asked, if British warships tried to follow the Germans, were they to be fired on? Again, Enver said yes. Another German officer who was in the room, Hans Kannengießer, later recalled, we heard the clanking of the portcullis descending before the Dardanelles. None of us had moved a muscle. Kress took his leave, and I proceeded with my report as though nothing had happened. To maintain Turkish neutrality, the ships were nominally sold to Turkey. Their names were changed to Yavuz Sultan Selim and Medili, and their German commander, Admiral Souchon, ran up the Turkish flag. All British demands that the German military mission in Turkey be withdrawn were rejected by the Turks and Germans alike, but no acts of war took place. Only the provocation of the 2 German warships anchored off Constantinople. In the North Sea, the Germans had a naval setback in the second week of August, when the submarine U-15 was rammed by a British warship and sank. It was the first German submarine loss of the war, the first of more than 180 that were to be sunk before the end of the war. That same week, on distant Lake Nyassa in Central Africa, a British naval officer, Commander E.L. Rhodes, sailed his gunboat, the Gwendolen, with its single 3-pounder gun, across the lake from the British port of Nakata Bay to the tiny German port of Sphinxhaven, 30 miles away. There he opened fire on and captured the German gunboat Wissmann, whose commander, Captain Berndt, had not yet heard that war had broken out between Britain and Germany. Naval victory on Lake Nyassa was the headline in the Times. On the battlefields of Europe, the fighting had become both continuous and fierce. On August 13th, French troops were caught by heavy German artillery fire near Dinant, their movements having been seen by a German spotter plane. Ordered to deny a bridge to the advancing German infantrymen, a French platoon commander led his men forward under fire. On reaching the bridge, he was hit in the knee and fell. A moment later, his platoon sergeant fell on top of him, dead. The lieutenant later recalled the dull thud of bullets entering the bodies of the dead and the wounded that lay about. With difficulty, he dragged himself away. It was the baptism of fire for Charles de Gaulle. He was taken to hospital in Paris, out of action, but eager to return to the front. On August 12th, the Austrian army invaded Serbia. At the town of Sabac, on the Serbian side of the river Sava, there were horrifying scenes. Many male civilians were rounded up and shot. Children were massacred and women raped. The German advance through Belgium was likewise accompanied by incidents of savagery that were to shock and harden British and French opinion. On August 10th, 11 male villagers at Linzmühr had been rounded up and shot. 10 days later, it was the village of Andenne, near Namur, that suffered. General von Bulow's printed announcement, dated August 22nd, and affixed to the walls of Liège, read, "The population of Andenne, after manifesting peaceful intentions towards our troops, attacked them in the most treacherous manner. With my authorization, the general who commanded these troops has reduced the town to ashes and shot no persons. At Sales, 50 villagers were shot, and at the small mining town of Tamine, where German troops had been angered by the vigor of the French soldiers in the area, 384 men were collected near the church, lined up and shot, some by rifle and some by machine-gun fire on August 22nd. The youngest victim was 13, the oldest 84. An even larger execution took place on the following day in the town of Dinant. Claiming that German soldiers repairing the bridge had been fired on by Belgian civilians, the Germans shot 612 men, women, and children as reprisals, among them a 3-week-old baby being held by its mother in her arms. 2 days later, in the early hours of August 25th, a German Zeppelin dropped several bombs on Antwerp. In one house, 6 citizens were killed in their beds. These large, slow-moving, lighter-than-air machines had been seen flying over Europe before the war, when they were as much objects of amazement to the land-bound citizenry as was the aeroplane, perhaps even more so. With the coming of war, it was feared that the Zeppelin would bring death and destruction to any city it attacked. It was, wrote one of its historians, the H-bomb of its day, an awesome sword of Damocles to be held over the cowering heads of Germany's enemies. In those first months of the war, a French cartoonist, R. Delville, drew the Kaiser riding through the air on a Zeppelin, accompanied by the Angel of Death wearing a German helmet and carrying, on a cushion, the Iron Cross, the reward for the grim aerial reaping. The American newspaper correspondent, E. Alexander Powell, who was in Antwerp when the first Zeppelin raid took place on the city, wrote in his account, published in Britain 3 months later, that he had felt weak and nauseated when he entered one house to see the room where a woman had been sleeping. She had literally been blown to fragments. The floor, the walls, the ceilings were splotched with, well, it's enough to say that the woman's remains could only have been collected with a shovel. In a square nearby, one policeman on duty at the far end of the square was killed instantly, and another had both legs blown off. A woman who was woken up by the first explosion and leaned from her window to see what was happening had her head blown off. The full death toll was 10. 2 more people died shortly afterwards of their wounds. Later that day, after the Belgian army launched a successful counterattack from Antwerp towards Louvain, the German occupation forces in Louvain panicked. The panic had been started by a runaway horse. German sentries, not knowing the reason for the commotion, opened fire. There were shouts of, "The French are here! The English are here!" and, ominously for the city and its citizens, "The Franc-Tireurs are here." Then, not for 1 day but for 5, the German troops stationed in Louvain burned buildings and executed civilians. When the American diplomat Hugh Gibson visited the town on August 28th, a German officer told him, "We shall wipe it out. Not one stone will stand upon another. Not one, I tell you. We will teach them to respect Germany. For generations people will come here to see what we have done." About 1/5 of Louvain's houses were gutted, and the church of Saint-Pierre was badly damaged by fire. These episodes not only shocked the British and French public, they also gave the Entente propagandists an early triumph. Tales of atrocities were quickly magnified and made as gory as they could be, with phrases such as mutilations too horrible to describe, rivers of blood, and mountains of innocent dead, being followed by exhortations such as humanity cries aloud for vengeance. The deliberate damage done to Belgian churches enabled an added dimension of guilt to be thrust on the German leaders. An early French picture postcard showed Jesus himself spurning the Kaiser and walking away from him. The Kaiser, on his knees, seeks the Saviour's hand in vain. In the background is a badly damaged cathedral. On August 12th, as German troops fought to overcome the last Belgian resistance in the forts of Liège, the first troops of the British Expeditionary Force crossed the English Channel, behind a protective shield of 19 battleships. In 10 days, 120,000 men were transported without the loss of a single man or ship. The secrecy of the operation was so well kept that even after 10 days of continuous movement, the German High Command doubted whether any serious British forces had yet reached France, and the troop ships were unmolested by the German Navy. Moltke's desire to meet the British Army on the battlefield was fulfilled. On the day that the first British troops did reach France, a senior British nurse in Belgium, Edith Cavell, wrote to The Times asking that subscriptions from the British public be forwarded to her medical institute, as the army wounded will have to be dealt with on the continent and, as far as can be seen at present, mainly at Brussels. Our institution, comprising a large staff of English nurses, is prepared to deal with several hundreds, and the number is being increased day by day. She sought subscriptions from the British public. Her letter was published on August 15th, under the heading English Nursing in Brussels. Neither France nor Britain had any quarrel with Austria-Hungary. The son of one of Austria's wealthiest men was a member of the British Parliament. The Inspector General of British forces in the Sudan was an Austrian, Sir Rudolf Slatin. The Austrian ambassador to London, Count Mensdorf, was both a cousin and close personal friend of King George V. But on August 12th, 8 days after the British declaration of war on Germany, and on the day that the British Expeditionary Force began its cross-channel movement, Britain and France declared war on Austria-Hungary, claiming that the small contingents of Austrian troops then stationed on the Franco-German frontier were a direct menace to France. The British ambassador in Vienna distressed that two nations that had no cause for quarrel should be at war, asked Count Berchtold to present his profound regrets to the Emperor, together with an expression of his hope that the Emperor would pass through these sad times with unimpaired health and strength. The Austrian ambassador in London was distraught, and in the presence of his American opposite number denounced Germany and the Kaiser, and paraded up and down the room wringing his hands. In Brussels, Hugh Gibson noted in his diary on August 15th, "Yesterday's papers announced France's declaration of war against Austria. This morning comes the news that Montenegro has also declared her intention of wiping Austria off the map. Our daily query is now, who's declared war today?" These extra declarations of war, widening the geographic and human scale of the conflict, cost nothing to send, though they were to prove costly to redeem, more costly than anyone imagined. Following the established courtesies, ambassadors in all the warring states packed their bags, locked their residences, and returned to their capitals. In British political and diplomatic circles there was sadness at the departure of the Austrian ambassador, who had been a much-liked figure. but anger among the populace when the Royal Navy not only put a destroyer at his disposal to convey him across the English Channel, but enabled 200 Austrian subjects, who might otherwise have been interned, to leave on the same boat. Courtesies, soon to seem old-fashioned, had not yet been abandoned. Slowly, but with growing emphasis, Britain began to put herself forward as the champion of the Slav minorities inside Austria-Hungary. Above all, she took up the cause of the Czechs. On August 19th, from Petrograd, the Russians had published 2 manifestos, one promising a reborn Poland, free in religion, in language, and in self-government after the war, the other calling on the subject peoples of Austria-Hungary to rise up and assert their national independence. The Tsar went so far as to tell the Czech leader, Karel Kramar, whom he received in audience on August 20th, that Russia would look with favor upon the free and independent crown of St. Wenceslas shining after Austria's defeat, in the radiance of the crown of the Romanovs. In London, on August 20th, in a vivid departure from the truth, The Times announced that a Czech revolution had broken out in Prague, and that the river Moldau ran red with Czech blood. It was also reported, equally wrongly, that some Czech politicians, including the nationalist leader, Tomáš Masaryk, had been executed in Hradčany Castle. In fact, he was not only a free man, but within 5 months had made his way to Switzerland. Within 2 months of the outbreak of war, a leading British conservative newspaper predicted that the racial mosaic of the dual monarchy will be shattered into pieces to form new and, may we hope, more stable and fortunate combinations in the map of Europe. In Vienna, however, the prospect of an Austrian victory over Russia excited expansionist reflections. On August 12th, the day of Britain's declaration of war on Austria, Austrian diplomats initiated a discussion with regard to the annexation of the Russian provinces of Poland, including Warsaw, to the Habsburg dominions. Imperial systems as well as armies were in conflict. Within a week of each other, the Tsarist Empire committed itself to some form of post-war Polish self-rule, and the Habsburg Empire to some form of political dominion over Poland. To secure this latter aim, on August 16th, the Austrian authorities allowed the Polish leader, Józef Pilsudski, to set up a Supreme National Committee in Krakow on Austrian soil to work for the day when Poles and Austrians would march together into Warsaw. Pilsudski's first contribution to his Austrian masters, as well as to his Polish compatriots, was to form a Polish legion. He himself led the 1st Brigade, 10,000 strong, against the Russian armies. In Russia there was still confidence, at least in the mind of the Grand Duke Nicholas, Chief of the General Staff, that the conflict could be won, and won swiftly. On August 21st, from Petrograd, Maurice Paleolog informed Paris, the Grand Duke is determined to advance with full speed on Berlin and Vienna, more especially Berlin, passing between the fortresses of Thorn, Posen, and Breslau. Austrian troops were in action on August 23rd along a 175-mile front, as General Conrad sent his troops forward across the Austrian border into Russian Poland. The philosopher Wittgenstein was among them, manning a searchlight on a captured Russian river gunboat. Woken up at 1 in the morning and summoned to man his searchlight, I ran to the bridge almost naked, he wrote in his diary. I was certain I was going to die on the spot, but it was a false alarm. I was frightfully agitated and groaned audibly. I felt the terrors of war. That morning in Moscow, the Tsar was present in the Uspensky Cathedral at a solemn service to pray for victory. On the battlefield more than 700 miles to the southwest, near the Russo-Polish town of Krasnik, the rapid advance of the Austrian cavalrymen was brought to an abrupt halt by Russian infantry and machine guns. One Austrian soldier who remembered the attack was Friedrich Feuchtinger. His reserve regiment, moving forward 3 days after the offensive had begun, was being shelled by Russian artillery when the order came to attack. On the right, the young drummer with his bloodshot, feverish eyes, his quivering, almost crying mouth, and the pale lips. No longer is he that young lad whose vigorous drum rolls brought us once more to our tired feet. I look at him once again, see his eyes widen and his mouth open. Blood runs from it, and he calls a throaty mother, then sinks down dead. We run on with gasping breath. Dead and wounded lie all around, and we look at them indifferently. As Feuchtinger's regiment reached the Russian trenches, the Russians turned to flee. One of them, being closely chased and apparently without his rifle, stopped all of a sudden, turned round, held out his hand, and put his left hand into his tunic pocket. As he did so, Feuchtinger plunged in his bayonet. I see his blood redden his uniform, hear him moan and groan as he twists with the bayonet in his young body. I am seized with terror. I throw myself down, crawl to him, wanting to help him, but he is dead. I pull my blood-stained bayonet from his dead body. Wanting to fold his hands, I see in the left hand a crumpled photo of his wife and child. Austrian troops were also in action near Lemberg, being forced back by the Russians into the fortress. Among the Austrians in this retreat was the violinist Fritz Kreisler. For 21 days, he later recalled, I went without taking off my clothes, sleeping on wet grass or in mud or in the swamps. On one occasion there was a 20-minute truce when, after shouts across no man's land, an unarmed Russian, meeting an unarmed Austrian in the middle, exchanged a packet of tobacco for a cigar. The prospect of serving at the front was a cause for distress among some who were called up. On August 30th, the painter, Oskar Kokoschka, wrote to a friend from Vienna, "These simple, starving, bewildered lads and men, who have had nothing but misery all their lives, are being driven to their deaths or crippled, and nobody gives a tuppenny damn about it afterwards. The streets are filling with pitiful women, who are already pale and ill, but still have the strength of soul not to let their menfolk see how it affects them. Today, in my street, there was a woman who fell on her husband's neck like one demented, because he was having to leave, carrying his few worldly goods in a piece of sacking. Yet the recruits are docile and grateful for a friendly look." There was a further widening of the military conflict on August 23rd, when Japan declared war on Germany. In Berlin, restaurants refused to serve Japanese customers, and within a few days many Japanese civilians had been interned in Ruhleben Camp, a racecourse near Berlin whose buildings had been converted into an internment camp, while others managed to reach Switzerland and safety. With Japan's declaration of war, the Pacific Ocean island groups acquired by Germany in the previous quarter of a century, distant as they were from Germany and its military might, were Japan's for the picking. When Sir Edward Grey tried to restrict the area in which Japan could be active, Churchill wrote to him, "You may easily give mortal offence, which will not be forgotten. We are not safe yet by a long chalk. The storm is yet to burst." At sea, The war had been full of incident from the first days. On August 6th, a British light cruiser, Amphion, had struck a German mine and sunk immediately. Those who went down with the ship included both her British crew and the German prisoners they had captured from the mine layer that had laid the fatal mine. In all, 150 men were drowned. On August 12th, 2 naval blockades were established, a British blockade to prevent cargo ships reaching the German North Sea ports, and a French blockade to cut off trade to Austria's Adriatic ports. War had also begun in the air, with each belligerent making use of her tiny air force for reconnaissance and aerial bombardment. The first British, French, and German airmen to be killed were all lost on August 12th, though none of them in combat. The German, Senior Lieutenant Janov, had served as a pilot for the Turks in the First Balkan War of 1912. He was killed in an air crash in northern France. The Frenchman, Sergeant Brideau, crashed on his return to base. 2 English airmen, Second Lieutenant Skene and Mechanic Barlow, were killed in their 2-seater plane when it crashed near Dover on its way to France. On the Eastern Front, German forces were within 50 miles of Warsaw on August 14th, driving the Russians before them. On the following day, in the west, Liège finally fell to Ludendorff's assault. Liège falls was the triumphal newspaper headline in Germany, the stark, fearful headline in Britain and France. Nor was there much compensation for France when, on the following day, French troops, in punctilious compliance with the pre-war Plan 17, devised in case of war with Germany, crossed into Alsace. They did succeed in capturing the border towns of Thann and Altkirk, but a few days later their attempt to advance to Mulhouse was repulsed. The Germans, by a skillful withdrawal, lured the French to a line where they were exposed to concentrated artillery and machine-gun fire. "Astonishing changes in the practice of war," commented General Foch, as the ferocity of the German firepower wreaked havoc on the French attackers, who, thoroughly shaken and bewildered by enormous losses, surged back in a retreat which it took the best part of 10 days to halt. All the regular armies were in action. In every warring state the call went out for volunteers. "Your king and country need you," the British appeal, first published on August 7th, was being reiterated and embellished on 1,000 public platforms. In Germany, the Austrian-born Adolf Hitler, who a year earlier had been rejected by the Austrian army on medical grounds, volunteered for service in a Bavarian infantry regiment on August 16th, and was accepted. On the Western Front, a German reserve officer, Walter Blum, wrote enthusiastically after his first action, "It was fabulous, surely a dream. Was the whole war just a game, a kind of sport? Was the Belgian army just a pack of hares?" At French headquarters there was laughter at Kitchener's order of the day to the British troops then on their way through France. Kitchener advised the men, who would be on the soil of their ally, be invariably courteous, considerate, and kind. Never do anything likely to injure or destroy property, and always look upon looting as a disgraceful act. Soldiers must be constantly on their guard against temptations, both in wine and women. You must entirely resist both temptations, and, while treating all women with perfect courtesy, you must avoid any intimacy. Every soldier was given this advice, to be kept in his army service paybook. It was the joke of the moment. The British liaison officer at French headquarters, Captain Edward Louis Spears, was told on August 17th, "We were shipping over a girls' school instead of an army." German troops were everywhere in the ascendant. On August 17th, when two Russian armies, one led by General Rennenkampf, of the German-sounding name, the other by General Samsonov, began their advance into East Prussia. On a 35-mile front, Samsonov was challenged by the commander of the German First Corps, the confusingly named General Francois, who forced Samsonov to battle against the orders of his superiors. During the battle at Stalyuponen, Francois took 3,000 Russian prisoners before retreating to a stronger position. Despite this German victory on German soil, it was clear to the General Staff that grave danger threatened in East Prussia, which had been effectively denuded of troops to enable France to be defeated before the start of the invasion of Russia. By August 19th, Rennenkampf had advanced to Gumbinnen. The German commander-in-chief in East Prussia, General Prittwitz, panicked. "I must withdraw to the Vistula," he told General Francois on the telephone. Such a withdrawal would involve the abandonment of the whole of East Prussia. In a hysterical telephone call to the Kaiser's headquarters, Prittwitz even doubted being able to hold the line of the Vistula, owing to the lowness of the water in the river at that time of year. It was a senior staff officer, Colonel Max Hoffmann, who pointed out that only an initial and successful offensive against the Russian forces would enable the German troops to retreat without being constantly harried by superior forces. To prevent severe fighting at every point of the withdrawal, Hoffmann wanted Prittwitz to move his forces to a point where they could strike equally well at either of the two Russian armies. Prittwitz no longer had the will to fight, however, and on August 22nd, together with his chief of staff, he was recalled. A decisive change now took place in command. To lead the Eastern armies, Moltke brought out of retirement the 67-year-old General Hindenburg. He also appointed as Hindenburg's chief of staff the victor of Liège, General Ludendorff. It was in Ludendorff in particular that the German High Command placed its hopes. His having to go to the east pointed up, however, a flaw in the German calculations. The war was having to be waged with the utmost seriousness in the east before there was a decisive German victory in the west. On reaching East Prussia, Ludendorff found that Colonel Hoffmann's skills had already laid the foundations for victory. But the two Russian armies had advanced deep into the province, threatening the capital, Königsberg. As on the western front, the war was much more than one of cavalry dashing forward, or infantry plodding behind them. There has never been, and no doubt will never be again, such a war as this, fought with such bestial fury, Hoffmann wrote in his diary on August 23rd. The Russians are burning everything down. Among the towns entered by Russian forces on August 26th was Rastenburg, in the very center of East Prussia. Battle was begun in the Masurian lakes near the villages of Frogenau and Tannenberg on August 27th. At a decisive moment, Ludendorff's nerves gave way. So much so that he proposed recalling General Francois and calling off the encirclement of Samsonov's forces, which Hoffmann had devised. Hindenburg, unshaken by the intensity and risk of the battle, supported Hoffmann's plan. The fight continued. On the morning of August 28th, Ludendorff urged General Francois to turn his advancing troops to the support of a weakened sector of the front, but Francois disobeyed, driving the Russians forward. He even made no effort to inform Ludendorff of his action in contravention of a definite order, a British historian of the battle, General Ironside, has written. To the disobedience of von Francois, Ludendorff undoubtedly owed the magnitude of his victory on succeeding days. By August 30th, Samsonov's army was defeated. "The Emperor trusted me," he told his chief of staff, as they struggled to reach the safety of a wood that was, unknown to them, already held by German troops. "How can I face him again after such a disaster?" Tens of thousands of Russians were in retreat. Men threw down their weapons in order to run faster, but most of them ran into their omnipresent enemy soon enough. After 28 days of turmoil, East Prussia was restored in its entirety to Germany. In triumph, the Germans announced that they had taken 30,000 wounded and 95,000 unwounded prisoners and 500 guns. The captured horses were also numbered in their thousands. 60 trains were required to transport the booty of the battlefield back to Germany. Ludendorff, his nerve recovered, drafted the triumphal dispatch for the Kaiser. He dated it from Froggenau. It was Hoffmann who proposed changing the place to Tannenberg, the scene of a battle 5 centuries earlier in which the Teutonic Knights, among them a Hindenburg, had been massacred by a vast army of Slavs and Lithuanians. The Battle of Tannenberg, as it became known to history, was described by General Ironside as the greatest defeat suffered by any of the combatants during the war. More than 30,000 Russian soldiers had been killed. In one mound of corpses, a German search party found the dead body of a white-haired general, a bullet wound in his head, a revolver in his hand. It was the Russian First Army commander, General Alexander Samsonov. Elsewhere on the Eastern Front, the Austrians were less successful than the Germans in facing the Russian attack, not least because of the overwhelming forces ranged against them. When the Russian general Alexei Brusilov broke into Austrian Galicia on August 18th, he had 35 Russian infantry divisions under his command. The Austrians were also in difficulties in Serbia, where, after their initial capture of the town of Sabac, on the Serbian side of the river Sava, and an advance along the Jadar Valley, they were confronted by tenacious Serb fighters, determined to drive them out of Serbia altogether. In their fury and frustration, Austrian troops rounded up and shot 150 Serbian peasants at the town of Lešnica. The atrocities of war were mounting. The Serbian counterattack was masterminded by General Putnik, who 3 weeks earlier had been detained by the Austrians in Budapest. The 3-day Battle of the Jadar, culminating in the Austrian retreat on August 19th, was the first victory for the Entente powers. "This war is a grim business for us," commented one Serb officer, "but I shook with laughter to see those fellows run." Within a week, the Austrians had evacuated Sabac and retreated across the Sava back into Austria. To explain away their defeat, the Vienna Press Bureau announced that all Austria's forces had to be concentrated on the battle with Russia, that the invasion of Serbia must be considered a punitive expedition only, and that the real offensive would take place on a more favorable occasion. For a mere punitive expedition it had been costly, with at least 6,000 Austrian soldiers killed, 30,000 wounded, and 4,000 taken prisoner. But Serbian losses were not small. 3,000 Serbian soldiers were killed and 15,000 wounded. The figures for the dead, 9,000 in all, are a mere statistic. As with every battle of the war, they reveal nothing about the 9,000 separate points of individual pain and terror in action on the eve of death, or about the suffering of many more thousands of mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, widows and orphans. The Times correspondent who reported on the battle commented, The estimation of Austrian losses is somewhat difficult, as many of the fallen were not discovered until the penetrating odor of decomposed humanity disclosed the presence of bodies in wood or unharvested field. Austria's setback in Serbia was in strong contrast with Germany's success in Belgium. Following the capture of Liège, the German army had moved rapidly through Belgium, forcing the Belgian government to withdraw from Brussels to Antwerp. On August 17th, in an unsuccessful attempt to halt the Germans at Terlemont, Belgian troops suffered heavy losses. 1,630 men were killed or wounded. 2 days later, the Belgian fortress of Namur, second only to Liège in size, was besieged. A garrison of 27,000 men faced 5 German divisions. This onslaught caused some anxiety at the headquarters of the Fifth Army, the British liaison officer there, Captain Spears, later recalled. But it never entered anyone's head that the town, surrounded by its 9 forts, would not hold out for at least a few days, long enough to enable General Lanrezac to cross the Sambre, when, resting his right on the fortress, he could deal a decisive blow at the attackers. Strategic hopes and military reality were at loggerheads. In Brussels, the American diplomat Hugh Gibson wrote in his diary on August 19th, "Crowds of people are pouring in from the east in all stages of panic, and some small forces of cavalry have also retreated into the city, looking weary and discouraged. There has evidently been a rout." That same day, at the southernmost part of the Western Front, at the point where French troops had advanced into Alsace and were approaching the city of Mulhouse, 600 French soldiers were killed in the villages of Zillesheim and Flaxanden. They had reached to within 10 miles of the Rhine, but were to get no closer. Among the dead was General Plessier, the first French general to die on the battlefield in 1914. On the following day, August 20th, while the forts of Namur were suffering the impact of the superior German firepower, German troops entered Brussels, the first European capital to be occupied by a conquering army since the fall of Paris in 1870. Brussels itself had not been occupied since the time of Napoleon. That day, a military parade celebrated the German victory. Among its features were 100 motor cars, on each of which was mounted a machine gun, cavalry regiments and artillery batteries, each headed by its own band, and columns of infantrymen preceded by fifes and drums. Some of the regiments presented a very fine sight, a British newspaper reported. The troops were in fine fettle, and greatly impressed the citizens. In the splendor of conquest, or at rest, troops could try to forget realities of the battlefield. But for those who were at the front, or even near the front as it moved swiftly forward, a new harsh world was beginning to impinge upon the accepted conventions of armies at war. For Captain Spears, who had been with the French Fifth Army for the previous 2 weeks, that moment came on the evening of August 20th, as he sat on a hill with a French officer, overlooking the fields, towns, and villages of the Sambre Valley south of Charleroi. A dog was barking at some sheep. A girl was singing as she walked down the lane behind us. From a little farm away on the right came the voices of laughter of some soldiers cooking their evening meal. Darkness grew in the far distance as the light began to fail. Then, without a moment's warning, with a suddenness that made us start and strain our eyes to see what our minds could not realize, we saw the whole horizon burst into flame. A German artillery bombardment had begun along a wide front, outlined against the northern sky, innumerable fires were simultaneously burning. A chill of horror came over us. War seemed suddenly to have assumed a merciless, ruthless aspect that we had not realized till then. Hitherto it had been war as we had conceived it, hard blows, straight dealing. But now, for the first time, we felt as if some horrible thing, utterly merciless, was advancing to grip us. As the two officers, one British, the other French, watched the bombardment continue and the fires spread, it became clear to them that to survive it would be necessary to go on beyond exhaustion, to march when the body clamored to be allowed to drop and die, to shoot when eyes were too tired to see, to remain awake when a man would have given his chance of salvation to sleep. And we realized also that to drive the body beyond its physical powers, to force the mind to act long after it had surrendered its power of thought, only despair and the strength of despair could furnish the motive force. This was to become true of all armies, on all fronts, in conditions that were to worsen beyond even what Spears could imagine at that terrifying moment of revelation. A dominating feature of the third week of August, with the armies in rapid movement, was the flight of civilians. As von Bulow's army moved against Charleroi, several thousand Belgians fled from the city and surrounding villages. Spears, witnessing this at Chimay, whither French Fifth Army headquarters had withdrawn, later recalled, "We were in contact for the first time with the Great Panic. These were the vanguard of a terrified, uprooted population, running before some ghastly terror that killed and destroyed and burned all it met." That day, August 20th, French troops, whose colleagues had marched with such confidence 6 days earlier into Lorraine, were defeated at Morhange, after one of the first slaughters of the war. The French Second Army was in retreat. Many of its troops reported to be nearly at the end of their endurance. One of its corps, the 20th, was commanded by General Foch, who later recalled, "The roads were blocked by supply columns and by magnificent motor cars from Nice. On the 21st we had to continue the withdrawal. I went to Nancy. They wanted to evacuate it. I said, the enemy is 2 days' march distant from Nancy, and 20th Corps is there. They won't walk over the 20th without protest." Foch was right. His corps took the offensive 3 days after the retreat had begun. The German forces, having reached almost to Dombasle, 8 miles southeast of the city, advanced into a fearful artillery barrage of 75-millimeter guns, 48 in all, and were driven back in disorder to Le Léaumont, a farm 3 miles further east. They were also driven out of Luneville, the town in which the Treaty of Luneville had been signed in 1801, extending France's eastern border to the left bank of the Rhine. During the short German occupation of Luneville, and at Gerberville, 10 miles to the south, atrocities had been committed against civilians. German troops had also crossed the Luneville-Dombasle road, entering the village of Vitremont. Although they were driven out after 48 hours, they set fire to every house, which had not already been destroyed or damaged by their earlier bombardment. 2 years later, the ruined houses were still being restored, with the help of 2 American women and French government subsidies for the rebuilding of damaged properties. The American lady at the head of the work, the Times reported on the 18th of January 1917, who has taken up her abode in an out-of-the-way corner of the pile of ruins that were once the village of Vitremont, could probably give us as convincing an answer as anyone as to the reasons why France, at all events, will go on fighting till she has won an unbreakable peace. At Sarrebourg, northeast of Luneville, On what had been the French Second Army front, 7 French soldiers were killed on August 21st after they had surrendered. The episode was one of the very few that led to a war crimes trial after the war. The trial was conducted by a German court. The accused were German officers. One of them, Major Crucius, admitted responsibility. There lay a Frenchman, to all appearance dead, a German soldier told the court. Major Crucius poked him repeatedly with his foot. The third time the man moved and opened his eyes. Crucius then ordered him to be shot. Several soldiers refused to carry out the order. Then one of them aimed at the head of the Frenchman and fired. At the village of Blyde that day, just inside the Belgian border west of Longwy, a 23-year-old German platoon commander, pushing ahead of his platoon with 3 men, saw by a farm building at the edge of the village some 15 to 20 French soldiers drinking coffee. Without bringing up the rest of his platoon, the young officer opened fire, killing or wounding half the Frenchmen and extricating himself in time to attack with all his men and capture half the village. Later that day he attacked again, explaining to his superiors, "Since I didn't want to remain inactive with my platoon, I decided to attack the enemy deployed opposite us." Thus, Erwin Rommel, 27 years later the scourge of the British forces in North Africa, first showed his quality of audacity. On August 21st, the citizens of Brussels were spending their first full day under occupation. That day, Edith Cavell wrote to the magazine Nursing Mirror, "Some of the Belgians spoke to the invaders in German and found that they were very vague as to their whereabouts, and imagined they were already in Paris. They were surprised to be speaking to Belgians, and could not understand what quarrel they had with them." The Germans offered Edith Cavell and the other British nurses in Brussels a safe conduct to Holland, but most of them refused. That night, near the Belgian village of Saint-Symphorien, a British soldier, Private J. Parr, went forward on his bicycle to scout out the land. He did not return. He is buried in the war cemetery, in which the Germans later buried both their and the British dead. Parr was almost certainly the first British soldier to be killed in the First World War. By the early hours of August 22nd, 2 German armies, one commanded by von Kluck and the other by von Bülow, were positioned in a broad swathe across the center of Belgium. Their deepest penetration was more than 100 miles beyond the German frontier, and more than halfway to the North Sea ports of Ostend and Dunkirk. Seeking to halt this advance were the troops of 3 nations: Belgians defending the fortress of Namur, a French army fighting south of Charleroi, and the British Expeditionary Force, which reached the town of Mons at the very moment when the First German Army under von Kluck was driving southward through Mons in a thrust towards the French frontier. The German armies totaled 580,000 men. The French and British less than 336,000, of whom almost 36,000 were British. The size of the German forces had not been estimated correctly by French intelligence. It was thought that 15 German corps were advancing, but the real figure was 28. 5 complete armies, each of which was thrusting through Belgium. Reflecting on the nature of the British troops who were at that very moment advancing towards the German troops along a 20-mile front, Lieutenant Walter Blum wrote, "English soldiers? We knew what they looked like by the comic papers, short scarlet tunics with small caps set at an angle on their heads, or bearskins with the chin strap under the lip instead of under the chin. There was much joking about this, and also about Bismarck's remark of sending the police to arrest the English army. That joking was soon ended, as the now khaki-clad British soldiers took up positions along the Mont-Condé Canal. 4. From Mons to the Marne, August to September 1914. At 7 o'clock on the morning of the 22nd of August, 1914, just outside the village of Casteau, 3 miles northeast of Mons, a squadron of British troops of the 4th Dragoon Guards saw a group of German soldiers, distinct in their field-grey uniforms. Shots were fired. The first shots fired in battle by British soldiers on the continent of Europe, other than in the Crimea, for almost 100 years. The start of the battle is recorded in the British official history. After Corporal E. Thomas fired his rifle, his commanding officer, Captain Hornby, drew his sword and charged. The Germans withdrew. 3 hours later, 2 British airmen, Lieutenant Vincent Waterfall and Second Lieutenant George Bailey, flew from their air base at Maubeuge on a reconnaissance flight over Mons and Soignies. As they flew above Enghien, they were shot down by German artillery fire. Both were killed. An hour later, at 11:15 a.m., the men of an artillery battery in the British Fifth Army watched as German troops advanced across a ridge to attack an outpost line of British troops. The battery opened fire. Our shells fell very short of the German battery, which had just come into action, the Fifth Army commander, General Gough, later recalled. I turned to the battery commander and said sharply, "For God's sake, hit them." It was Foreman, a splendid officer, but his reply was damping. "I cannot get another yard out of these guns." The British guns were 13-pounders. Neither their range nor the weight of their shells could match the German 77mm field gun with which they were confronted. It was not many minutes, Gough added, before the German shells were pitching among us in reply to our fire. Throughout August 22nd, the Germans advanced against the French troops to the east of the British line. At Rossignol, an indication of the severity of the fighting survives to this day. The 874 graves in the French military cemetery and, in another cemetery nearby, the remains of 1,108 soldiers whose bodies could not be identified. In an attempt to drive the Germans from Neufchâteau, 5 French battalions had advanced, with bayonets fixed against 9 German battalions. At the start of the attack, a single German machine gun burst struck down 3 French battalion commanders as they conferred at the roadside. Within 48 hours of the bayonet charge at Rossignol, Joffre gave the order that the attack must be prepared with artillery, the infantry must be held back and not launched to the assault until the distance to be covered is so short that it is certain the objectives will be reached. While the French were being mown down at Rossignol, 3 miles away at Jamoigne, a French colonial division was neither under attack nor in action. Its commander, General Leblois, made no effort to go to the help of his neighbors. Joffre later removed him from his command for incapacity. Leblois defended his inaction on the grounds that he had been given no orders to move. Also on August 22nd, near Virton, the men of the French Fifth Corps panicked, falling back to Telancourt, despite the exhortations of their officers to turn and face the Germans. This precipitate retreat exposed the 2 adjacent French corps to heavy flank attacks. Among the French soldiers killed in action on August 22nd were Foch's only son, Germain, a 25-year-old infantryman, and Foch's son-in-law, Captain Becourt. Both were buried in a common grave at Ypres on the Belgian frontier with others who were killed in the same action. The French Fifth Army, having been driven from Charleroi, called the British Expeditionary Force to its aid. Late on the night of August 22nd, General Lanrezac sent a message to Sir John French asking him to attack on the following day the western flank of the German troops that were pushing the French army back southward from the Sambre. The British commander-in-chief pointed out that he could not do so. The weight of German troops who were even then approaching his own force was considerable. In order to enable Lanrezac not to be outflanked, however, he intended to hold the British troops on the Mont-Condé Canal for 24 hours. On the morning of August 23rd, at Auberg, northeast of Mons, on the northern bank of the canal, a group of grey-clad soldiers were seen emerging from a wood by British troops of the Middlesex Regiment. Among those watching them was a bugler, who had once been a member of the British Legation Guard in Shanghai, where the nearby German legation had been guarded by German troops. He recognized the oncoming soldiers as Germans by their field grey uniforms and flat caps. The British troops opened fire. Their commanding officer, Major Abel, was killed, shot through the head, the first British officer to be killed. As the rifle fire continued, his second-in-command, Captain Knowles, was also killed, followed by Second Lieutenant Hancock. After a prolonged exchange of fire, with many deaths on both sides, the British troops withdrew. The mood at British headquarters was robust. I am now much in advance of the line held by the Fifth Army, Sir John French informed Lanrezac that afternoon, in justifying his decision to remain on the Mons Canal, and feel my position to be as far forward as circumstances will allow, particularly in view of the fact that I am not properly prepared to take offensive action until tomorrow morning. This hope for an offensive tomorrow morning was a chimera. During the 6 hours preceding French's message to Lanrezac, British forces had been under attack by a far larger German force and were far more likely to have to move back rather than forward the next day. The Battle of Mons had begun. It marked the first serious clash of arms on the Western Front by the British, whose participation had been belittled by von Moltke and mocked by the Kaiser, though that often contradictory monarch had also said that the British soldiers had staying power. Throughout August 23rd, in mist and rain, the two armies were in violent conflict. So unexpectedly had the war descended upon the region that the inhabitants of the villages near Mons, where the fiercest fighting took place, began the day by setting off for church in their Sunday best. In many cases they were caught between the two hostile lines. The Germans, numerically a much larger force, were surprised by the intensity of the British rifle fire. So rapid was the firing that the Germans often mistook rifle for machine-gun fire. Their losses were very heavy, General Smith-Dorrien later recalled, for they came on in dense formations, offering the most perfect targets, and it was not until they had been mown down in thousands that they adopted more open formations. The French painter, Paul Mays, who had joined the British forces as an interpreter, later recalled his first sight of the German troops on August 23rd, in a small village near Binche. I focused the telescope onto a railway embankment some 2,000 yards away, and saw, in a circle of vivid light, a number of little grey figures scrambling down onto the flat. Moving along the railway line, more and more were appearing, and beyond, from behind a slight rise in the ground, others were coming up. Mays also recalled how the sight of the Germans had an immediate effect on the villagers. Women started to wail and rushed for home, followed by the men, while the children, torn by curiosity, lagged behind, turning to see. Then the Germans came nearer, and firing broke out. At once the atmosphere changed. In a few seconds all these civilians were fleeing along the roads, while the invasion, creeping up like a tide, steadily gained ground. In their Sunday clothes, carrying in their hands their feathered hats, which they had not stopped to put on, they wheeled perambulators, wheelbarrows, bicycles, and anything on wheels, and fled with their babies and terrified men. For the whole of August 23rd the British fought to hold the line. It was a source of pride to them that their numbers, just under 36,000, were scarcely 4,000 more than that of the soldiers commanded by Wellington at Waterloo in 1815, the last time a British army had fought on the European continent. The Germans were impressed by the tenacity of their adversary, even under heavy artillery fire. "If we thought that the English had been stormed enough to be storm-ripe," one German captain recalled, "we were fairly mistaken. They met us with well-aimed fire." For Walter Blom, the laughter of a few days earlier had disappeared. "Wherever I looked, right or left, there were dead and wounded, quivering in convulsions, groaning terribly, blood oozing from fresh wounds. They apparently knew something about war, these cursed English." A legend started within 2 weeks of the battle that an angel had appeared on the traditional white horse, and clad all in white with flaming sword, and, facing the advancing Germans, forbade their further progress. The Angel of Mons was not the only hallucination in those days of battle, marching, and exhaustion. If any angels were seen on the retirement, as the newspaper accounts said they were seen that night, Private Frank Richards later recalled of the retreat from Le Cateau 3 days later. March, march, for hour after hour, without a halt. We were now breaking into the 5th day of continuous marching, with practically no sleep in between. Stevens said, "There's a fine castle there, see," pointing to one side of the road, but there was nothing there. Very nearly everyone was seeing things. We were all so dead beat. The local communal cemetery at Mons contains the graves of 330 British soldiers killed in battle on August 23rd. The British had suffered heavy casualties that day, 1,600 killed or wounded, and had lost ground. The French and Belgian forces had likewise been pushed back after fierce fighting. A French attempt to advance through the forest of the Ardennes failed. One French army corps, the 17th, having lost its artillery to the Germans without it having fired a shot, fell back in panic, stopping only when it reached and fell behind the positions from which it had started on the previous day. In the Bavarian town of Landshut, a 13-year-old schoolboy noted in his diary, "The whole city is bedecked with flags. The French and Belgians scarcely thought they would be chopped up so fast." The schoolboy's name was Heinrich Himmler. Not every French unit was being chopped up on August 23rd. At Hornaye, where the German army had managed to cross the river Meuse and was only a mile and a half west of Dinant, General Mangin, in command of a brigade that was in reserve, hurried forward with 2 infantry battalions and a cavalry regiment and, in a series of bayonet charges, forced the Germans out of the village. When Sir John French learned on August 23rd that General Lannesac's 5th Army, faced by the imminent fall of Namur, was falling back, his first instinct was to maintain his position. "I will stand the attack on the ground now occupied by the troops," he informed one of his commanders early that evening. "You will therefore strengthen your position by every possible means during the night." But it was too late and too rash to make a stand. Realizing that, with Lannesac's withdrawal, his troops were in danger of being cut off, At midnight, Sir John French ordered the British Expeditionary Force to retreat. Throughout August 24th and 25th, the British Expeditionary Force retreated southward from Mons towards the French frontier, the men stumbling along more like ghosts than living soldiers, one eyewitness wrote, unconscious of everything about them, but still moving under the magic impulse of discipline and regimental pride. A skirmish south of Mons on the 24th saw an early example of what is now known, in a perverse euphemism, as friendly fire, when a German unit, penetrating a British trench, was immediately shelled by its own artillery. As the British Expeditionary Force began its retreat southward, Sir John French learned that Belgium's last defended fortress, Namur, had fallen to the Germans. Shaken by this news, and mindful of the ill-fated retreat of Sir John Moore to Corunna in 1808, he ordered the immediate defence of the port of Le Havre, more than 200 miles to the southwest. When his order was discussed in London, it was feared that even Le Havre might prove untenable, and that Saint-Nazaire on the Atlantic coast, almost 400 miles from the battlefield, should be fortified. Not only might the war be over well before Christmas, it seemed, but it might be over with a German victory. Churchill, who saw Lord Kitchener soon after he had learned of Namur's fall, wrote, "Though his manner was quite calm, his face was different. I had the subconscious feeling that it was distorted and discoloured, as if it had been punched with a fist." On August 25th, the British newspapers broke the story of the struggle. "The battle is joined, and has so far gone ill for the Allies," was the comment in The Times that day. There was also a dire warning. "Yesterday was a day of bad news, and we fear that more must follow." On the morning of August 26th, on the battlefield, General Allenby, commanding the cavalry, feared that the whole expeditionary force would be bottled up and captured, as the French army had been at Sedan in 1870, if they did not continue their southward march. Smith-Dorrien warned, however, that his men were virtually overcome with fatigue. "In that case, I do not think you will get away," said Allenby, to which Smith-Dorrien replied, "I'll fight it out." When the Chief of Staff of the British Expeditionary Force learned that the men were going to stand and fight against such heavy odds, he fainted. The battle that followed at Le Cateau was a fearsome one. At one point the German superiority in machine guns was decisive, but the British effort was such that the Germans overestimated the size of the forces confronting them. After the battle, which held the line for long enough to enable thousands of men to fall back in relatively good order, the British retreat continued. The extreme tiredness of officers and men was evident even at the top. Allenby himself, overcome by fatigue, was found by a member of his staff exhausted and disheartened, his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. One British battalion, exhausted by its efforts at Le Cateau and unable to regroup for action, fell back to Saint-Quentin. There, its commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel John Elkington, agreed to the request of the mayor to sign a document surrendering his men should the Germans enter the town while they were regaining their strength. The mayor, not wanting Saint-Quentin to become a battlefield, insisted on this. The Germans did not enter the town that day, and Elkington and his men rejoined the main British force, but the surrender document was made public. Elkington was court-martialed and dismissed from the army. Desperate to prove his desire to fight, he joined the French Foreign Legion. Among the British soldiers killed on August 27th was Second Lieutenant Carroll Audrey, whose brother recalled 79 years later, "My father had seen the fulfillment of his own ambition when Carroll joined the army. He was prepared to accept the risks of war, which had just been declared 3 weeks before. To have his son killed on August 27th was absolutely shattering. He and Carol had done everything together. Each day, for the next 4 years and more, men and women throughout Europe would dread the arrival of a telegram announcing that they had lost a son, a brother, or a husband. Every day, those who perused the casualty lists knew that they might find a relative, a friend, or a loved one. The exhaustion of the men on August 27th was remembered by all who fought on that day. One eyewitness recalled, "The officers roused the sergeants, and the men were hunted out, hustled on to their feet, hardly conscious of what they were doing, and by some means or other formed into a column. Then the column got under way, drivers and troopers sleeping in the saddles, infantry staggering half asleep as they marched, every man stiff with cold and weak with hunger, but under the miraculous power of discipline, plodding on, and also fighting on." The German Lieutenant Walter Blome recalled a stand by 2 British officers and 25 infantrymen who, cut off from the rest of their battalion, fought until all but 4 were killed. These 4 were taken prisoner. Blome was an eyewitness of the aftermath of the struggle, writing, "On the way we stumbled on a dead English soldier in the undergrowth, with his skull split open, then another with a bent bayonet in his breast. On the other side of the retreat, on August 27th, Paul Mays witnessed the last phase of a British action against a German cavalry unit. As a few Germans were hiding in the cornstalks, lances and swords were thrust through the hay, and I heard fearful yells. The horses were very excited, as were the men, who were showing to each other the blood dripping off their sword blades. Others were busy picking up souvenirs. Meanwhile, I had propped up a wounded German dragoon, who was vomiting quantities of undigested, unripe gooseberries. He had a nasty sword thrust through his chest. In broken English he told me he had only left the Ritz in London 20 days before, where he had been a waiter. As well as the Angel of Mon, another more lasting apparition made its first tentative appearance on the battlefield in the last week of August. As the British official medical history of the war records, during 1914 several men were evacuated from France to England owing to having been broken by their experiences in the retreat from Mons. Within a month, at the base hospitals in France, Lieutenant Colonel Gordon Holmes, an expert on nervous disorders, saw frequent examples of gross hysterical conditions which were associated with trivial bullet and shell wounds, or even with only slight contusions of the back, arms, and legs. By the end of the year, more than 100 British officers and 800 men had been treated for nervous diseases, mostly what the official history called a severe mental disability which rendered the individual affected, temporarily at any rate, incapable of further service. By the end of the war, as many as 80,000 officers and men had been unable to continue in the trenches, and many had been invalided out of the army altogether for nervous disorders, including what came to be known as shell shock. During a French counterattack at Richemont on August 27th, the commander of a German Guards regiment, Prince Eitel Friedrich, watched as his men began to fall back. He immediately took a drum and began to beat on it. The sight of the Kaiser's second son, unflinching amid the turmoil, halted the panic, and the German troops drove back the attackers. This was, however, only a small local success, for on the same day a large-scale counter-attack by General Lonrezac against the German Second Army was so strong that it forced the distant German First Army to turn from its drive around Paris from the north and to rush to the support of its endangered colleagues. That day, Joffre created a special command for General Foch, carving from elements of other armies a Ninth Army, with which to seek to check the German advance. One of Foch's staff officers was Colonel Weygand. The improvised force was filled with zeal to regain the advantage for France. The war was gaining a new momentum, the abandonment of fixed, failed plans and the innovation of improvisation. It was also provoking opposition. On August 27th, in an article in the British Independent Labour Party newspaper, the Daily Citizen, a socialist journalist, Clifford Allen, called for a widespread Labour protest against the war. Allen declared, "If by a great national campaign we denounce unceasingly Britain's participation in this war, not merely war in general, it will stand for all time that the voice of socialism was never stilled for all the specious arguments of diplomatists in justifying a wicked war." The names of the diplomats of every warring nation became known during August, as each government published the diplomatic telegrams and memoranda leading up to the war, carefully chosen to show that responsibility for the conflict lay elsewhere. In publishing his anti-war article in pamphlet form, Clifford Allen wrote, "We shall not justify human suffering by the hours and dates of ambassadorial despatches." While anti-war sentiment struggled against the prevailing waves of patriotic feeling, the 10,000-strong French Foreign Legion, based in North Africa, was overwhelmed by applications to join and to fight in Europe. In the 7 months following August 21st, when recruiting opened, 32,000 non-Frenchmen enlisted, of whom almost 5,000 were Italians, more than 3,000 Russians, 1,467 Swiss, 1,369 Czechs, 1,000 Germans, all of whom were to fight against Germany, and more than 100 Americans. Among those Americans was William Thaw from Pittsburgh, who wrote home on August 30th from his base camp, "I am going to take a part, however small, in the greatest and probably last war in history, which has apparently developed into a fight of civilization against barbarism." That last reason may sound a bit grand and dramatic, but you would quite agree if you could hear the tales of French, Belgian, and English soldiers who have come back here from the front. In a letter home, Thaw gave a picture of the variety of legionnaires who were training with him, including a Columbia professor called Shorty, an old tutor who has numerous PhDs, MAs, etc., a preacher from Georgia, a pro-gambler from Missouri, a former lightweight prize fighter, 2 dusky gentlemen, one from Louisiana and one from Ceylon, a couple of hard guys from the Gopher Gang of Lower New York, a Swede, a Norwegian, a number of Poles, Brazilians, Belgians, etc. It was just like school, Thaw added, except that instead of getting demerits for being naughty, you get short rations and prison. At the end of August, the British troops, during their tenacious fighting in retreat, were helped considerably by a French counter-attack at Guise. They also had a diversion in prospect when the 3,000 men of the British Royal Marine Brigade were sent across the North Sea to Ostend, crossing without incident despite the presence of German submarines. The German High Command was disturbed by reports that this marine force was much larger than it was. It was rumoured, indeed, that these were not British troops at all, but Russian soldiers, who had been brought by sea from northern Russia to Scotland, then hurried southward by train to the Channel ports. The figure of 80,000 was mentioned. Then it grew in size to little short of 1,000,000. British travellers, it was said, had spotted these Russians, with snow on their boots, at various railway stations moving south. As the Times reported the rumour, the Russians landed at the Scottish port of Leith, and carried at night in hundreds of trains straight to ports on the south coast. From there they were sent across the North Sea to Belgium. It is said in confirmation that belated wayfarers at railway stations throughout the country saw long train after train running through with blinds down, but still allowing glimpses of carriages packed with fierce-looking bearded fellows in fur hats. For 7 days in the vicinity of Ostend, it was not the fictional Russians, but the Royal Marine Brigade that gave the Germans the impression of being a much larger force than it was. Then it returned to Britain. The last division of regular soldiers left in Britain had already been sent to France, denuding the British Isles of its professional army in the event of a German invasion. It was a precarious time for Britain. Germany had sufficient troops under arms to land a considerable force on the east coast. With the help of fog or luck, such an armada might evade a royal naval attempt to intercept it. But on August 28th, in a naval action in the Heligoland Bight, 3 German cruisers were destroyed and 3 others damaged. There were 700 German and 35 British deaths. No British ships were sunk. The danger of invasion receded. Everybody quite mad with delight at the success of our first naval venture, the British admiral who had conducted the action wrote in triumph to his wife. In an incident which seemed to bode well for the survival of chivalry, 200 German sailors from one of the destroyed cruisers were rescued by the British. In Germany, the arrival of prisoners of war was becoming a familiar sight. On August 30th, in Landshut, the schoolboy Himmler wrote in his diary, "The whole station was full of curious Landshutters, who were crude and almost violent as the severely wounded Frenchmen, who are surely worse off than our wounded in that they are prisoners, were given bread, water." Also on August 30th, in a wartime Sunday edition, The Times published a dispatch from one of its most experienced correspondents, Arthur Moore, who had seen the British troops during their retreat from Mons. Writing from Amiens, Moore told of the terrible defeat sustained at Mons a week earlier, and went on to describe the broken bits of many regiments, and British soldiers battered with marching. The British public was shocked. The Amiens dispatch, one historian has written, broke like a thunderclap on a blissfully confident nation that had been awaiting news of famous victories, and it created consternation in a cabinet that was already alarmed by its lack of hard news from the front. That day the British government, which 12 days earlier had placed an order for 162,000 shrapnel shells, doubled its order. The Commander-in-Chief, Sir John French, doubted that French forces on the battlefield, far larger than his own, could halt the onward thrust of the German army, which by August 30th had driven the Anglo-French forces southward across the River Aisne. On August 31st, French colonial troops attacking east of Gerberville were confronted by German machine guns that annihilated them. Nearby, a French reserve regiment overran the German defences in half an hour. But as the French battle plan called for a 3-hour assault, the German positions which the French troops had occupied continued to be bombarded by French artillery so severely that the successful troops were forced to fall back to their starting point. Within the course of a few days, a 14,500-strong division was reduced to 8,000 fighting men. On August 31st, Sir John French informed London that he intended to withdraw the British expeditionary force behind Paris, abandoning the French armies to their fate. Many of the British troops were shattered, he wrote to a friend. All of them needed to rest and refit. If London would increase the number of his infantrymen 6-fold and his cavalrymen 4-fold, he added in caustic vein, I would get to Berlin in 6 weeks without any French help at all. Without reinforcements on an impossible scale, he intended to separate his force from the French and retire out of the line altogether. News of French's attitude shocked those whose forces he was supposed to be assisting. On August 31st, Joffre appealed direct to the French Prime Minister, René Viviani, to intervene to ensure that Field Marshal French did not carry out his retreat too rapidly and should make up his mind to contain the enemy who was on the British front. So alarmed was the newly established British War Council at their Commander-in-Chief's attitude that Lord Kitchener was sent to France to explain it in person that Britain must continue to render the French armies continuous support. The two men met in Paris on September 1st. When the meeting was over, Kitchener was able to telegraph to London with news of a successful mission. French's troops are now in the fighting line, where he will remain conforming to the movements of the French army. After 6 days of continuous marching southward, General Lannesac's Fifth Army had reached Craon. Captain Spears was an eyewitness to the suffering of the French soldiers. Heads down, red trousers and blue coats, indistinguishable for dust, bumping into transport, into abandoned carts, into each other, they shuffled down the endless roads, their eyes filled with dust that dimmed the scalding landscape, so that they saw clearly only the foreground of discarded packs, prostrate men, and an occasional abandoned gun. Dead and dying horses that had dropped in their tracks from fatigue lay in great numbers by the side of the roads. Worse still, horses dying, but not yet dead, sometimes struggling a little, a strange appeal in their eyes, looking at the passing columns, whose dust covered them, caking their thirsty lips and nostrils. The heat of the day was intense. Many men, utterly worn out, overcome by fatigue or sunstroke, dropped and lay where they had fallen. Yet the spark of duty, the spirit of self-sacrifice, survived and bore the army on. One French general, believing all was lost, contemplated suicide, but overcame his despair. Commandant Duroy, who had been in the retreat since the fall of Namur, told Captain Spears, when he came across several hundred men literally running away southward, he stood in the roadway, shouting at them to stop, but they paid not the slightest attention. Duroy, seeing that fear rode on these men's shoulders and panic reigned in their hearts, drew his revolver and fired. But the men merely stumbled over the prostrate ones and went on, hardly attempting even to dodge the levelled weapon. At the village of Neary, on the extreme right of the German line, the German 4th Cavalry Division, advancing on September 1st through a morning fog, reached the part of the line held by the 3 regiments of the 1st British Cavalry Brigade. One of the British artillery units, L Battery, was surprised by the unexpectedly rapid German advance. Its horses were still tethered when the attack came. In a few minutes, 2 guns and their crews were overrun. The men operating the remaining gun fought on. The officer in charge, Captain E.K. Bradbury, although mortally wounded, insisted on directing the fire until he died. He and 2 of the 4 others who continued to fire the gun were awarded the Victoria Cross. 3 Victoria Crosses in almost as many minutes. To the cavalrymen of the First War, General Spears has written, the tale of L Battery at Neary was a shrine concealed deep in his heart, where he could pay a proud though secret tribute of affection and respect to his beloved horse artillery, his very own gunners, who had never been known to let him down. As a result of Captain Bradbury's actions at Neary, the German 4th Cavalry Division was scattered, and could play no significant part in the decisive battle that lay ahead. While the Anglo-French retreat continued towards the Marne, a German aeroplane appeared over Paris, dropping several bombs, and leaflets announcing the defeat of the French and Russian armies. At the very moment when thousands of Belgian refugees were entering the city from the north, tens of thousands of Parisians began to leave for the south and west, by road, rail, and river. Trees were cut down, barricades built, and trenches dug on the main boulevards leading into the city. The government itself, never slow to follow public opinion, departed for Bordeaux on September 2nd. This departure precipitated an even larger public exodus. Out of the peacetime population of just under 3 million, more than 1 million Parisians had fled. The harsh reality of military occupation was made clear that day in Brussels, when the newly appointed German governor, Field Marshal Baron von der Goltz, issued a proclamation in which he stated, "It is the stern necessity of war that the punishment for hostile acts falls not only on the guilty, but on the innocent as well." Such stern necessity was also evident that day in France, where, 27 miles from Paris, German troops, riding through the ancient town of Senlis, took the mayor, Eugene Odent, and 6 other citizens hostage. They were taken to a field outside the town and shot. As well as the mayor, the victims of this reprisal were a tanner, a carter, a waiter, a chauffeur, a baker's assistant, and a stone-cutter. A 19th-century painting in the town hall shows the execution of 4 hostages by Armagnacs nearly 500 years earlier. In 1418, when the town was besieged by the Burgundians. 6 centuries have elapsed, commented the 1917 Michelin Guide to the Marne battlefields, but it will be seen that, towards hostages, the Germans still retain the mental attitude of the Middle Ages. An hour before midnight on September 1st, the French High Command gained a precious piece of military intelligence that gave them, in precise detail, the direction the German First Army was about to take. A German officer, driving in a car from von Kluck's headquarters to the headquarters of his division, had, by mistake, taken a road that went straight into a French patrol, and was killed. His haversack, containing food, clothing, and various papers caked in blood, was brought to a French intelligence officer, Colonel Fargalde, who found among the papers a map which not only marked the precise dispositions of von Kluck's forces, itself information of great value, but also showed, in pencil, his intended lines of advance on the following day. These were not to the south, towards the French Sixth Army under Manoury and Paris, but to the southeast, towards the British Expeditionary Force and the River Marne. The most southeasterly line of the German advance that night was to the village of Longpont, situated at an undefended point between the British Expeditionary Force and the French Fifth Army under Lanrezac. Such points where armies join are always points of weakness. As a result of an accident, the Anglo-French commanders were in possession of a golden key. The French now knew exactly where to direct their Fourth Army, which would not, after all, have to defend Paris from a direct assault. The British Expeditionary Force reached the Marne on September 2nd. The troops have quite recovered their spirits, General Smith Dorrien wrote in his diary, and are getting fitter every day, and all they want is the order to go forward and attack the enemy. But that is not possible with the present rearward move of the French army. Given the rapidity of the German advance and its unexpected direction, it was not surprising that on September 2nd a German cavalry patrol captured Arthur Moore, the correspondent of the Times, whose dispatch about the retreat from Mons had so alarmed Britain. On the following day, the British Expeditionary Force crossed the Marne, blowing up the bridges behind them. In 13 days, they had retreated nearly 150 miles. It was as if the Kaiser's jibe about a contemptibly small army was to be justified. Yet the retreating troops had fought all the way, with dozens of rearguard actions. They had only 4 hours' sleep a night, sometimes less, and were so exhausted that one officer said of them, "I would never have believed that men could have been so tired and so hungry, and yet live." Another officer, Lieutenant George Ruppel, who was later to win the Victoria Cross for bravery, wrote in his diary of the men, physically weak from long marches and mentally weak from the continual strain of never being out of reach of the enemy's guns. Ruppel added, "It is scarcely surprising that under these conditions traces of panic and losses of self-control occurred." On September 3rd, in the North Sea, a German submarine, U-21, sank a British cruiser, HMS Pathfinder, the first warship to succumb to torpedo fire. 259 sailors were killed. The submarine was a new weapon of war, which had the advantage over surface vessels that it could attack and withdraw without being seen. The Germans intended to use their submarine fleet to destroy Allied naval and merchant shipping, impeding the war effort and demoralizing the countries whose ships were being sunk. Countermeasures existed, including ramming, surface attack by another vessel, depth charges, minefields, and even air attack. These were helped by the reading of German wireless messages and their decryption, a science in which the British came to excel. But the depredations of the German submarines were to continue until the last days of the war, wreaking havoc on Allied seaborne supplies. On the very day that the Germans had their first submarine success, a British pilot, Lieutenant Dalrymple Clark, carried out the first British bombing raid of the war, over land near the Franco-Belgian border. According to the official report, he expended one bomb on about 40 Germans, some evidently hurt. Other pilots, working in close partnership with armored car squadrons, harassed German motor patrols as they drove along the highways. The British consul at Dunkirk reported to London that these combined attacks had been extraordinarily successful in disconcerting the Germans as they advanced. The Belgians also made effective use of armored car squadrons. When they came up against a similarly armored German car, the similarity was more than in the armored plating. Both the Germans and Belgians had mounted the same weapon, the Lewis machine gun, invented by an American, Major Isaac Newton Lewis, whose father had clearly anticipated his son's inventive turn of mind at birth, which he had sold to Belgium and Germany only after the American War Department repeatedly turned it down. It could fire between 100 and 500 rounds a minute. In the fighting in Belgium, E. Alexander Powell recalled, "I saw trees as large round as a man's thigh, literally cut down by the stream of lead from these weapons." The German army was only 25 miles from Paris on September 3rd. That day, at the village of Baron, the 49-year-old composer Alberic Magnard barricaded himself in his house and opened fire on the German soldiers who had called for him to come out, killing one of them. His house was then set on fire with straw and grenades. He perished inside it. The village was then looted. Looting also marked the capture that same day of the nearby village of Menonville, where the philosopher Rousseau had died in 1778. During September 3rd, several German cavalry patrols rode forward as far as Écouen, only 8 miles from Paris, whose citizens awaited a German assault. To the northwest, it was learned that day German units had reached the river Seine, blowing up a bridge over the river at Pontoise. Fearful that their city was to be left to its fate, as Brussels had been 2 weeks earlier, the Parisian mood was grim. But on September 3rd it was unexpectedly lifted by a stern proclamation from the city's military governor, General Gallieni. "I have received the order to defend Paris against the invader. This order I shall fulfill to the end." To defend Paris, Gallieni had the protection of a newly formed army under the command of General Mannouri. It, too, awaited a massive onslaught, entrenching itself around the perimeter. But the Germans had fallen into a trap, created by the French withdrawal, that drew them east of Paris and south of the Marne, dramatically extending their lines of supply and communication. By chasing the retreating Anglo-French forces not to Paris but beyond the river Marne, the Germans lost the chance of taking the capital, for it was south of the Marne on September 4th that the Anglo-French forces prepared to do battle. "It was arranged that we are to fall back tonight about 12 miles towards the Seine to take advantage of the dark to cover our movements," Smith Dorrien wrote in his diary, "and also to avoid the piercing heat of the sun, so trying to the men and horses." There were other hazards. A retirement, Smith Dorrien added, is always a dangerous operation as regards to discipline, and a good many cases of unnecessary straggling and looting have taken place. 5 men are to be tried by court-martial this evening. The losses of officers and non-commissioned officers in certain units make it very difficult to maintain a proper standard of discipline, especially as the temptations are very great, owing to the hospitality of the country folk and the desertion of so many houses with valuables in. More than 15,000 British troops had been killed, wounded, or taken prisoner in just over 2 weeks. Speaking at the London Guildhall on September 4th, a month after Britain's declaration of war, Asquith declared that Britain would not sheathe the sword until Belgium's wrongs were righted. These wrongs had been widely publicized. 2 weeks after Asquith's speech, The Times published a letter in which a British lance-corporal was quoted as saying, after the Battle of Le Cateau, "The Germans don't like cold steel. They were falling on their knees and praying, but our blood boiled at the way they were treating civilians, and we had no mercy." The repercussions of the Amiens dispatch about the British retreat from Mons had continued to reverberate throughout Britain in the week that followed it. I think you ought to realize the harm that has been done by Sunday's publication in the Times. Winston Churchill, himself a former war correspondent, wrote to the paper's owner on September 5th. I never saw such panic-stricken stuff written by any war correspondent before, and this, served up on the authority of the Times, can be made, and has been made, a weapon against us in every doubtful state. At the Prime Minister's request, Churchill himself drafted a special communiqué that was issued that day, giving further details of the retreat and seeking to assure the British public that all was well. There is no doubt that our men have established a personal ascendancy over the Germans, Churchill wrote, and they are conscious of the fact that with anything like even numbers the result would not be doubtful. That such even numbers were, under Britain's existing voluntary system, a virtual impossibility, the anonymous communiqué did not say, yet Churchill, 3 years before the outbreak of war, had written a paper for the Committee of Imperial Defence, in which he set out in detail the sequence of events that were about to unfold, the gradual and then accelerated lack of impetus of the German advance as its 40th day drew near. For 33 days the German troops had been in continuous advance. They had covered the ground on foot, carrying heavy packs, weapons, and ammunition. With time and distance, the impetus of their attack had begun to wane. Logistics were also gradually working against them. To repair the deliberately demolished railway lines in Belgium and northern France was involving 26,000 German railway construction workers, whose work gradually became almost unmanageable. Of the 2,500 miles that made up the Belgian rail network, only 300 to 400 miles had been restored by the first week of September. More immediately dangerous for the battles that month, as the First and Second Armies swept forward, the railheads to which ammunition was brought by train had become further and further away from the forward units. On August 25th, the distance from the Second Army's railhead to the front line was 20 miles. This had to be covered by road, with much congestion and difficulty, the loads from long trains having to be transferred to individual lorries, vans, and horse-drawn transport. By September 2nd, that distance had increased to 95 miles, and by September 4th to more than 100 miles. One part of the rail route was proving particularly difficult. Between Liège and On, the track used by the First Army was so steep that 4 engines were needed to pull and push each train forward. Liège itself, through which all First and Second Army trains had to pass, was often congested. South of Charleroi, the only 2 lines along which the Second Army supplies could go were both single-track. While the problems of supply steadily worsened, German military fervor had also been dampened by the daily resistance with which the troops had been confronted, battles without respite even from men in retreat. They had no inkling, however, that a counter-offensive was imminent. The continuation of the French retreat was accepted as certain, a German officer later wrote. Not a sign, not a word from prisoners, not a newspaper paragraph gave warning. The Battle of the Marne began on September 5th. At the moment when the battle upon which hangs the fate of France is about to begin, Joffre proclaimed to his men, all must remember that the time for looking back is past. Every effort must be concentrated on attacking and throwing the enemy back. Troops who could no longer advance must at any cost keep the ground that has been won, and must die where they stand rather than give way. The proclamation ended. Under present conditions, no weakness can be tolerated. On the British front there was a similar sense of the crucial importance of the moment. I visited the divisions and found the men very elated at the idea of moving forward rather than backward, Smith Dorrien wrote in his diary that day. The British expeditionary force was nearest to Paris, between the Marne and the Seine. The German orders were succinct. If any British are met with, they are to be driven back. But it was the British who drove the Germans back that day, and on 8 successive days following that, with cavalrymen advancing rapidly northward, their reconnaissance assisted by cyclist patrols and aircraft. The infantry who followed the cavalry were likewise surprised at the lack of opposition. There was cheering evidence of the enemy's demoralization, General Edmonds recalled. The country near the roads was littered with empty bottles, and the inhabitants reported much drunkenness among the Germans. Indeed, some British artillery drivers, while cutting hay, discovered German soldiers, helplessly drunk, concealed under the topmost layer of the stack. That September 5th, as the battle on the Marne began, the magazine London Opinion published a graphic drawing of Lord Kitchener, his gloved finger pointing out of the page, with the caption, "Your country needs you." The poster, drawn by Alfred Leete, had been prepared during the retreat from Mons. It was later to be reproduced 10,000-fold, though at Kitchener's insistence the words, "God save the King," were quickly added to it. Peter Simpkins, the historian of the recruitment drive which this poster symbolized, has written, "In view of the fact that it became arguably the best-known poster in history, it is perhaps churlish to note that its widespread circulation in various forms did not halt the decline in recruiting." Even as Kitchener's appeal for men was being published for the first time, based upon the shock of retreat and heavy losses, the British public was following the new British military successes in France with a rapidly enhanced confidence, pride, and moral superiority. This feeling was expressed in verse on September 5th by the much-respected novelist and poet Thomas Hardy. In our heart of hearts believing, victory crowns the just, and that braggarts must surely bite the dust. Press we to the field ungrieving, in our heart of hearts believing, victory crowns the just. Among the troops confronting the Germans on September 5th were 5,000 native Moroccans, led by 103 French officers. In an attempt to relieve the pressure on the Moroccans, who were at one moment falling back, a nearby battalion of French soldiers was ordered to charge the Germans. The captain in command was killed instantly, as he led his men at the double-over open ground under continuous German machine-gun fire. His place was taken by Lieutenant Charles de la Cornilliere, who led the men forward to where they could lie down and fire back. As his men took what cover they could, he remained standing, as he ordered them, at 500 yards, independent fire. He was shot and fell. A sergeant who tried to help him was killed instantly. The cry went up, "The lieutenant is killed! The lieutenant is killed!" and there was some sign of panic, whereupon the lieutenant managed to raise himself to his knees and shout, "Yes, the lieutenant has been killed, but keep on firm." The men advanced. As they did so, de la Cornilliere died. His exploit quickly became a rallying point for French patriotic sentiment. For 12 days, the Moroccans, to whose aid Lieutenant de la Cornilliere had been going, fought with the other French troops to push back the German forces. Like the other troops engaged in the battle, they were successful, but at an exceptionally heavy cost. the death in action of 46 officers and more than 4,000 men, a death toll of 85% of those in action. It was not loss of life, however, but rapidity of movement that determined the outcome of the battle. On September 6th, Admiral Tirpitz noted with alarm, "We haven't succeeded in entrapping and taking prisoner large masses of troops. In consequence, the French army, by means of their network of railways, are constantly taking up new positions." That day, General Manoury, who had expected to face the German army in the outskirts of Paris, advanced eastward from his entrenched encampments to attack the German right flank on the river Ourcq. So swift was his move and so fierce his attack that substantial German forces had to be detached from the main Marne battle in order to meet it. To counter this extra assault, Manoury appealed to Gallieni for more troops. 2 infantry regiments of Zouaves had just reached Paris from Tunis. Requisitioning more than 2,000 Parisian taxicabs, Gallieni sent the new arrivals by road to the battlefield. Commented the German First Army commander, General von Kluck, there was only one general who, against all the rules, would have dared to carry the fight so far from his base. Unluckily for me, that man was Gallieni. The Battle of the Marne lasted 4 days. It marked the destruction of the Schlieffen Plan, and the end to any chance of a rapid German victory in the West. The number of troops engaged during the battle was enormous. 1,275,000 Germans in action against 1 million French and 125,000 British troops. The ferocity of the actions reflected the determination of the Anglo-French forces to reverse the tide of retreat. In one action, at Gubare Farm, French troops managed to sight a machine gun in such a way that it could, from 500 yards, fire the length of a German trench that had been dug during the night. Several German attempts to surrender were ignored. When the French eventually ceased firing, 6 German officers and 87 men emerged from the trench to surrender. More than 450 remained in the trench, the dead and the wounded. On September 7th, as the British army advanced, men who had hoped for a brief rest set their faces northward in a spirit of cheery resolution. A wartime staff officer, Sir Frank Fox, has written. It was an inspiring thought, he added, that the time had now come to chase the German. But as the advance proceeded, death continued to impose its rule of chance. That day an officer who had arrived from Britain a few hours earlier, Second Lieutenant H.A. Boyd, was killed in a skirmish. In those early days of the war, Fox noted, this cutting off of a young officer just as he came to realize the dearest ambition of a soldier's life, to go into action in defense of his country, impressed his comrades with a deep sense of tragedy. Later, one's resolution had to be steeled against this, as against the other losses. British losses during both the retreat and the advance were severe. A monument at La Ferté-sous-Jouarre records the names of 3,888 British soldiers killed at Mons, Le Cateau, on the Aisne and on the Marne, for whom there were no known graves. The violence of the fighting had destroyed their bodies beyond recognition. Among the names on the monument at La Ferté-sous-Jouarre is that of Private Thomas Highgate. He had not been killed in battle, however, but executed after a court-martial. He had been found hiding in a barn at Tournon, on the estate of Baron Edouard de Rothschild, just south of the Marne. When found, Highgate was dressed in civilian clothing, his uniform at his side. Questioned by the gamekeeper who discovered him, he said, "I want to get out of it, and this is how I am doing it." By a remarkable, and for Highgate a most unfortunate coincidence, the gamekeeper was an Englishman and an ex-soldier. Private Highgate was handed over to the British military authorities and tried for desertion, by a court-martial consisting of a colonel, a captain, and a lieutenant. He was sentenced to death and shot. In his will, in the back of his army pay-book, he left everything he owned, such as it was, to his girlfriend in Dublin. In the published army records, he is listed as died of wounds. On the day of his execution, Private Highgate was not the only British soldier to die away from the battlefield. "I am sorry to say," Smith Dorrien wrote in his diary on September 7th, "that 2 of our men had to be shot today, one for plundering and the other for desertion." Whatever shell-shock, exhaustion, or fear might have led to Highgate trying to hide from the battle, it was not to serve in his defence. Yet the inability of some soldiers to go on fighting was a feature of every battle. As the German retreat from the Marne gained momentum, some German soldiers also lost the will to fight, one German officer telling his superiors of panics behind the line. On September 7th, the Kaiser was driven towards the battle zone, but the colonel who was escorting him towards it when they came within the sound of artillery fire feared that a French cavalry patrol might break through the already retreating line and capture the supreme warlord. The Kaiser left the war zone. That day, a German counterattack by the Prussian Guard was beaten off by the artillery of Foch's Ninth Army. The French artillery had an unexpected effect. The German official history recorded, "The intended attack was everywhere nipped in the bud. The 7th of September was the worst day in the war so far for troops. That day General Moltke, reflecting on the blood that had been spilled during 1 month of war, wrote to his wife, 'Terror often overcomes me when I think of this, and the feeling I have is that I must answer for this horror.' There was also alarm in Germany on a practical level. It is now certain that England is bringing over great numbers of troops from Asia, Admiral Tirpitz, whose ships had no means of preventing this, wrote home on September 7th. Anglo-French confidence was growing. In a private letter home on September 8th, a member of Sir John French's staff wrote back to London, "The tide of invasion seems to have ebbed, and without a serious conflict. One is inclined to think that they have shot their bolt and spent their strength within sight of their goal." The fragility of warfare was also shown that day, however, when an unexpected German infantry attack, unheralded by any preliminary artillery fire, surprised 3 French divisions of Foch's Ninth Army, together with one of his reserve divisions, all of whom fled to the rear. In their flight they abandoned the village of Fère-Champenoise, and left Foch's advanced headquarters at Pleurs almost in the front line. It was only when the French soldiers had retreated 6 miles behind their overnight positions that they could be persuaded to stop and to regroup. The Germans, unaware of how far back the French soldiers facing them had fallen, contented themselves with entering the vacated French front-line positions and digging in. A few units entered the deserted streets of Fère-Champenoise, but nothing was done to exploit the morning's success. Commented Liddell Hart in his biography of Foch, the victorious Germans, in fact, had merely staggered forward like blind drunk men, and were unable to give the High Command any light on the situation beyond reports of their own extreme exhaustion. Foch took immediate steps to fill the gap that had been created by the unexpected German advance. The French counterattack that he ordered caused panic among the Germans, who themselves fell back. Their earlier advance had been part of a strategy designed to facilitate the wider German withdrawal. Realizing this, Foch concluded his report to Joffre on the night of September 8th. The situation is therefore excellent. The attack directed against the Ninth Army appears to be a means to assure the retreat of the German right wing. This confident message was later improved by legend to the majestic declaration, "My right is driven in, my center is giving way, the situation is excellent, I attack." That evening, General von Kluck was nearly captured by a squadron of French cavalrymen, who penetrated behind the line and, after attacking a German air base south of La Ferté-Milon, moved towards his headquarters there. All members of the staff seized rifles, carbines, and revolvers, he recalled 4 years later, so as to ward off a possible advance of the French cavalrymen, and extended out and lay down, forming a long firing line. The dusky, red, and clouded evening sky shed a weird light on this quaint little fighting force. Learning that the French squadron has been beaten off, von Kluck later reflected, "These bold horsemen had missed a goodly prize." By means of a night attack on September 8th, the French Fifth Army, which Lanrezac had commanded during its long retreat from Belgium, captured the village of Marchais-en-Brie. The army's new commander, General Franchet d'Espery, was determined to force a decision against von Bülow. In order to face d'Espery, von Bülow abandoned Montmirail and took up a line facing Paris. This new line, which ran from north to south between Margny and Le Toult, opened the way for the French to move towards the Marne. Cut off from von Kluck and the First Army, von Bülow gave the order to retire behind the Marne. Amid these German difficulties, Foch's offensive zeal, though in reality often tempered by caution and retrenchment, gained a life of its own. On September 9th, while some of his troops were again falling back before a renewed German attack, he issued a proclamation that was truly majestic. "I ask each one of you to draw upon the last spark of energy, which in its moments of supreme trial has never been denied to our race," he declared. "The disorder in the enemy's ranks is the forerunner of victory. By continuing with the greatest energy the effort already begun, we are certain to stop the march of the enemy, and then drive him from the soil of our country. But everyone must be convinced that success belongs to him who holds out longest. The honor and safety of France are in the balance. One more effort, and you are sure to win." The French retreat continued for several hours. Foch was told by one of his commanders, "In all ranks there was no question but of retirement." It was a crisis time, with General Edu, the commander of the Ninth Army Reserves, telling Foch that it was even too late to expect an orderly retirement. At this Foch replied, "You say you cannot hold on, and that you cannot withdraw, so the only thing left is to attack." The attack was to begin within 2.5 hours, and was to be carried out under any and all circumstances. In fact, the exhausted French troops were not tested on this occasion. 4 hours earlier the advancing Germans had halted, having received an order from General von Bülow to retreat, as 4 British divisions were even then marching through the open gap between his army and that of von Kluck. The German retreat brought with it several instances of cruelty for the civilians caught up in it. That day, September 9th, when German troops left the villages of Veredes on the north bank of the Marne, in place of 20 of their own wounded men who remained at the town hall, they took 20 elderly villagers as hostages. 3 escaped. 7 were murdered on the march. The 77-year-old Monsieur Jourdain and the 78-year-old Monsieur Milliardet, both of whom collapsed with exhaustion, were shot at point-blank range. When the 67-year-old Monsieur Ménil fell down, his skull was smashed in with the butt end of a rifle. During the recapture of Sampuy, where a 70-year-old Frenchman, Monsieur Jacquemin, was being held captive in his home and repeatedly beaten by a German officer, a shell fell on the house, killing the officer. As a result of the ill treatment he had received, Jacquemin died 2 days after the town was liberated. These were the incidental cruelties and individual victims of a war that was to claim millions of victims before it had run its course. During the recapture of Sampuy, just south of the Marne, a single German shell killed the commanders of 2 French brigades, General Barbady and Colonel Hamon. On September 9th, the Germans were driven back across the Marne, and on the 13th across the Aisne, a total retreat of 60 miles since the battle began. Never again were they to get so near to the French capital until, in the summer of 1940, revenge and aerial blitzkrieg succeeded where calculation and strategy had failed, and another French government, which had likewise fled to Bordeaux, sued for an armistice. In 1914 there was to be no such collapse. As the French government prepared to return to the capital, the great German flanking movement was itself being outflanked. French and British forces, hurrying northwards towards the Channel coast, fought to prevent the Germans from continuing their westward thrust, or from cutting off the British from their cross-channel lines of supply. The race to the sea was the second decisive phase of the war in the West. Sir John French warned London not to underestimate the German military capacity. It will never do to oppose them with anything but very highly trained troops led by the best officers, he wrote to Kitchener on September 7th during the German retreat. All their movements are marked by extraordinary unity of purpose and mutual support, and to undergo the fatigues they have suffered, they must be under an absolutely iron discipline. The Germans, for their part, recognize the qualities of their so recently contemptible adversary. From the bushes bordering on the river, a German officer wrote during the retreat, sprang up and advanced a second line of skirmishers, with at least 10 paces interval from man to man. Our artillery flashed and hit naturally at most a single man, and the second line held on and pushed always nearer and nearer. 200 yards behind it came a third wave, a fourth wave. Our artillery fired like mad, all in vain. A fifth, a sixth line came on, all with good distance, and with clear intervals between the men. Splendid, we are all filled with admiration. The whole wide plain was now filled with these funny khaki figures, always coming nearer. For 5 solid days we have been pursuing instead of pursued, Sir John French wrote to a friend on September 10th. And the Germans have had simple hell. This very day we have captured several hundred, cut off a whole lot of transport, and got 10 to 12 guns, and the ground is strewn with dead and wounded Germans. Something like this happened yesterday and the day before, but that is nothing to what they have lost in front of the 5th and 6th French armies, which have been much more strongly opposed. They are indeed fairly on the run, and we are following hard. When, during the German retreat, Foch entered fair Champenoise, he noted that the German troops there had been caught by surprise after a night of hard drinking. Such a carouse that hundreds of them were sleeping off their wine in their cellars. I saw some of them on the housetops, running like cats and being brought down with a flying shot. Paul Mays, riding up to the front line on a German cavalry horse that had been abandoned in the retreat, saw two riders coming unexpectedly in his direction. Rather startled, I waited, my carbine cocked, as I saw they were German soldiers mounted on black horses. They raised their hands on seeing me. They were lost, and had been searching for someone to whom to surrender. Shortly after this encounter, Paul Mays came to a chateau that was a flying Red Cross flag. French surgeons, wearing blood-stained aprons, were smoking cigarettes, contemplating with an air of satisfaction the catch of prisoners below them. German Red Cross men were carrying to waiting carts the wounded, who lay on stretchers on every step of the broad marble staircase. There were no ambulances. The medical arrangements seemed very inadequate. A convoy of private motor cars with English wounded passed on the roads, making for Rothschild's chateau at Chantilly that had been turned into a hospital. On the Meuse front, Fort Troyon, 10 miles south of Verdun, was besieged on September 8th. For 5 days the Germans subjected it to an intense artillery bombardment. German emissaries twice called on the fort to surrender in the name of the Emperor. When the defenders answered never, the Germans fired 236 shells within half an hour. In all, 10,000 shells were fired. 22 men were crushed to death when a shell blew in the roof of the narrow underground passage through which they were trying to reach the main defenders. The French commanding officer, Commander Toussaint, and a single infantry detachment of 472 men, together with a dozen artillery pieces and 2 machine guns, held out for 5 days, but they were overwhelmed in the end. The French High Command decided to withdraw from Verdun altogether, but the local army commander, General Sarret, ignored the order and remained in possession of the city and its fortresses. Denied their triumphal entry into Paris, the German army would go on fighting on the Western Front for another 4 years, as hopeful of victory in August 1918 as they had been in August 1914. But the hopes of a month earlier of being able to defeat France in a knockout blow and then turn all their military strength against Russia had been dashed. The war of rapid victories had become a strategy of the past and a dream for the future. Germany was going to have to fight simultaneously and with constant danger in both East and West. France was going to have to fight on French soil. Russia was going to have to regain land in the West, and Austria to regain land in the East. Christmas was still 3.5 months away, but every warring state was going to have to search for new strategies, and even new allies. 5. Digging in. The start of trench warfare. September to October 1914. As the Germans were being driven back from the Marne, with their plan for a swift victory in the west shattered, the Austrians were struggling to avoid being driven back by the Russians across their Galician frontier. On the 10th of September 1914, the day on which Joffre ordered the pursuit of the Germans north of the Marne with the words, "Victory is now in the legs of the infantry," at Krasnik, just inside the border of Russian Poland, the Russians defeated a substantial Austrian army that had advanced on to Russian soil. Further south, inside Austrian Galicia, a Russian victory led Conrad to order an Austrian retreat. "Today, very early, we abandoned ship with everything on it," Ludwig Wittgenstein wrote in his diary on September 13th. "The Russians are on our heels, have lived through frightful scenes, no sleep for 30 hours, am feeling very weak and can see no external help." The war of rapid victories having receded, every warring state sought to enlist the help of disaffected peoples. In the hope of creating difficulties for Britain, the German military attaché in Washington, Franz von Papen, who in 1932 became Chancellor of Germany, and in 1933 Hitler's first Vice-Chancellor, talked on September 13th with a former British diplomat, Sir Roger Casement, who wished to enlist German help to achieve the independence of Ireland. Casement suggested to the Germans the setting up of an Irish brigade that would fight alongside Germany. "They are keen for it," he wrote to a friend on the following day, "keener now than ever, as they realize its moral value to their case. Germany would be fighting the battle for the small nation of Ireland just as Britain was fighting for Belgium." To further this aim, and to enlist German support for a national uprising in Ireland itself, Casement sailed under a false name from New York to Germany. 3 weeks after his arrival, he persuaded the German government to issue a formal declaration that, should the fortunes of this great war that was not of Germany's seeking ever bring in its course German troops to the shores of Ireland, they would land there not as an army of invaders to pillage and destroy, but as the forces of a government that is inspired by goodwill towards a country and a people for whom Germany desires only national prosperity and national freedom. Irish soldiers were never to fight alongside the Germans as patriots or liberators, but from the very start of the war Polish soldiers were fighting alongside the Austrians, hoping that an Austrian victory over Russia would lead to the re-establishment of the Polish nation. The Austrians encouraged the Polish Legion, led by Pilsudski, to regard itself as the precursor to a Polish national army. To counteract the attraction of this force to all Poles, the Russians called on those under their rule to regard a Russian victory as something from which Polish national aspirations could gain. A volunteer Puławy Legion was set up, of Poles who would fight as a Polish entity in the Russian army. This was followed by a Polish rifle brigade. Just as Jew was fighting against Jew, as in the case of Wittgenstein in the Austrian army, and the Jewish soldiers among the Russian troops pushing him back, so Pole was set against Pole. Later in the war, the Germans formed a Polish military force to garrison Polish territory conquered from Russia. On the other side of the conflict, Polish soldiers who fought in the ranks of the German army and were captured on the Western Front formed the basis of a Polish army fighting alongside the Allies. Canada also encouraged recruiting into specially established Polish formations of its army. Later, the Americans did likewise. Nearly 2 million Poles served in the fighting lines, of whom 450,000 were killed. The tragedy of this for Poland was expressed in September 1914 by the poet Edward Śląski. "We're kept far apart, my brother, by a fate that we can't deny. From our 2 opposing dugouts we're staring death in the eye. In the trenches filled with groaning, alert to the shell-fire's whine, we stand and confront each other. I'm your enemy, and you are mine." Śląski was confident, however, that in the long term all was not lost for Poland by this fratricidal tragedy. Now I see the vision clearly, caring not that we'll both be dead, for that which has not perished shall rise from the blood we shed. The hopes of minorities could be raised in unusual ways. On the Eastern Front, the first award of the Cross of St. George, the equivalent of the Victoria Cross in Britain, awarded by the Tsar for exceptional bravery on the field of battle, went to a Jewish soldier, Leo Osnas. According to a British newspaper, the Yorkshire Herald, by his bravery in action, Osnas has won freedom for the Jews in Russia. He has gained for his race the right to become officers in the Russian army and navy, hitherto denied them, and he has so delighted the Russian government that it has since proclaimed that henceforth Jews in the empire shall enjoy the full rights of citizenship. Commented the newspaper, surely no man's winning of the V.C. ever resulted in such magnificent results for a subject people as this. In fact, the Jews of Russia did not receive full citizenship during the war, nor did they escape repeated violent attacks on them by Russian townsmen and villagers looking for scapegoats for Russia's military setbacks. According to the reports reaching Britain, Osnas was a volunteer. The status of volunteer was one which, as a result of Kitchener's appeal, had suddenly gained in stature. On September 12th, it was announced in Britain that the astounding total of 478,893 men had enlisted as volunteers since the outbreak of war 6 weeks earlier. Without following the continental system of compulsory service, Britain had acquired a substantial army. Many of these volunteers served in special PALS battalions, made up entirely of men from a particular town, or from a professional or work circle. The first of these to be formed was in London, a stockbrokers' battalion, of whom 1,600 enlisted within a single week. Many cities quickly followed, the Bristol Citizens' Battalion, and the Liverpool PALS being among the earliest. In Glasgow, it was decided to raise 2. Very quickly, enough men enlisted to form 3, one of them entirely drawn from the drivers, conductors, mechanics, and labourers of the city's tramways department. Known as the Tramways Battalion, they formed the 15th Battalion of the Highland Light Infantry. The 16th was made up almost entirely of past and present members of the city's Boys' Brigade. This pattern was repeated all over Britain. Even Labour men opposed to the war supported the drive for volunteers. Ramsay MacDonald, under attack for his public anti-war sentiments, supported the call for recruits in his constituency, Leicester. Within a month, 50 PALS battalions had been set up. Kitchener's army was in being and was slowly being made ready for war. What its quality would be could only be guessed at. One professional soldier, General Henry Wilson, had no doubts. The volunteers were a ridiculous and preposterous army, he wrote in his diary. They would be the laughing-stock of every soldier in Europe. It had taken the Germans 40 years of incessant work to make their army, with the aid of conscription. It will take us an eternity to do the same by voluntary effort. In France, there was a further reprisal on September 12th, after 2 German cavalrymen had been killed by French soldiers southwest of Reims, near the village of Bouilly. Declaring that the deaths had been caused by the villagers, the Germans destroyed the village. In Belgium, as the German retreat from the Marne gathered momentum, the Belgian field army launched a substantial counterattack, in the hope of forcing the Germans to call troops back from their confrontation with the British and French in the decisive southern battlefield. By September 13th, 4 Belgian divisions had reached the outskirts of the village of Veerde, 18 miles south of Antwerp, and scarcely 12 miles north of German-occupied Brussels. The American journalist E. Alexander Powell, having watched the Belgian troops go forward towards Weerd, then witnessed the sequel. Back through the hedges, across the ditches, over the roadway came the Belgian infantry, crouching, stooping, running for their lives. Every now and then a soldier would stumble, as though he had stubbed his toe, and throw out his arms and fall headlong. A bullet had hit him. The road was sprinkled with silent forms in blue and green. The fields were sprinkled with them too. One man was hit as he struggled to get through a hedge and died standing, held upright by the thorny branches. A young Belgian officer, who had been recklessly exposing himself while trying to check the retreat of his men, suddenly spun around on his heels, like one of those wooden toys which the curb vendors sell, and then crumpled up, as though all the bone and muscle had gone out of him. Nearby, a soldier plunged into a half-filled ditch and lay there with his head under water. I could see the water slowly redden. Weerd remained in German hands. Malines, 2 miles to the north, was occupied soon afterwards, and Louvain regained. German troops and their Austrian siege guns were free to turn their attentions to the last significant Belgian city still in Belgian control, the port city of Antwerp, where the Belgian troops, who had so recently gone forward more than halfway to Brussels, now reinforced the defenders of the forts around the perimeter. Despite the violent surprises of the battlefield, the optimism of the Allied commanders survived. On September 13th, the day of the Belgian defeat at Weerd, a conference of French and British generals met at Joffre's headquarters. The dominant feature of the conflict was the continuing German retreat from the Marne. There was a discussion about how many days it would take before the German armies would be pushed back across the German border. A British general, Henry Wilson, said 4 weeks. Some of the French generals thought it might be 3. Victory could still come by Christmas. Defeat and victory were becoming familiar words. So too was casualty, a word that, with the statistics that came with it, blended together killed, missing, and wounded. The phrase heavy casualties, associated with almost every victory or retreat, could mean hundreds, even thousands of deaths. The newspapers of all the warring states were publishing obituary notices of officers and casualty lists on a daily basis. There were few readers who did not know someone at the front. On September 13th, General Foch learned of the death both of his son-in-law and of his only son. They had been killed in action on the Belgian border 3 weeks earlier. When he was brought the news, Foch asked his staff to leave him for a while. Half an hour later he called them back with the words, "Now let's get on with our work." Later he wrote to his lifelong friend, General Millet, "I have discreetly broken the news to my wife, who is still at Plougion. One ought to disregard everything, and yet I quake as I think of the disturbance which is bound to occur there, to the grief of my poor women folk. For my part, I am steeling myself on this subject, so as not to fail in my duty." In this letter Foch also commiserated on Millet's own desolation, for his son-in-law had also been killed, and his daughter had died of grief on hearing the news. Millet himself died within a month of these tragedies. On September 14th, General Moltke was removed from his post as chief of the German General Staff. The Battle of the Marne had been his nemesis, a mere 6 weeks after the start of the war. One historian has described him as a cultured, sensitive soldier who, in his spare time, liked to play the cello, read Goethe and Maeterlinck, and was interested in the faith-healing teachings of the Christian Scientists. Failure had claimed its first scapegoat among the mighty. Moltke had found the casualty lists unbearable. September 14th saw the death of the first British public schoolmaster to be killed in action, Alexander Williamson, then serving as a lieutenant in the Seaforth Highlanders. That day also saw the death of Percy Wyndham, a grandson of one of Britain's wealthiest men, the first Duke of Westminster. 3 days earlier, Wyndham had written to his mother, "Supply me with socks and chocolates, which are the 2 absolute necessities of life." He was killed leading his men at Soupir, shot in the head at close range. There were individual soldiers in all the warring armies who could not face the intensity of battle. On September 16th, on only the 3rd day of his active service, a 20-year-old British soldier, Private George Ward, had left the battlefield after 2 companions had been wounded, telling his sergeant major that he too had been hit. 6 days later, Ward reported back to his battalion, where he was found to be unwounded and was court-martialed. His corps commander, General Sir Douglas Haig, wrote on the court-martial file, "I am of the opinion that it is necessary to make an example to prevent cowardice in the face of the enemy as far as possible." Ward was shot, then buried on the banks of the Aisne. Like Private Highgate, executed 3 weeks earlier, he is commemorated on the memorial at La Ferté-sous-Jouarre to those who were killed in action but had no known grave. Execution was not always the penalty for desertion. On the same day that Ward was sentenced to death, at the same place and for the same offence, Corporal N. Pryor was reduced to the rank of private and given 2 years' hard labour. The severe morality of the battlefield was matched at home by a growing sense of sacrifice and sternness of outlook, expressed on September 19th by the British Chancellor of the Exchequer, David Lloyd George, when he told a vast audience at the Queen's Hall in London, "A great flood of luxury and of sloth, which had submerged the land, is receding, and a new Britain is appearing. We can see for the first time the fundamental things that matter in life, and that have been obscured from our vision by the tropical growth of prosperity." In Russia, this sentiment had already been expressed, if in a more prosaically political way, by a declaration of the Social Democrat Party in the Duma after the outbreak of war that, through the agony of the battlefield, the brotherhood of the Russian people will be strengthened, and a common desire created to free the land from its terrible internal troubles. This high moral tone, whether of fundamental things or of brotherhood, required to be backed by an ability to win on the battlefield. Yet, within 7 weeks of the outbreak of the war, the first warning bell was being sounded. In the French army, a shortage of ammunition had begun to impede the ability of the gunners to exploit the German retreat. On September 19th, Joffre wrote direct to the Minister of War, Alexandre Millerand, asking for at least 50,000 rounds a day to be sent to him, if he was to continue the advance. Millerand replied 2 days later that this figure could not be reached, though he did not despair of achieving a rate of 30,000 rounds a day in 3 weeks' time. He went on to tell Joffre, "On your side, to do everything possible to prevent waste. Please see that fatigue parties gather up the cartridge cases left on the battlefields, or else offer to pay the inhabitants for all they bring in." In search of untapped sources of shells, Joffre scoured the gun batteries behind the lines, including those of Paris and Dunkirk. These were improvised, even desperate measures, far from the triumphant cry of "A Berlin" of 7 weeks earlier. But the difficulties of waging war did not necessarily create doubts about its outcome. Here the feeling is absolutely united, and running breast-high for a prolonged and relentless struggle. There will, I think, be no difficulty in putting 1 million men in the field in the spring of 1915, Churchill wrote from London on September 20th to a friend in the country, and, he added, "Doom has fallen upon Prussian military arrogance. Time and determination are all that is needed. On the following day, the sense of loss for the many thousands already bereaved was expressed in The Times, when the paper published a poem, For the Fallen, written by Laurence Binyon, a 45-year-old art historian. Binyon, who is said to have written the words sitting on a cliff at Polzeath in Cornwall, had volunteered as a Red Cross nursing orderly in France. After the war, 4 of his lines became the single most recited verse in Britain during commemoration of the war dead. They shall not grow old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. On September 22nd, the British made their first air raid on Germany, attacking Zeppelin sheds at Cologne and Dusseldorf. The surprise was complete, the senior British pilot reported, and the numerous Germans in the vicinity ran in all directions. That day, however, a German submarine, the U-9, torpedoed 3 British cruisers, the Aboukir, Cressy, and Hogue, within the space of an hour. Although 837 men were rescued, 1,459 were drowned. It was to be the worst British naval disaster of the whole war. A week later, Asquith instructed the Admiralty to mine the North Sea without stinting, and, if necessary, on a Napoleonic scale. In the Indian Ocean on September 22nd, the German raider, the light cruiser Emden, which had already sunk or captured a dozen British merchant ships, bombarded the Burma Oil Company depot at Madras, igniting 50,000 tons of naval fuel oil. Commented a relative of the Kaiser, Prince Joseph of Hohenzollern, who was serving on board, "It was very lucky for Madras that the wind was westerly, so that the flames from the oil tank stood out seawards. If the opposite had been the case, part of the town might easily have been destroyed by the flames." Across the globe, the incidents of war proliferated. Newspaper readers in all lands were confronted by a plethora of daily incidents, some important to one region or people, some to another. No day passed without the range and scale of the war being evident. For a brief moment on September 23rd, for example, Serbian troops threatened to overrun Sarajevo, but were driven off by Austrian troops. That same day, in the Far East, British, Australian, and Japanese troops were moving against the many scattered German ports and islands, acquired by Germany during the previous 3 decades. German ports in Africa were likewise being seized. In the search for allies against the Turks, should Turkey enter the war, Britain was trying to enlist the help of the Sharif of Mecca's son, Abdullah, and offering the Arabs control of vast regions of the Turkish Empire in return for Arab participation. In neutral Washington, President Wilson was protesting to the British government that Britain's naval blockade of Germany would have evil effects on American public opinion. Also, in North America, Canadian troops were preparing to embark on the Atlantic crossing, intent on participating in the war before it ended. Whether the war would end by Christmas, as so many had earlier imagined, was being questioned. A German soldier taking part in the race to the sea wrote home, "I have the impression that the war will last a long time. Well, I shall hold out, even if it goes on for another year." He was killed shortly after writing his letter. On September 26th, at Saint-Mihiel, between Verdun and Toul, the Germans besieged the French fortress of Camp de Romaine. Despite being cut off and subjected to heavy artillery and grenade attacks, the garrison refused repeated demands to surrender. A smoke attack finally forced them out. According to a report published a month later in the New York Times, When the survivors of the plucky garrison were able to march out, they found their late opponents presenting arms before them in recognition of their gallant stand. They were granted the most honorable terms of surrender. Their officers were allowed to retain their swords, and on the march to honorable captivity they were everywhere greeted with expressions of respect and admiration. 5 officers and 300 men were taken prisoner. The Germans were intent on reaching the Belgian and French coastline. On the day of the fall of Camp de Romaine, German artillery began the bombardment of the forts defending Antwerp. With Liège and Namur having fallen, Antwerp possessed Belgium's last great ring of forts. In London, Kitchener and Grey recognized the importance of as long a resistance as possible at Antwerp. They were afraid that once the German troops who were attacking the city had conquered it, they would move rapidly towards the Channel ports, forcing the British army to retreat into western France, and possibly threatening Britain herself. Even 1 week's resistance would enable the British army to form a defensive line in Flanders, from which an attack could then be launched to liberate Belgium, and then drive the Germans back to Germany. Determined to stiffen the ability of Antwerp to hold out for a few more days, Kitchener at once sent British heavy artillery and personnel to the city, and asked the French army to do likewise. On September 30th, Asquith wrote to his friend Venetia Stanley, "The Belgians are rather out of morale, and are alarmed at the bombardment of Antwerp which has just begun. They are sending their archives and treasure over here, and talking of moving the seat of government to Ostend. Kitchener has given them some good advice, namely not to mind the bombardment of their forts, but to entrench themselves with barbed wire, etc., in the intervening spaces, and challenge the Germans to come on." On October 1st, the British cabinet decided to send to Antwerp a whole division, then on its way to Sir John French in northern France. On the following morning, the Germans penetrated 2 of the city's forts. Summoning Churchill that evening, Kitchener and Grey stressed the importance for the battle in France of a continued Belgian resistance in Antwerp. Churchill offered to go to Antwerp himself and report on the situation. He left London that night, and spent the next 3 days in the trenches and fortifications of the city, and in discussions with the Belgian government, which had moved to Antwerp after the fall of Brussels, hoping to stiffen its resolve. But he telegraphed to Kitchener on October 4th, the Belgian troops were weary and disheartened, especially as the ground between the forts and the city was so waterlogged, partly as a result of deliberate flooding, that they were unable to dig trenches for their protection. In an attempt to prolong the defense of the city long enough to enable the British Expeditionary Force to reach the coastal region before the Germans, the Belgian government appealed to Britain for troops. Such troops as were available were sent at once. 2,000 men of the Royal Naval Division on October 4th, and a further 6,000 on the following day. Among these troops was the poet Rupert Brooke, who, with hundreds of others, had recently volunteered to serve in the division, which had been set up by Churchill on the outbreak of war. Brought straight from their barracks in Britain, where 2/3 of them had just begun training, some had never fired a rifle or used an entrenching tool. They arrived from Ostend in London buses, whose sides still bore their peacetime routes and destinations: Bank, Holborn, Piccadilly, Shepherd's Bush, and Strand. It was not intended that the men of the Royal Naval Division, which included 1 fully trained Marine brigade, would be on their own for long. 22,000 professional British troops, a full division, were at that very moment on their way from Britain, crossing by sea to Ostend. "It is most necessary," Kitchener telegraphed to Churchill on October 5th, "that the Belgians should not give way before the forces now on the sea arrive for their support. For the citizens of Antwerp, with 8,000 British soldiers already in the city, it seemed that deliverance had arrived. Cries of "Vive les Anglais" and "Vive Tommy Atkins" resounded through the streets. Louise Mack, an Australian woman who was in Antwerp on October 5th, noted in her diary that day, "Haggard, hollow-eyed, exhausted, craving the rest they may not have, these glorious heroes revive as if by magic under the knowledge that other troops are coming to help theirs in this gargantuan struggle for Antwerp. The yellow khaki seems to sweep along with the blue uniforms like sunlight. The presence of British troops even seemed to give a different perspective to the distant noise of the guns. The boom of the cannon is growing fainter and fainter," Louise Mack wrote on October 5th, as the Germans appear to be pushed further and further back. This was an illusion. Although on the following day the much larger British force of 22,000 men reached Ostend, the decision of the French government not to send any troops of its own, as previously promised, caused the British to hesitate and hold back. Late on the evening of October 7th, using their 17-inch Austrian howitzers, the Germans, who had hitherto concentrated on the forts, began the bombardment of Antwerp itself. The first shell fell near the cathedral. "As it exploded," wrote Louise Mack, "I shut my eyes, clenched my hands, and sank on the floor by my bedside, saying to myself, 'God, I'm dead.' And I thought I was, too. The enormity of that sound sensation seemed to belong to a transition from this world to the next. It scarcely seemed possible to pass through that noise and come out alive. The first person to be killed inside the city was a 14-year-old boy. The second to be killed was a street sweeper, decapitated as he was running for shelter. The ferocity of the bombardment was such that the defenders had no means of counterattack. Against the Austrian 12-inch howitzers, the British 6-inch naval guns and 4.7-inch howitzers were outmatched. Nor would the British division still at Ostend move forward without the French, who, having halted at Ghent, refused to do so. "The French having failed us," Asquith wrote to Venetia on October 8th, "and the Belgian field army being quite untrustworthy, there is, alas, nothing to be done but to order our naval men to evacuate the trenches tonight." Asquith, one of whose sons had been present at the siege, later elaborated on this remark about the Belgians, telling Venetia, "The Belges ran away, and had to be forced back at the point of the bayonet into the forts, while the Germans at a safe distance of 5 or 6 miles thundered away with their colossal howitzers." The siege guns continued to bombard the city throughout October 9th. On the following morning, after 2 days and nights of destruction, Antwerp could hold out no more. The King of the Belgians, who was married to a daughter of a Bavarian duke, was said to have fired the last shot before the surrender. Antwerp's prolonged resistance gave the British Expeditionary Force time to complete the move from its positions northeast of Paris, following the Battle of the Marne, to Flanders and the Channel ports. Inside Antwerp, E. Alexander Powell witnessed the march past of the victors, in a parade that lasted 5 hours, and in which 60,000 German soldiers took part, passing in review before the military governor, Admiral von Schroeder, and their commander, General von Besseler. After the massed ranks of the cavalrymen, riding with their lances held high, came the sailors of the German Naval Division, then the Bavarians in dark blue, the Saxons in light blue, and the Austrians, the same who had handled the big guns so effectively, in uniforms of a beautiful silver grey. 57 British soldiers had been killed during the siege of Antwerp. 936 were taken prisoner of war and sent to camps inside Germany, and 1,600 retreated into neutral Holland, where they were interned for the rest of the war. Among those who managed to return to Britain was Rupert Brooke, who had celebrated the coming of war with the words, "Now God be thanked, who has matched us with his hour, and caught our youth, and wakened us from sleeping." This war is really the greatest insanity in which white races have ever been engaged, Admiral Tirpitz wrote to his wife on October 4th. We are exterminating each other on the continent for England to reap the benefit. Moreover, perfidious Albion succeeds in holding us up before the world as the guilty party. For the citizens of occupied Belgium, it was German rule that was proving onerous that autumn. On October 5th, the military governor, Field Marshal Baron von der Goltz, issued a proclamation in which he stated, "In future, villages in the vicinity of places where railway and telegraph lines are destroyed will be punished without pity, whether they are guilty or not of the acts in question. With this in view, hostages have been taken in all villages near the railway lines which are threatened by such attacks. Upon the first attempt to destroy lines of railway, telegraph, or telephone, they will be immediately shot." This was German ruthlessness, known in Britain as frightfulness. It was contrasted 5 days later in a private letter from Walter Rathenau to the Chancellery, in which, amongst all the madness generated in 2 months of war, the man who was charged with finding the raw materials essential to make war proposed a real peace. It should be based, Rathenau believed, on the German evacuation of Belgium, reconciliation with France, and the creation of a European economic system that would bring together Germany, Austria, France, and Belgium. Such a system would represent an internal victory far surpassing all external achievements. Rathenau went on to point out that economic alliance with a neighboring country included future political alliance also. 8 years later, Rathenau was to make these ideas the basis of his policy as foreign minister. They were to lead also to his assassination at the hands of anti-Semitic ultranationalists. In Galicia, the Russian army continued to advance deep into Austria, and some Russian cavalrymen even crossed into Hungary. "It looks bad for the Austrians," was General Max Hoffmann's comment on September 26th. "They have saved money over their army for 20 years, and now they are paying for it." But the Russian provinces of Poland, which had been annexed by Russia in the 18th century, were being slowly overrun, with Hoffmann's own strategic help, by the Hindenburg-Ludendorff combination, and battles of great intensity were opening up for Poland the prospect of an end to nearly 150 years of Russian rule. The question of whether the new rulers, the Germans, would grant Poland autonomy or independence was still unresolved. Extreme German nationalists were calling for the creation of a permanent buffer zone between Germany and Poland, carved out of Russian territory, from which 16 million Poles would be deported into Russia to make way for German settlers. The neutral states, watching the daily progress of the war with their own national interests and ambitions in mind, could not see what its outcome would be, and remained spectators. The Entente powers, in their search for new allies and new armies, were finding great reluctance among the neutrals to participate. Italy, with her common border with Austria and her territorial aspirations in the Adriatic, was an obvious Entente prize, yet the Italian government clung tenaciously to neutrality. It was challenged on October 10th, when the future Italian fascist leader, Benito Mussolini, then a leading socialist, published an article in a socialist newspaper calling for a reversal of his party's anti-war stand and urging Italian participation on the side of the Entente. His hope was that war would lead to revolution and the fall of the monarchy. For the French government, anxious to have Italy as an ally, the ultimate goal was unimportant. What mattered was to have an influential voice calling for war. To enable Mussolini's pro-war views to have the widest possible circulation, the French government financed his first independent newspaper, Popolo d'Italia, providing him with funds on a monthly basis. The first payment was taken to him by a French socialist politician. It was not payment but patriotism that led to a German naval lieutenant, Karl Lodi, to undertake an espionage mission in Britain immediately after the outbreak of war. Traveling from Berlin under a false American passport, he went first to Edinburgh, then to Rosyth, then to Liverpool, reporting by telegram to neutral Sweden on Britain's naval preparations and dispositions. Lodi also reported on London's anti-aircraft defences. His telegrams were read by the British censor, seemed suspicious, and were stopped. The only one that was allowed through was his report of the rumour that Russian soldiers were on their way through Britain to France. Lodi was arrested on October 2nd, while on his way to the British naval base at Queenstown. He was tried by court-martial at the Westminster Guildhall and sentenced to death by firing squad at the Tower of London. On the morning of his execution, he said to the officer guarding him, "I suppose you will not shake hands with a spy?" To which the officer replied, "No, but I will shake hands with a brave man." After Lodi's execution, a British intelligence chief wrote, "He never flinched, he never cringed, but he died as one would wish all Englishmen to die, quietly and undramatically, supported in his courage by the proud consciousness of having done his duty." In Berlin there was less praise. "One must confess," wrote Lodi's spymaster, "that his capabilities for such important work were practically nil." On October 3rd, in the race to the sea, German forces entered the Belgian town of Ypres. 2 days later, the first air combat took place above France, when 2 French aviators shot down a German plane, whose crew of 2 was killed. On October 8th, the first of 16 German Zeppelins to be destroyed by British aircraft was bombed in its shed at Düsseldorf by a British pilot, Flight Lieutenant Reginald Marix. On October 10th, in an intensification of the drive north, the German Fourth Army was ordered to cut off the fortresses of Dunkirk and Calais. That day, a German cavalry detachment entered the northern French city of Lille. While they were in discussion with the mayor, French cavalrymen arrived. There was a brief skirmish, and the Germans rode off. A few hours later, German artillery fell on the city, and a German aeroplane dropped a bomb, killing a boy and a horse. On October 11th, the German bombardment of Lille began in earnest. Within 2 days, more than 5,000 shells had been fired into the city, and 800 buildings were destroyed. On October 13th, Lille surrendered. The German troops who then occupied it were so exhausted by their previous exertions that many lay down on the pavements and slept. The race for the sea was slowly being won by the British and French. On October 14th, British troops drove the Germans out of Bailleul. They discovered that in the few weeks it had been under German occupation, a war tax had been imposed on the farmers, and 14 Frenchmen of military age had been rounded up and shot. Before leaving, the Germans had opened the doors of the local lunatic asylum, leaving hundreds of its inmates to wander about the countryside unaided. Many were later found dead by the roadsides or in the woods. Violent death had become commonplace, calling forth different emotions. After one of his closest friends was killed by a chance shell on October 14th, General Smith Dorrien wrote in a private letter, "Those who go to eternity before the task is completed are heroes, and must be thought of as such, and not mourned." Among those for whom a grave had been dug on the previous day was the 26-year-old Lieutenant Bernard Montgomery, who had been so seriously wounded that it was assumed that he would die. While he was leading his platoon of 30 men against the village of Metairie, a German rifle bullet had passed through his chest. A soldier who was trying to put a dressing on the wound was hit and fell across him. As the 2 men lay there, both unable to move, the Germans continued firing. Montgomery was hit again in the knee. The soldier was killed. It was not for another 4 hours that stretcher-bearers were able to bring Montgomery out. He was unconscious and believed to be dying, comments one of his biographers. With characteristic lack of cooperation, he declined to die, and when the time came for the unit to move, they had to take him with them. On October 15th, the Germans succeeded in entering the Belgian port of Ostend. "It really is extraordinary how very unpopular we are," Admiral Tirpitz wrote to his wife that day, after visiting Antwerp. Almost all of Belgium was now under occupation, and tens of thousands of Belgian refugees had arrived in England, stimulating anti-German feeling. On October 17th, the London Evening Standard had a headline, "Ridding London Hotels of the Enemy," and listed those hotels, today officially declared clear of Germans and Austrians. On the following day, Thomas Hardy wrote of his pastoral dream that the Belgian refugees would arrive in Britain with their bells and music. "Then I awoke, and lo, before me stood the visioned ones, but pale and full of fear. From Bruges they came, and Antwerp, and Ostend. No Carillions in their train. Foes of mad mood had shattered these to shards amid the gear of ravaged roof and smouldering gable end." By the utmost exertions of British, French, and Belgian troops, the limit of the German advance had been reached. At several points, the most westerly German units were being driven eastward, back across the Franco-Belgian border. The French town of Armentières was retaken by the British. Among those killed at Armentières on October 18th was Churchill's cousin, Norman Leslie. "The ever-widening conflagration of this war devours all that is precious, and the end is far away," Churchill wrote in condolence to his cousin's mother, Leonie Leslie. The British Army has in a few weeks of war revived before the whole world the glories of Agincourt and Blenheim and Waterloo, and in this Norman has played his part. Also on October 18th, Ypres was recaptured from the Germans. From there the British planned to push the Germans back through Belgium at least as far as Menin and Roulers. A few miles up the Menin road, however, and along the railway line to Roulers, the Germans halted the British advance. During October 19th, General Rawlinson, who had been instructed to move on Menin, hesitated. British pilots and Belgian refugees had reported that German reinforcements were being hurried forward. Menin, a mere 12 miles from Ypres, remained in German hands. Hopes were high among the German soldiers, in particular those still behind the lines, for further victories. A German private just off to the front wrote to his pre-war landlord on October 20th, "Once we have arrived at our destination, I shall write to you straight away and send you my address. I hope we shall get to England." That soldier was Adolf Hitler. 9 days later, he was to be in action. Determined to prevent German soldiers reaching England, and fearful of the reluctance of British sailors to open fire on troop transports, on October 22nd, Churchill informed his Admiralty officials, "A precise order should be given that all transports believed to be conveying German troops to England are to be sunk by torpedo or gunfire. No parley with or surrender by a transport on the high seas is possible." German troop transports, which, after reaching the British coast, surrendered wholesale and immediately, could be dealt with as mercifully as circumstances allow. But British officers would be held responsible that the enemy gains no advantage by any exercise of humanity. Only when the fighting had stopped altogether could Germans swimming in the water be made prisoners of war, in the regular way, provided the fighting efficiency of the ships is not affected. The possibility of invasion prompted harsh measures. In the event, these measures were never put to the test in either World War. On the morning of October 21st, British and French cavalrymen at the Belgian village of Passchendaele, on a ridge halfway between Ypres and Roulers, left the village and fell back towards Ypres. They had not been attacked, but sought the greater security of proximity to the larger town. Both sides began to dig trenches, linking them in a continuous line with machine-gun emplacements, dugouts, communication trenches leading to the rear, and saps going forward as close as possible to the enemy front line. Artillery observation posts, balloons, and air patrols kept an eye on any distant movement. The trench lines established between Ypres on the British side and Menin and Roulers on the German side, the Ypres salient, became the scene over 4 years of some of the harshest fighting in any war in history. At the time, however, it seemed that the skirmishes east of Ypres were but a passing moment in the struggle. "In my opinion," Sir John French telegraphed to Lord Kitchener on the evening of October 21st, "the enemy are vigorously playing their last card, and I am confident they will fail." That last card proved to be far more than a series of cavalry skirmishes. What became known as the First Battle of Ypres, or First Ypres, was a determined German attempt to drive the British out of the salient altogether, as part of a wider strategy aimed at breaking through to the North Sea and Channel coast. Not only against Ypres, but further south at Messines and Neuve-Chapelle, German units sought to push the British back, singing patriotic songs as they advanced. But the German grand design was nowhere within sight of success. The war of rapid movement was over. The struggle had become one for villages, hills, copses, and roads. On October 21st, a German artilleryman, Gilbert, who was in action for the first time, wrote in his diary, "We pull forward, we get our glimpse of this battlefield, and have to get used to the terrible scenes and impressions. Corpses, corpses, and more corpses, rubble, and the remains of villages." German infantrymen had just captured the village of Primesque. "The bodies of friend and foe lie tumbled together," Sulzbach wrote. "Heavy infantry fire drives us out of the position which we had taken up, and this is added to by increasingly heavy British artillery fire. We are now in an area of meadowland, covered with dead cattle and a few surviving ownerless cows. The ruins of the village, taken by assault, are still smoking. Trenches hastily dug by the British are full of bodies. We get driven out of this position as well by infantry and artillery fire." That night, Sulzbach reflected on his first day in action. "A dreadful night comes down on us. We have seen too many horrible things all at once, and the smell of the smoking ruins, the lowing of the deserted cattle, and the rattle of machine-gun fire makes a very strong impression on us. barely 20 years old as we are, but these things also harden us up for what is going to come. We certainly do not want this war. We are only defending ourselves and our Germany against a world of enemies who have banded together against us. On October 23rd, after 2 days of hand-to-hand fighting near Langemarck in the Ypres salient, 1,500 German dead were counted on the battlefield. At the hamlet of Kortekeer, more than 700 Germans were taken prisoner. With them were liberated 50 British soldiers who had been captured by the Germans at the start of the battle. The line of trenches was beginning to acquire a fatal static logic of its own. Although the British success at Kortekeer was reported to headquarters as a breakthrough, no attempt was made to follow it up. At the same time, German high-explosive shells known to the French as marmites, to the British as coal boxes and Jack Johnsons, were blowing in trenches and causing continual Allied casualties. The German hopes of reaching the sea were as vain as the British hopes of pushing deep into Belgium. The battle in the Ypres salient had become a battle for the salient itself, for an area no more than 8 miles wide at its widest. At Reutel, just north of the Menin Road, a battalion of the Wiltshire Regiment was all but wiped out on October 25th, the few survivors being taken prisoner. South of Ypres, Indian troops went into action for the first time on the Western Front when, on the night of October 25th, between Weizsäcker and Messines, they drove off a German attack. The official history of the Indian Corps in France records how one of them, Sepoy Usman Khan, having been shot twice by rifle fire, refused to leave his position. Only when a large piece of flesh was blown away from both legs by a shell splinter was he carried back. For his grand example, he was awarded the Indian Distinguished Service Medal. The Indians had left the subcontinent almost exactly 2 months earlier. On October 26th, the Indian Corps carried out its first attack on the Western Front. Their first British officer to be killed, Captain P.C. Hamp Vincent, was lost that day, as were 9 of his men. Within 4 days, 4 more British officers and 4 Indian officers and more than 200 Indian soldiers had been killed. In the Ypres salient that day, many British troops holding the village of Croisica, just south of the Menin Road, were killed or buried alive, as British artillery fired into the village from afar, unaware that it was being held by their own men. German artillery fire had been almost continuous for 56 hours. A military historian, Anthony Farrar Hartley, who was himself in action in Korea in 1950, has written, "Gradually, from every one of the 4 battalions, men began to fall back, fit men blown out of their trenches who were searching for the remains of their units, wounded men walking painfully to the rear, men recovering from the dreadful experience of being buried alive, the lucky ones traced and dug out by their comrades, men broken by exhaustion and the continual shock of seeing friends killed and wounded, and the rising conviction that they themselves were about to die." Alarmed at reports of units in disorder, Sir Douglas Haig, commanding 1st Corps, wrote in his diary of how, "I rode out at about 3 p.m. to see what was going on, and was astounded at the terror-stricken men who were coming back. Still," he added, "there were some units in the division which stuck to their trenches." Sir John French was even more sanguine, telegraphing to Kitchener that evening that the Germans were quite incapable of making any strong and sustained attack. At German headquarters, von Moltke's successor as Chief of the General Staff, General Falkenhayn, was deeply disappointed that the British line had not been broken. Substantial reinforcements would be needed, he told his commanders on October 27th, before any decisive offensive action could be carried out, but they were on their way. Would reinforcements be enough? Bitterly the dismissed Moltke was to write to the Kaiser about Falkenhayn that he does not possess the inner forces of spirit and soul to draft and carry through operations of great scope. Falkenhayn was still hopeful, however, of breaking through the British lines. A German attempt at Neuve-Chapelle that day to fire shrapnel containing an irritant substance was unsuccessful, but after the commanding officer and the adjutant of the British battalion holding the line just south of Neuve-Chapelle were killed, German troops drove a gap through the British line. It was distant fighters in one of those Indian battalions so recently brought across the Indian Ocean, through the Red Sea and across the Mediterranean, who answered the urgent appeal to fill the breach. Darkness had fallen. The Indian soldiers, unused to the marshy ground and its intersection by barbed wire defenses, had difficulty in reaching the gap. When they did so, they were subjected to German machine-gun fire directed by brilliant searchlights. At first light on October 28th, the Indians attacked, breaking into Neuve-Chapelle village, fighting house by house and hand to hand. One German, fearful as he surrendered that he would be bayoneted nevertheless, was comforted by a Sikh who patted him on the back with the exhortation, "Be not afraid." Within hours of this success, however, a sustained German counter-attack drove the Indians out of the village. On their way back they were savaged by German artillery and machine-gun fire. Of the 289 men who managed to extricate themselves from Neuve-Chapelle, only 68 reached the road from which the attack had started. For his courage during the retreat, Subadar Mala Singh was awarded the Military Cross, the first Indian officer to receive it during the war. In the ensuing 6 days of fighting, more than 25 British officers and 500 Indian officers and men were killed, and 1,455 wounded. That day, when the Cabinet met in London, it was decided to keep secret the fact that one of Britain's most modern battleships, the Audacious, had been sunk by a German mine off the northern coast of Ireland. The main argument for secrecy, Asquith's wife later wrote in her diary, was that the British troops were very exhausted on the Western Front, and that the news of the sinking, had it reached the Germans, would have cheered them up dangerously. German reinforcements were now being hurried forward to the whole British sector of the front. The German offensive began at 5:30 on the morning of October 29th. A German wireless message had been intercepted 2 days earlier, giving the precise time of the attack, but the British artillery, restricted because of shell shortages to 9 rounds per gun per day, was unable to take advantage of this intelligence. During the battle, Herbert Sulzbach, whose artillery battery was camouflaged to prevent it being seen from the air, noted in his diary, "British planes drop leaflets saying that we ought to surrender. The other way round would be more sensible." At the front, he added, a Saxon company tries an extremely daring assault entirely on its own, which costs the lives of nearly every man in the company. Among the German units in action for the first time that morning was the List Regiment, which, during the day's fighting outside Gelluveld, lost 349 men. "I can proudly say that our regiment fought like heroes," Adolf Hitler wrote to his landlord. "I was made lance corporal and was saved by a near miracle." For General Falkenhayn, the battle for Gelluveld was the essential and, as he hoped, brief prelude to the capture of Ypres and the march to the sea. That night, a new order of the day was issued by General von Fabich to the German troops who were to fight when battle was renewed on the morning of October 30th. "The breakthrough will be of decisive importance. We must and therefore will conquer, settle forever the centuries-long struggle, end the war, and strike the decisive blow against our most detested enemy. We will finish the British, Indians, Canadians, Moroccans, and other trash, feeble adversaries, who surrender in great numbers if they are attacked with vigor." Such was the exhortation with which General von Feybeck sought to inspire the troops who had been put under his command for the crucial assault. For 4 days they took part, Hitler among them, in the battle for Gilbert. The fighting was savage. One British battalion, shelled at close range for 20 minutes, lost its commanding officer and 275 men. The 54 men who survived were all taken prisoner. Every one of them was wounded. Gilbert remained in British hands. During the afternoon of October 30th, German troops broke through the British line towards Klein-Zillebeeke. Irish guards were sent to hold the new line. On their way to the front, during a brief halt, a company officer recorded in his diary, "In the centre of the road lay a dead trooper of some British cavalry regiment, his horse also half dead across him. A woman passed. She had all her household treasures strapped on her back, and held the hands of 2 very small children. She took no notice of anyone, but I saw 2 little children shy away from the dead man." That night, Irish guardsmen on patrol could see their German adversaries, in their spiked helmets, silhouetted against the glare of a burning farmhouse, moving to their positions for the next morning's attack. 2 years later, their historian has written, our guns would have waited on their telephones till the enemy formation was completed, and would then have removed those battalions from the face of the earth. But we had not those guns. That evening, Foch agreed to send French troops to reinforce the British line, his advice to Sir John French being, "Hammer away, keep on hammering away, and you will get there." On the morning of October 31st, the renewed German attack drove the British out of Gilbert. To add to the horrors of the day, for our Hockley has written, one British battalion learned that their German opponents had clubbed to death and bayoneted some of the wounded, and stripped all the prisoners of clothing, watches, wallets, and trinkets. There was an occasional savage reprisal, but in the main such barbaric behavior was uncommon. Shortly after midday, a shell hit British headquarters in the salient, killing 1 general and several staff officers. By mid-afternoon, Gilbert was once more in British hands, but the commander-in-chief had almost lost his nerve, having seen hundreds of wounded British soldiers falling back. "There is nothing left for me to do but go up and be killed with First Corps," Sir John French told Foch that afternoon. But the indomitable Frenchman replied without hesitation, "You must not talk of dying, but of winning." Having promised to send 6 battalions of French soldiers to the British line, Foch wrote out for the British commander-in-chief his own strategic thoughts. "It is absolutely essential not to retreat. Therefore, the men must dig in wherever they find themselves and hold on to the ground they now occupy. Any movement to the rear by any considerable body of troops would lead to an assault on the part of the enemy and bring certain confusion among the troops. Such an idea must be utterly rejected." Of the 84 British infantry battalions under Sir John French's command, with an original strength 3 months earlier of 30 officers, and between 966 and 977 men, only 9 now had between 350 and 450 men. 26 had been so mauled as to have between 200 and 300 men. 31 were down to between 200 and 100. 18 of the British battalions had less than 100 soldiers. Despite this drastic reduction in its fighting strength, the British Expeditionary Force, with Canadian and French support, held the Ypres salient. Among the British officers killed in the salient on the last day of October was Prince Maurice of Battenberg. He was leading his battalion across an open space when a shell exploded near him. Wishing his men goodbye, he was taken by stretcher towards a field dressing station, but died before reaching it. Like the Kaiser, Prince Maurice was a grandson of Queen Victoria. On the evening of November 1st, on the right flank of the British force where it linked with the French, the Irish Guardsmen holding the line were driven back by heavy shelling and machine-gun fire to the fringe of Zillebeke Wood. Officers, orderlies, batmen, even cooks, seized rifles and joined the front-line troops. "'Twas like a football scrum," one man later recalled. "Everyone was somebody, you'll understand. If he dropped, there was no one to take his place." Of the 400 men in that battalion, more than 130 were killed, 88 of them when their trench was completely blown in by German shellfire. On November 2nd, the right flank of the British line was taken over by French troops. The town of Ypres, though now under German shellfire, remained in Allied hands. 3 days later, the Germans made one further attempt to push through to the coast, attacking to the south of Ypres, along the Weizskiata Ridge. But a shortage of artillery shells forced a reduction in the scale of the preliminary bombardment that Falkenhayn would have liked. Among the German soldiers in action near Weizskiata on November 5th was Hitler. For his part in the fighting, he was later awarded the Iron Cross, second class. "It was the happiest day of my life," he wrote to his landlord. "True, most of my comrades who had earned it just as much were dead." More than 700 of the 3,600 men of the List regiment had been killed during its first 10 days in action. On November 6th, a week after his cousin, Prince Maurice of Battenberg's death in action fighting against the Germans, the Kaiser himself went to Warneton, south of Ypres, to encourage his forces. He was the first sovereign of the war to feel that his presence might inspire his men. During his visit, however, he made a bad impression on a German division, who saw him talking amiably in English to some British prisoners of war whom they were escorting back from the battlefield. That battlefield was becoming the graveyard of thousands of young Germans and Britons. A 19-year-old British officer, Eric Dorman Smith, who had been wounded at Mons in August, returned to his battalion in the first week of November. He was shocked by what he found. The catalogue of loss was almost too much to take in, his biographer, Lavinia Greason, has written. Dorman Smith's first company commander had been killed on the Aisne on September 15th. A close friend, a brilliant Cambridge athlete, had been killed by a sniper 5 days later. Another friend was also dead, killed on the 27th of October at Neuve-Chapelle, after 14 days of continuous fighting. He too had been picked off by a well-positioned sniper. In the fighting at Neuve-Chapelle, shellfire had killed 9 soldiers in his company. The most recent nightmare was the disappearance of Captain Fletcher, the boxing specialist, who was known to have been killed with others on November 1st, but whose body could not be found. On November 11th, the Prussian Guard were ordered to take Ypres itself. Their attack was preceded by the heaviest artillery bombardment of the war thus far, made possible by the deliberate stockpiling of shells over the previous week. For a short while, the German troops broke through the British front line, but were beaten back. At one moment in the battle, a British battalion saw what appeared to be a wave of German troops coming towards them in the fog and smoke. For some minutes, the grey figures did not seem to be moving. Then, as the fog began to clear, they saw that it was not a line of enemy advancing, but a bank of German dead lying across their front. At Dixmude, north of Ypres, a battalion of the 3rd Guards Field Artillery Regiment, composed almost entirely of German students, overran the French machine-gun posts facing them, but was virtually annihilated. Among the students who survived that ordeal was the 19-year-old Richard Sorge, later a German journalist in Japan and one of Stalin's most successful spies. The First Battle of Ypres was coming to an end. In its last hours, a senior British officer, Brigadier General Fitzclarence, who had won the Victoria Cross during the Boer War, and who was disappointed that a renewed attack on the much-fought-over Polygon Wood seemed out of the question, went forward to see for himself if something might be done. As he did so, he was shot, one of the last casualties of the battle. More than 5,000 British and 5,000 German soldiers had been killed, in an area less than 10 miles from north to south and 5 miles from east to west. The German breakthrough to Calais had failed. The British remained in Ypres, and the Germans in Menin, pressing upon Ypres from 3 sides, shelling it and hoping in vain to make it untenable. Both armies set to work building front-line trenches, communication trenches, dugouts, and strong points. Between the two armies, stretching from the sea to the Alps, the shell-pitted, fought-over waste of no man's land was the scene of continual skirmishes. Both armies were supported by a growing artillery force, their respective depredations inhibited only by the shortage of shells. 6. Towards the first Christmas, mud and slime and vermin. November to December 1914. As the armies on the Western Front settled down to deepen their trenches and extend their fortifications, all the while sniping and raiding and subjecting each other to spasmodic artillery fire, the gap between the dangers and burdens of the front line and the perceptions of the capitals was growing. Returning briefly to London in November 1914, General Smith-Dorrien later recalled, "I was struck by the fact that people in England didn't in the least realize the strenuous nature of the fighting at the front, or that we were a long, thin line without reserves which might be broken through at any time. Their minds seemed set on what appeared to me to be a ridiculous fear of an invasion of England." Recruitment in Britain for Kitchener's army, the much-publicized new armies that were intended to join the battle in the spring of 1915, continued throughout the winter of 1914. On October 21st, a Punch cartoon, later made into a poster, showed Mr. Punch saying to a professional footballer, "No doubt you can make money in this field, my friend, but there's only one field today where you can get honor." On November 7th, a Labour Member of Parliament, J. H. Thomas, 15 years later Secretary of State for the Colonies, told a London audience that if thousands of young men who were eligible for the army found it possible to go to football matches, either those young men did not understand the situation or they were cowards and traitors. A month later, the first of 2 football battalions was raised in London by a Conservative Member of Parliament, William Joynson Hicks. It served as the 17th Battalion, the Middlesex Regiment. In Germany that October, the Imperial government decided to counter the hostile sentiment stirred up among neutrals and belligerents by the invasion of Belgium. The form chosen was a manifesto to the civilized world, signed by 93 German artists, poets, historians, philosophers, scientists, musicians, and clergymen. "We shall wage this fight to the very end as a civilized nation," the manifesto declared, "a nation that holds the legacy of Goethe, Beethoven, and Kant, no less sacred than hearth and home." The signatories included Wilhelm Röntgen, the discoverer of X-rays, and Max Reinhardt, a pioneer of modern theatre. In the title of the manifesto, the German word used for civilized world was Kulturwelt. This was immediately taken up with zeal by Germany's enemies, who mocked at the reality of German Kultur ascribing it to every act of violence and atrocity, to every bombardment of a town or destruction of a church, and to every individual act of savagery. A counter-manifesto entitled Manifesto to Europeans was immediately drafted by a leading German pacifist, Georg Friedrich Nicolai, professor of physiology at the University of Berlin and a distinguished cardiologist, in which he appealed for a united European intellectual response which might lead after the war to a united Europe. The first step in this direction would be for all those who truly cherish the culture of Europe to join forces, all those whom Goethe once prophetically called good Europeans. We must not abandon hope that their voice, speaking in unison, may even today rise above the clash of arms, particularly if they are joined by those who already enjoy renown and authority. Nicolai sought signatories among a large number of Berlin University professors. Only 3 agreed to sign it. One of them, the 80-year-old Wilhelm Forster, head of the Berlin Observatory, had also signed the official manifesto. The other 2 signatories, both scientists, had only recently arrived in Berlin: Otto Buock from Heidelberg and Albert Einstein from Switzerland. It was Einstein's first published foray into the world of politics. Alas, Buock later recalled, we had overestimated the courage and integrity of German professors. The Kaiser himself had joined the campaign for the assertion of German cultural values, writing on November 25th to the British-born racialist philosopher Houston Stewart Chamberlain, who had become a German citizen, "It is my unspeakable conviction that the country to which God gave Luther, Goethe, Bach, Wagner, Moltke, Bismarck, and my grandfather will yet be called upon to fulfill great tasks for the benefit of mankind." While the land war in northern France was turning into the confrontation of trenches and barbed wire, at sea the tyranny of the torpedo was establishing itself in all waters. On October 15th, a German submarine, the U-9, which had sunk 3 British cruisers in September, torpedoed the British cruiser Hawke in the North Sea. 525 British sailors were drowned and only 21 saved. 2 days later, in the South China Sea, a German torpedo sank a Japanese cruiser, Takachiho, and 271 Japanese sailors were drowned. On October 26th, in the English Channel, a French steamship, the Amiral Ganteaume, mistaken for a troop ship, was torpedoed by the German submarine U-24, and 40 Belgian refugees were drowned. The power of the German submarines, particularly against merchant ships and ocean liners, was considerable. But in the growing battle of wits between the German submarine commanders and their Royal Navy adversaries, a precious advantage was gained by the British that October. On October 13th, the Russian Imperial Navy sent to London a German naval signal book from the German cruiser Magdeburg, which had gone aground in the Gulf of Finland and come under Russian naval fire. The German signalman who was about to destroy the book was killed by a bursting shell. When the Russians came to take his body for burial, they found the book. As a result of this find, British cryptographers were able to begin work painstakingly decoding the German naval wireless messages and locating their adversaries. In the Pacific Ocean, the German Far Eastern Squadron, commanded by Admiral Maximilian von Spee, was wreaking havoc among British merchant ships. On November 1st, off Coronel, von Spee was confronted by British warships led by the cruisers Good Hope and Monmouth. He sank them both, and 1,500 British sailors were drowned, including their admiral, Sir Christopher Cradock. It was the first serious British naval defeat for 100 years. since the nascent United States Navy had defeated a British fleet on Lake Champlain in 1814. Among the dead was a neighbor of the Callahan family of Portsmouth. It took a few days for the news to filter back to Portsmouth, recalled the then 2¾ year-old James, and when it did I have a very clear memory of clutching my mother's hand as she walked down the street to visit and comfort the widow. I was conscious of the grief in that room. What engraved it indelibly on my memory was the sight of the young widow suckling her new baby at her breast. Since the second day of the war, the Imperial German Navy had laid mines in the North Sea. This mine-laying, outside an enemy's 3-mile limit, was illegal under the Second Hague Convention of 1907. It led on November 3rd to a declaration strongly advocated by the British Prime Minister that the whole of the North Sea must be regarded as a British military area, and that parts of it would be mined. Neutral ships would enter the North Sea at their own peril. If they put into British ports where they could be searched for any supplies on their way to Germany, they would then be escorted through the minefields, any illegal cargo having first been removed. The neutral states most affected by the blockade, Norway and Sweden, protested at this British breach of international law, but the British were convinced that it was necessary to adopt exceptional measures appropriate to the novel conditions in which this war is being fought, and the blockade remained in force, steadily denying Germany essential war supplies and foodstuffs. The United States, although asked by the Norwegian government to join the protest against Britain, refused to do so. There was an essential difference between British and German practice in the North Sea. Whereas the German mine-laying policy resulted in many hundreds of neutral ships being blown up, the British blockade was only dangerous to those ships which declined to put into British ports. In 2 years, only 5 American ships were sunk, and 4 American lives lost, as a result of American-registered merchant ships refusing to comply with the British blockade. On the Eastern Front, German troops pressed forward inside Russian Poland, and Russian troops pushed deeper into Austrian Galicia. As the Germans moved into Russia's Polish provinces, the local population turned savagely against the Jews who had lived in their midst for several centuries. Shops, homes, and synagogues were looted. In the zone of the Russian armies, according to the French ambassador to Russia, Paleologue, Jews were being hanged every day, accused of being secretly sympathetic to the Germans and wanting them to succeed. The fact that 250,000 Jews were serving in the Russian army did not help to combat prejudice. Hundreds of thousands of Jews were driven from their homes in Łódź, Piotrków, Białystok, and Grodno, and from dozens of other towns and villages. They took to the road, carrying what possessions they could put on carts or into bundles, and moved eastwards, eventually finding sanctuary deep inside Russia, far from the hysteria of the war zones. On the battlefields of the Eastern Front, casualties were on an even greater scale than in the West. On October 12th, Stanley Washburn, special war correspondent of The Times with the Russian armies, wrote from the hospital base at Rovno. As one wanders about these limitless wards of the stricken, one is increasingly impressed with what the human being can stand, and yet with modern medical treatment recover from. So delicate is the human body that it seems incredible that it can stand such dreadful usage and still recuperate and eventually be as good as new. One man that we saw had been shot through the head. The wound was clean, and in 2 weeks he was nearly well. Other soldiers, shot through the stomach, bladder, and lungs, were recovering as easily as though to be shot were a part of the ordinary man's day of work. 10 days later, from the battlefield in Galicia, Washburn sent the Times an account of the field of battle. In every direction from each shell hole is strewn the fragments of blue cloth of the Austrian uniform, torn into shreds and ribbons by the force of the explosive. And all about the field are still bits of arms, a leg in a boot, or some other ghastly token of soldiers, true to discipline, hanging on to a position that was alive with bursting shells and flying shrapnel. On what had been the battlefield a short time earlier, Washburn came upon a wooden cross and crucifix. One arm of the figure of Christ had been carried away by a shrapnel fragment. Nailed to the cross was a rough wooden sign with the words, "Here lies the bodies of 121 Austrian warriors and 4 Russian warriors." On October 17th, the German forces in southern Poland, confronted by vastly superior Russian numbers, were forced to withdraw. Individual units retreated as much as 60 miles in a single day. The Russians were now in a position to threaten the German industrial heartland of Silesia. By a supreme effort of logistical skill, Ludendorff and Hoffmann moved the German Ninth Army, which was then facing northeast from Posen to Krakow, to a new position, facing southeast from Posen to Thorn, in order to threaten the Russian city of Łódź, forcing the Russian troops then poised to enter Silesia to defend the threatened city. This was the moment when, on October 21st, Polish troops fighting under Austrian orders took part in their first battle against the Russians. That week, a rumor swept through the Austro-German forces on the Eastern Front that Paris had fallen to the Germans. When the rumor was dispelled, the philosopher Wittgenstein was led to thoughts of despair about the outcome of the war, and about the future for all Germans. From his river gunboat on the Russian front, he wrote on October 25th, "It makes me feel today more than ever the terribly sad position of our race, the German race, because it seems to me as good as certain that we cannot get the upper hand against England. The English, the best race in the world, cannot lose. We, however, can lose and shall lose, if not this year, then next year. The thought that our race is going to be beaten depresses me terribly, because I am completely German." These pessimistic thoughts did not seem borne out by the next development of the war, for in the early hours of October 29th, far from the Eastern Front, there was a considerable success for Germany, and an added burden for Russia, when the 2 German warships, the Goeben and the Breslau, that had lain off Constantinople since mid-August, bombarded 2 of Russia's Black Sea ports, Nikolaev and Odessa, and dropped mines in the Russian shipping lanes. A Russian mine layer was also sunk. The 2 warships then proceeded to bombard Sebastopol, Feodosia, and Novorossiysk, setting fire to some 50 petrol storage tanks and granaries. Because the 2 German ships were flying the Turkish flag, by this brief bombardment, Germany and Austria acquired an ally against the Entente. The German admiral commanding the action, Admiral Souchon, wrote to his wife, "I have thrown the Turks into the powder keg." The bombarding of the Black Sea ports led to an immediate widening of the war, which the German High Command were convinced would be to their advantage. Such retaliation as was possible seemed small, even trivial. On November 1st, the British attacked a Turkish mine layer in Smyrna harbor. On the following day, a British light cruiser bombarded the Turkish Red Sea port of Aqaba. After the Turkish garrison had fled, a Royal Navy party went ashore and blew up the post office. On November 3rd, British and French warships bombarded the Turkish forts at the Dardanelles. The fortress on the northern shore, Sedul-Bah, was hit and its powder magazine blown up. That same day, Russian troops crossed Turkey's eastern border. Turkey responded by declaring war on the Entente powers. She was not entirely unprepared. At the Dardanelles, a German officer, Colonel Erich Weber, had for more than a month been in charge of the Turkish fortifications, sealing the waterway and organizing the laying of mines. Following the brief British naval bombardment, 4 more German officers and 160 German soldiers were sent to accelerate the strengthening of the Turkish defenses. Mines were laid, including Russian mines which the Turks had recovered from the Black Sea, French mines recovered off Smyrna, and even Bulgarian mines left over from the Second Balkan War. The mine-laying was done by a German naval officer, Captain Gale. German gunners manned the forts at Chanak and Kilid Bar, the narrows through which any invading fleet must pass. At Chanak, a German artillery officer, Lieutenant Colonel Wöhler, set up 8 howitzer batteries overlooking the Dardanelles. With Turkey's declaration of war, one more empire had become a hostage to the fortune and ill fortune of war. However much the Germans might see Turkey as a gain for the Central Powers, the British treated the widening of the war against them with a certain contempt. "It is the Ottoman government, and not we," Asquith declared at the Guildhall on November 5th, "who have rung the death knell of Ottoman dominion, not only in Europe, but in Asia." 2 days later, 4,500 British and Indian troops, who had sailed from Bombay 3 weeks earlier, landed at Fao, at the head of the Persian Gulf, in the distant Turkish province of Mesopotamia. "I loathe the Turk," Asquith's wife wrote in her diary that week, "and really hope that he will be wiped out of Europe. Germany blackmailed Turkey till it went over, but except for threatening Egypt, I doubt if it will bother us much." Churchill wanted 50,000 Russian troops to be brought by sea from Archangel or Vladivostok to attack the Turks on the Gallipoli Peninsula. "No other military operations are necessary," he wrote to Sir Edward Grey. "The price to be paid in taking Gallipoli would no doubt be heavy, but there would be no more war with Turkey. A good army of 50,000 men and sea power, that is the end of the Turkish menace." No military action was taken at Gallipoli that winter. Inquiries of the Russians led to alarming reports of 800,000 recruits ready to go to the front, but having no rifles to equip them, and of Russian officers complaining that their men could live on what they picked up locally, frozen potatoes and turnips. They could stick the frost, but ammunition did not grow in the fields. Churchill suggested that Greece might undertake an attack on Gallipoli on behalf of the Allies, but the Greeks, despite their own long-cherished designs on Constantinople, were unwilling to commit troops against Turkey. Being torn between the pro-Entente sympathies of their Prime Minister, Venizelos, and the apparent pro-German inclinations of their king, Constantine, whose wife, Sophie, was the Kaiser's sister. Only in Mesopotamia did the Turks face a military attack that month. The British and Indian troops who had landed at Fao on November 7th occupied Basra and, 2 weeks later, reached Kurna, at the confluence of the Tigris and the Euphrates. 5 British, 60 Indian, and 300 Turkish soldiers had been killed. More than 1,000 Turks, known to the British as catch-em-alivos, had been taken prisoner. One of the remotest parts of the Ottoman Empire was under British control, and any Turkish threat to the British oil fields at Abadan had been averted. In Constantinople, where the British Embassy constituted and still constitutes today an impressive monument to Victorian power and influence, Betty Cunliffe Owen, wife of the military attaché, watched an unprecedented scene. In the embassy garden, a huge bonfire was burning. The documents and records of British achievements in Turkey for over 100 years were slowly burning before the eyes of the ambassador and his secretaries. It was the funeral pyre of England's vanishing power in the Ottoman Empire. In neutral Switzerland, the exiled Russian Bolshevik leader Vladimir Lenin watched the conflict spread. "The epoch of the bayonet has begun," he wrote. From it, he predicted, a civil war between the classes would emerge, the prelude to revolution and the triumph of the working class. A one-day strike in Petrograd on November 12th was a tiny forecast of Bolshevik aims. More sinister for the stability of Russia, the Tsarist police discovered Bolshevik cells in several army units, especially among the railway battalions on which the protection of the Russian army's communications depended. In Germany, the small group of intellectuals led by Georg Nicolai launched, on November 16th, a new Fatherland League, appealing for the prompt achievement of a just peace without annexations, and for the establishment after the war of an international organization that would have as its aim the prevention of future wars. Einstein was a founder and active supporter of the League. One of those who attended the League's meetings, Dr. Franziska Baumgartner-Trammer, recalled 50 years later that when Einstein spoke, it was always with great pessimism about the future of human relations. She remembered how I managed to get to him on one occasion when I was depressed by the news of one German victory after another, and the resultant intolerable arrogance and gloating of the people of Berlin. "What will happen, Herr Professor?" I asked anxiously. Einstein looked at me, raised his right fist, and replied, "This will govern." On November 18th, the redeployed German forces on the Eastern Front reached and almost surrounded the city of Łódź. The 150,000 Russian troops defending the fortress were confronted by 250,000 Germans. When the senior Russian general ordered a retreat to prevent complete encirclement, the Tsar's uncle, the Grand Duke Nicholas, commander-in-chief of the Russian forces, countermanded the order. The battle for Łódź was on a gigantic scale. At one point, 3 German divisions that were themselves in danger of encirclement broke out from the Russian trap, taking with them 16,000 Russian soldiers whom they had taken prisoner earlier, and 64 captured heavy guns. In the course of the breakout, 1,500 German soldiers were killed. German reinforcements, summoned urgently from the Western Front, arrived too slowly to take advantage of the Russian discomfiture. Germany, excited by the prospect of a victory even greater than that of Tannenberg, was unable to achieve it. The colossal mass, which they had tried to roll back, only retired a short stretch, and then stood still in immobility, one historian has written. The energies of both armies flagged, worn out by defeats, fighting, and the vileness of the swampy country. The frost was becoming more severe, with icy winds, and the temperature at night fell to within 10 degrees Fahrenheit of zero. The approach of winter laid its paralyzing hand on the activity of German and Russian alike. For the victory at Łódź, Hindenburg was made a field marshal. Further south, the British military attaché with the Russian armies, Colonel Knox, was despondent, writing in his diary on November 25th, "The necessity for rapid refilling of casualties owing to the enormous losses of modern war has been, I fear, lost sight of in Russia, and if we have to advance in the winter, our losses will be 3 times as great. Winter was bringing terrors of its own to all the contending armies. We have lost several men frozen to death in the trenches at night, Knox noted. A captured Austrian officer's diary revealed the fact that 1 officer and 6 men in his company had been frozen to death in a single night. In the Russian lines, orders had been given to keep the men supplied with hot tea, but a Russian commander told him, "Such orders are easy to write, but difficult to carry out. When not a day passes without one of the orderlies who carry the officers' lunches to the trenches being wounded." On the Austrian front, Russian troops crossed briefly into Austrian Silesia, and for the second time entered Hungary. General Conrad, aware of the desire of the national minorities of the empire to take advantage of Austria's weakness, proposed on November 26th the imposition of military rule in Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. This was rejected, however, by Franz Joseph, who was confident that the turmoil of war would not undermine his multinational empire. But Conrad, in making his military plans, had always to take into account that Slav units, whether Poles, Czechs, Slovaks, Slovenes, or Croats, could not always be counted upon to give of their best when confronting Russian troops. There was a moment of panic in Vienna on November 28th, when news arrived that Russian troops were within 8 miles of Krakow, the capital of Austrian Poland. But in a 17-day battle near Wimanova, the Austrian Fourth Army defeated the Russians and drove them eastward. As the Battle of Wimanova began, the Austrian Third Army drove the Russian troops from the northern Hungarian town of Bartfeld, pushed the Russians from the Carpathians, and within 2 weeks had retaken the strategic Dukla Pass. The military threat to Austria-Hungary was over. Russia began to look for more troops, and to seek help from the British for guns and munitions. Such help only came on a commercial basis. In the course of 2 years, Britain was to sell Russia 1,000 aeroplanes and aeroplane engines, 250 heavy guns, 27,000 machine guns, 1,000,000 rifles, 8 million grenades, 64,000 tons of iron and steel, 200,000 tons of explosives, and 2.5 billion rounds of ammunition. The mobilization of Russian students ordered on December 1st, while adding to the number of soldiers under arms, also gave Bolshevik student organizers access to the army. Later that month, the Eastern Siberian police reported to Petrograd that soldiers traveling by the Trans-Siberian Railway were being subjected to anti-war propaganda. In Petrograd itself, reported the Chief of Staff of the Russian Sixth Army, wounded soldiers brought back from the front to the capital were being approached by unidentified civilians who, on the pretext of sympathy, conduct conversations, and at the end of them attempt to hand over leaflets, which on examination turn out to be proclamations calling for an end to the war. On December 21st, the commander of the Russian First Army reported that with the arrival of reservists, signs of socialist propaganda have been observed. He was taking steps to stamp out such propaganda. In search of allies against the Turks, the Tsar visited the Caucasus front on December 30th, telling the head of the Armenian Church that a most brilliant future awaits the Armenians. With these words, the fate of hundreds of thousands of Armenians was endangered, as Turkey saw in its own large Armenian minority a source of fifth-column activity, treachery, and disloyalty, and did nothing to dampen anti-Armenian feeling. Another minority that was in danger in 2 war zones was the Jews. In October, Russian townsfolk, seeking scapegoats for the German successes in Russian Poland, had turned savagely against Jews in Vilna, Grodno, and Bialystok, and Russian soldiers were assured that, were it not for the Yids, traitors, the Prussian army would have been utterly routed. In December, the newly appointed Turkish military commander in Palestine, Jamal Pasha, rounded up 500 Russian immigrant Jews and ordered them to be deported by sea from Jaffa to Egypt. The German-born Zionist, Arthur Ruppin, tried to intercede on their behalf, but was unsuccessful. Writing in his diary, "At the harbor that evening I had to watch whole families with their hurriedly collected belongings, old people, mothers, and babies, being driven on to the boat in infinite disorder." Jamal Pasha's Turkish patriotism led him to neglect potential allies. On his way from Constantinople, he had passed through Beirut, where he hanged a number of the leaders of the Arab national movement. In Jerusalem, he found a number of Zionists who, having joined the local Ottomanization Committee, had obtained permission to recruit a Jewish militia to help defend Palestine against the Entente. Ignoring this gesture, Jamal disbanded the militia, announced that anyone found with a Zionist document on him would be put to death, and expelled from Palestine 2 of the leading Zionist supporters of the Ottomanization Committee. David Ben-Gurion and Yitzhak Ben-Zvi both were manacled and put on board ship at Jaffa with a note from the governor of the port, to be banished forever from the Turkish Empire. Within a few weeks they were on their way to America, to rally the Zionists to the Entente, and to help raise troops for a specifically Jewish legion within the Entente forces. The United States was preserving strict neutrality in the European conflict, but the commercial and profit-making aspects of war were not impeded by neutrality. Indeed, they were stimulated by it. In London on November 3rd, Churchill arranged with Charles Schwab, the head of Bethlehem Steel, that Britain would buy 8 14-inch guns needed for the newly commissioned monitors. These guns were being manufactured by Bethlehem Steel for a Greek battlecruiser, then under construction in Germany. 4 days later, 2 American companies accepted an order from the British Admiralty for 12 flying boats, 4 to be built in Buffalo and 8 on Long Island. The first of a swelling tide of war materials had begun to make its way across the Atlantic to Britain and France. Submarines were to be next, ordered by Britain and transported by boat across the Atlantic in strictest secrecy. There was no respite in the war at sea. On November 9th in the Indian Ocean, in the first wartime action ever fought by an Australian warship, the cruiser Sydney sank the German raider Emden. During her 7-week voyage, the Emden had captured 8 unarmed Allied merchant ships and sunk 15, sending to the bottom cargoes of coal, tea, rubber, cattle, and even racehorses. In Penang harbor she had sunk a Russian cruiser and a French destroyer. Reaching Diego Garcia Island in October, she had been welcomed by a French resident with gifts of fresh eggs and vegetables. He had no idea that war had broken out 2 months earlier, and was satisfied by the explanation for the ship's warlike appearance that she was part of German, French, British world naval maneuvers. In the engagement that destroyed the Emden, 134 of her crew were killed. Her captain, Karl von Müller, was praised in the British newspapers for having shown chivalry in his treatment of the crews and passengers of the captured ships. If all the Germans had fought as well as the captain of the Emden, wrote the Times, the German people would not today be reviled by the world. On November 26th, while loading ammunition at Sheerness, The British battleship Bulwark was destroyed by an internal explosion, and 793 sailors were killed. There were only 12 survivors. On December 8th, in the southern Atlantic, Admiral von Spee prepared to raid the Falkland Islands. British naval forces, led by Admiral Sturdy, drove him off. In the naval battle, 4 German warships were sunk and 2,100 German sailors killed. There were only 10 British deaths. 8 days later, 4 German battle cruisers bombarded the British east coast towns of Scarborough, Whitby, and Hartlepool, killing 40 civilians and wounding several hundred. The German bombardment of the 3 British coastal towns provided a propaganda victory for Britain. Henceforth, the Germans were portrayed as the baby killers of Scarborough. It was also a shock for Britain, the first occasion on which civilians had been killed in Britain by enemy action since 1690. An account of the raid was written at the time by a 16-year-old schoolgirl, Winifred Holtby, who was in school when the first shells fell. "Just as we got through the gate, another shell burst quite near," she wrote to a friend, "and 'run' came the order, and we ran under the early morning sky, on the muddy, uneven road, with the deafening noise in our ears, the echo ringing even when the actual firing stopped for a moment. It never stopped for more. Ran, though our hastily clad feet slipped on the muddy road. Over the town hung a mantle of heavy smoke, yellow, unreal, which made the place look like a dream city, far, far away. Only the road was real, and the tight pain that caught us across our breast. It was not fear, but something inexplicable that hurt, and yet, in some strange way, was not wholly unpleasant." Looking back a few moments later, Winifred Holtby heard the roar of a gun, and the next instant there was a crash, and a thick cloud of black smoke enveloped one of the houses in Seymour Road. A tiny spurt of red flame shot out. Rumors from the town said that the Germans had landed. Returning there 2 hours later, Winifred Holtby added her earnest hope that never again will England suffer as she did on that awful December 16th, 1914. But if she does, may I be there to see it. The emerging war in the air, though on a small scale, saw several important developments as 1914 drew to a close. On November 21st, 3 British aircraft carried out the first long-distance bombing raid of the war, when they flew from the French town of Belfort to the German Zeppelin sheds at Friedrichshafen, on Lake Constance, each carrying 4 bombs. 1 Zeppelin was damaged and a hydrogen tank destroyed. 1 British aviator, who had to make a forced landing, was attacked by German civilians and badly injured. He had to be rescued by German soldiers. 2 days after the Friedrichshafen raid, the first French bombing group was formed. On December 1st, the first German aircraft were fitted with radio equipment to enable them to fly over the front line and report back on the location of enemy artillery units and troop movements. Such reconnaissance duties became a major feature of the war in the air. There were also new devices to be tested. On December 6th, a metal arrow dropped from a French plane mortally wounded a German general on horseback. In the Balkans on December 1st, Austria achieved its goal of occupying Belgrade. What might 5 months earlier have been Europe's sole war-making objective was now accomplished. The Serbs continued to fight tenaciously, however, and 2 weeks later Belgrade was recaptured. More than 40,000 Austrian soldiers were taken prisoner, and 133 heavy guns captured. On entering Belgrade, the Serbs found 10,000 Serbian prisoners of war and 1,000 horses, left behind by the Austrians in the retreat. That winter, an American war correspondent, John Reed, traveled through Serbia. His journey began in the southern town of Nice, where he saw soldiers in filthy tatters, their feet bound with rags, soldiers limping, staggering on crutches, without arms, without legs, discharged from the overcrowded hospitals, still blue and shaking from typhus. For the typhus had swept the town, where people were living 6 and 10 to a room, until everywhere the black flags flapped in long, sinister vistas, and the windows of the cafes were plastered with black paper death notices. Traveling to Belgrade, he visited the university, which was a mass of yawning ruins, and, he explained, the Austrians had made it their special target, for there had been the hotbed of pan-Serbian propaganda, and among the students that formed the secret society whose members murdered the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Reed made the journey to Sabak, where he and an artist companion were told of the atrocities committed by the Austrians during their brief occupation. The soldiers were loosed like wild beasts in the city, burning, pillaging, raping. We saw the gutted Hotel d'Europe, and the blackened and mutilated church where 3,000 men, women, and children were penned together without food or water for 4 days, and then divided into 2 groups, one sent back to Austria as prisoners of war, the others driven ahead of the army as it marched south against the Serbians. Reed was shown a photograph taken in the village of Weknica, showing more than 100 women and children chained together, their heads struck off. His book, published in 1915, confirmed for its Allied readers the barbarism of the Central Powers. Towards the end of November, while in London, Winston Churchill learned that his close friend, Hugh Dawnay, had been killed in action. He also received a letter from a close friend and fellow Member of Parliament, Valentine Fleming, who was serving on the Western Front, and sought to describe the scene. "First and most impressive," Fleming wrote, "the absolutely indescribable ravages of modern artillery fire, not only upon all men, animals, and buildings within its zone, but upon the very face of nature itself. Imagine a broad belt, 10 miles or so in width, stretching from the Channel to the German frontier near Basel, which is positively littered with the bodies of men and scarified with their rude graves, in which farms, villages, and cottages are shapeless heaps of blackened masonry, in which fields, roads, and trees are pitted and torn and twisted by shells and disfigured by dead horses, cattle, sheep, and goats, scattered in every attitude of repulsive distortion and dismemberment. In this zone both day and night were made hideous by the incessant crash and whistle and roar of every sort of projectile, by sinister columns of smoke and flame, by the cries of wounded men, by the piteous calls of animals of all sorts, abandoned, starved, perhaps wounded. Along this terrain of death stretched 2 more or less parallel lines of trenches, some 200 to 1,000 yards apart. In these trenches, Fleming explained, crouch lines of men, in brown or grey or blue, coated with mud, unshaven, hollow-eyed, with the continual strain, unable to reply to the everlasting run of shells hurled at them from 3, 4, 5, or more miles away, and positively welcoming an infantry attack from one side or the other as a chance of meeting and matching themselves against human assailants, and not against invisible, irresistible machines. The outcome of an ingenuity which even you and I would be in agreement in considering unproductive from every point of view. Fleming ended his letter, It's going to be a long war, in spite of the fact that on both sides, every single man in it wants it stopped at once." On November 23rd, Churchill sent this letter to his wife Clementine. "What would happen, I wonder," he asked, "if the armies suddenly and simultaneously went on strike, and said some other method must be found of settling the dispute? Meanwhile, however, new avalanches of men are preparing to mingle in the conflict, and it widens every hour. That evening, in the Ypres salient, German troops broke into the trenches being held by Indian troops at Festubert. There was much hand-to-hand fighting, and several trenches were lost. What the official history of the Indian Corps in France calls uncompromising orders were then received from the Corps commander, Lieutenant General Sir James Wilcox, that the original line must be restored before dawn and held at all costs. These orders were obeyed, although a fall of snow in the night made the Indians an easy target for German rifle and machine-gun fire. At one point, the official history records, where very heavy machine-gun fire was making the men hesitate to advance, 2 Indian soldiers, both Gurkhas, earned the Indian Distinguished Service Medal by rushing on and carrying the company forward. On November 24th, the Indians recaptured the trenches that had been lost, taking 100 German prisoners. When the battle was over, it was discovered that an Indian corporal, Darwan Singh Nedi, had continued fighting, although twice wounded in the head. Only when his company lined up after the action did his commanding officer see that he was streaming with blood from head to foot. He was awarded the Victoria Cross. That day, in a nearby sector of the front, a British officer, Lieutenant F.A. de Pass, led 2 of his Indian soldiers into the sap of a German trench that had been pushed out to within 10 yards of the Indian line. The sap was destroyed. De Pass made an even more dangerous foray on November 25th, when he and an Indian soldier faced German machine-gun fire for 200 yards to bring in a badly wounded Indian lying in no man's land. The next day, De Pass again went forward to a saphead in the front line to repair a parapet that had been damaged. Seeing a German sniper at work, he tried to shoot him, but was himself shot through the head and killed. The official history of the Indian Corps in France wrote of him, "He was the very perfect type of British officer. He united to singular personal beauty a charm of manner and a degree of valor which made him the idol of his men. He was honored in death by the Victoria Cross. No one in war earned it better." Although the history did not say so, Lieutenant de Pass, a Londoner, was also a Jew. On November 25th, French artillery bombarded the village of Arneville on the east bank of the river Moselle, only 10 miles south of Metz. The action marked what a French military spokesman called the beginning of a new invasion of German territory, but no territorial gains were made. Further west, French civilians were evacuated from the village of Saint-Pigny for fear that the Germans might try to destroy the house of President Poincaré there, or even capture the president if he were to visit the village. They did succeed in destroying the house, Le Clos, and much of the town, using the long-distance heavy Austrian siege guns that had been so effective in August against the Belgian forts. Elsewhere on the French sector of the Western Front, among the French Foreign Legion volunteers fighting that month, was the American William Thaw. "Wish I were back dodging streetcars on Broadway for excitement," he wrote home on November 27th. "Am that tired of being shot at." He had already been hit in the cap and bayonet, and had not washed for 20 days. The British troops in the Ypres salient were now instructed by Joffre to make a limited attack on the German trenches. There was no strategic aim in this, or hope of breaking through the trench lines, but the more limited desire, in conjunction with a series of French attacks further south, to help the French armies. The French and British governments hoped that pressure on the Russians in the east would be reduced if as many German soldiers as possible were tied down in the west. One of those soldiers was Hitler, who on December 2nd received his Iron Cross. Writing to his landlord 2 days later, he said, "It is a sheer miracle that I am hale and hearty, what with the tremendous exertions and the lack of sleep." Following its declaration of the 20th of November 1914 in favour of national prosperity and national freedom for Ireland, the Germans encouraged Irish soldiers who had been taken prisoner of war to form an Irish brigade to fight alongside the German army. A special camp was set up at Limburg in which to bring these Irishmen together. On December 3rd, and again on the 4th and 6th, Sir Roger Casement visited the camp in order to encourage the 2,000 soldiers there to join the Irish force. He was accompanied by a German prince, Emich von Leiningen, who had been educated, like Churchill, at Harrow School, and who had received the Grand Cross of the Royal Victorian Order in 1898. The Irish soldiers were not impressed. "I will not return to Limburg to be insulted by a handful of recreant Irishmen," Casement wrote rather peevishly to a friend after a fourth visit early in January. Casement succeeded in enlisting 55 men, of whom only 10 were regarded as reliable enough to be considered for an eventual landing on Irish soil. Despite his impassioned appeal to the Irish nationalists in the United States, only a single Irish-American volunteer crossed the Atlantic to join the force. Casement did, however, achieve a diplomatic success when, in Berlin on December 27th, he signed a secret treaty with the German Secretary of State von Jagow, whereby, in the event of a German naval victory over Britain, the troops of his minuscule brigade would be landed on the Irish coast with a supporting unit of German officers and men. Visiting the front line that winter, General Pétain reported that deep mud was delaying the French advance. In the British sector, 20,000 men were invalided during the winter on account of trench feet alone. The British Commander-in-Chief, Sir John French, found the ground only a quagmire when he visited it on December 10th. In that part of the world, General Smith-Dorrien later recalled, there appeared to be no stones or gravel, and rain converted the soil into a sort of liquid mud of the consistency of thick porridge, without the valuable sustaining quality of that excellent Scots mixture. To walk off the roads meant sinking in at once. As the protective parapets were built, they gradually subsided, and the trenches filled with water, so to retain any cover at all meant constant work. The fighting continued, but with no advantage to either side. "We took 5 trenches last night," General Wilson wrote that December, "but we have been put out of 4 of them, chiefly by bombs, and we lost some 1,500, I'm afraid. The movement was good, but the expense was great." On December 16th, the Indian Corps, which had already suffered 2,000 men killed, was sent forward near Givenchy to capture the German front-line trench. 54 men were killed in an attempt that failed. 2 days later, the Indians were ordered to attack again, but only on such objectives as are reasonably favorable. It was during this attack, which was initially successful, that, in the words of the official history of the Indian Corps in France, written in 1917, "The enemy, having failed to turn our men out by fair means, attempted one of the many ruses peculiar to the children of Kultur. A party of Germans advanced up a communication trench with their hands up in token of surrender. As they got nearer, we discovered that behind them were machine guns ready to fire on any of our men who might show themselves. This enterprising party met with a suitable reception." Conditions on the Western Front were worsening with the approach of winter. During the attack on Givenchy on December 18th, a group of Highlanders adjacent to the Indian Corps were unable to fire, because most of their rifles had become clogged with mud, and were then captured by the Germans. That day, in the part of the line held by a battalion of Scots Guards, an attack on the German trenches in what their official historian C.T. Atkinson called a not very happily conceived enterprise, led to half the battalion being killed or wounded. The orders for the attack, Atkinson commented, showed an optimism which did not indicate any close acquaintance either with the state of the ground or with the general conditions of the front line, or any very accurate appreciation of the difficulties of attacking entrenched positions defended by modern rifles and machine guns, and protected by belts of barbed wire. What had prompted the order for the attack was the information that several German divisions had been moved from the western to the eastern front, but they had not taken their barbed wire with them. At Givenchy, a German counter-attack on December 20th won back the few saps that had been taken 2 days earlier. These saps, narrow trenches that extended forward from the main trench line, often to within a few yards of the enemy trench, were frequently the locations of fierce hand-to-hand fighting. Other dangers were posed by the weather. The official history of the Indian Corps in France commented, "The elements were warring on the side of the enemy, for torrential rain during the night had made the trenches almost untenable. In many places the fire step had been washed away, and the men were consequently unable to stand high enough to fire over the parapet. In addition, the trenches were knee-deep, and in some places waist-deep, in mud and icy water, which clogged a large number of rifles and rendered them useless. Owing to the thick and holding mud, the trenches had become veritable death traps. Only the slowest movement was possible. Men had their boots and even their clothes pulled off by the mud. A retreat was ordered. While it was being carried out, the Germans exploded a mine under one of the Indian trenches. This was one of the first examples of what were to become frequent attempts to blow up a section of the enemy's trenches from below, having dug beneath them deep underground from one's own lines. The history of the Indian Corps in France commented of the effect of the mine. Of E Company, under Captain Yates, not a trace has ever been found. The savagery of the conflict was to arouse great indignation when details of German treatment of wounded men after they had been captured became known in the Allied capitals. A German soldier's diary, found by the French, was passed on to the British and reproduced in the daily bulletin of the First Army. The sight of the trenches and the fury, not to say bestiality, of our men, this German soldier had written on December 19th, in beating to death the wounded English, affected me so much that, for the rest of the day, I was fit for nothing. Within a few days of the failure of the attack of December 18th on Givenchy by the Scots Guards, there was anger in the British lines when news spread of how a wounded British soldier, crawling painfully back, was then shot twice in the thighs by the Germans, and then deliberately killed as he reached the British parapet. The daily incidents of trench warfare could be extremely cruel. On December 22nd, 2 men who had been lying wounded right up against the German parapet for 2 days since the German counter-attack reached their own front line. Both of them had gangrene. One of them had gone mad. On the following day, after an attack by the Liverpool Scottish Regiment, the colour sergeant, R.A. Scott McPhee, wrote to his father of the messages sent back from a trench just captured by the Germans by F Company. Vance, a recently promoted corporal, killed, and F Company piper badly wounded. Beach, one of my men, shot through the knee, etc. Stretcher-bearers arrived on their way to the front, and McPhee challenged them. "Halt! Who goes there?" "Liverpool Scottish stretcher-bearers." "Is Faulkner there?" "No." "Citrine?" "Yes." "How are you doing, Citrine?" "Fine. Colours?" Citrine was the sole euphonium player in the regimental band. He had wanted to go out as an ordinary private, but, being intelligent, the doctor had persuaded him to be a stretcher-bearer. 15 minutes later, the stretcher-bearers returned. "Well, who have you got?" "Citrine, shot dead." McPhee was concerned about the wounded piper. The stretcher-bearers were sent for and arrived some time before dawn. The officer refused to allow them to proceed because it was too late. The poor piper died of bleeding and exposure during the forenoon, in a trench full of water, and without anything to eat or drink, and another wounded man had to lie on his corpse. Amid these terrors of war, there was an added danger to troops in combat. On December 22nd, Churchill informed his Admiralty officials that Sir John French had ordered instant fire to be made on any German white flag on the Western Front, experience having shown that the Germans habitually and systematically abuse that emblem. Consequently, any white flag hoisted by a German ship is to be fired on as a matter of principle. An obviously helpless ship would be allowed to surrender, but in cases of doubt the ship should be sunk. In any naval action, white flags should be fired upon with promptitude. That Christmas, a spontaneous outburst of pacific feeling took place in the war zones, as the troops of every European army celebrated their saviour's birth. For nearly 5 months the war had been fought with mounting severity. Suddenly, as darkness fell on Christmas Eve, there was, in sections of the front line, a moment of peaceable behaviour. We got into conversation with the Germans, who were anxious to arrange an armistice during Xmas. A 25-year-old lieutenant with the Scots Guard, Sir Edward Hulse, wrote in his battalion's war diary. A scout named F. Merker went out and met a German patrol, and was given a glass of whiskey and some cigars, and a message was sent back saying that if we didn't fire at them, they would not fire at us. That night, on a front where 5 days earlier there had been savage fighting, the guns were silent. On the following morning, German soldiers walked across towards the British wire, and British soldiers went out to meet them. They appeared to be most amicable and exchanged souvenirs, capstars, badges, etc., noted Hulse. The British gave the German soldiers plum puddings, which they much appreciated. Then arrangements were made between the two sides to bury the British dead who had been killed during the disastrous raid on the night of December 18th, and whose bodies were still lying between the lines, mostly at the edge of the German front line wire, where they had been shot down. The Germans brought the bodies to a halfway line, and we buried them, Hulse wrote in the battalion diary. Detachments of British and Germans formed a line, and a German and English chaplain read some prayers alternately. The whole of this was done in great solemnity and reverence. That Christmas Day, fraternization between the Germans and their enemies took place almost everywhere in the British no-man's land, and at places in the French and Belgian lines. It was almost always initiated by German troops, through either messages or song. Near Ploegsteert, a German-speaking British officer, Captain R.J. Arms, having listened with his men to a German soldier's serenade, called for another, and was treated to Schumann's The Two Grenadiers. Men from both sides then left their trenches and met in no man's land, when there was some conviviality, as Captain Arms called it, followed by two final songs, Die Wacht am Rhein from the Germans and Christmas Wake from the British. Most peculiar Christmas I've ever spent and ever likely to, Sapper J. Davy wrote in his diary. One could hardly believe the happenings. Davy, also on the Western Front, exchanged souvenirs with the Germans in the trenches opposite his. Other British soldiers joined with their fellow German infantrymen in chasing hares. Some kicked a football about in no man's land. One British officer, Second Lieutenant R. D. Gillespie, was taken into the German lines and shown a board which had been put up to honor a British officer who, in an earlier attack, had reached that trench before being killed. Bruce Bairnsfather, whose book of trench tales, Bullets and Billets, was among the most popular British wartime volumes, recalled going into no man's land on Christmas Day to join the throng about halfway across to the German trenches. It all felt most curious. Here were these sausage-eating wretches who had elected to start this infernal European fracas, and in so doing had brought us all into the same muddy pickle as themselves. It was his first sight of German soldiers close up. There was not an atom of hate on either side that day, and yet on our side not for a moment was the will to war and the will to beat them relaxed. At one point, Bairnsfather used his barbed wire cutters to swap 2 coat buttons with the German officer. The last I saw of this little affair, Bairnsfather recalled 2 years later, was a vision of one of my machine-gunners, who was a bit of an amateur hairdresser in civil life, cutting the unnaturally long hair of a docile Boche, who was patiently kneeling on the ground while the automatic clippers crept up the back of his neck. I think I have seen one of the most extraordinary sights today that anyone has ever seen, Second Lieutenant Dugan Chater wrote to his mother, from his trench near Armentières. About 10 o'clock this morning, I was peeping over the parapet when I saw a German waving his arms, and presently 2 of them got out of their trenches and some came towards ours. We were just going to fire on them when we saw they had no rifles, so one of our men went out to meet them, and in about 2 minutes the ground between the 2 lines of trenches was swarming with men and officers of both sides, shaking hands and wishing each other a happy Christmas. Chater told his mother that this fraternization continued for about half an hour, until most of the men were ordered back to the trenches. But then it resumed. For the rest of the day nobody has fired a shot, and the men have been wandering about at will on the top of the parapet and carrying straw and firewood about in the open. We have also had joint burial parties for some dead, some German and some ours, who were lying out between the lines. The French Foreign Legion was also in a part of the line where the fighting stopped. Burial parties went to work, and cigars and chocolate were exchanged. Among the legionnaires was Victor Chapman, an American who had graduated from Harvard in 1913. No shooting was interchanged all day, and last night absolute stillness, he wrote to his parents on December 26th. Though we were warned to be on the alert, this morning Nadim, a picturesque, childish Turk, began again standing on the trenches and yelling at the opposite side. Vesconsul Doce, a cautious Portuguese, warned him not to expose himself so, and, since he spoke German, made a few remarks showing his head. He turned to get down and fell, a bullet having entered the back of his skull. Groans, a puddle of blood. Sir John French later recalled that when he was told of the fraternization, I issued immediate orders to prevent any recurrence of such conduct, and called the local commanders to strict account, which resulted in a good deal of trouble. One of those who has made a study of the 1914 Christmas truce, A.J. Peacock, has noted that on Boxing Day the General Staff of the British 7th Division issued orders saying that such unwarlike activity must cease. In the air, the war had continued even on Christmas Day, when 9 British seaplanes attacked German Zeppelin sheds at Cuxhaven. Dense, frozen fog made it impossible for the pilots to locate the sheds, but the flight of the seaplanes above 2 German cruisers so alarmed one of them that she tried to move out of her moorings and struck the other, damaging both. That same day, a German seaplane dropped 2 bombs on the village of Cliff near Gravesend. No one was hurt. There was no Christmas truce among the French Foreign Legionnaires in Alsace. On Christmas Day, they, unlike their fellow legionnaires elsewhere in the line, were ordered to continue fighting. Led by Lieutenant Colonel Giuseppe Garibaldi, a grandson of the Italian patriot, they launched an attack on German positions. Among those killed was the colonel's cousin, Captain Bruno Garibaldi. West of Mulhouse, at the southern extremity of the Western Front, French troops were in action on Boxing Day against the village of Steinbach. Fighting for the town, which in the final phase was street by street, lasted 5 days, with 700 German and 600 French soldiers being killed before the French were finally driven back. Far from the front line, Christmas 1914 saw the first deaths among Russian prisoners of war being held at a camp at Wittenberg, 30 miles southwest of Berlin. These were men who had been captured at the Battle of Tannenberg 4 months earlier. Their daily rations at Wittenberg consisted of a 1-kilogram loaf of black bread to be shared between 10 men, and a thin soup made from potato flour and beans. There was little fuel to heat their barracks, in which a single narrow mattress had to serve for 3 men, who took it in turns to use it. Unlike the British and French prisoners of war, the Russians received no food parcels from home. A British officer who tried to help described them as gaunt, of a peculiar grey pallor, and verminous. Hunger, cold, and physical weakness took their toll, compounded by an outbreak of typhus. A German doctor, who arrived in the camp during the epidemic, took some bacteriological specimens for his research work at Magdeburg, and then left. 6 captured British medical officers did what they could to help. 3 of them contracted the disease and died. In England, in the week after Christmas, more than 100 anti-war Christians met at Trinity Hall, Cambridge, for 4 days of discussion about the doctrinal challenge of war. Among the debaters was the Reverend Richard Roberts, a Presbyterian who was soon forced to leave his North London church because of his pacifist views. The dilemma that confronted those at the conference was the dual conflicting loyalty of international morality, as in the defense of France against invasion, and Christian morality. After 4 days of debate, the participants concluded, firstly, that Britain was bound in honor to help France, secondly, that war was unchristian. The unchristian nature of war was not generally accepted. In answer to the Christian pacifists of Cambridge, one of Oxford's leading classicists, Alfred Zimmern, wrote scathingly in the introduction to a book of essays linking the Allied war effort with the struggle to uphold democracy, "Those who hold that Christianity and war are incompatible would seem to be committed to a monastic and passively anarchist view of life, inconsistent with membership in a political society." The leading clergy of Europe supported the war and blessed the soldiers going to it. On December 26th, an Irish poet, Catherine Tynan, published a poem in The Spectator, subsequently much quoted by the Bishop of London, A. Winnington Ingram, in which death on the battlefield had a divine motivator. Lest heaven be thronged with grey beards hoary, God, who made boys for his delight, stoops in a day of grief and glory, and calls them in from the night. God calls them in. On the Caucasian front, 2 different faces of God were in conflict, as Russian Christian and Turkish Muslim troops faced each other in a bitter struggle in the mountain passes of eastern Turkey. Slowly the Russians were driven from Turkish soil, back across the frontier which Russia had established at Turkish expense in 1878. It was during the struggle on the Caucasus front, at Sarakamis, that the 2 armies became locked in a ferocious battle. Desperate for Russian troops not to be driven back further, the Grand Duke Nicholas appealed to Britain for some British action against Turkey that might draw Turkish troops away from the east. The British response, initiated by Kitchener and supported by Churchill, was for a naval attack on the Turkish forts at the Dardanelles. The arguments in favor of action at the Dardanelles were convincing. British warships could gather unmolested in the Aegean. If needed, Australian troops already on their way to Egypt, destined for the Western Front, would be available, assuming that troops were to be put ashore at all to fight what Kitchener regarded as an inferior Turkish enemy. At Sarakamis, the Russians were forcing the Turks back, but their need for a diversion, though no longer acute, was still urgent. Russian troops from Siberia, who might have tilted the balance in the Caucasus, were needed for the defense of Warsaw. British help for the Russians could be provided without taking a single soldier from the Western Front. Within the British War Council, it was the stalemate on the Western Front that offered another reason for an attack on Turkey, assuming that such an attack could lead to a swift victory. Are there not other alternatives than sending our armies to chew barbed wire in Flanders? Churchill asked Asquith on December 29th. 3 days later, Lloyd George expressed the same view when he urged bringing Germany down by knocking the props from under her. Lloyd George suggested that some action might be taken against Austria-Hungary, perhaps a landing somewhere along the Dalmatian coast. Within a few weeks, after considerable discussion, the British War Council, headed by Asquith, decided that Turkey was to be the prop that would be knocked down. Steps will be taken to make a demonstration against the Turks, Kitchener informed the Russian government on the second day of 1915. Another war zone was about to be created. The capacity to kill and destroy was spreading. Hundreds of towns and villages that had known many decades of tranquility, some even centuries of tranquility, had become the meeting points of armies and the scenes of devastation and pain. A huge, cumbrous mechanism had cast a blight of paralysis on human endeavour, one of the war's historians, John Buchan, has written. The fronts had been stricken by their vastness into stagnation. Already a man could walk by a chain of outposts from Switzerland to the Vosges, and in a ditch from the Vosges to the North Sea. Each corps, regimental and regional history told the same story of peril and failure that December. The historian of the London County Council war effort, Vincent Weeks, himself later a veteran of 15 months on the Western Front, described trench warfare at this time, with its mud and slime and vermin, with its patrols in no man's land, with its nightly ration parties, working parties and burying parties, with its continual casualties from shell, bomb, mine, and sniper, with its sudden bombardments and raids and minor attacks, with its hours of cold and wet, boredom and discomfort, punctuated by minutes of deadly peril. From the London County Council alone, in 2 weeks of static trench confrontation in December 1914, 6 members were killed. They had served in civilian life in the tramways, parks, education and asylums departments. Arthur James Webb had worked as an orderly at the Bexley Mental Hospital. A private in the Grenadier Guards since August, he was killed in action on the 29th of December 1914 near La Bassée, not far from a French mental hospital. He was one of the last fatalities of 1914. That day Churchill wrote to Asquith, "When Kitchener declared that there was nothing in front of us but boys and old men, he was wrong. And when you and I agreed that there was a fine and terrible army in our front, we were right. It has taken 5,000 men and more, in killed and wounded, to prove the simple fact. Yet more deaths were to mark the closing of the year. At a court-martial on December 30th, 2 British soldiers who had been found hiding in a barn were sentenced to death. They were shot 2 weeks later, standing side by side." In the trenches and in the capital cities, Doggerel reflected the growing realization that the war was going to be a long one, and that trench life was to be a feature of it. A popular tongue-twister that winter in London was, "Sister Susie's sewing shirts for soldiers. Such skill at sewing shirts our shy young Sister Susie shows. Some soldiers send epistles, say they'd rather sleep on thistles than the saucy soft short shirts for soldiers Sister Susie sews." In Flanders, the British soldier sang, to the tune of "My Little Grey Home in the West," "I've a little wet home in a trench, where the rainstorms continually drench. There's a dead cow close by, with her feet towards the sky, and she gives off a terrible stench. Underneath, in the place of a floor, there's a mass of wet mud and some straw. But with shells dropping there, there's no place to compare with my little wet home in the trench." Many accounts of the soldiers at the front were published as the war went on, some romantic, some witty, some sad. The reader, far from the war zone, could only glimpse at reality, gain a certain impression, pick up a certain mood or image. Among those whose notes from the front were published during the war was a French interpreter with the British forces, Captain Philippe Millet, who had been wounded at Charleroi in August 1914. In his book he recalled a conversation with a British soldier that December. 22 days in the trenches, sir. Yes, 22. The regiment has lost 500 men. As for me, I have only had a scratch on the nose, but the bullet which did, that killed my pal outright." The pain and casualties of trench warfare and the calm discussion of territorial aspiration were part of different worlds yet they went side by side. On December 3rd, the Japanese government, which was fighting the Germans in the remote islands and ports of the Pacific Ocean, obtained a promise from Britain that Japan could occupy all German territory north of the equator. This agreement caused much anger to the Australian government, which had hoped to acquire these large colonial possessions for Australia. In neutral Italy, there were voices urging participation in the war in order that Italy should not be left out when the time came to divide the spoils of victory. Through the columns of his French-subsidized newspaper and in his public speeches, Benito Mussolini was arguing that the Italian government should enter the war. "Neutrals never dominate events," he declared in a speech in Parma. "They always sink. Blood alone moves the wheels of history." It was not so easy to be lyrical about blood and history when the war impinged upon one's personal life. When Betty Cunliffe Owen, who had left Constantinople in August with other Entente diplomats and diplomatic wives, finally reached Athens, she recalled how "we saw home papers, had the home letters, heard the home news, sad news, alas, for some of us." It was here Lord Gerald Wellesley heard of his gallant brother's death in France, and here in the Roll of Honour we saw the names of friends known long ago in the happy days of peace. To me, their names seemed to stand out as though printed in letters of gold. Yes, stronger than death and above life, and never to be effaced. But how it hurt! How horribly it hurt! The aching thought that never again should we clasp their hands, never smile a greeting to one another. A shadow fell over my soul, and somehow the world had grown darker. That darkness was reflected most starkly in the French casualty figures since the start of the war 5 months earlier. 300,000 dead, and 600,000 wounded, captured or missing. As one historian has pointed out, the French death toll in those 5 months was more than the total number of British war dead in the whole of the Second World War. 7. Stalemate and the Search for Breakthroughs. January to March 1915. The year 1915 opened with blood being poured out without respite. On the Serbian front, at the beginning of 1915, typhus struck the soldiers in both the Austrian and Serbian armies. As a gesture of support for Serbia, British women volunteers took more than 100 tons of hospital stores and medicine to Serbia. For Britain, the year 1915 opened with a naval disaster, the sinking of the battleship Formidable by a German submarine. 547 sailors were drowned. On the Western Front, trench warfare saw vast armies unable to move forward more than a few hundred yards without heavy loss. Near Perth, in Champagne, after 12 attacks and 20 counter-attacks, French troops advanced less than a mile. At Jean, south of Metz, where they were driven off the high ground but then regained it, the official French communiqué announced, "We found dead bodies belonging to 5 different regiments." The struggle for trenches, slopes, woods, and copses seemed to offer an endless prospect of chests against bullets. In London, however, Asquith received a letter from a colleague stating that it would be quite easy in a short time to fit up a number of steam tractors with small armoured shelters in which men and machine guns could be placed, which would be bulletproof. Used at night, they would not be affected by artillery fire to any extent. The Caterpillar system would enable trenches to be crossed quite easily, and the weight of the machine would destroy all barbed wire entanglements. The letter writer was Winston Churchill. His letter marked the first step in the practical evolution of the tank. Every warring state searched for new allies and new war zones. On January 5th, Lord Kitchener told the British War Council that, as the official minutes of the meeting recorded, the Dardanelles appeared to be the most suitable objective, as an attack here could be made in cooperation with the fleet. If successful, it would re-establish communication with Russia, settle the Near Eastern question, draw in Greece and perhaps Bulgaria and Romania, and release wheat and shipping now locked up in the Black Sea. The War Council Secretary, Colonel Hankey, went even further. Success at the Dardanelles, he said, would give us the Danube as a line of communication for any army penetrating into the heart of Austria, and bring our sea power to bear in the middle of Europe. The Entente powers hoped to draw not only Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania, but also Italy into their orbit. Germany and Austria were likewise looking for allies, particularly against Russia. One small but active group waiting to be wooed was the Russian Bolsheviks, many of whose leaders were in exile in Switzerland. The Bolsheviks had not expected the Austrian and German governments to be sympathetic to their revolutionary cause, but policy-makers in both Berlin and Vienna were eager to support the spread of Bolshevism in the hope, not all that far-fetched, that the Bolsheviks would undermine stable government in Russia and destroy the war-making powers of the Tsar. On January 7th, a Bolshevik group in Petrograd distributed leaflets to soldiers, workers, and peasants, calling on them not to pay their monthly rents. That same day in Constantinople, a wealthy Bolshevik, Alexander Helphand, approached the German ambassador to Turkey with the words, "The interests of the German government are identical with those of the Russian revolutionaries." The aim of the Bolsheviks, Helphand explained, was the total destruction of Tsarism and the division of Russia into smaller states. Germany would not be able to defeat Russia in battle if it were not possible to kindle a major revolution inside Russia. Helphand's conversation marked the start of a growing German interest in stimulating revolution in Russia, an interest that was to be intensified by the stalemate on the battlefield, and to find its culmination in facilitating the return of Lenin to Russia across German soil. Within 3 months, the German government gave money to an Estonian intermediary to give to Lenin, to encourage him to pursue his anti-war activities. In fact, he needed no encouragement. Germany's own power to continue the war was noted on January 15th by Stanley Washburn, correspondent of the Times with the Russian armies, who wrote, "After speaking to several German prisoners of war near Warsaw, the more one sees of the Germans, and these are far below the average in type, the more one begins to feel that there is a long, long road ahead of the Allies before these determined people are broken." On the night of January 19th, the Germans launched their first bombing raid on Britain, when 2 Zeppelins crossed the North Sea to the Norfolk coast. 4 civilians were killed, 2 at Yarmouth and 2 at King's Lynn. On the Western Front, the Germans captured 5,000 French prisoners during the Battle of Soissons. In the Ypres salient, German troops kept up their pressure on the British lines, making Ypres itself virtually uninhabitable. Despite renewed assaults, Messines, to the south of Ypres, remained in German hands. "We are still in our old positions, and keep annoying the English and French," Hitler wrote to his landlord on January 20th. "The weather is miserable, and we often spend days on end knee-deep in water, and what is more, under heavy fire. We are greatly looking forward to a brief respite. Let's hope that soon afterwards the whole front will start moving forward. Things can't go on like this forever." As Germany increased its military influence in Turkey, there were those who increasingly saw the Near East as the area in which Britain could be most effectively struck and harmed. On January 21st, an enthusiastic pro-Turkish professor, Ernst Jack, told the Kaiser that Prussian officers then in Turkey would soon be looking out across the Suez Canal, Britain's lifeline to India. The Kaiser flared up in anger. "You must be mad. My troops are not there for that purpose." To a German admiral who was present, the Kaiser seemed obviously terrified by the thought of a long war. In the skies above the German-occupied North Sea coast, British aviators were learning the new art of aerial bombardment. On January 23rd, two young pilots, Richard Bell Davies and Richard Pearce, each dropped 8 bombs from a low altitude on German submarines lying alongside the mole at Zeebrugge. Davies, severely wounded at the start of his attack with a bullet in his thigh, carried on despite loss of blood and extreme pain. For his bravery, he was awarded the Distinguished Service Order. On the Western Front, daily skirmishes and artillery bombardments caused a steady toll, but the German soldiers were hopeful of a swift victory in due course. "Here we shall hang on until Hindenburg has softened Russia up," Hitler wrote to his landlord on January 26th. "Then comes the day of retribution." Victory over Russia was not, however, to come that year or the next. Each action on the Western Front had a story of its own. In a letter to his parents, Second Lieutenant Preston White reminded them that January 27th was Bill II's birthday. In honor of the Kaiser, the British artillery on White's sector fired 21 rounds at the Germans' trenches shortly after daybreak. Some of the artillery commanders on our side seem to have a certain sense of humor. So have the Germans. They started signaling the miss with a flag from their trenches after every shell. But finally a shell landed fairly on top of the flag, and the signaller went out of business. On January 29th, in the Argonne, where French and German troops faced each other, a German lieutenant, Erwin Rommel, led his platoon in the capture of 4 French blockhouses. Having crawled through the French wire, he shouted for his platoon to follow, but none of them did so. After further shouting, Rommel had to crawl back and warn the commander of his leading platoon, "Obey my orders instantly, or I shoot you." The whole company then crawled through the wire. Having captured the blockhouses, they then beat off a French counterattack, but, outflanked and under heavy fire, they were forced to withdraw. For his bravery in the action, Rommel was awarded the Iron Cross, First Class, the first officer in his regiment to be honored in this way. It soon became a regimental saying, "Where Rommel is, there is the front." On January 30th, in another German attack in the Argonne, 700 French soldiers were taken prisoner. At sea, the death toll was determined not by the intensity of the fighting, but by the size of the ship and how quickly it sank. On January 13th, all but one of the crew on board the German submarine U-7, commanded by Captain Koenig, were drowned when their submarine was torpedoed by mistake by U-22, commanded by Captain Hopper. Koenig was Hopper's best friend. A third submarine that left Wilhelmshaven that day, U-31, disappeared. It was assumed that it had struck a mine. On January 24th, off the Dogger Bank, the British made use of the captured German codebook sent to them earlier by the Russians to intercept the German battlecruiser squadron. It was a British victory, which gave a boost to national morale. 15 British soldiers were killed, but on the German flagship, Seydlitz, the death toll was 192. On the Blucher, 782 German soldiers were drowned, an episode captured on film. A still from it, of hundreds of sailors sliding off the sinking hull into the sea, was engraved on the side of silver cigarette cases as a British souvenir. In the English Channel, the first British merchant ship to be torpedoed without warning was sunk by a German submarine on January 30th. This submarine's success was quickly followed up. On February 1st, an American diplomat in Paris, John Coolidge, noted in his diary, "Another little merchant ship has just been sunk by the Germans, just at the mouth of the Mersey, which gives us all a horrid feeling. The Germans are so angry at not getting ahead that they leave nothing undone." That day the German Chancellor agreed to the Imperial Navy's request to launch submarine warfare against all ships, including neutral ships that were bringing food or supplies to the Entente powers. This decision was made public on February 4th in the form of a declaration by Germany of an area of war in the waters around Britain and Ireland. The declaration stated that even though the German naval forces have instructions to avoid violence to neutral ships insofar as they are recognizable, in view of the contingencies of naval warfare, the torpedoing of neutral ships cannot always be avoided. The reason given by the Germans for embarking upon this widening of the submarine war was retaliation against the British hunger blockade of Germany. The British mining of the North Sea established the previous November. Even the United States was chided by the Germans for having generally acquiesced in the British measures. 5 days after the German declaration, the United States warned the German government that the proposed submarine warfare constituted an indefensible violation of neutral rights, and that Germany would be held to strict accountability if an American vessel or the lives of American citizens were lost as a result of the new policy. The United States would take any steps it might be necessary to take to safeguard American lives and property. What those steps might be was not explained. In the eastern Mediterranean, a 130-mile Turkish march across the Sinai Desert, using wells dug secretly in advance by German engineers, reached its objective, the Suez Canal, on the night of February 3rd. On the following morning, 5,000 Turkish troops, commanded by a German officer, Lieutenant Colonel Kress, tried to cross the canal. 3 pontoon bridges were thrown across, and about 60 men succeeded in reaching the western side of the canal, but they were driven off by Indian troops, supported by British warships bombarding from the sea and the guns of an armored train. The Turkish hopes of throwing a further 20,000 troops across the canal were dashed, as were the German hopes of stimulating an anti-British uprising in Egypt once Ismailia was captured. 200 Turks were killed and more than 700 taken prisoner. The growing numbers of prisoners of war had led all warring governments to establish special departments to seek information about them, try to arrange exchanges of severely wounded men, and protest about ill treatment. A Dutch visitor to 3 camps in Germany, Ruhleben, Dobritz, and Berg, reported on February 4th that the camp at Berg was simply awful. The hatred towards England in Germany is simply incredible, and I am afraid the poor prisoners have to suffer for it. The American diplomat who was looking after Britain's interests was not, however, impressed. An angel from heaven could not satisfy the prisoners at Ruhleben, he wrote to his British opposite number after a further complaint, unless he opened the gate and told them to leave. Yet the complaints continued. At Gütersloh camp, prisoners were angered when they were only allowed to write 1 letter and 3 postcards a month. Cricket and theatrical performances helped them pass the time, but could not lessen the burden, frustration, and monotony of captivity. At Zossen, a section of the prisoner-of-war camp was set aside for Muslim, Indian, and black prisoners. In the center of the camp a mosque was built, at the Kaiser's command. Those British subjects who had been living in Germany when war broke out came from almost every corner of the empire. There were also many merchant seamen whose ships had been seized in German ports on the outbreak of war, or who had been captured at sea by German commerce raiders. Sikhs, black Africans, and Malays were among their number. At Ruhleben, where most of them were interned, these internees were kept separate. For a small fee, they would carry out menial tasks for the other inmates, one of whom, Percy Brown, a British freelance photographer, who on an assignment in Holland had inadvertently crossed the German border, later described the non-white barracks as the happiest and cleanest in the camp. Most of the colored men played, sang, and danced. Their life was a continuous concert. West Indians and Malays played lullabies in undertones, quiet, soothing music with no banging or discord. In the center of the barracks was a laughing laundry firm of 5 Africans. As they ironed out the wash, they hummed lilting spirituals to the strokes of the irons. At the back entrance, our cobbler danced a queer little rhythmic dance to the singing tone of the ukulele, while half a dozen customers waited patiently for their clogs. Russian prisoners of war in Germany were less fortunate. A Canadian private, Mervyn Simmons, at a camp at Parnewinkel, was present when some of the cadaverous, exhausted Russians, who were being forced to work 17 hours a day at hard labor, refused to go to work. On the day after the revolt, German soldiers arrived. New working parties were called for, and all those Russians who would not join them were ordered to run in a circle. In an hour they were begging for mercy, whimpering pitifully as they gasped out the only German word they knew, "Kamerad, oh Kamerad," to the NCO who drove them on. They begged and prayed in their own language. A thrust of the bayonet was all the answer they got. Their heads rolled, their tongues protruded, their lips frothed, their eyes were red and scalded, and one fell prostrate at the feet of the NCO, who, stooping over, rolled back his eyelid to see if he were really unconscious or was feigning it. His examination proved the latter to be the case, and I saw the commandant's motion to kick the Russian to his feet. This he did with a right good will, and the weary race went on. On February 10th, 500 French soldiers were taken prisoner during a German counterattack in Champagne. That same day, 10,000 Russians were surrounded and captured near Kovno, on the Eastern Front, where the scale of the battles and of the casualties was enormous. 4 days later, at Lich, a further 5,000 Russians were taken prisoner, followed by the unprecedented number of 70,000 at Augustov during the following week. This coincided with a French military success in Champagne, the capture of 3 yards of German trenches and 4 German soldiers. The wounded of all armies were being tended in casualty clearing stations and, where their wounds were severe but capable of treatment, sent back to military hospitals. Hospital trains had become a regular sight far behind the lines. In one such train, traveling from the Western Front to Le Havre via Boulogne, Sister Kay Luard of the Queen Alexandra's Imperial Nursing Service noted in her diary on Saturday, February 13th, "Still on the way to Havre, and we loaded up on Thursday. This journey is another revelation of what the British soldier will stick without grumbling. The sitting-ups are 8 in a carriage, some with painful feet, some with wounded arms, and some with coughs and rheumatism, etc. But you don't hear a word of grousing. It is a mercy we got our bad cases off at Boulogne, pneumonia, enterics, and some badly wounded with only rifles for splints, including an officer dressed in bandages all over. He was such a nice boy. When he was put in clean pajamas and had a clean hanky with eau de cologne, he said, 'By Jove, it's worth getting hit for this, after the smells of dead horses, dead men, and dead everything.'" In the air, hopes for the effectiveness of bombing outstripped the reality. continuous Russian bombing of German-controlled railway stations in Poland could not halt the German advance. On February 12th, the Kaiser expressed his hopes that the air war against England will be carried out with the greatest energy. A target list was drawn up: military bases and dumps, barracks, oil and petrol stores, and the London docks. At the Kaiser's specific command, attacks on the royal palaces and residential areas were forbidden. 3 Zeppelins set off within a week of the Kaiser's order, but were caught in a snowstorm off the Jutland coast and wrecked. During a further attempt early in March to raid Britain, the Zeppelin concerned was blown back across the North Sea by a gale and shot down by an anti-aircraft battery at Nieuport on the Belgian coast. On the day that the Kaiser was advocating bombing raids on Britain, a British agent was interviewing a French refugee in Britain, Mademoiselle de Bressigny, who was willing to return to her hometown of Lille and transmit information to Britain. Returning to Lille, she lived in a convent, disguised as a nun. The radio equipment she needed was smuggled to her in sections, using the regular commercial ferry between Folkestone and the Dutch port of Flushing. Because the generator needed to power the equipment was so noisy, it was decided that, while she would have to receive her tasks by radio, she would have to send her answers by pigeon post. This she did, working steadily for 2 months, but then she was arrested. She managed to swallow the report that was on her when she was caught. Sentenced to life imprisonment, she died in prison 2 months before the armistice. On February 15th, Indian soldiers in barracks at Singapore mutinied, and 39 Europeans were killed. It was the first large-scale mutiny of the war. It was intended by its organizers as part of a general uprising by Sikh militants against the British in India. The uprising had been encouraged by the Germans, who hoped that India was ripe for revolution, just as 2 weeks earlier they had expected the Egyptians to be ready to overthrow the British once the Turks crossed the Suez Canal. A German ship, the Bayern, which had earlier been interned by the Italians, was found to be carrying 500,000 revolvers, 100,000 rifles, and 200,000 cases of ammunition, possibly for the uprising in India. The Sikh militants had certainly expected German help of this sort. In Singapore, British soldiers were called upon to carry out the executions of the ringleaders. 37 of them were shot. In India, the uprising was betrayed by a police spy, and the ringleaders were arrested before they could give the signal for revolt. 18 of them were hanged. From across the subcontinent, Indians continued to volunteer to serve in France, where the first Indian Victoria Cross for bravery had been bestowed at the end of January. As Gandhi later wrote, in support of Indian participation in the war, "If we would improve our status through the help and cooperation of the British, it was our duty to win their help by standing by them in their hour of need." In that hour of need, a tactic was being tried that was to introduce a permanent element into trench warfare: underground tunnels, dug beneath the enemy's trenches, where explosive charges would blow up on the eve of an attack, killing, concussing, and confusing the defenders. On February 17th, a British mining engineer and Conservative Member of Parliament, John Norton Griffiths, having persuaded the War Office to establish special tunnelling companies to take the war beneath the trenches, enlisted his first volunteers. They were all peacetime miners, willing to submit to the dangers of digging in the war zone. Within a week, the first volunteers were in France. On being led towards the trenches by a guide, they had their first taste of war when a sniper's shot rang out and their guide fell dead. Their own efforts were to be a noted feature of future offensives. In 1917, after a German dugout had been half buried by one of their explosions, 4 German officers were found inside it, comfortably seated and outwardly unhurt. They made no move when the British soldiers entered. They were dead from concussion. At the Dardanelles on February 19th, the British renewed their single-day's naval bombardment of the previous November. The 2 outer forts at Sedul Bar and Kum Kale were smashed by the 15-inch guns, against which there was no defense. A German naval officer, Lieutenant Vormann, was killed. Covered with a Turkish flag, his face towards Mecca, he was buried that evening on the peninsula. 6 days later there was another bombardment, and Sedul Bar and Kum Kale ceased to exist, except as ruins. They were ruins, however, in which artillery pieces and machine gunners could and would be sighted. On the Eastern Front, the scale of battle remained a formidable one. When the Germans captured Przasnyj on February 22nd, they took 10,000 Russian soldiers. When they were driven out of the town 3 days later, 5,400 Germans were taken prisoner. The fighting on the Western Front, though not with such dramatic changes of fortune, knew no abatement. On February 26th, the Germans used flamethrowers for the first time against French trenches near Verdun. This was the first of an estimated 653 flamethrower attacks. But the trench system, with its deep protection, gave flamethrowers little more than the element of surprise. On the day after this first attack, a conventional French counterattack was successful, and 2 days later, on March 1st, French troops were issued with grenades for the first time. That day, a 70-strong German infantry detachment, advancing behind armored shields for the first time, lost half its men, killed or wounded, without piercing the French trenches. Among the French troops in action was the newly promoted Captain de Gaulle. On March 10th he was wounded in the hand by shrapnel. The wound, though superficial by the standards of trench warfare, turned septic, forcing de Gaulle to spend 2 months in hospital. On March 10th, the British tried to break through the German trenches at Neuve-Chapelle and to capture the village of Aubert, less than a mile to the east. At the start of the battle, 342 guns launched a 35-minute barrage on the German trenches, the artillery fire being directed in part by 85 reconnaissance aircraft. More shells were fired in that short opening barrage than in the whole of the Boer War, an indication of the terrifying transformation of the nature of war within a period of 15 years. Following this barrage, the British and Indian divisions attacked along a 4,000-yard front. At the center of the attack, after 4 hours of often hand-to-hand fighting, Neuve-Chapelle village was captured, and 4 lines of German trenches were overrun. But on the northern sector, nearest to Aubert, a 400-yard length of the German front line was not bombarded. The guns allocated to that sector had not reached the front. The men who advanced on that sector, in 3 successive waves, crossed no man's land towards an intact German wire. It was thought at first that the attack succeeded in reaching the German trenches, the official history recorded, as no one behind could see, and not a man returned. Every one of the attackers, almost 1,000, had been killed. The chain of command during the battle at Neuve-Chapelle was such that considerable time was taken to ascertain what should be done at each stage of the fighting. Telephone lines having been cut by German shell fire, messages, often long-winded and sometimes unclear, had to be sent back and forth by messenger. Sometimes crucial messages crossed in mid-journey, requiring new messages and creating an added muddle. Errors of intelligence were made. The initial German strength was overrated, and the German position in certain places was exaggerated. A British attack shortly after midday on March 11th took place 5 minutes after the supporting artillery fire had stopped, leading to heavy casualties. When one officer asked his colonel, "Have we got to advance? Will you give the order?" the colonel replied, "No, it is a mere waste of life. Impossible to get 20 yards, much less 200. The trenches have not been touched by artillery. If artillery cannot touch them, the only way is to advance from the right flank. A frontal attack will not get near them." Yet Haig ordered a frontal attack, and almost all those who took part in it were killed. That evening he gave the order for a renewed advance on the following day. On the third day of the battle, the British repelled a German attack in the morning, then launched their own attack just after midday. This effort was forced to halt within 2 hours. Many units had been wiped out. Haig looked, however, to troops who had not yet seen action to carry the day. "Information indicates that enemy on our front are much demoralized," he informed them. "Indian Corps and the Fourth Corps will push through the barrage of fire regardless of loss, using reserves if required." When this order reached those who would have to put it into effect that evening, there was some dismay. One of the Indian Corps commanders, Brigadier General Egerton, informed his superior, General Wilcox, that the attack ordered was not likely to succeed. Wilcox cancelled the attack, telling Haig, who had just arrived at Indian Corps headquarters, that he did not consider it feasible to make an attack with such a large body of troops by night over unreconnoitred ground. Haig accepted Wilcox's decision, but it was by then too late to stop units of Fourth Corps from moving forward further north. The official history wrote, of these Fourth Corps attacks, the last of the battle, that the confusion was heightened by the exhaustion of the men who, after 3 days and nights under fire, had fallen asleep and could only be aroused by the use of force, a process made very lengthy by the fact that the battlefield was covered with British and German dead, who, in the dark, were indistinguishable from the sleepers. The battle was over. A small salient, 2,000 yards wide and 1,200 yards deep, had been taken, and 1,200 German soldiers captured. The cost of these gains was high, 7,000 British and 4,200 Indian casualties. A senior member of Haig's staff, General Charteris, wrote, "I am afraid that England will have to accustom herself to far greater losses than those of Neuve-Chapelle before we finally crush the German army." From the Ypres salient, Captain Colwyn Phillips wrote to his mother on March 12th, "People out here seem to think that the war is going to be quite short. Why, I don't know. Personally, I see nothing to prevent it going on forever." The casualties did not end with the end of the battle. Lieutenant Preston White wrote to his parents of the journey to the front line shortly after Neuve-Chapelle. There were, of course, no communication trenches of any kind, and the Germans peppered us good and proper as we came up. One bullet passed through the head of a man from the company that we were relieving, and went on and lodged in one of our men's jaws. There was also rather a gruesome experience when his men were digging out earth to fill sandbags. They brought to light the stiffened arm and hand of a man in khaki, only a few inches below the surface. We knocked up a mound and struck a cross on top, to prevent anyone else digging him up. The company sergeant major's latest effort was to crawl out in front of the breastwork to get those dead Indians and lift any loot they might have on them. White, like many of those who wrote home, gave details of the villages and hamlets at which the fighting was taking place. In his case he also gave their names. "I can just imagine you," he wrote, "in Henley dining room, sprawling over a table with a large-scale map and the magnifying glass. His mother laying on the sofa, saying at intervals to his father, 'Dear, dear, what a concern, Harry. Do you think it's worth while?' White gave no answer to his mother's imagined question. On the following day he wrote home again. Such a day of news for us, good and bad. Wood Martin, 3 pals of mine, and 4 men I knew killed. Loss of 2 English battleships, forcing of the Dardanelles, and intervention of Italy, all in one day. The attempt to force the Dardanelles took place on March 18th, less than a week after the end of the battle at Neuve-Chapelle. It was intended by the Allies to be a turning point of the war, ending, if successful, the stalemate on the Western Front, of which Neuve-Chapelle itself, intended to be a breakthrough, had proved such a costly example. The intention on March the 18th was for an Anglo-French naval force to break through the Narrows into the Sea of Marmara, and then to sail across the Marmara to Constantinople. In the British War Council there had been long and detailed discussions about how the attack at the Dardanelles should be followed up. Not only Churchill, whose Royal Navy ships made up the main component of the attack, but also his colleagues on the British War Council expected a swift push through the Dardanelles, followed by panic in the Turkish capital when so many warships appeared off its shoreline. Lord Kitchener was confident that, once the fleet had forced its way through the Narrows, the Turkish garrison on the Gallipoli Peninsula would evacuate its position without any British troops having to go ashore, and that without any further fighting, the garrison of Constantinople, the Sultan, and not improbably the Turkish army in Thrace, would also decamp to the Asiatic shore. This triumph would be achieved by ships alone. Kitchener also believed that with patience and wise negotiations, the remaining Turkish forces in Europe would probably surrender. Edward Grey told the War Council that once the naval success was achieved at the Dardanelles, we might have a coup d'etat in Constantinople, with Turkey abandoning the Central Powers and returning to its former neutrality. Churchill even wondered if the Turkish soldiers might not then agree to serve as mercenaries with the Allied armies. Other ministers looked to the naval victory as a means of persuading Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania to enter the war on the side of the Entente. It was thought that once the British Navy was in control of the Sea of Marmara, it could link up with the Russian Navy in the Black Sea and make a combined assault up the Danube into the very heart of Austria-Hungary. For every member of the British War Council, the attack on the Dardanelles had emerged as the most obvious and promising strategy for bypassing the stalemate on the Western Front, opening a new front on the Danube, and helping Russia. Lloyd George summarized the benefits in a memorandum circulated to the War Council. To bring Bulgaria, Romania, and Greece in with Serbia means throwing an aggregate army of 1.5 million onto the Austrian flank. This will not only relieve the pressure on Russia, but indirectly on France. It will tend to equalize things, and thus give us time to re-equip the Russian army. From India came enthusiasm from the Viceroy, Lord Hardinger, who believed that victory at the Dardanelles would have a strong effect on the hitherto pro-German sentiments of the Muslims of Persia and Afghanistan. It would also liberate Russian grain, he pointed out, so that India's ability to obtain foodstuffs would be much alleviated. Finally, there were the territorial gains that victory conjured up in the minds of those for whom a naval triumph was imminent. Lord Kitchener wanted Britain to annex the Ottoman Syrian towns of Aleppo and Alexandria. The Admiralty were intent upon annexing the whole of the Euphrates Valley, from Urfa to Baghdad and down to Basra, to prevent Russia reaching the warm waters of the Persian Gulf. Lewis Harcourt, the colonial secretary, wanted Britain to annex the southern Anatolian port of Marmaris. Herbert Samuel wanted Britain to establish a Jewish national home in Turkish Palestine. The territorial benefits to be gained as a result of a victory at the Dardanelles were attractive to many nations, encouraging them to look with favor on the Anglo-French plan. With the defeat of Turkey, Russia would receive the eastern province of Armenia, and also the capital Constantinople, which had been promised to her by Britain in secret conversations as far back as 1908. Greece denied Constantinople because of this prior British promise to Russia would be given the western Anatolian province of Smyrna, with its large Greek population. Italy, if she joined the Entente, would be given the southern Anatolian province of Adana. France, whose warships were ready for action alongside those of Britain, would receive the Turkish province of Syria, including the Lebanon. Bulgaria, in return for joining the Entente, would retain the port of Dediagach on the Aegean Sea, which she had seized from Turkey a year earlier. Greece and Romania, as well as Bulgaria, might be given ports on the Sea of Marmara. Many national aspirations and many territorial changes depended upon the success of the naval attack at the Dardanelles, which began on the morning of March 18th. It was nearly successful. 6 British and 4 French battleships took part. The Turkish forts at the entrance to the straits had been put out of action by naval bombardment in the preceding days. Within 3 hours, the forts covering the minefields inside the straits had been incapacitated. The lines of mines laid across the entrance to the Dardanelles were swept clear as the warships advanced. Only 9 more lines of mines, all identified by the British and ready for sweeping, lay between the advancing warships and the fort of Chanak at the Narrows. But an unexpected line of 20 mines, which had been laid parallel to the shore by a small Turkish steamer, the Nusret, 10 days earlier, wreaked havoc. 3 of the 10 Allied battleships were sunk, the British losing the Irresistible and the Ocean, and the French the Bouvet. A second French battleship, the Gauloise, was badly damaged and had to be beached. The British battleship Inflexible also struck a mine and was put out of action. On the Bouvet, 620 men were drowned. On the British warships, only 47. Both the British and French admirals regarded this as an acceptable risk of war. For the German officers who had supervised the Turkish artillery, the Allied attack of March 18th had been near to success, as their own ammunition had run low. "We've been very lucky," was the comment of Lieutenant Colonel Wöhler. His batteries had fired 1,600 rounds and scored 139 direct hits on the Allied warships. Only 3 of his men had been killed. Dummy batteries with metal pipes pointing to the sky had served to deceive the Allied gunners. The British admiral was eager to renew the attack on the following day, and was encouraged to do so by Churchill. Both men were confident that if the warships could force their way past the Narrows and into the Sea of Marmara, the artillery batteries on the peninsula would be outflanked, and the impact of an Anglo-French fleet in the Sea of Marmara would demoralize the Turks and cause them to give up the fight. But a sudden spell of bad weather, and then a growing desire among the senior British in particular to see the army put on shore to attack the remaining forts from the rear, led to postponements. On the morning of March 19th, in the immediate aftermath of the naval setback, the British War Council continued to discuss the fruits of victory over Turkey. Grey suggested making a good impression on Britain's Muslim subjects, especially the 60 million Muslims of the Indian Empire, by setting up a British-sponsored Muslim state in Arabia, Syria, and Mesopotamia. With the future relations of Britain and the Muslim world in mind, Kitchener proposed the transfer to British control of Mecca, the center of the Islamic world. The India office insisted that the Turkish province of Basra must form part of the British Empire. Lloyd George went so far as to suggest the possibility of giving Germany herself a bone of some sort in the Turkish Empire to act as a counterweight to Russia's future growing predominance. A single day's setback had not dampened the territorial hopes of the would-be victors. Lord Kitchener's choice as commander of the Allied forces to land on the Gallipoli Peninsula or to be taken through the Dardanelles by ship to Constantinople itself if the initial solely naval attack of March 18th succeeded, was General Sir Ian Hamilton. Reaching the Dardanelles in time to witness the naval attack from on board ship, Hamilton heard the Admiral say, after the attack was called off, that he was ready to try again. Hamilton now envisaged putting his troops ashore in conjunction with the next naval attack. As he wrote to Kitchener that evening, "Certainly it looks at present as if the fleet would not be able to carry on at this rate, and, if so, the soldiers will have to do the trick." Hamilton added, "It must be a deliberate and progressive military operation." Kitchener now planned to put a large army ashore. Churchill, while still believing that a second naval assault could be successful, failed to persuade his naval advisers of this, and was forced from that moment to take a back seat, the military planning being Kitchener's responsibility, and Kitchener being secretive in the extreme. Any chance of a swift and spectacular naval triumph on the Dardanelles was over, despite an attack 10 days later on the Bosphorus forts of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. 5 Russian battleships, 2 cruisers, and 10 destroyers took part in this attack. A second day of Russian activity was made impossible because of fog. Then 2 Russian destroyers were sunk by the German-officered Goeben, and the Russian fleet withdrew. At the Dardanelles, gales were preventing even the simplest mine-sweeping operations. Both the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus remained firmly under Turkish control. The prospect of a sudden disintegration of the Ottoman Empire was over. The Greek, Bulgarian, and Italian governments, each of which had been as excited as the British War Council at the prospect of the sudden surrender of Constantinople, maintained their cautious neutrality. The Romanian government allowed 150 German naval mines to pass through Romania on their way to Turkey. As British, Australian, New Zealand, and French troops gathered in Egypt and on the Aegean Islands, only the Russians took advantage of what could still be a British land victory over the Turks. On March 20th, the British government signed a secret understanding whereby, in return for Russian benevolence towards British desires elsewhere in the Ottoman Empire and in the neutral zone in central Persia, Russia would annex Constantinople and the Bosphorus, more than half of Turkey in Europe, and the European and Asian shores of the Dardanelles, including the Gallipoli Peninsula itself. Britain would capture Gallipoli, Russia would rule it. It was to prevent Russia from being the master of Constantinople and the straits that Britain had gone to war with her in 1854, sending an army to fight in the Crimea. In 1878, Disraeli had sent a British fleet through the Dardanelles to warn the Russians away from the Turkish capital. Now Britain agreed that if its troops then gathering for an assault on the Gallipoli Peninsula were to be militarily victorious, Russia would be the territorial victor. Among the soldiers preparing for the land battle was the poet Rupert Brooke. While still in training, however, he was taken ill with dysentery, and, having taken part in an exercise on the Aegean island of Skyros, He died after a mosquito bite on his lip became poisoned. He was buried on the island in an olive grove. 4 hours later, his colleagues set for Gallipoli. On the Eastern Front, the Russians under Brusilov continued to push the Austrians back in the Carpathians. On March 20th, the day on which Russia was secretly promised Constantinople and the Straits, Brusilov took 2,400 Austrian prisoners near Smolnik. At Okna, on Easter Day, March 22nd, in a surprise Russian attack, Circassian cavalrymen overran an Austrian position. A Croatian sergeant, Josip Broz, later as Tito, the communist ruler of Yugoslavia, was pierced in the back by a lance. "I fainted," he later recalled. Then the Circassians began to butcher the wounded, even slashing them with their knives. Fortunately, Russian infantrymen reached the positions and put an end to the orgy. Broz was taken prisoner. That same day, the Austrian fortress of Przemyśl surrendered. Amid ferocious blizzards, hundreds of wounded men had frozen to death in the fields before they could be treated. The senior Austrian commander escaped by aeroplane. The spoils of victory were astonishing. 700 heavy guns were captured, and 120,000 Austrian soldiers were taken prisoner, including 9 generals, and 700 artillery pieces were captured. Some of us are a little skeptical about the number of prisoners taken at P. Lieutenant Preston White wrote home from the Western Front on hearing of the capture of Przemyśl, and he added, "Oh, damn it, I shan't try to spell the beastly word. On White's sector of the trenches it was a time of relative quiet. We had only 1 man killed," he wrote. He was shot through the head while looking up to see how many dead bodies were lying between the 2 lines of breastworks. He died just as we were bandaging him up. At the Kaiser's headquarters at Charleville, the fall of Przemyśl was a blow, countered only by the British naval setback at the Dardanelles. "The one will lessen the effect of the other," wrote Admiral Tirpitz from Charleville. "But everywhere the Russians are attacking ruthlessly, and the Austrians are always beaten, and we too are getting nervous. Hindenburg is coming to the end of his resources. Brusilov was quick to follow up his success at Przemyśl. On March 25th, he retook the Lubkov Pass, capturing a further 8,200 Austrian soldiers. In Petrograd and Vienna, in Paris, London, and Berlin, the drums of patriotism beat all the more loudly, as the stalemate and bloodshed of the battlefield intensified. That day, Albert Einstein wrote from Berlin to the French writer and pacifist Romain Rolland, "When posterity recounts the achievements of Europe, shall we let men say that 3 centuries of painstaking cultural effort carried us no farther than from religious fanaticism to the insanity of nationalism? In both camps today, even scholars behave as though 8 months ago they suddenly lost their heads." On the Eastern Front, the German advance was creating similar anti-Jewish feeling in Lithuania to that which it had created 6 months earlier in Poland. The Jews were again accused of being secretly supportive of Germany and waiting to welcome in the German troops. Once again there was widespread looting of Jewish homes and shops. Russian Cossacks, the traditional enemies of the Jews since the 17th century, forced them out of their homes and drove them through the snow. As many as 500,000 Jews were forced to leave Lithuania and Kurland, yet more refugees in search of a safe corner, their livelihood and their security destroyed. Further south, the Austrian High Command appealed to Germany for help against the continuing Russian offensive. Before a special German mountain corps could arrive, however, a further 11,000 Austrians were taken prisoner by Brusilov. At Austrian headquarters, the morale of their front-line troops was described as below zero. Turkey, too, had appealed for German help. On March 26th, General Liman von Sanders arrived at the Gallipoli Peninsula to take command of the Turkish Fifth Army, as an Anglo-French army gathered on the nearest Aegean islands for an assault on the peninsula. Under pressure from Germany, Bulgaria as well as Romania was allowing German weapons to pass through her territory on the way to Turkey. A diplomatic protest by Britain was in vain. At Chanak, German aircraft arrived to provide the Turks with aerial reconnaissance. For the British policymakers, a sense of impending victory still prevailed at the Dardanelles. On March 25th, the Colonial Secretary, Lewis Harcourt, sent the members of the War Council a memorandum headed "The Spoils," in which he suggested that, on the defeat of Turkey, Britain should annex Mesopotamia as an outlet for Indian immigration, and should offer the holy places as a mandate to the United States. At the Dardanelles itself, General Hamilton was also confident, informing Admiral de Robeck on March 30th that the wisest procedure would be to renew the naval attack. "It is always possible that opposition may suddenly crumble up," Hamilton wrote. "If you should succeed, be sure to leave light cruisers enough to see me through my military attack in the event of that being after all necessary." It was only 3.5 weeks before that military attack was to take place, yet Hamilton still envisaged a possible naval victory that might make a military landing unnecessary. Meanwhile, both sides prepared their troops, arms, and munitions for the land battle in what Asquith described as the Glorious Orient. A warning note was sounded by Colonel Hankey, who wrote to Asquith on April 12th that the military landings at Gallipoli were a gamble upon the supposed shortage of shells and inferior fighting qualities of the Turkish armies. There seemed to be confirmation, however, of the British view of Turkish military incompetence that very day when, in Mesopotamia, a Turkish attack on the British and Indian troops holding Kurna and Basra was driven off. At Shaiba, southwest of Basra, the British and Indian force of 6,000 routed more than 10,000 Turks, stimulating the sense of superiority. 6 days later, a British aircraft dropped 6 100-pound bombs on the German aircraft hangar at Chanak, destroying the aircraft inside. Not only could the Turks be defeated and hurt with apparent ease, it seemed, but as news of the battle at Shaiba reached England, a sense of moral superiority was also possible. At one point in the action, a British cavalry officer, Major Wheeler, and his senior Indian officer, Jemadar Sudan Singh, galloped forward towards the main Arab force supporting the Turks. Having reached the Arab standard, they found that they were cut off from the rest of their colleagues. Wheeler was shot dead while still on his horse. Sudan Singh was pulled to the ground, had oil poured over him, and was set on fire. His still smouldering body was recovered by the British later in the day. Both men received posthumous awards, Wheeler the Victoria Cross, Sudan Singh the Indian Order of Merit. Throughout March and April, British forces and supplies were being assembled in the eastern Mediterranean for a military landing on the Gallipoli Peninsula. The Turks were also busy. Labour battalions, made up of Greeks, Armenians, and Jews from the town of Chanak, were being put to work to strengthen the defences of the peninsula. From Cape Helles at its tip to Bulair at its narrow waist, work was begun and progress made. 500 German officers and men were helping the Turks with these preparations. 2 of the 6 Turkish divisions on the peninsula were commanded by German officers. British air attacks by day forced most of the defences to be prepared at night. "The Gallipoli Peninsula is being fortified in frantic haste," Admiral de Robeck reported to General Hamilton. "Thousands of Turks work all night like beavers, constructing trenches, redoubts, and barbed wire entanglements. It is true that we have never seen any of them, but every dawn brings fresh evidence of their nightly activities." Those nightly activities included, at Cape Helles, laying barbed wire on the beaches where the Allies might land, and digging machine gun emplacements on the cliffs overlooking those beaches. With so many battlefronts and preparations, each warring nation focused on the news of its own soldiers and citizens. Individual stories often made the greatest impact. On March 28th, the first American citizen was killed in the 8-month-old European War, Leon Thrasher, a mining engineer. He was drowned when a German submarine, the U-28, torpedoed the cargo passenger ship the Falaba. The Falaba, which was on its way from Liverpool to West Africa, sank in 8 minutes. Of its 242 passengers and crew, 104 were drowned. There was also a success that day against the German submarine when the captain of a British steamer, Captain Charles Fryatt, saved his ship, the Great Eastern Railway steamer Brussels, by turning towards an attacking submarine and attempting to ram it. The submarine fled, and Fryatt was awarded with a gold watch by the Admiralty. Despite the risk of alienating neutral America, the German Navy intensified its submarine campaign against merchant ships. On March 31st, more ships were sunk in a single day, 29, than in the war up to that time, and 161 British lives were lost. Anti-war feeling was evident that March, at the front and behind the lines, with a British provocation and communist agitation seeking the same goals. In neutral Switzerland, a British agent, George Pollitt, who in civilian life had been an industrial chemist, set up a network of agents in Germany to exploit German anti-war feeling and made good use of it. One of his informants was an idealistic socialist Russian-German Jew who thought that a German victory would put back the socialist clock, so he was willing to help the British. He had made contact with the editor of a socialist newspaper who was working secretly to launch an anti-war coup, and who was in correspondence with socialists all over Germany, who send him military information, which they hope will enable him to judge his opportunity for the coup. They have no idea that they are helping the enemy or doing anything like spying. In Berlin, an anti-war protest was held on April 1st, led by Rosa Luxemburg. She was imprisoned. Other German anti-militarists prepared to travel to neutral Holland for the opening on April 18th at The Hague of the International Women's Peace Congress. More than 1,000 delegates gathered from 12 countries, but 25 British women were prevented from going by the simple government device of suspending the ferry service between Britain and Holland, the same route by which British espionage equipment had been sent across the North Sea to be smuggled to Mademoiselle de Bressigny in Lille. France also knew the pullulation of anti-war feeling. On April 8th, on the Western Front, a French anti-militarist story writer, Louis Pergaud, was accidentally killed by his own artillery fire after his unit had advanced into the German lines. A regiment of the French Foreign Legion was disbanded when discipline broke down. The dissatisfied volunteers, Russians, Belgians, and Italians, were not allowed to stay in France, but were sent to their own armies. There they fought, and many of them died, under the strict discipline and special comradeship of national armies. That Easter, a British poet, Edward Thomas, recently enlisted but still in training in Britain, wrote about the growing number of war dead in his poem, In Memoriam. The flowers left thick at nightfall in the wood this Easter tide call into mind the men, now far from home, who, with their sweethearts, should have gathered them, and will do never again. Still preserving her neutrality, Italy was looking for the best territorial inducement to enter the war. On April 8th she offered to join the Central Powers if Austria would cede to Italy the Trentino, the Dalmatian islands, and the towns of Gorizia and Gradisca on the Isonzo River, and recognize Italian primacy in Albania. A week later, Austria declined these terms. The Italians then asked the Entente for even greater gains in return for entering the war. The Entente agreed to negotiate, leading a French diplomat to comment, "The Italians are rushing to the aid of the victors." Continuing Russian successes on both the Carpathian and Armenian fronts contributed to a sense of well-being among the Entente powers. To encourage the Russian war effort, a British Member of Parliament and Middle Eastern traveller, Sir Mark Sykes, proposed the establishment, once Turkey was defeated, of a special Russian administration in Palestine, in the region of Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and Jaffa. After 1 month's fighting in the Carpathians, General Brusilov was in control of 70 miles of the Carpathian crest, from the Dukla to the Uszok Pass, threatening the Hungarian plain. On the Caucasus front, the continuing Russian advances led to tragedy. The Turks, bitter at their losses of men and land, blamed the local Armenian population for cooperating with the Russian invaders. Starting on April 8th, tens of thousands of Armenian men were rounded up and shot. Hundreds of thousands of women, old men, and children were deported southward, across the mountains to Cilicia and Syria. On April 15th, the Armenians appealed to the German ambassador in Constantinople for formal German protection. This was rejected by Berlin on the grounds that it would offend the Turkish government. By April 19th, more than 50,000 Armenians had been murdered in the Van province. On April 20th, the predominantly Armenian city of Van was surrounded by Turkish forces. There were 1,300 armed Armenians in the city defending 30,000 civilians. For 30 days they resisted repeated attempts to break into the city, until saved by the arrival of Russian forces that brought with them the congratulations of the Tsar for their courage in holding out. Elsewhere in the Ottoman Empire, the killings and expulsions of Armenians continued. Even as those in Van were resisting the siege, tens of thousands were deported from Erzurum and driven southward over the mountains into northern Mesopotamia. April 24th was declared Armenian Day of Mourning. That day the head of the Armenian Church, Catholicos Kevork, appealed to President Wilson to intervene, but in vain. In Constantinople, the German ambassador went to the Turkish Foreign Ministry and expressed his hope that anything that might look like Christian massacres would be avoided. He was told that the Turkish garrison in the province of Van consisted of poorly trained conscripts, and that excesses might not be entirely avoidable. The news of the killings at Van became widely known and publicized throughout Europe and the U.S. On April 28th, the German vice-consul at Erzurum, Max Erwin von Scheubner-Richter, was instructed by Berlin to intervene against massacres. He was warned, however, not to do so in such a way as to create the impression as though we want to exercise a right of protection over the Armenians or interfere with the activities of the authorities. This effectively tied his hands. The killings continued. The stalemate on the Western Front did not prevent daily British raids into no man's land, continual shelling by both sides, and daily casualties. On April 13th, a Member of Parliament, Lieutenant William Gladstone, grandson of W. E. Gladstone, 4 times Prime Minister, was killed in action. There were also moments of philosophic reflection. On April 18th, the 22-year-old Lieutenant Robert Sterling, who at Oxford a year earlier had won the Newdigate Prize for his poetry, wrote to a friend of how, some 3 weeks earlier, he was in the trenches as the Germans were shelling them, and suddenly saw a pair of thrushes building a nest a few yards behind his line. At the same time, a lark began to sing in the sky above the German trenches, Sterling wrote. It seemed almost incredible at the time, but now, whenever I think of those nest builders and that all but sightless song, they seem to represent in some degree the very essence of the normal and unchangeable universe, carrying on unhindered and careless amid the corpses and the bullets and the madness. Among those on the Western Front on April 20th, just south of the Ypres salient at Ploegsteert Wood, was the 20-year-old Lieutenant Roland Leighton, who had gone straight into the army from school. On April 24th he wrote to his friend Vera Britton, who noted in her diary that he had found the body of a dead British soldier hidden in the undergrowth a few yards from the path. He must have been shot there during the wood fighting in the early part of the war. The body had sunk down into the marshy ground, so that only the tops of the boots were stuck above the soil. In the 3rd week of April, the stalemate on the Western Front was marked by a new and unpleasant phase, one that was intended by the Germans to end the stalemate and lead to victory. It was on April 22nd that gas was used, for the first time in the First World War. That evening, near Langemarck in the Ypres salient, the Germans discharged, within 5 minutes, 168 tons of chlorine from 4,000 cylinders against 2 French divisions, one Algerian, the other territorial, and against the adjacent Canadian division over a 4-mile front. The effect of the gas was devastating. Hundreds of men, Sir John French informed Kitchener, were thrown into a comatose or dying position. The Algerian troops fled, leaving an 800-yard gap in the Allied line. Wearing respirators, the Germans advanced cautiously, taking 2,000 prisoners and capturing 51 guns. But no reserves had been brought forward to exploit the success by driving through the gap. The attack had been experimental, not tactical, nor had the possibility of eliminating the Ypres salient altogether been in the German military minds. On the following day, a second German gas attack was made on the Canadians near Langemarck. They were overrun, their bravery in defence being commemorated by the first award of the Victoria Cross to a Canadian, Lance Corporal Frederick Fisher. Having covered with his machine gun the retreat of an artillery battery under heavy fire, Fisher went forward again into the firing line and was killed while bringing his machine gun into action under heavy fire in order to cover advance of supports. Among the British in action in the Ypres salient on April 23rd was Lieutenant Sterling, who 5 days earlier had written to a friend about the thrushes and larks in the war zone. Throughout the day, with 15 men, he held his section of the trench against repeated German assaults before he was killed. As the battle continued on April 24th, German artillery and machine gun fire destroyed hundreds of British and Indian troops as they counter-attacked across no man's land, before they could even reach the first line of German trenches. Another Canadian won the Victoria Cross that day, Company Sergeant Major Frederick Hall, who twice left his trench under continuous German machine gun fire to pull back wounded men whom he had heard crying out for help. As he was lifting the second man into the trench, he was caught by a machine-gun burst and killed. Hal's Victoria Cross, like his fellow Canadian, Fisher's, was posthumous. That evening, General Smith Dorrien, who had been on the Western Front since the Battle of Mons 8 months earlier, drove to Sir John French's headquarters to urge him not to order any further attacks. His mission was in vain. On the following morning, April 25th, 15,000 British and Indian troops were ordered into action. Yellow flags, issued to the advancing troops so that they could show their position to the British artillery, served as guidance for the German gunners. As the Indian troops in the center of the attack began to falter, some seeking shelter in the shell holes, the Germans released gas, making any further advance impossible. French colonial troops, blacks from Senegal, were ordered to make a diversionary attack on the British flank, but were so terrified by the gas that they shot their own officers, who had orders to shoot them if they turned away from the line of advance, and hurried back through the French lines to the supply dumps and casualty stations in the rear, where for several hours they looted the stores and raped the nurses. A British cavalry brigade was summoned by the French to restore order, and did so. A third Canadian won the Victoria Cross on April 25th, Captain Francis Simager, who throughout the 4 days of battle had been working as a doctor in an advanced dressing station located in a farm. When the farm buildings came under heavy fire, he directed the removal of the wounded, and himself carried a severely wounded man to safety. When he was unable to carry this wounded man any further, he stayed with him under fire until help could be found. Although 2,000 Canadians were killed in these attacks, the Germans experienced considerable difficulties in combining a gas attack with an infantry advance. Without a favorable wind, the gas was a danger to the advancing troops, who found themselves moving forward into their own poison cloud. With a sudden unfavorable wind, it became a positive danger, blowing back into the trenches where men waiting to go over the top to exploit the success of the gas were themselves affected by it and incapacitated. As for the Allied forces, within a few days they were issued with a simple but effective respirator, linen soaked in chemical or, in emergency, moistened by the wearer's own urine. The immediate danger was over. Angrily, Kitchener declared, "Germany has stooped to acts which vie with those of the dervishes," but on the following day he obtained the Cabinet's permission to use gas himself against the German lines. A new weapon had become a part of the accepted method of war-making. The horrible part of it is the slow, lingering death of those who are gassed, General Charteris wrote in his diary 6 days after the first attack. "I saw some 100 poor fellows laid out in the open, in the forecourt of a church, to give them all the air they could get, slowly drowning with water in their lungs, a most horrible sight, and the doctors quite powerless." 8. The Gallipoli Landings, April to May 1915. On the 25th of April 1915, a day of gas and demoralization for British and French alike on the Western Front, the Anglo-French military landings, from which the Allies expected so much, took place on the Gallipoli Peninsula. Like the naval attack on the Narrows 5 weeks earlier, the troop landings were carried out in the hope of a swift victory. No victory, however, either swift or slow, resulted. As with the naval attack, there were moments when it seemed that success was within grasp. Opportunities for success existed, but were cast away by mistakes and mischance. 2 separate landing areas were chosen on the Gallipoli Peninsula, one at Cape Helles, at the southern tip of the peninsula, and one further north, opposite the town of Mados. It was intended that the advance from the southern landings would push the Turks back to the northern landing, trapping them between the two forces. The first landing took place on the northern beach, codenamed Zed Beach, shortly before dawn. 2 months earlier, the low British estimate of Turkish fighting abilities had led Kitchener to comment caustically that Australian and New Zealand troops would be quite adequate for the task of what he called a cruise in the Marmara. It was, therefore, Australians and New Zealanders who had reached Egypt on their way to the Western Front and been diverted for the quick and easy battle against the Turks, who were put ashore on Zed Beach. Possibly because of a navigational error, they were put ashore not at their original landing place, Gaba Tepe, from where they might have advanced on almost level ground across the central part of the peninsula at its narrowest point, but at Ari Bernu, a small cape further north, below the precipitous heights of Chunuk Bair. "Tell the colonel," Commander Dix, in charge of the first landing, called out, "that the damn fools have landed us a mile too far north." The landing itself was virtually unopposed. Shortly before midday, a Turkish battery near Gaba Tepe began to shell the soldiers on the landing beach. Many men pushed inland, where the Turks began to inflict heavier casualties. Still, the Australians pushed forward up a steep terrain towards the high ground. In the late afternoon, the company of Turkish troops holding the rest of Chunuk Bair ran out of ammunition and began to withdraw. As a small group of Australians approached the crest, the commander of one of the 6 Turkish divisions on the peninsula, Mustafa Kemal, who was at that moment reconnoitering the area ahead of the main body of his troops, reached the men who were pulling out. In his memoirs, he recalled the dialogue that followed. "Why are you running away?" "The enemy, sir." "Where?" "There." Kemal looked across to the hill. The Australians had just reached it. Unless something stopped them, they could quickly move on to the higher ground. "One doesn't run away from the enemy," Kemal told his retreating troops. "We have no ammunition," they replied. "If you haven't any ammunition, at least you have your bayonets." Kemal then ordered the Turkish detachment to halt, fix bayonets, and lie down facing the enemy. As soon as the men lay down, so did the enemy, he later recalled. This was the moment of time that we gained. One of the Australians, Captain Tulloch, later recalled a Turkish officer standing under a tree less than 1,000 yards away, giving orders. Tulloch fired at the officer, who did not move. Kemal's own best regiment was at that very moment engaged in routine practice maneuvers off the eastern slopes of Chunuk Bair. Ordering it forward, he took 200 men and led them to the crest. He reached it ahead of most of them and saw, 400 yards below, an Australian column advancing. Pushing his men forward, he organized each group as it arrived, keeping the Australians from the crest. A battery of guns arrived. Wheeling the first gun into position himself, and under fire, Kemal knew that if the crest was not held, the whole position on the peninsula could be lost. An Australian scout, returning from the high ground, found a group of Australians sitting in the sun, smoking and eating as if on a picnic. When he told them that the Turks were coming on in thousands, the officer in charge replied, "I didn't dream they'd come back." The Turkish line of retreat along the Bulair Peninsula was denuded of men in order to reinforce the counterattack. One more Turkish and 2 Arab regiments were thrown in. Throughout the day the fighting continued. The Australians were held 2/3 of the way up the slope. Successive waves of Turks, hurling themselves on their adversary, were killed by machine-gun fire as they clambered over the bodies of the previous wave. More and more Australian wounded were falling back to the narrow breach. "There was no rest, no lull," one Australian soldier wrote. while the rotting dead lay all around us, never a pause in the whole of that long day that started at the crack of dawn. How we longed for nightfall! How we prayed for this ghastly day to end! How we yearned for the sight of the first dark shadow! By nightfall, both the Australians and the Turks were exhausted. The two Arab regiments were at the end of their ability to fight on. Throughout the night, Kemal tried to get his tired soldiers to drive the Australians into the sea. The Australians held on to the western slopes of Chunuk Bair and could not be dislodged. Many, however, were falling back from the front line, and cannot be collected in this difficult country, their commanding officer, General Birdwood, reported. Birdwood added that the New Zealand Brigade, which had lost heavily during the day, is to some extent demoralized. He wanted to evacuate the beachhead. When this request was conveyed by ship to the Commander-in-Chief, General Sir Ian Hamilton, whose original orders had been confidently headed Constantinople Expeditionary Force, he replied, "Your news is indeed serious, but there is nothing for it but to dig yourselves right in and stick it out." Hamilton added that the southern force would be advancing the next morning, which should divert pressure from you. This was a remarkably over-optimistic assessment of what would be possible in the south, as the events there during April 25th had made clear. There were 5 separate landing beaches at Cape Helles on April 25th, codenamed S, V, W, X, and Y beaches. At V Beach, 2,000 troops, 2 Irish battalions and a Hampshire one were hidden in a collier, the River Clyde, which was deliberately run aground. A bridge of lighters was prepared so that the men could rush from the ship to the shore. As they tried to do so, they were caught by fierce machine-gun fire from the cliff above, and by artillery fire of one of Colonel Verler's batteries, located in the ruins of the Sedul Bar fort that had been blasted during the naval bombardments 2 months earlier. Further along V Beach, more men were landed from naval cutters, small wooden boats propelled with oars. These men, too, were mown down, many of them sinking in the water and drowning under the weight of their packs. So many men were lost in the first hour that a halt was called until nightfall, when the remaining troops in the River Clyde were put ashore. By the time the Turks were beaten back, more than half of those who had landed were killed or wounded. A Royal Navy commander, a sub-lieutenant, 2 midshipmen, and 2 seamen were each awarded the Victoria Cross for their bravery at V Beach that morning. At W Beach, it was men of the Lancashire Fusiliers who were to be put ashore. In 1811, during a Spanish Peninsular War battle against Napoleon's army, it was said of their predecessors, "Nothing can stop this astonishing infantry." Put into cutters, they were towed in flotillas of 6 by steam picket boats, then rowed the final distance. On reaching their beach, they found that the preliminary naval bombardment had failed to inflict serious damage on the barbed wire entanglements along the shore. Many Turks had also survived the naval bombardment, hiding in their dugouts, and awaited the invader in silence, their machine guns ready for action. It might have been a deserted land we were nearing in our boats, one British officer, Captain Raymond Willis, later recalled. Then, crack! The stroke oar of my boat fell forward, to the angry astonishment of his mates, and pandemonium broke out as soldiers and sailors struggled to get out of the sudden hail of bullets that was sweeping the beach and the cutters from end to end. The men were so tightly packed in the cutters that some continued to sit upright after they had been shot dead. From the cutters, the men jumped into deep water. With 70 pounds weight of kit and their rifles, many of those who were hit drowned under the weight of their equipment. Others were killed outright. Many, reaching the shore, were killed as they struggled to surmount the barbed wire. Several men were killed by a British naval shell falling short. Captain Clayton, reaching the shelter of the cliff with a few of his men, recalled how I shouted to the soldier behind me to signal, but he shouted back, "I am shot through the chest." I then perceived they were all hit. In all, 950 men had landed at W Beach. By the time the beach was secured, 6 officers and 254 men had been killed, and 183 wounded. 6 Victoria Crosses were awarded to the Lancashire Fusiliers, including Captain Willis, for their bravery that morning at W Beach. One of the 6, Private W. Keneally, died afterwards of his wounds in hospital at Malta. The phrase, 6 VCs before breakfast, became a proud boast in Lancashire. Henceforth, W Beach was to be known as Lancashire Landing. 3 of the 6 beaches at Cape Helles, S, X, and Y, were hardly defended. Troops landing at S Beach were virtually unopposed. When told by a Turkish prisoner that there were only 1,000 men in the area, they dug in, assuming that the Turk was referring to the immediate area. In fact, he meant the whole of the peninsula south of Gaba Tepe. When other prisoners confirmed this figure later in the day and made it clear that the 1,000 men referred to those in the whole of the Cape Helles area, including the village of Krithia and the heights of Achibaba, they were not believed. Yet what they said was true. At that moment, the Turks were far less able to repel a serious advance than they had been at Chunuk Bair. Had those who landed known the actual situation, they might have entered Krithia and reached the heights of Achibaba without serious opposition. On X Beach, the small guard of 12 Turkish defenders surrendered without firing a shot, and the attackers reached the cliff top without a single casualty. They then turned back to W Beach to help in the battle there. A chaplain who was with them later described the sight that confronted them. 100 corpses lay in rows upon the sand, some of them so badly mauled as to be beyond recognition. Some of the Lancashires lay dead halfway up the cliffs, still holding their rifles in their cold, clenched hands. The Turks on W Beach were outflanked by men from the other beaches, and beaten back by the surviving Lancashires, and a steady stream of reinforcements that eventually outnumbered them 10-1. At Y Beach, those who landed reached the cliff top without opposition at all. As the different beachheads were linked up, it seemed possible that, despite the terrors of that first day's fighting at V and W, the strategic plan might still come to pass, with the Turks driven so far northward that Allied troops would be able to capture all the forts on the European shore. Once this had been achieved, the object of the landings would be secured. The fleet would sail through the Narrows and on to Constantinople. For the men who had landed amid such carnage at V and W, the main thought was of digging in and tending the wounded. At W Beach, the task of attending to the wounded was a battle in itself. It was difficult to select the most urgent cases, one medical orderly later wrote. Men had lost arms and legs, brains oozed out of shattered skulls, and lungs protruded from riven chests. Many had lost their faces, and were, I should think, unrecognizable to their friends. One poor chap had lost his nose and most of his face, and we were obliged to take off an arm, the other hand, and extract 2 bullets like shark's teeth from his thigh, besides minor operations. It was really a precious hour or more wasted, for I saw him next morning being carried to the mortuary. By nightfall on April 26th, more than 30,000 Allied troops were ashore. The number of dead and wounded in the first 2 days of battle exceeded 20,000. Hospital ships, soon to be as familiar a sight in the eastern Mediterranean as warships, took the wounded back to Egypt. At Cape Helles, the Turks rushed reinforcements forward. Unable to drive the British off the beaches, they withdrew on April 27th to a position across the peninsula in front of the hill of Achibaba. To command the southern front, Liman von Sanders sent a German officer, Hans Kanengieser. He reached the peninsula on April 29th, followed a few days later by a German naval officer, Lieutenant Boltz, with 8 machine guns and 32 German Marines. The British had already attempted to reach Achibaba on April 27th and been driven off by Turkish soldiers sent down from Maidos. Even the first British objective, the village of Krithia, only 4 miles from the landing beaches, proved an impossible objective. Of the 14,000 men who attacked the Turks that day, 3,000 were killed or wounded. A few days later, as 4 battalions of Lancashire Fusiliers were approaching the peninsula by sea to reinforce those already there, they passed a hospital ship carrying the wounded back to Egypt. The newcomer called out enthusiastically, "Are we downhearted?" "No," to which those leaving replied, "But you bloody soon will be." One group of soldiers landed at Cape Helles not only to fight against the Turks, but to fight for their own national ideal. On the day after the naval attack of March 18th, the Zionist leader, Vladimir Jabotinsky, determined to contribute towards a victory over the Turks that might advance the nationalist aspirations of the Jews, had been present at the establishment of an entirely Jewish military unit, the Zion Mule Corps, drawn from Palestinian Jews who had fled from Palestine to Egypt. Commanded by a British officer, Lieutenant Colonel Patterson, with 5 British and 8 Jewish officers. The 500 served on the Gallipoli Peninsula from first to last. The senior Jewish officer in the Zion Mule Corps, Captain Joseph Trumpeldor, had fought in the Russian army against Japan in 1904 when he lost an arm. In 1912 he had settled in Palestine. A year after the Gallipoli landings, Colonel Patterson wrote, "Many of the Zionists, whom I had thought somewhat lacking in courage, showed themselves fearless to a degree when under heavy fire, while Captain Trumpeldor actually revelled in it, and the hotter it became, the more he liked it, and would remark, 'Ah, it is now plus Guy.'" From first to last, the Narrows remained under Turkish control, not even threatened by infantry assault. There were moments when incompetent and confused leadership at Gallipoli made a mockery of the bravery and tenacity of the Allied troops. The British Commander-in-Chief, General Sir Ian Hamilton, who had been as dashing an officer as could be imagined on the northwest frontier of India, remained for the duration of the landings, and for much of the subsequent fighting, on board ship, watching the battle from offshore, or studying his commander's reports at his headquarters on the distant island of Mudros. The Turks, under German generals, but inspired and cajoled by their own Mustafa Kemal, were able to keep the invading force pinned down to its 2 beachheads. The Anglo-French landings had succeeded, however. Tens of thousands of men were ashore, and the prospect of an Allied victory was sufficiently alluring for the Italians to sign a secret treaty on April 26th, committing themselves to the Entente. Just as in its own secret treaty on March 20th, Russia was to acquire Constantinople and the Straits once the Ottoman Empire was defeated, so under the secret treaty by which Italy agreed to join the war, she too would acquire substantial territory. Italy's territorial gains would come both from a defeated Austria-Hungary and a defeated Turkey. They were spelt out with precision in the text of the treaty. From Austria-Hungary, Italy would acquire the Trentino, the South Tyrol, Trieste, the countries of Gorizia and Gradisca, the Istrian Peninsula, northern Dalmatia, and numerous islands off the Dalmatian coast. From Turkey she would acquire a substantial sphere of influence in Anatolia. She would also be given additional colonial territory in North Africa, and from Albania would receive the Adriatic port of Valona and Cecino Island. The prospect of gaining these considerable territories depended, for both Russia and Italy, upon victory at the Gallipoli Peninsula. At first, there seemed to be a real hope of a speedy success. On April 28th, a force of 14,000 men advanced 2 miles inland from Cape Helles, almost to the heights of Achibaba, from which they would have been able to look down on and fire on the Turkish forts on the European shore. But despite repeated assaults, those heights remained in Turkish hands, as did the village of Krithia below them. Since the initial landings, Turkish reinforcements had been brought up uninterruptedly from the Constantinople region and from Anatolia. On April 30th, the Turkish Minister of War, Enver Pasha, confident that he could eliminate these 2 Allied toeholds on Turkish soil, ordered General Lehman von Sanders to drive the invaders into the sea. This proved impossible to fulfill. When, on May 3rd, Kitchener assured the British War Council that there was no doubt that we shall break through, he too was mistaken. That night a ferocious attack by the Turks at Cape Helles was thrown back by the French. At Gallipoli, as on the Western Front, trenches and even ridges were to change hands again and again. But on a normal-size map there would be no perceptible change of the line. The war at sea also continued at the Dardanelles, but without a conclusion. On the night of April 30th, firing more than 50 of its massive 12-inch shells the whole length of the Dardanelles waterway, the British battleship Lord Nelson set part of the town on Chanak on fire. It was to do so again 4 weeks later. On May 1st, a British submarine penetrating beneath the defences of the Narrows sank a Turkish troop transport, the Guj Jamal, with 6,000 troops on board. But neither the flames of Chanak nor the British submarine presence in the Sea of Marmara could affect either Turkish morale or the ability of the Allies to break the stalemate. On May 6th, in a second attempt to capture the flat-topped hill of Achibaba, or at least the village of Krithia at its base, a force of 25,000 British and French troops, supported by 105 heavy guns, pressed forward 600 yards, but the village and the crest eluded them. Among the British troops were the 2 naval brigades that had fought at Antwerp in October 1914. There they had lost 50 men. At Krithia, half their number, 1,600 men in all, were killed or wounded. During the battle, a 26-year-old New Zealand Lieutenant Bernard Freyberg, whose commanding officer was killed in the attack, suffered a severe abdominal wound. 2 months later he was wounded in the stomach again. After a distinguished military career in 2 world wars and several more serious wounds on the Western Front, Freyberg died in 1963 when his Gallipoli wound opened up. The German officer commanding the Turkish troops south of Achibaba, who drove the British off, was Major General Erich Weber. 6 months earlier, as Colonel Weber, he had supervised the closure and mining of the Dardanelles. The attempt to end the stalemate on the Western Front by a rapid and decisive victory elsewhere was over. Fighting would continue on the peninsula for the rest of the year, but the element of surprise had been lost, and the battles on the Western and Eastern fronts, which the blow against Turkey was intended to help, continued without respite or amelioration. The naval hopes of March and the military hopes of April had both been dashed. Ill luck and error, followed by the unexpected vigor of the Turkish defenders, shattered the Allied dream of a turning point that would bring them both victory in the field and territory on the map. 9. The Entente in danger. May to June 1915. On the 1st of May 1915, a combined Austro-German force began its offensive to drive the Russians out of the Carpathians. It was a German commander, General August von Mackensen, who led the troops, and a German artillery expert, Colonel Bruckmüller, who devised the artillery tactics. The main attack was preceded by a 610-gun bombardment, the largest barrage yet attempted on the Eastern Front, which included gas shells. It lasted for 4 hours, and 700,000 shells were fired. Within 24 hours, the Russians were driven out of Gorlice. 5 days later, they were driven out of Tarnov. Thousands of Russian soldiers lay dead on the battlefield. 9 months of victorious Russian advances were over. One by one, the Carpathian passes were regained by the Austro-German armies. Within a week, more than 30,000 Russian soldiers had been taken prisoner. After the battle for the mountain town of Sanok, the Russian commander reported that his army had been bled to death. A British nurse, Florence Farnborough, who was serving in a medical unit with the Russian forces, was a witness to the Russian suffering. Reaching a monastery in the village of Molodike, the retreating doctors and nurses set up an emergency operating theatre. To inquire as to how and when the wounds had been inflicted was impossible, in the midst of that great wave of suffering, the acuteness of which was plainly visible and audible. We could but set our teeth and work. A dozen ambulances were taking the less gravely wounded men to the rear, but however many were taken away, more were brought in. The wounds she saw were such as to set one's heart beating with wonder that a man could be so mutilated in body and yet live, speak, and understand. One man to whom she turned had his left leg and side saturated with blood. I pushed the clothes back and saw a pulp, a mere mass of smashed body from the ribs downwards. The stomach and abdomen were completely crushed, and his left leg was hanging to the pulped body by only a few shreds of flesh. A priest, passing by at that moment, shielded his eyes in horror and turned away. The soldier's dull eyes were still looking at me, and his lips moved, but no words came. What it cost me to turn away without aiding him, I cannot describe, but we could not waste time and material on hopeless cases, and there were so many others waiting. 2 days later, Florence Farnborough was in torment when orders were given to retreat further, and for the most seriously wounded to be left behind. Those who could walk got up and followed us, running, hopping, limping by our sides. The badly crippled crawled after us, all begging, beseeching us not to abandon them in their need. And on the road there were others, many others, some of them lying down in the dust, exhausted. They too called after us. They held on to us, praying us to stop with them. We had to wrench our skirts from their clinging hands. Then their prayers were intermingled with curses, and, far behind them, we could hear the curses repeated by those of our brothers whom we had left to their fate. The gathering darkness accentuated the panic and misery. To the appointment of the thunder of exploding shells, and of the curses and prayers of the wounded men around and behind us, we hurried into the night. In Vienna, the Austrian foreign minister, Count Czernin, believed that the time had come to seek peace with Russia on a policy of renunciation of all Austrian and German conquests. As he told the Parliament in Vienna immediately after the war, this was the one point only in the whole conflict when peace could have been made with Russia on good terms, with the Russian army in flight and the Russian fortresses falling like houses of cards. In Berlin, however, the belief that the triumph at Gorlice was but a prelude to the total destruction of the Russian armies made any such peace talk premature. That month a petition was sent to the Chancellor by the 6 most powerful German economic and industrial groupings, demanding a series of territorial annexations and changes once the war was won. The demands of the German industrialists and manufacturers included, in the West, Belgian military and economic dependence on Germany, taking away from France her English Channel coastline as far as the mouth of the river Somme, annexation of the coal-producing region in northern France, and control of the fortresses of Verdun, Longwy, and Belfort. The petitioners also asked for the establishment of a colonial empire adequate to satisfy Germany's manifold economic interests, presumably at the expense of Britain and France, and in the east the annexation of at least part of Russia's Baltic provinces and the Russian territory to the south of them, so that the great addition to Germany's manufacturing resources that would be acquired in the West would be counterbalanced by an equivalent annexation of agricultural territory in the East. The total area being demanded contained a population of 11 million people. One of the main forces behind these demands was the chief director of Krupps, Alfred Hugenberg. The Germans had a sense of being in the ascendant in both East and West. On the Western Front, repeated German gas attacks on May 1st drove the British back almost to the suburbs of Ypres. Many of the gassed men were brought to a field dressing station at Essex Farm, near Bozinga. More than 1,000 British soldiers, 9 Canadians, and 83 unknown soldiers are buried in the cemetery next to the dressing station. Among those who tended the wounded and dying men at Essex Farm was a 42-year-old Canadian doctor, John M. McCrae. An author of a book on pathology, he had volunteered as a gunner on the outbreak of war, but then transferred to the Royal Canadian Army Medical Corps. After 2 days surrounded by the human wreckage of the German attack, he wrote one of the most frequently quoted English-language poems of the war. In Flanders fields the poppies blow, between the crosses, row on row, that mark our place, and in the sky the larks, still bravely singing, fly, scarce heard amid the guns below. We are the dead. Short days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields. Take up our quarrel with the foe, to you from failing hands we throw the torch, be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders fields. At sea, on May 1st, that day of German success on both the western and eastern fronts, a German submarine sank an American merchant ship, the Gulf Flight, off Sicily. 3 Americans were killed. That day also the principal New York newspapers published an advertisement sent to them by the German embassy in Washington, which contained the following warning. Travelers intending to embark on the Atlantic voyage are reminded that a state of war exists between Germany and Great Britain and her allies, that the zone of war includes the waters adjacent to the British Isles, and that vessels flying the British flag or a flag of her allies are liable to destruction in those waters, and that travelers sailing in the war zone on ships to Great Britain or her allies do so at their own risk. This warning was published next to a British Cunard Line advertisement for the sailing, at 10 that morning and again on May 29th, of the Lusitania, fastest and largest steamer now in Atlantic service. The Lusitania sailed that day as planned, but left her berth 2.5 hours late. 6 days later, on May 7th, she was torpedoed off the southern coast of Ireland. Had she left on time, she might not have been sighted by the German submarine. On May 6, the U-20, commanded by Captain Walter Schwieger, had already sunk without warning 2 British merchant ships, the Candidate and the Centurion. 4 torpedoes had been fired, 3 were left. That evening, the captain of the Lusitania, William Turner, received a wireless message from the British Admiralty. Submarines active off south coast of Ireland. 4 further warnings were sent that night and early the following morning. The Lusitania received a 6th Admiralty warning at 11:52 on the morning of May 7th. The guidelines under which all British captains were sailing advised them to avoid headlands near which submarines routinely lurked and found their best hunting. Turner was steaming off 3 headlands, Brown Head, Galley Head, and the old Head of Kinsale. The instructions also stressed, steer a mid-channel course. Turner was 12 miles off the Irish coast at a point where the distance from land to land was about 140 miles. The guidelines were to operate at full speed. Turner had dropped his speed. The guidelines were to steer a zigzag course. Turner was steaming on a straight course. The guidelines had been in force since February 10th. The zigzag instruction had been elaborated on April 16th. At noon on May 7th, U-20 sighted the cruiser Juno, but as she was zigzagging and going at full speed, Captain Schwieger gave up the chase. An hour and a half later he sighted the Lusitania. A single torpedo was fired, without warning. The Lusitania sank in 18 minutes. Of the 2,000 passengers on board, 1,198 were drowned, among them 128 Americans. When the American ambassador in Berlin, expecting wrongly that he would be recalled in protest, asked a leading German banker to take his valuables for safekeeping, the banker replied through a secretary, "Tell Judge Gerard I will take care of his valuables for him, but tell him also that if the Mauretania comes out tomorrow, we shall sink her too." The sinking of the Lusitania shocked American opinion, but President Wilson had no intention of abandoning neutrality. 6 days after the sinking, in an official rebuke of the German embassy newspaper warning of May 1st, Wilson stated that no warning that an unlawful and inhumane act will be committed could be accepted as a legitimate excuse for that act. In due course, as with the Gulf flight, the Germans apologized. The German newspapers were less apologetic. According to one Catholic Centre Party paper, the Kornische Volkszeitung, the sinking of the giant English steamship is a success of moral significance, which is still greater than material success. With joyful pride we contemplate this latest deed of our navy. It will not be the last. The English wish to abandon the German people to death by starvation. We are more humane. We simply sank an English ship with passengers who, at their own risk and responsibility, entered the zone of operations. In Britain, the sinking of the Lusitania was, for the rest of the war, a powerful symbol of the conflict between right and wrong, the Kaiser being portrayed as the real murderer of Captain Schwieger's victims. Anti-German riots took place as far afield as Victoria, British Columbia, and Johannesburg. Captain Turner survived, having been washed off the bridge. Captain Schwieger continued to seek out British vessels. Despite the sinking of the Lusitania, the United States preserved its neutrality, but there were those in America who questioned the concept and the morality of standing aside from the European conflict. That spring, a former American president, Theodore Roosevelt, published a book in which he argued, with examples drawn from the German occupation of Belgium, that the American government should not hesitate to denounce such wrong as that committed by the Germans there. Those of German descent in the United States, he warned, were in honor bound to regard all international matters solely from the standpoint of the interest of the United States, and of the demands of a lofty international morality. Dante reserved a special place of infamy in the Inferno, Roosevelt pointed out, for those base angels who dared side neither with evil nor with good. The only peace of permanent value is the peace of righteousness. Roosevelt argued that the much-advertised sending of food from America to help the Belgians under German occupation had enabled the Germans to take money and food from the Belgians and permit Belgium to be supported by outsiders. The professional pacifist would do well to ponder the fact that if the neutral nations had been willing to prevent the invasion of Belgium, which could only be done by willingness and ability to use force, they would, by this act of war, have prevented more misery and suffering to innocent men, women, and children than all the organized charity of all the peaceful nations of the world can now remove. In urging a rapid American rearmament, intensified military training, and a vastly increased naval construction program, Roosevelt expressed the view that there would probably have been no war if Britain had followed the peacetime advice of those who wanted to introduce conscription. For in that case she would have been able immediately to put in the field an army as large and effective as, for instance, that of France. He was convinced that a more fully armed Britain could have deterred Germany in August 1914, and he went on to warn that what befell Antwerp and Brussels will surely some day befall New York, San Francisco, and may happen to many an inland city also, if adequate preparations were not made for the nation's defense. As to America's role in the conflict, Roosevelt poured scorn on those who argued that the United States must act as a neutral mediator. If the nations of Europe wanted peace, and America's assistance in securing it, he wrote, it will be because they have fought as long as they will or can. It will not be because they regard us as having set a spiritual example to them by sitting idle, uttering cheap platitudes, and picking up their trade, while they have poured out their blood like water in support of the ideals in which, with all their hearts and souls, they believe. On May 9th, on the Western Front, French troops launched an attack on the German positions on Vimy Ridge. It was part of the first combined Anglo-French attempt to break through strongly fortified trench lines. For 5 hours before the attack, French artillerymen fired shrapnel shells. Then, after a 2-minute silence, buglers sounded the advance, and the troops left their trenches to advance across no man's land. After 1,000 yards they reached the first German wire. The artillery bombardment had failed to break it. With their wire cutters the troops struggled to make the necessary breaches, as the German machine gunners opened fire on them. Those who survived moved on to the next line of wire. Eventually the objectives were reached, the Germans withdrawing to better lines. Some men advanced 3 miles to the villages of Vimy and Givenchy. There they were hit by their own artillery. Among the French troops was a regiment of the French Foreign Legion, 3,000 strong. During the attack they lost their commanding officer, shot in the chest by a sniper, and all 3 battalion commanders, as well as 1,889 soldiers. The British also attacked on May 9th, opposite Fromelles and La Bassée, in an attempt to capture the Aubert Ridge that had been denied them during the Battle of Neuve-Chapelle 2 months earlier. In the crucial preliminary bombardment, fewer than 8% of the artillery shells fired were high explosive, and the total time during which a sustained artillery barrage was possible was only 40 minutes, severely limiting the amount of damage that could be done to the German barbed wire and trench defences. Many of the shells were too light to do serious damage to the German earthworks. Others were defective. One German regimental diary reported that shells falling on its front were duds made in the United States and filled with sawdust instead of explosives. Some shells fired from overused and worn-out guns fell far short of the German lines. As a result of the failures of the preliminary bombardment, when the British soldiers attacked, they were unable to get through the relatively undamaged German defences. The German regimental diary also described how, as the British artillery bombardment lifted and the smoke of the exploding shells cleared away, there could never before in war have been a more perfect target than this solid wall of khaki men, British and Indian side by side. There was only one possible order to give: fire until the barrels burst. May 9th was not only a day of gloom for the British Army. Short of shells and pinned down by German machine-gun fire at Aubert Ridge, it was also a day of expectation, the day on which the first men of Kitchener's army left for active service in France. The first to embark for France was the 9th Scottish Division, one of the many new Army's volunteers who had been recruited during the previous 9 months with such zeal all over Britain. The 9th Division was followed within 2 weeks by the 12th Eastern Division, which also went to the Western Front. 3 more new Army divisions were being made ready for Gallipoli. As the eager volunteers of Kitchener's army made their way to France, the Battle of Aubert Ridge saw a series of tragedies for the British and Indian troops involved. After the first assault had failed to breach the German line, men who had been wounded in no man's land were killed by a 40-minute British artillery bombardment of the very shell holes in which they had found shelter. The official history of the Rifle Brigade reported the following conversation. General Rawlinson: "This is most unsatisfactory. Where are the Sherwood Foresters? Where are the East Lancashires on the right?" Brigadier General Oxley: "They are lying out in no man's land, sir, and most of them will never stand again." After the failure of the first assault, British troops running back to the safety of their own lines were being fired on by the Germans as they ran. But as they had with them a number of German prisoners, they were thought by the British to be an enemy counter-attack, and were fired on from the British trenches as well. Few could survive the crossfire. In an attempt to restore order, Brigadier General Lowry Cole, a veteran of the Battle of Neuve-Chapelle, stood on the British parapet, where, as he was exhorting the retreating men to make a stand, he was shot dead. That afternoon, Haig ordered a second attack, despite the reports of Air Force reconnaissance of the steady forward movement of German reinforcements. The commander of the Indian Corps, General Wilcox, protested at the order to attack again, as he had protested earlier, and successfully at Neuve-Chapelle. General Gough, commanding the 7th Division, also reported to Haig that, after a personal reconnaissance of the ground, he was convinced of the certainty of any further attempt to attack by daylight being a failure. Only General Hacking, commanding the 1st Division, had confidence in a further assault. Haig accepted Hacking's judgment. Led by the kilted pipers of the 1st Black Watch playing their bagpipes, the British forces attacked again. They were savaged by German machine-gun fire. When Haig ordered the attack to be pushed in with bayonet at dusk, the commanders on the spot made it known that they regarded such orders as mistaken. Haig cancelled them, then told the commanders that they must succeed on the following day. But at a further conference with Haig on the morning of May 10th, the three commanders, Hacking, Gough, and Wilcox, each made it clear that they did not have enough artillery ammunition to start a second day's offensive. The losses in the first, and as it emerged, the only day of the Battle of Auber's Ridge were 458 officers and 11,161 men. Individual bravery had been in evidence throughout the day. 3 Victoria Crosses had been won, but the means to break the German line did not exist, and Haig agreed that the battle should not be renewed. "Our attack has failed," General Charteris wrote in his diary on May 11th, "and failed badly, and with heavy casualties. That is the bald and most unpleasant fact." Among those in the Ypres salient on May 13th, when the Germans began a heavy artillery bombardment, was Captain Julian Grenfell, who had been in action in the salient the previous November, and been twice mentioned in dispatches for bravery. 2 weeks earlier he had written one of the most quoted British poems of the war, Into Battle, the last 4 stanzas of which read, "In dreary, doubtful waiting hours, before the brazen frenzy starts, the horses show him nobler powers, O patient eyes, courageous hearts. And when the burning moment breaks, and all things else are out of mind, and only joy of battle takes him by the throat and makes him blind, through joy and blindness he shall know, not caring much to know, but still, nor lead nor steel shall reach him so, that it be not the destined will. The thundering line of battle stands, and in the air death moans and sings, but day shall clasp him with strong hands, and night shall fold him in soft wings." During the German shelling on May 13th, Grenfell was hit by a shell splinter. "I stopped a Jack Johnson with my head," he wrote to his mother from the casualty clearing station, "and my skull is slightly cracked, but I'm getting on splendidly." He was taken to a military hospital at Boulogne. His parents came from England to be at his bedside. His sister Monica did not have so far to travel. She was a nurse at the nearby military hospital in Wimereux. Within 10 days Grenfell was dying. "Hold my hand till I go," he asked his mother on May 25th. On the following day he was dead. Not only the Western Front, but also the Gallipoli Peninsula gave the lie to any pretense that might have survived of an early or easy victory. From Gallipoli, Winston Churchill's brother Jack wrote to him on May 9th, "It has become siege warfare again, as in France. As on the Western Front, small gains were made at heavy cost, as when on May 12th, near Cape Helles, Gurkha troops captured Cape Teke. On the following day all plans for a renewed naval assault through the Narrows were abandoned. Early that morning 570 British sailors had been drowned when the battleship Goliath was torpedoed by a Turkish torpedo boat commanded by a German naval officer, Lieutenant Furler. In the autumn of 1914, the Angel of Mon had served as a source of inspiration for battle-weary troops. In the early summer of 1915, a different image became a feature of Allied emotions. On May 15th, the Times reported a story that had gained wide currency at the front. During the battle at Ypres in April, counter-attacking troops had discovered the body of a Canadian soldier, crucified on a Belgian barn door. German bayonets piercing his hands and neck made it clear who his murderers had been. The story was never verified, and was almost certainly untrue, but it quickly grew in the telling. 4 days after the report in the Times, a Canadian private wrote to his wife that it was not 1 but 6 Canadians who had been crucified, their bodies being marked with a plaque telling Canadians to stop in Canada. Another Canadian private was told that after a stretch of trench had been retaken, a Canadian soldier had been found with large nails through the palms of his hands. The next time the unit was in combat, our officers told us to take no prisoners, shoot the bastards or bayonet them. An artist's representations of the scene elaborated on it further. A bronze frieze exhibited at the Royal Academy in London just after the armistice showed German soldiers beneath the crucifix, smoking and throwing dice. The sculptor, Derwent Wood, called his work Canada's Golgotha. At Auber's Ridge, the failure of the British artillery barrage and the inability to launch a second day's attack as a result of a lack of sufficient or adequate artillery shells angered Sir John French, whose men were being slaughtered on an unequal battlefield. He himself had earlier given the order for artillery ammunition to be in the proportion of 75% shrapnel and only 25% high explosives. Making no mention of this, he decided to give detailed information about the shell shortage at Auber's Ridge to Colonel Repington, the war correspondent of the Times. Repington used his knowledge to devastating effect, publishing a series of articles critical of the government's war-making abilities. This was the first serious challenge to the Liberal Party's exclusive control of war policy. Sir John French also sent 2 officers back to London to give details of the shell shortage to the Conservative leader, Andrew Bonar Law, and the most discontented of the Liberal cabinet ministers, David Lloyd George. By this stratagem, Asquith was put under immediate pressure to abandon his all-Liberal administration, to give senior places to his Conservative rivals, and to establish a Ministry of Munitions. It was being widely asserted among politicians of both parties that the war could no longer be fought as a party political venture, or without long-term planning and production. Of the 6 million shells that ought to have been delivered to the army by the beginning of May, only about a third had actually been supplied. Repington's first dispatch on the shell shortage in France was published on May 14th. 2 days later, the First Sea Lord, Admiral Fisher, resigned, alerting the Conservative leader to his dissatisfaction over the conduct of the Dardanelles campaign. The shell shortage on the Western Front and the naval failure at the Dardanelles thus combined to force Asquith on May 19th to form a coalition government, bowing to Conservative pressure for an equal place in the highest war-making councils. As a price of joining the coalition, the Conservatives insisted that Churchill be removed from the Admiralty. This was done despite his pleas, and those of his wife Clementine, that her husband alone had the deadliness to fight Germany. The new head of the Admiralty was Arthur Balfour, a former Conservative Prime Minister. Kitchener remained at the War Office, committed both to the land battle on the Gallipoli Peninsula and to the growing war of attrition on the Western Front. On May 19th at Gallipoli, above the northern landing beach, a massive assault by 40,000 Turks was beaten back by the 17,000 Australian and New Zealand troops then ashore. What had been envisaged less than a month earlier as a continually forward movement until the peninsula was overrun had become a defensive struggle to retain 2 tiny footholds in inhospitable terrain. On May 22nd, several thousand miles from Gallipoli, 214 soldiers setting off for the peninsula by train from Scotland were killed in a 3-train collision at Gretna Green, the worst railway accident in 150 years of British railway history. 3 days later, at Gallipoli itself, more than 100 sailors were drowned when a German submarine, the U-21, the first to reach the Dardanelles from the Baltic Sea, torpedoed the British battleship HMS Triumph. The submarine's commander was Otto Hersing, who 8 months earlier had sunk the first British warship to be destroyed by torpedo. A German naval officer, Wilhelm Taggart, who was then serving with the Turks on the peninsula, later recalled, "The sinking of the Triumph was so tremendous a sight that for the moment warfare was forgotten on shore. The soldiers in both lines of the trenches on the Gallipoli hills stood up in plain sight of each other, forgetting everything in their intense excitement. They watched, fascinated, until the Triumph had taken her last plunge, then jumped back into the trenches and began shooting at each other again." Hersing's exploit caused grave alarm among the Allies at the Dardanelles, nor had he finished his spectacular work. His second victim, only a day later, was another British battleship, HMS Majestic. The 6 other battleships, whose 14- and 15-inch guns had been pounding the Turkish trenches from the hitherto safe waters off the peninsula, withdrew at once to the security of distant harbours. The official British naval historian, Julian Corbett, commented, "Hundreds of thousands of Turkish troops, depressed by loss and failure, and demoralized by the heavy shell fire from the sea, had seen the stampede of the ships they most dreaded. Thousands of our own men had seen the loss of the ships as well, and they knew there was nothing now but the cruisers and destroyers to support them in their daily struggle in the trenches." The Central Powers had cause for rejoicing at Hersing's exploit. In Constantinople, however, there was consternation when a British submarine, which 2 days earlier had sunk a Turkish torpedo gunboat off Saraglio Point, torpedoed a Turkish troopship. On the peninsula itself, the continuing slaughter was such that on May 24th, the Australian and New Zealand forces agreed to a 10-hour truce to enable the Turks to bury 3,000 of their dead. On the Western Front, despite the British shortage of shells which had led to the failure and calling off of the Battle of Auber's Ridge, gas was proving ineffective in breaking the trench stalemate to Germany's benefit. A 4.5-mile-wide German gas attack in the Ypres salient on May 24th against 3 British divisions led to no German breakthrough. That day, Private J. Condon of the Royal Irish Regiment was killed. He is believed to have been the youngest soldier to die in the salient during the war. According to the headstone on his grave, he was 14 years old. On the following day, when the Second Battle of Ypres came to an end, the British and Canadian forces had pushed the line of trenches forward 1,000 yards over a 3,000-yard front. They had also taken 800 German prisoners, but the cost had been high, 16,000 casualties, as against 5,000 German casualties. In No Man's Land, near Loos, an enormous flowering cherry tree had blossomed with stunning beauty that spring. After the blossoms had fallen, a young British officer went out on night patrol and, climbing to the top of the tree, fixed a Union Jack to the trunk. As he was climbing down the tree, the Germans sent up a flare, and the officer was seen. A machine gunner opened fire, and he was hit. His body hung there. The attempts by 2 British patrols to get his body down on the following 2 nights were unsuccessful. Then the British artillery was asked to fire on the tree, in the hope of bringing the body and the tree down. Gradually all the branches were blown off, and the body fell to the ground, but the tree stump remained. At the end of May, in London, the Labour leader published a letter from the pacifist Clifford Allen. "The country has now ceased to fight for the causes of the war," he wrote, "and merely continues to fight, even more intensely and madly, because of the results of warfare. The longer peace was delayed," he argued, "the more bitter becomes the war, and the harsher and therefore more temporary the ultimate peace." Whatever truth this argument contained, it made no impact on the course of the war. On May 31st, a single Zeppelin flew over London, dropping 90 small incendiary bombs and 30 grenades. 7 people were killed and 35 injured. Commented Colonel A. Rawlinson, who was later to be put in charge of the defence of London against air attack, having at that time just reached home from Flanders after making a somewhat too close acquaintance with a Jack Johnson, a large-caliber, high-explosive German shell, on the Ober's Ridge on May 9th, the damage done by the number of bombs which had been dropped on London appeared to me, I remember, to be absolutely negligible. Of the 9 aircraft that went up in vain to try to attack the Zeppelin, 1 crashed, and its pilot was killed. On the Western Front, the stalemate was complete. Small raids into no man's land, spasmodic shelling, sniping, and the creation of ever deeper barbed wire and trench defences became the daily pattern. In the fighting at Notre-Dame-de-Lorette that month, many thousands of French soldiers were killed. Today, from the top of a lighthouse tower on the crest of the hill, a searchlight shines each night, rotating 360 degrees as a memorial. A perpetual flame burns nearby. In the ossuary lie the bones of 20,000 unknown soldiers, gathered from the surrounding battlefields. In the graveyard next to the ossuary are 20,000 individual graves. On the Eastern Front, a war of movement had begun, with the Austro-German forces regaining the Carpathian passes and the Galician lands beyond them. In contrast to the 800 Germans captured by the British in the last days of Second Ypres, the Germans announced on May 25th that they had taken 21,000 Russians prisoner east of the River San. Within a week, the Russians were being pushed back towards Przemysl. The Viennese painter Oskar Kokoschka, then a cavalryman in the Austro-Hungarian army, was among those who were, at that very moment, preparing to leave for the front. "When we left Hungary," he later recalled, "girls in colourful costumes brought us Tokay wine and cheered us. I lifted one girl onto my saddle. How proud I was to be on horseback. People in Galicia threw flowers, and rejoicing in our coming, we were welcomed like liberators." After Austrian forces had re-entered the East Galician town of Strij, it was announced that their gains on the Carpathian front included 153,000 Russian prisoners and 300 guns. Russia's hopes of gaining Austrian territory were rapidly dissolving. It was now her own western territory that, for the first time since the Napoleonic Wars, was seriously at risk. On the Polish front, where Russia had already been driven back almost to Warsaw, German troops using gas caused more than 1,000 Russian casualties near Bohemov, and, in a second gas attack 2 weeks later, drove the Russians back 4 miles on the river Bzura. A 7th war front opened on May 23rd, when Italy declared war on Austria-Hungary. The main battle was to be waged in the 2 mountain regions claimed by Italy from Austria, in the South Tyrol and along the Isonzo River. Some Italian advances were made, some mountain peaks secured, but the Austrian General Staff, whose armies were moving forward at that very moment on the Eastern Front, ordered a strong defense. The troops should construct positions, place obstacles in front of them, and remain there. was the Austrian order of the day on May 27th. The search for munitions was everywhere becoming urgent. In France, on June 1st, more than 1 million conscripts ready to be sent to the front line were diverted to munitions factories. That day, in Britain, the first women were employed as munitions workers. On June 3rd, Lloyd George declared that it was the absolute duty of every citizen to place his life and labor at the disposal of the state. On the following day, Churchill echoed this declaration with the words, "The whole nation must be organized, must be socialized, if you like the word, and mobilized." The government had to acquire a reserve power to give the necessary control and organizing authority, and to make sure that every one of every rank and condition, men and women as well, do in their own way their fair share. The making of munitions, first under Lloyd George and then under Churchill, was to become the main task of female labor, and, before the war was over, the main source for the assertion of women's rights. Parallel with the increase in the production of munitions came new inventions. That June, General Dumesnil designed a trench mortar that was to be used in the French, Italian, Russian, and, in due course, American armies. From the United States came 10 new submarines, made for Britain by Bethlehem Steel of Pennsylvania, smuggled across the Canadian border to avoid breaching America's neutrality laws, and then, after being assembled in Montreal, brought across the Atlantic. On May 24th, on the initiative of the Russian government, Russia, France, and Britain issued a public denunciation of the Turkish killing of Armenians, calling it an act which was against humanity and civilization. For these subhuman crimes, the declaration warned, all members of the Ottoman government would be held personally responsible. On June 4th, having consulted with the German ambassador in Constantinople, the Turkish government replied to the Allied declaration that it was merely exercising its sovereign right of self-defense, and that the responsibility for anything that happened in the Armenian districts must be borne by the Entente powers, who had organized and directed the revolutionary movement in the first place. In a broad belt more than 500 miles behind the Russian front, from the former Ottoman capital of Bursa to the Crusader city of Aleppo, the killings continued. In a massacre at Bitlis that began on June 17th and continued over 8 days, 15,000 Armenians were killed. At nearby Sirte, hundreds of Armenian, Nestorian, and Jacobite Christians were murdered. In July, both the German and Austrian governments decided to protest. The Turks brushed their protests aside. When the German consul in Aleppo, Walter Rossler, urged Berlin to raise with the Turkish authorities the cruelties of the deportations in his area, he was told that, despite the reprehensible machinations of the Armenians themselves, efforts on their behalf had already been made. In a humanitarian act, 5 French warships took 4,000 survivors of the massacres from the Syrian coast to Port Said. It was a gesture which, however welcome in itself, could have no impact on Turkish action. Within 7 months, more than 600,000 Armenians were massacred. Of the 500,000 deported during that same period, more than 400,000 perished as a result of the brutalities and privations of the southward march into Syria and Mesopotamia. By September, as many as 1 million Armenians were dead, the victims of what later became known as genocide, later still as ethnic cleansing. A further 200,000 were forcibly converted to Islam. So great is the anguish and suffering of the Armenians Their own lyric poet, Avatik Ezakyan, wrote the following February, "So hideous and unprecedented that the infinity and fathomlessness of the universe must be considerate, engaging it. There are no words in the dictionaries to qualify the hideousness of the terrors. Not a single poet can find words." In the fight against the Turks, the British and Indian troops in Mesopotamia, commanded by General Townsend, a veteran of the fighting on the northwest frontier of India, moved northward on June 2nd from their base at Kurna up the river Tigris. When a tiny advance force of 100 British sailors and soldiers reached Amara, the Turkish garrison there surrendered, fearful that the much larger force was near, which it was not. The 2,000 Turks in Amara, including a whole battalion of the Constantinople Fire Brigade, were equally, if not more, fearful of the anger of the 20,000 Arab inhabitants of the town, and all too glad to surrender. Much glee was caused among the British when a Turkish officer asked permission to telegraph to his wife in Anatolia, "Safely captured." Permission was granted. On June 3rd, the Austro-German forces retook the Galician fortress of Przemysl. Russia's control of Galicia was all but over. A British observer with the Russian Third Army wrote, "This army is now a harmless mob." At Gallipoli, in an offensive launched on June 4th, the Anglo-French forces tried for a third time to reach the hill of Achibaba. More than 30,000 British and French troops took part in the attack. At one point, the Turks had built a dummy trench. The British bombarded it. Then the men advanced, only to find that the real trench beyond was intact and fully manned. Nevertheless, at heavy loss, they captured it, driving the Turks out and capturing 6 Turkish machine guns. Then they were shelled deliberately by the Turks and accidentally by their own artillery, which had at last discovered the error of the dummy trench. Seeking to escape this double bombardment, the men abandoned their guns and returned under continual Turkish fire to their own lines. Most of their officers were killed. Immediately opposite Krithia, the advance by men of the Lancashire Fusiliers was successful, and the Turks were driven back to within half a mile of the village of Krithia. But when Colonel Canongisa wanted to move a Turkish battalion from another part of the line to hold the line there, a senior Turkish officer told him, "For God's sake, Colonel, don't order a single man to retire. If the others see that, they will all retire and run as far as Constantinople." This was the opportunity for the British general, Aylmer Hunter Weston, to exploit the Turkish weakness. But he decided instead to send his reserves to that sector of the line where the French had failed to push the Turks back, and where a battalion of the Royal Naval Division had almost been destroyed. It was a hard decision, and a wrong one historian has written. As a result of it, the men who had advanced almost to Krithia had to fall back, and accept new positions only 500 yards in front of their starting-off trenches of the morning. Between 250 and 500 yards of Turkish-held trenches were captured that day, on a mile-long front, but Achibaba remained well behind the Turkish lines. To bring the British and French wounded back to the beaches for evacuation that day was an arduous task, under continual Turkish sniping and artillery fire. As I made my way along the trench, a member of the Royal Naval Division, Chief Petty Officer Johnston, wrote in his diary, "I passed many heaps of dead, upon which the great ugly flies were feasting. Wounded by the dozen were huddled in side trenches waiting for the time when it would be possible to get stretchers along to convey them to the base. Indian mule cart drivers, and men of the Zion Mule Corps, after bringing ammunition from the beaches to the trenches, would return with a new cargo, the wounded. As for the dead, the need to consolidate the new positions meant that there was at first no time for burials. On the front of one Scottish regiment, the Scottish Borderers, writes the official British historian, the dead were piled up on each side of the communication trench to the captured position, where they made a ghastly avenue. By an unfortunate mistake in psychology, a territorial battalion of the Scottish Borderers, arriving shortly afterwards on the peninsula, had to bury these corpses as their first task on shore. It was not a good beginning. When burials did take place, they could be sickening. The flies crawled in their millions over the dead, Chief Petty Officer Johnston wrote, and rose in clouds when a corpse was lifted to the grave, and then descended to their feast before the spadeful of earth was placed. Among the dead on June 4th was Private Jim Scottson, who was standing next to his father in the trenches when he was shot dead by a Turkish sniper. His father fainted with the shock and was sent by hospital ship to Egypt, suffering from a nervous breakdown. 2 brothers were also in the trenches that day, Fred and Harry Tennant. Harry was killed that morning. Fred wrote to their mother, "He fell with his face to the enemy, and I am sure no man could wish for a more glorious death." A few days later, Fred was badly wounded. Before the end of the month, he too was dead. The Turks had been exhausted by the attack of June 4th. I felt that another energetic attack by the English would have the worst results, Colonel Canon Geeser recalled. Had the British continued their attack the next day with the same violence, a Turkish officer wrote, all would have been lost. But neither the British nor the French had the strength to attack the next day. The Hood Battalion of the Royal Naval Division, which had arrived on the peninsula with 30 officers and lost 20 in the attack on May 6th, lost a further 6 on June 4th. Among them was Lieutenant Oscar Freiberg, whose brother Bernard was then in Cairo recovering from his stomach wound. Oscar was last seen alive in action in a Turkish trench, a pistol in both hands. His body was never found. Another of the soldiers killed on June 4th was Private T. Eardley from Manchester. Eardley had been serving on the peninsula since the landings in April. In civilian life he was an avid autograph collector. After his death a postcard was found in his trench which read, "A man who goes on calmly hunting autographs with all civilization crumbling around him, and the Turkish enemy not far below the horizon, really deserves to succeed. So here goes. G. Bernard Shaw." Among those who fought in the Battle of June 4th and survived was A.P. Herbert, whose book about life and death on Cape Helles and about a brave man shot for cowardice, The Secret Battle, was called by Churchill in his introduction one of those cries of pain wrung from the fighting troops by the prolonged and measureless torment through which they passed, and like the poems of Siegfried Sassoon should be read in each generation, so that men and women are under no illusion about what war means. A.P. Herbert also wrote a poem about the battle. This is the 4th of June. Think not I never dream. The noise of that infernal noon, the stretcher's endless stream. The tales of triumph won, the night that found them lies, the wounded wailing in the sun, the dead, the dust, the flies. The flies, O God, the flies, that soiled the sacred dead, to see them swarm from dead men's eyes, and share the soldiers' bread. Nor think I now forget the filth and stench of war, the corpses on the parapet, the maggots in the floor. The Turks counterattacked on June 6th, their preparatory planning having been done by Canon Gieser and 2 German staff officers. When the Turks advanced into no man's land, they came across one of the German Marines, who had been part of a machine gun team captured by the British on June 4th. This sailor, leading Seaman Peters, when being led back through the British trenches, had broken free, and then rushed forward in the confusion to the front line. As he jumped up and ran across no man's land, the British soldiers marveled at what they thought was the keenness and bravery of one of their number. Unfortunately, the Turks, seeing a man rushing forward in naval uniform, assumed that he was British and opened fire. He had to shelter in a shell hole, hiding there for 2 days and nights without food or water. He was saved when the Turks reached him during their counterattack. Shortly afterwards, in a counterattack, the British pushed the Turks back to the original British lines. The Second Battle of Krithia was over. The toll of dead and wounded on both sides was massive: 4,500 British, 2,000 French, and 9,000 Turks. On the hospital ships going to Egypt, stops were made to bury at sea those whose wounds had been too severe to mend. The assistant director of medical services in Alexandria wrote, "I used to wake in the morning and see the ships waiting to enter the harbor, and wonder where we would put all the people." As on the Western Front, so at Cape Helles the line of trenches was deepened and strengthened, the 2 armies facing each other with daily sniping and artillery fire. At Cape Helles the Turks were able to shell not only from the direction of Achi Baba to the north, but also from the south, firing across the Dardanelles from the Asiatic shore, from the very plain of Troy that had seen the ancient drama of the Trojan War. Among the British officers at Cape Helles was Patrick Shaw Stewart, an Oxford scholar and a poet. "I saw a man this morning who did not wish to die. I ask and cannot answer, if otherwise wish I." Fair broke the day this morning against the Dardanelles. The breeze blew soft, the morn's cheeks were cold as cold sea shells. But other shells are waiting across the Aegean Sea, shrapnel and high explosive, shells and hells for me. O hell of ships and cities, hell of men like me, fatal second Helen, why must I follow thee? Nowadays we who are alive have the sense of being old survivors, Shaw Stewart wrote home from Gallipoli. 2 years later he was killed in action on the Western Front, having refused to go back to a casualty clearing station after his ear had been torn off by shrapnel a few minutes before. On June 6th, a German attempt was made to coordinate a naval and air attack on Britain. 3 Zeppelins set off that night from their sheds in German-occupied Belgium. One, in technical difficulties, landed almost as soon as it took off. 2 others crossed the North Sea, but were forced by fog to turn back before they reached the east coast. One of those that returned was spotted near Ghent by a young pilot, Flight Sub-Lieutenant Rex Warneford, who managed, despite intermittent gunfire from the Zeppelin, to fly above it. He then released 3 bombs, the third of which exploded, destroying the Zeppelin. 9 of the 10 Zeppelin crew members were killed. The 10th, Coxswain Alfred Mueller, survived an 8,000-foot fall in the Zeppelin's gondola, which crashed through the roof of the convent of St. Elizabeth in Ghent, after throwing him out at 100 feet. The convent caught fire. 2 young nuns, a child, and a man trying to save the child lost their lives. In spite of our mourning, Mother Teresa later recalled, there was in all our hearts a fierce joy for the intrepid daring and victory of Lieutenant Warneford. After the war, a plaque was fixed on the wall of our convent in memory of the young airman, and a nearby street was named after him. The force of the explosion on the Zeppelin had turned Warneford's plane over and over, and for a while it was upside down, losing all its remaining fuel. It glided down to a field near Ghent and broke a petrol feed pipe. There was still some petrol in the reserve tank. Repairing the pipe and managing to restart the engine after 35 minutes behind German lines, Warneford saw a group of German cavalrymen approaching the plane. He jumped into it and took off, calling out to the cavalrymen as he left the ground, "Give my regards to the Kaiser." His exploit was given massive coverage in the British press, and his cousin, Mary Gibson, has written, took some of the darkness out of the war's other gloomy bulletins. The King took the extraordinary step of sending a personal telegram to Warneford on the day after the action, conferring upon you the Victoria Cross. In a covering note to the Admiralty, the King's private secretary added, "His Majesty feels that if this is to be sent, the sooner the better." The King's prescience was better than he knew. 10 days later, Warneford was taking an American journalist, Henry Needham, for a flight from Buc Aerodrome near Paris. At 2,000 feet, the aircraft went into a spin, and in coming out of the spin, its tail broke off. Falling to about 700 feet, the plane turned upside down, and, to the horror of the onlookers, Warneford and Needham were thrown out and fell to the ground. Needham was killed instantly. Warneford died an hour later in hospital. His public funeral was followed by a public recruiting drive using him as the focus of the appeal, not to let young Warneford be the last of the heroes. He was 23 years old. A memorial erected by the Daily Express in the Brompton Cemetery showed his plane attacking the Zeppelin. Those who attended Warneford's funeral in London were not to know that the Germans had succeeded in establishing a spy ring of 7 agents in British ports. On June 15th, the head of French military cryptography, Colonel Cartier, passed on to British intelligence a number of intercepted German top-secret wireless messages that gave the identification of these agents. All were arrested, and at least 2 were executed in the Tower of London. German espionage was virtually at an end, mostly carried out by neutrals. 2 of these, a Peruvian and a Norwegian, were also shot after being captured. In German-occupied Belgium, a new governor, Baron von Bissing, was making it clear that once the war was over, Germany intended to keep some form of control over the land she had conquered. In a speech on June 19th, he explained why his policy would be to care for the welfare and prosperity of Belgium. "I am of the opinion that a squeezed lemon has no value, and that a dead cow will give no milk. It is, therefore, necessary and important that a country which has such importance for Germany economically and otherwise is kept alive, and that the wounds of war are healed as much as possible." Later in the year, Bissing wrote a memorandum in which he drew attention to Germany's failure before 1914 to assimilate or to satisfy her French and Polish minorities. "For years to come we must maintain the existing state of dictatorship," he wrote. "Belgium must be seized and held, as it now is, and as it must be in the future." And on the Kaiser's birthday, 7 months later, he declared, "What has been entrusted to us, we want to hold on to." On the Western Front, the British launched no offensive that June. In his letters home, the 19-year-old Robert Graves gave a picture of the daily shelling and sniping of the static line. On June 8th, 17 of the men in his battalion were killed or wounded by German bombs and grenades. The German front-line trench was only, on average, 30 yards away from where Graves was. On the following day, in a section of the line that was only 20 yards from a German-occupied sap, I went along whistling "The Farmer's Boy" to keep up my spirits, Graves wrote, when suddenly I saw a group bending over a man lying at the bottom of the trench. He was making a snoring noise, mixed with animal groans. At my feet lay the cap he had worn, splashed with his brains. I had never seen human brains before. I somehow regarded them as a poetical figment. One can joke with a badly wounded man and congratulate him on being out of it. One can disregard a dead man, but even a miner can't make a joke over a man who takes 3 hours to die, after the top part of his head has been taken off by a bullet fired at 20 yards range. French troops were fighting in Artois, attempting to push through the German trenches, but in vain. On June 18th, after savage hand-to-hand fighting, many small advances, ridges captured and then lost, and after 18,000 casualties, the battle was called off. On the Meuse-Argonne front, a further 16,000 French soldiers were killed or wounded in repulsing a German attack. Thousands of men on both sides were simply obliterated by the intensity of the artillery bombardments and the severity of trench combat. Among those who disappeared in Artois was the French novelist Jules Leroux. He was 34 years old. On June 27th, Vera Brittain began her first day's work as a nurse in a British hospital, tending wounded men brought back from the Western Front. That day she heard a Scottish sergeant in the hospital remark, "We shall beat them, but they'll break our hearts first." In a memorandum written on June 29th, General Pétain told his superiors that the war of attrition in the Western Front would go to the side which possesses the last man. In London that day, the British government introduced a national registration bill, the first step on the road from voluntary to compulsory military service. Kitchener's army of volunteers, the new armies, even then joining the regular troops on the Western Front and at Gallipoli, were to reach more than 2 million men, but by the end of June 1915 it had become clear that even this would not be enough. That week the number of French troops under arms reached 5 million. To protect the men at the front, new devices continued to reach all armies. Most important for the individual French soldier was the steel helmet, but there were never enough. In July, 180,000 were produced. In August, only 55,000. British steel helmets followed soon afterwards. The war on the Western Front focused on raids into the enemy trenches, spasmodic bombardments, and occasional small-scale attacks. One such attack by the 1st London Rifle Brigade pushed the British line forward 75 yards along a 300-yard front. Among the attackers was rifleman Ernest Jones. His nephew, Nigel H. Jones, revisited the scene 67 years later, noting that, according to the British official history, the captured trench was choked with German dead and littered with letters and parcels. Evidently, the mail had just arrived. Some kind of meal had been in progress, for there was an abundance of hot coffee, which was eagerly consumed by the raiders, who in addition fortified themselves with cigars. A German counterattack was beaten off, but at a heavy cost. By the end of the day, more than 80 British soldiers had been killed, among them Ernest Jones. In Mesopotamia, where after the capture of Amara at the beginning of June there had seemed a prospect of a series of British victories, grave difficulties were beginning to emerge. On June 27th, a British and Indian force attacked the Turkish garrison at Nasiriyah. The heat, bearable 3 weeks earlier, had become unbearable, reaching 115 degrees Fahrenheit, 45 degrees Celsius. Fierce, biting mosquitoes appeared in profusion. The Turkish field guns, as at Gallipoli, kept up an unexpectedly steady and accurate fire. Nasiriyah was captured, but there were warning signs to be seen. The Turkish forces withdrew, but quickly began to prepare a new defensive position at Kut. As the British and Indians prepared to follow them, sickness began to decimate the fighting abilities of the troops. As one historian of the campaign has written, with sunstroke and heat-stroke came restlessness, anxiety, shortness of temper, and a feeling of utter depression. One British officer later recalled a burial party. "We started out for the cemetery, about a mile away at 6 p.m. Before we had gone half the distance, a man went down with heat-stroke and was carried back, limp and twitching, to hospital. As the corpse was lowered into the grave, one of the men on the ropes stumbled forward and fell limply into the grave on top of the dead body. And as we fell in to march back, another man went down. Luckily we had brought a spare stretcher, and with one man on this and one man on the stretcher on which the dead man had been carried to the grave, we returned. We had buried one man and lost 3 others over the job." As the men suffered from the heat, from lack of medical supplies, and even from lack of fresh vegetables, despite a glowing report in the Times that fresh vegetables were being brought regularly from Bombay, plans were being made to march on Kut. At Gallipoli, Mustafa Kemal was confident that he could drive the Australian and New Zealand forces off Chunuk Bair and into the sea. On June 28th, 10 days after the arrival of a new Turkish regiment, fresh for battle, he led the attack. The attack was repulsed, and the new regiment wiped out. Kemal offered his resignation, but was persuaded by General Lehman von Sanders to remain. His courage had become an inspiration to the defenders of Turkish soil. On one occasion, as an Allied battery was shelling systematically along the Turkish trench line, the shells coming ever closer to where Kemal was standing, he refused to move, but lit a cigarette instead, and remained in the trench with the men. The shelling turned elsewhere. A legend was born. Also on the Gallipoli Peninsula on June 28th, the British forces at Cape Helles attacked, hoping to drive the Turks out of Krithia. Although the village was not reached, the left flank of the British position along Gully Ravine was pushed forward 1,000 yards. One British battalion, on entering the Turkish trenches, found a breakfast of biscuits and hard-boiled eggs waiting to be eaten. There was also a store of cigars. A more gruesome find, a regimental historian noted, was of the bodies of some Royal Dublin Fusiliers killed on April 27th and still unburied. Several Turkish counter-attacks were driven off. One group of Turkish soldiers, breaking through the line and digging in between the British front line and support trenches. They seemed to be making signs that they wanted to surrender, but when some British soldiers went up to them to bring them in, the Turks opened fire. They were then attacked from both sides and overrun. The fighting on the Gallipoli Peninsula, from which the Entente powers had expected so much, had become another stalemate. A replica, in miniature, of the trench warfare on the Western Front, which it had been intended to bring to a rapid end, but terrors of which were now being duplicated in a distant war zone. 10. The Central Powers in the Ascendant. June to September 1915. On the 13th of June 1915, on the Eastern Front, Polish cavalrymen fighting under Austria's orders, but fired by Poland's national aspirations, won a victory over the Russians at Rokitna. 9 days later, Austrian troops retook the most important of the East Galician cities, Lemberg, and were poised to cross into the Russian province of Volhynia. On the Polish front, the German army was making continuous gains. On July 18th, more than 15,000 Russians were taken prisoner at Krasnostav. The painter Oskar Kokoschka, reaching Lemberg on July 22nd, wrote to a friend, "Off to join the regiment tomorrow morning, 3 days' journey. It's now part of a German cavalry force ordered to Russia. No trenches but reconnaissance, thank God, and the wonderful thing about Russia, the chance of an Iron Cross. All along the way, many villages destroyed by gunfire, cemeteries, all the famous battlefields, cholera." In the last week of July, the Russian General Staff circulated all Russian commanders with a secret report about Bolshevik anti-war propaganda. This propaganda, it was explained, was being hidden in gifts sent to the troops from home. A Russian army report stated, "Superhuman efforts were required to keep the men in the trenches." The Germans recognized in this Russian discontent a means of disrupting their adversaries' fighting abilities. On July 27th, the American ambassador in Berlin, James W. Gerard, reported to Washington that the Germans were picking out the revolutionists and liberals from the many Russian prisoners of war, furnishing them with money and false passports and papers, and sending them back to Russia to stir up a revolution. In Petrograd, on July 30th, the Minister of War, General Poplivanov, warned his ministerial colleagues, "Demoralization, surrender, and desertion are assuming huge proportions." It was not only in Russia that the continuation of war was raising the specter of unwelcome change. On July 15th, 2 weeks before Poplivanov's warning, Sir Edward Grey had met the Canadian Prime Minister, Robert Borden. He spoke with great gravity as to the burdens imposed by the war, Borden wrote in his diary. The continuation of the war, in Grey's opinion, must result in the overthrow of all existing forms of government. That July, the Italians fared badly on their fronts with Austria. In the Dolomites, the Austrians repulsed 15 separate Italian attacks. On the Isonzo, after 5 days of fighting on a 21-mile front, the Italians, despite a 6-to-1 numerical superiority, suffered heavy casualties and gained less than a mile. In the heights above Gorizia, the Austrians drove them back, taking 1,500 Italian prisoners. In the Adriatic, 2 Italian cruisers were sunk by Austrian submarines. The Allies were also in difficulties at the Dardanelles. On the Gallipoli Peninsula that July, British troops twice refused to advance. In the Narrows, a French submarine was lost in the Turkish net defences. On July 25th, with a German assault imminent, the Russians evacuated the factories in Warsaw. In Turkish Armenia that July, Turkish troops pushed back the Russian advance, while behind the lines at Trebizond on the Black Sea, between July 7th and 23rd, as many as 15,000 Turkish troops, rampaging through the predominantly Armenian town, massacred its 17,000 Armenian inhabitants. There were only 100 survivors. At the same time, further south, on the upper Euphrates, thousands of Armenians were massacred in the villages around Mus. News of these massacres caused indignation when it reached the Entente powers. In London, the House of Lords debated and denounced them on September 6th, but as the war continued, earlier restraints were abandoned. Britain was preparing to use poison gas in the next offensive, and on July 20th the Kaiser, under pressure from the Chief of the German Naval Staff, von Bachmann, rescinded his earlier order not to bomb residential areas in London. Henceforth only buildings of historic interest were to be spared. A distant Entente victory took place in German Southwest Africa on July 9th, when South African forces received the surrender of the Germans there. 16 days later, South Africa annexed the territory. Less than a year after the outbreak of war, its spoils were being distributed. In Europe, without entering the war on the side of the Central Powers, Bulgaria signed a secret treaty with Germany and Austria on July 17th, by which she secured a promise of 600 square miles of Turkish territory in Thrace. She then began to press for further gains, including the Serbian and Greek provinces of Macedonia and the Romanian coastal region of Silistria. In Berlin, on July 27th, the new Fatherland League gave its support to a declaration by 91 prominent German intellectuals, opposing all territorial annexations and pressing for a compromise peace. Einstein was again among the signatories. He also supported the League when it distributed in the Post an anthology of statements by a number of British pacifists, among them Bertrand Russell and George Bernard Shaw. This was too much for the German authorities. The League's offices were raided. It was prohibited from any further publishing. Its members were forbidden to communicate with one another, and 2 of its women secretaries were imprisoned. This was the prelude to a complete ban on the League's existence. Following the failures at Neuve-Chapelle in March and Aubers Ridge in May, the new all-party government in Britain, still headed by Asquith, was determined to renew the offensive on the Western Front. The senior Conservatives, out of office since 1905, were now members of the inner councils of war which decided to seek a breakthrough that autumn. At an Anglo-French meeting in Calais on July 6th, at which the French Minister of War, Alexandre Millerand, and the British Prime Minister Asquith were the senior politicians present, this strategy was coordinated. On the following day, at Joffre's headquarters at Chantilly, Sir John French agreed with Joffre's view, as recorded by the official minutes of the meeting, that the general strategic situation demanded the offensive, and pledged himself to the utmost of his means. Yet Kitchener, who was present at the Calais conference, wrote scathingly to the Chief of the Imperial General Staff, Sir William Robertson. Joffre and Sir John told me in November that they were going to push the Germans back over the frontier. They gave me the same assurances in December, March, and May. What have they done? The attacks are costly and end in nothing. Without offensives, there could be no quick victory, and yet Lloyd George declared on July 17th, "A victory which tarries means a victory whose footprints are footprints of blood." As the recently appointed Minister of Munitions, he was urging women to work in the munitions factories, to hasten the day when that victory would be possible. In the Ypres salient, even before the new plan of attack agreed upon at Calais and Chantilly could be devised, ferocious struggles took place between the confronting armies. One was for the mine crater at Hooge, created during a British assault on the German trenches. A crater such as this was a prized objective, giving, as it did, an element of shelter to the troops whose army captured it, and a relatively protected spot from which to fire on the enemy. In an attempt to keep the British from the crater, which lay in the German front line, the Germans made use of their dreaded heavy mortar shell, the Minenwerfer, known to the British as Minnie or Moaning Minnie. One of the British officers present at Hooge when the attack began on July 29th, Lieutenant G.V. Carey later recalled, "This was the most alarming frightfulness that our fellows had as yet knocked up against. Apart from the number of people it had blown to bits, the explosions were so terrific that anyone within 100 yards radius was liable to lose his reason after a few hours, and the 7th Battalion had had to send down the line several men in a state of gibbering helplessness. None of the troops involved in the attack, from Zouave Wood to Hooger Crater, had been in that part of the line before. They were in worse disarray on July 30th, when the Germans used flamethrowers for the first time, sending jets of burning petrol against them. There was a sudden hissing sound, Lieutenant Carey later recalled, and a bright crimson glare over the crater turned the whole scene red. As I looked, I saw 3 or 4 distinct jets of flame, like a line of powerful fire hoses spraying fire instead of water, shoot across my fire trench. The men caught in the blast of the fire were never seen again. The German trenches were to be attacked again that same afternoon. It is only charitable to assume that the staff, from their position 15 miles back, were imperfectly informed of the real position, Carey commented. At 3 o'clock, the 4 battalions duly went over the top and were swept out of existence by an enemy whose machine guns there had been no time to locate, and on whom our meagre artillery preparation had made no impression. Many of the men were caught on our own wire, and I believe that none got more than 50 yards beyond the edge of the wood. That summer the stalemate in the west was in contrast to movement in the east. There is a graphic picture of the fighting in a letter from Kokoschka, sent from the Galician front to a friend, describing what happened to him on August 5th. "I was really lucky to escape with my life yesterday," the painter-turned-cavalryman wrote, "because the Cossacks showed no mercy if they catch you. I and a patrol were ambushed in the endless forest and swamp hereabouts. We lost more than half our men. Hand-to-hand fighting, with all of us thinking our last hour had come. It was pure chance that 2 or 3 of us got away. Me last, because my horse is weak, and, to crown it all, went lame. Then a life-or-death chase, with the first of the brutes only 10 paces behind me, firing all the time, and shrieking, 'Hurrah! Hurrah!' I kept feeling his lance in my liver. I used my sabre to flog my horse to its limits, and just made it back to my unit. You should see how they respect me." On August 5th, the German army entered Warsaw. After almost exactly a year of war, another great European city had been overrun. For the first time since 1815, Russia was denied control of the Polish capital. It was a signal triumph for the Central Powers. The Germans now set their long-term sights on Finland, Russia's province since the Swedes had been driven out in 1808. On August 8th, the Kaiser authorized the formation of a battalion 2,000 strong to be recruited entirely from Finns, which would fight against Russia on the Eastern Front. The recruiting for this battalion now began, the Finnish national leader Gustav Mannerheim later recalled, and forms one of the most thrilling chapters in recent Finnish history. Everything, of course, had to be done with the utmost secrecy, and in a country honeycombed with the Russian police. The recruits were smuggled out of Finland to Germany. Hundreds of Finns accused of helping the recruits to escape were imprisoned in Petrograd, but within 9 months the battalion was in action. As the German forces advanced east of Warsaw, the Russian army fell back, leaving only the fort of Novogeorgievsk at the confluence of the Vistula and the Bug to slow down the German advance.